Chapter 541, Raiding the Hometown. After the dozens of people around had left, the woman finally came back to her senses from her crying. These bastards not only killed everyone, they also burned the sentry post, so that we can't see where they go from a high place. Vulture. Second uncle is right. It's no use being sad at this time. We have to catch those guys, peel their skin, and pull out their tendons. The vulture next to him also said with red eyes, "Catch that woman. I will make her wish she was dead." After saying that, the vulture picked up his motorcycle that had fallen to the ground and stepped on the accelerator. The woman also wanted to get a ride on the back of Vulture's motorcycle. "Roll, if it weren't for you. A stinky woman, I have to finish that round of mahjong. How could something like this happen? I usually call you third aunt because I think highly of you. Your eldest son also died. Let's see who will die for you in the future." The vulture spat at the woman. The vulture finished speaking. I also pedaled a motorcycle in the direction of the corridor, gone in a flash. And the woman called third aunt. I thought about chasing him. After walking a few steps, looking back again, continued to lie on top of the corpse, burst into tears. "I will never let you go, definitely not," the third aunt said through gritted teeth. "Auntie, why are you crying?" While the third aunt was still crying, came an unfamiliar voice. The third aunt thought she was hearing hallucinations. He glanced around, but nothing was found. Burning planks overhead, chunks fell to the ground around them. Sudden, the third aunt seemed to have thought of something. With a look of horror on his face, she raised her head subconsciously. Two things fell from the sky. One was inserted into her eye socket. One was inserted into her mouth. And a few minutes later, John Wei, Lou Dolly and others, he calmly climbed down from under the treehouse that was not yet on fire. Zhang Wei picked up the thing stuck in the third ant's head. I wiped it casually on the third ant's body. He handed it to Lou Dolly, said, "Your three-edged military thorn is really good. Those mercenaries, there are some really good things. I heard that you also asked Old Man Tai to make some." Lou Dolly asked. I made some long knives and short knives, but this three-edged military thorn, I'm not used to it. It's still comfortable for you to use." "What to do, boss?" Zhou came over again. Seeing that there was no more bleeding on Zhou's face, and there were traces of stitches, Zhang Wei knew that Rejoice must have given him emergency stitches. But at this point, it didn't matter whether he was disfigured or not. A large number of tree houses had collapsed due to structural damage. But even if they collapsed from the sky, the flames were not completely extinguished, and they fell around and continued to burn. "Let's go! Let's go to the city center." Zhang Wei immediately took the lead and hurried on, because Zhang Wei saw there were already many zombies nearby attracted by the fire. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wei and others passed through the dense forest. After another 7 or 8 minutes, walked out of the wetland park. Who? Zhang Wei and others had just walked onto the street. A vigilant voice came from a car nearby. Zhang Wei immediately followed the words and said, "It's one of our own. The third aunt asked me to come over and call someone. Those people have been arrested." "That's great, etc. Whose person are you?" "This person hasn't reacted yet." Zhang Wei's knife was already on his neck. "They are considered alert. Leave a place to watch." "Explain. Where is your base camp?" "Snort, you killed me. I won't say it either. Your death is imminent. Do you think those who have offended the eagle's nest, will it end well? Before this guy finished speaking, Zhang Wei pulled his neck with a knife. "This way. It should be the hotel on the corner of the street." "Boss, how do you know?" "I guess. When I put the knife on this guy's neck, his eyes keep darting this way. This should be their base." "Depend on, boss. You are so smart," Zhou said with admiration. "That's not entirely the reason. I heard that man say before, they are playing mahjong. If it is playing cards, there is no place more suitable than this hotel. Mahjong tables are already made. And many of these large hotels are single-room structures. Separate bathroom. It will usually be chosen as the base by the survivors." Zhang Wei said as he said. I quickly walked to the hotel. The 4 people at the back follow immediately. At this time, it's the gentle softness of Yang Guang. I also admire Zhang Wei very much. At this time, the high wetland park, more than a dozen motorcycles pursued him all the way. There are constantly laggard vehicles, but even so, 7 or 8 vehicles also pursued him to the riverside. It's not completely dark yet. These people were searching along the riverside for a while, but no trace of any survivors was found. The second uncle and the vulture also happened to arrive at this time. Impossible, unless those 6 people, it's also about riding a motorcycle. The second uncle said, while subconsciously looking behind. Sudden, the sky was lit red by the firelight. Second uncle seemed to remember something, and pointed at the metasequoia forest over there and said, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Second uncle, the fire was set by the enemy on purpose. Have you forgotten? Second uncle patted Vulture's big bald head, and shouted, "You idiot! Why did you follow us? Those guys most likely hid in the trees and haven't left yet. Otherwise how could they light the fire?" "Ah?" Vulture regretted it. "How many people are left over there?" "Yes. I asked you how many people were left. Aunt Sam was left." "You idiot! Go back." This time, second uncle got on Vulture's motorcycle directly, and the dozen motorcycles next to him immediately turned around and drove in the direction they came from. "It's just that it's getting dark, even if we go back the same way, because I can't see the road clearly. There are zombies harassing me again. Time spent. It's more than double." And at this time, Zhang Wei and others also entered the hotel. Went directly to the second floor. A Japanese room on the second floor. The door is already wide open. On top of the door above, it was written crookedly with a brush and ink, "Storehouse." Two big characters. Zhang Wei took a look. It has everything inside. As big as a tent, folding bed, as small as a sickle, a hoe, a hammer, a nail. There are even cold weapons such as chainsaws, spears and knives. Zhang Wei was even in a corner. At least a dozen liquefied gas canisters were found. Zhang Wei continued to walk inside, push open a sheet-like door curtain. Suddenly came to a halt. Zhang Wei was stunned by the people inside, because 7 or 8 people are playing mahjong at 2 tables. Even Zhang Wei and others came in. These people didn't even look up. Zhang Wei was embarrassed on the spot. But Zhang Wei knows, once you turn around and leave at this time, it will immediately arouse the suspicion of these people. Go inside the corridor. There are dozens of rooms of various sizes on the left and right sides. I don't know if there is anyone inside. Chapter 542 Mahjong Gang. It was at this time, Rejoice, Zhouan, Lu Dali, Yang Guang and his party of 4 also walked in at the same time. After seeing Zhang Wei stuck in place in embarrassment, the expressions of the 4 people immediately changed. Zhang Wei immediately turned his head. He winked at a few people, said, "Is this your first time coming to play with us? Put away the zombie killing stuff first. The boss is out. You guys play a few games of mahjong here first. I finish my work. I'll greet some of you later." "And the 7 or 8 people playing mahjong, finally there is a who card," he said excitedly. "Touch yourself." While playing mahjong, then he glanced at Zhang Wei. He said casually, "New here. Right. Don't even understand the rules. No matter who the guest is, remember to serve tea first." "Okay, I'll get ready." Zhang Wei slowly walked out of the door. The door curtain was closed again. Zhang Wei naturally didn't go to make tea when he left the house. Instead, he came to the previous warehouse. Look at the gas cans arranged neatly. Zhang Wei thought of the day Wang Jiahao died. Suddenly a plan came to mind. Immediately start removing these gas cans. Move into the corridor one by one. Then he unscrewed the valve. 23 gas cans. Zhang Wei counted. He didn't leave any behind. There are only 7 or 8 warehouses in the back. I really can't move it. Didn't move, just unscrew the valve. And at this time, the second uncle and the vulture finally approached the metasequoia forest again. Looking at the dozens of crazy zombies gathered under the treehouse, several people's eyes were suddenly split. Because of those zombies, chewing on the corpse lying on the ground. "My grandson. I'll drop it. Why did you die without a complete body?" There was another burst of wailing. Kill all these zombies." The second uncle shouted loudly. He casually inserted the pipe into his waist, carrying a huge machete. "Go up and kill him. It looks like he is getting stronger with age. The ambition not to fall into the clouds." Dozens of zombies, under the combined efforts of 30 or 40 survivors, in less than a minute or two, he died completely. And on the ground, it's a skeleton of a place. The body was also chewed up beyond recognition. For a moment I couldn't tell who was who. But the smart second uncle still used shoes. Found out which one was his grandson. He hugged the corpse and screamed. The vulture found his son's body with red eyes. Then, there was another way beside him. A woman's body was dragged out. This corpse has a relatively complete leg. The vulture groped at the corpse's long hair, said, "Second uncle, your guess is right. The second aunt was killed by them. The head is injured. It must have been a sneak attack. Poke in the head. The bodies of children. Have someone carry it back. Let's go back. Let's meet up at the hotel. These guys, as long as you enter Binhai City, I will make it difficult for them to fly. And at this time, inside the mahjong room, Rejoice, Lu Dali, Zhou and Yang Guang already had a big fight with the 8 people playing mahjong. At first, the 4 of us sat there for 4 or 5 minutes. There are no big problems at that time. Zhang Wei was still urgently transferring gas tanks. The 4 of them are close together, naturally. He knew what Zhang Wei wanted to do. So I also planned to cooperate and delay the time. Who would have thought that the 4 of them were learning to play mahjong, after building mahjong into a city wall, suddenly embarrassed. Because Zhou and Lu Dali don't know mahjong. A person does not understand, you can also fish in troubled waters. 2 people don't understand, there was nothing left to say. The 4 of them sat there awkwardly, and said nothing. And Rejoice, as a woman, and he will naturally be noticed by the person opposite. I saw those people staring at my breasts intentionally, or unintentionally. Rejoice couldn't bear it and walked up. Does it look good? Not only do I want to see it, I still want to touch it. This guy was talking, on the other hand. He really reached out, and touched Rejoice's breasts. Ah! A scream came. For severed fingers fell on the mahjong table, elegant butterfly knife, it also pierced the guy's neck. Except for the thumb, the remaining fingers were broken off at the base. The gangster playing cards saw that something was wrong. One of them immediately turned the table over. So a dozen people, there was a big fight in this inner room. Zhang Wei heard the movement. He also drew his short sword and joined in. A gangster thought he was one of his own, being attacked by Zhang Wei with a knife. Pricked in the chest, he fell down with his eyes open. In front of a bunch of experts. These people. There is little room for resistance. They all died soon after. Zhang Wei and his party of 5 people. No one was injured. Get ready to evacuate, Zhang Wei said anxiously. Those guys were riding motorcycles. The speed is probably much faster. Once they realize something is wrong, I'll probably be back soon. I don't know whether that island man is dead or alive, Rejoice said with some worry. No matter, that guy seems to be connected to the mercenary organization. Even if caught, you may not die immediately. Let's find out more about his whereabouts then. A group of 5 people. It took another 3 or 4 minutes, replenished some water sources and living supplies. Then he quickly walked out the door. Boss, why don't you light a fire? Didn't you turn on the gas? Right, this is for others. We light a fire. The risk is too great. Besides, the concentration is not enough. I don't know if it will work. I thought about the day Wang Jiahao was killed in a bombing. And I suddenly felt inspired. Say no more, walk. When Zhang Wei and his party of 5 went out, it's pitch dark outside, but fortunately in this neighborhood, every 15 meters or so, there is a solar street light. Although the light is weak, but I can just see the road clearly. A group of 5 people, adhering to the wall, carefully rushed towards the Binhai Hospital in the city center. A few minutes later, several motorcycles arrived first. The lights shone far away. And a motorcycle stopped next to a shabby car, honked twice in a hurry. But no one responded. The driver got off the motorcycle immediately, opened the driver's door, and a body fell to the ground instantly. The driver's face changed immediately. Not long after, a gangster reported to the second uncle. The person who was watching the street was also killed. The body was still warm. The second uncle's face was uncertain, and his fists were about to clench with water. It's too late, another step too late. I have been working hard to calculate the passers-by here from north to south, but I didn't expect that I would be plotted against today. Don't be too radical, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Second uncle, what do you think we should do? These people, not a good one. It's not something we can solve. Vulture, you go to the city center, ask my nephew for help, ask him to ask the military to help investigate. Look at these individuals. What the hell is going on? Second uncle, will the second brother help? I heard something happened in their army. You tell him, his nephew is dead. He is my nephew. He knows how to do it. But what should I say? We don't even know the names of those people. I don't even know what they look like. What the vulture said, the second uncle was suddenly stunned. Chapter 543 Serial Explosions. The second uncle was suddenly stunned by Vulture's words. Because the second uncle didn't realize it until this moment, no one on their side had ever seen the murderer. The second uncle looked a little panicked, but he still pretended to be calm. His trembling hands fumbled around in his pants pockets. The second uncle finally took out a crumpled note. I saw the familiar handwriting of my grandson. The corners of the second uncle's eyes couldn't help but become moist. They are 5 boys and 1 girl. The 2 men are younger. 2 of the men used long knives. Find someone to sneak into the old city and inquire about it. Look at the stowaways these days. It fits their lineup. Second uncle, this will probably take a long time. Go quickly. A year and a half is fine. As long as I'm not dead, I can afford to wait. The second uncle said through gritted teeth. Good, then I should leave now? Right, you set off now. There is no basis for what you say. You take this note with you. I want you to find my nephew first. I see. Go to the army first. Go to the army first. I'll set off immediately. Give me the keys to the motorcycle. The vulture immediately drove the motorcycle. Two bald men. It's not that my second uncle can't trust you, although your son is also dead, but you need to calm down at this time, whenever there is a big event. There is calmness. I don't believe that there are no ancient sages nowadays. When you see zombies, remember to stay away. When necessary, it's okay to pass through other people's realms. You just need to say that you are going to the military to find someone. I don't think any shameless person would dare to block your way. In the second uncle's instructions, the vulture's motorcycle went farther and farther. But it happened to be in the opposite direction to Zhang Wei and others. The rest of the people, get them all back to the hotel. We take a long-term view. Dozens of people, they all stopped their motorcycles in front of the hotel building, waiting for the second uncle to walk in front. Then dozens of people, crowds of people followed the second uncle and walked inside. The second uncle suddenly took on the demeanor of an ancient sage. Instead, he began to lecture the people below. Let me tell you this. Death cannot be resurrected. Take a closer look at everything. This time it was my poor planning. It's also my fault that those little guys are impulsive. Why did the tree fall? That is a natural fortress. Zombies can't get up there. While talking, the second uncle subconsciously touched his pipe. Fortunately, I saved a few kilograms of dry cigarettes that others gave me. Otherwise, this world would be really boring. A junior immediately ran over and lit the fire diligently. The second uncle nodded with satisfaction. Bang! Another loud sound came. The flames filled the entire hotel. Glass shards were flying everywhere. Only a few seconds. Bang! 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 The voices came one after another. It rang a dozen times in a row. The entire first floor of the hotel, they were all set on fire. And about 1 kilometer away from the hotel in a straight line, something that looks like a stone, it hit a pagoda. A voice suddenly came from inside the pagoda. What the hell? This man emerged from the pagoda. It was Junichi Watanabe, who ran away before. Watanabe Junichi picked up something next to him and took a look. It turns out to be half a Chinese mahjong. What bastard smashed it? Still warm, etc. The continuous explosions. What's going on? The books say, the most dangerous place, safest, as expected. Zhang Wei woke me up. They didn't even think of it. I hid as close as I could to them. Those people? They all seem to have run away. Zhang Wei sang, you wait, I will come find you again. Watanabe Junichi brought his own sword, also disappeared into the night. Soon after, a large number of survivors gathered around the hotel. After the fire is extinguished, only some people cautiously step forward to check. What's going on? What happened? Dead, all dead? Who died? No one is alive. Eagle's Nest man, all dead. No one is alive. How is that possible? Who knows? I heard these guys. I have been taking advantage of the fire in this wetland park. Only in this kind of no-nonsense zone. Only then can there be space for these resident insects to live. Then they have offended someone. I think so, because even the children died. I heard that the so-called iconic eagle's nest was burned down. What an eagle's nest? Just a sparrow's nest. Where is the sparrow's nest? Just a doghouse. He keeps 8 or 9 mad dogs. If you catch someone, bite them. It's better now. All the puppies and old dogs are dead. The crowd was buzzing. Then start looking for usable supplies inside. But the explosion added to the fire. How many useful things can you find? In the end, only the metal parts of a few hoes and rakes were found. These items were taken away by a few scavenging survivors. They planned to take advantage of the fact that everyone in the eagle's nest was dead. In a few days, we will open up wasteland for farming in the wetland park. I heard that the people in the eagle's nest are not completely dead yet, said one survivor. How is that possible? Aren't there no survivors? There's only one left. I heard that the vulture guy wasn't killed in the explosion. He drove off on his motorcycle looking flustered. Looking panicked? Could this guy have caused the explosion? Is it possible? That guy's face. It's not like he's a good person. Tiger poison does not even eat its seeds. I didn't expect that he would even kill his own son. Well, I guess you'll be in a hurry to lose in mahjong. I heard they played mahjong before the end of the world, the one who used the knife at the card table. Oh, we'll find out if he did it after a while. after the survivors searched, but no one wanted to stay in the hotel anymore. Because from this moment on, this hotel, it has become an ominous place full of dangerous buildings and ruined houses. Zhang Wei naturally didn't know about the serial explosions he created. It caused so much damage, so that the entire enemy army was annihilated. It's strange that the enemies gathered together in groups. At this time, Zhou, after hearing the explosion, he also asked Zhang Wei curiously, "Boss, how do you know? There must be an explosion." "I guessed. Do you think take action against those underage brats? Is it too cruel?" Zhang Wei turned around and asked. "They will not die. More survivors will suffer. I don't think you did anything wrong." Lu Dali explained. "Living is just a waste of food," Yang Guang said indifferently. "I think they deserve to die." Zhou touched his wound. "Rejoice, and you?" "When I was studying abroad, I watched a thriller movie called Eden Lake. I think these 9 people, just like those kids in the movies." Chapter 544, Flood of Corpse Water. "Yeah, then it seems that the movie is very perverted," Yang Guang answered subconsciously. The 6 of them fell into a brief silence. "How far is it from here?" Lu Dali interrupted and asked. "Estimated based on the scale on the map, it's only 6 or 7 kilometers away." "But this is close to the city. I don't know if I'll have to take a long detour later." Zhang Wei took out the map again and checked it. In fact, before setting off on this map, it has been studied repeatedly by him. The distance from Binhai First People's Hospital to the riverside, it has been familiarly remembered by Zhang Wei. It's just a flat map. One is a 3-dimensional street. Zhang Wei is based on intersections and large buildings, constantly infer the location. We're going to find an empty building to spend the night in, action at night, prone to danger. After changing routes several times, there are still a lot of zombies. Zhang Wei had to give up his plan to continue marching at night. "What should we do if the enemy comes after us?" Zhou interrupted and asked. "Take a step and look at it. People who have seen our true face, almost all of them died. As long as that guy Junichi Watanabe is not arrested, being tortured to extract confessions, thus spitting out our movements, before we went to Binhai Hospital, it should all be safe." Zhang Wei said this just to reassure his teammates. In fact, when he just ran away, he looked back more than 10 times. If it is a familiar street, like the old street or old city next to the school, Zhang Wei is not so cautious. The current caution stems from the unknown. Zhang Wei didn't understand this place at all. Maybe before the end of the world, people took buses or taxis and passed through the main streets of this city. But that kind of temporary memory comes after dark at night, of no use. At this time, only the solar street lights on some streets have some weak light sources. And those places where there is light, living corpses are more sensitive. Zhang Wei knows, even Binhai People's Hospital, it is also a suburban area. If it is a real urban area, it is estimated that the zombies will become more dense. Binhai City's population density, at least 5 times that of the old city. The bigger the city, the easier it is to lose control. Those high-level survivors, most of them can only stay upstairs, waiting for the food to be used up. And now it's almost the 10th month of the zombie outbreak. Those who survived, they should all be good players. This way. Zhang Wei found a staircase at the corner naturally. He crouched and climbed up slowly. In order to avoid accidents, at this time, Zhang Wei has already taken out his solar flashlight. Not much light, but it's better than nothing. I don't know if it was because of the loud noise caused by the explosion. Zombies on the streets have become very active, some even gathered towards the river. Zhang Wei knew that the explosion he caused had ruined something big. If you come back from the hospital, return to the original road, I'm afraid the difficulty is more than twice as high. But Zhang Wei also knows, all roads lead to Rome. Since the old town can get a boat, then you can also get a boat to Binhai. Because currently between the 2 cities, it is in a basically undefended state. Only those who are full, only then will they stop the survivors from landing. The group of people moved carefully. Finally, I found a very messy room with no door. But even so, this room also gives a huge sense of security. Zhang Wei carefully inspected the room. There is a ball of black ashes in the center. There were signs that survivors had made fires here before. Only the wooden door to the room has disappeared. I'm afraid it will be dismantled and burned by the survivors. Zhang Wei knew that the survivors who stayed overnight liked to do such things as crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Because Zhang Wei was also such a person. It is better to let my friend die than to let me die. The materials that can be used should be fully utilized. 5 people take turns on duty. The rest of you take a rest. I will take the first wave of duty. Zhang Wei arranged the tasks directly. He was the first to be on duty for 2 hours. The second was Lu Dali. The third was Rejoice. The fourth was Joan. The last was Yang Guang. Arrange Yang Guang at the end, because at dawn is the most dangerous. As a special police officer, Yang Guang, it is suitable for you to take this last round of work. In the apocalypse, it is common for people to take turns standing guard. Even if Zhang Wei does not make arrangements, others will take action. A group of 4 people arranged for Zhang Wei. There is no longer any controversy. Joan took the backpack from his back, pull out a folding sleeping bag. I found a slightly cleaner place. He laid down and fell asleep. Other people use clothes to cushion your body. Some fall asleep wherever they go. I also went to the next room to find some clean things to put on the floor. Zhang Wei even took out his own food, eat some slowly. A night of silence. The next day, Zhang Wei was woken up by Yang Guang's pat on the shoulder. It's almost 8 o'clock. Yang Guang reminded. Sleep late, too much sleep. Zhang Wei arrived at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. When Yang Guang came to take over the post, then he fell into a deep sleep. It's raining outside. Rejoice also walked in from the door and said, Let's wait until the rain stops. Don't rush for a day or 2, 6 or 7 kilometers of road. I'm really in a hurry. It can arrive in a day or 2. Watching the rain getting heavier and heavier, Zhang Wei had no idea of acting rashly. Not long after, the rainwater gathered into water on the street, seeped into the sewer. A strong rancid smell assaulted my nostrils. What's so smelly? Stinks worse than zombies. Lu Dali couldn't help but pinch his nose. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a mask from his backpack and put it on. This is corpse water, Zhang Wei said, looking at the water gushing out from the ground on the street. So it's true. What's true? I heard that people in Beihai don't have the time and energy to deal with a large number of corpses. So they throw the killed zombies, or living corpses directly into the sewers or manholes. Almost every place is filled with corpses. That should be it. The sewers are blocked. So these turbid and smelly waters are spreading up. Yang Guang added. No wonder those people in Beihai. I'm thinking about taking medicine from Hansen Pharmaceuticals. What's the meaning? Rejoice didn't understand. Plague, such a flood of corpses. It will definitely allow bacteria and viruses to multiply in large numbers. This germ can spread in the air. Under cross-infection, just a normal survivor, it is inevitable that you will also be infected with the plague. It's only April at this time. Wait until another half month. The weather is warmer. It's probably a disaster. What to do? Joan said anxiously. There is no way. This corpse thrown in, no one is willing to fish it out. We can only wait 3 to 5 years. Wait for the body below, eroded by running water or eaten by maggots, only bones remain. From now on, we just put on N95 masks. Don't take it off again. Chapter 545 People from Gaocheng. Lu Dali, who couldn't bear it anymore, had already put on the mask. It rained all day in order to avoid getting sick in the rain. Zhang Wei and others also had to stay in the room and avoid going out. Until the rain stopped in the afternoon, the group of 5 people began to slowly walk towards the street. And at this time, scattered survivors have also begun to show up on the streets. Many people are like Zhang Wei and others, wearing a face mask similar to a mask, but the difference is, many of their masks are sewn from coarse cloth. Zhang Wei knows, the last days have been so long, and if the smell of corpses in Beihai has always been this strong, what masks are available? It has probably been used up long ago. I know that wearing a white N95 is too conspicuous. Zhang Wei and others also took out scarves or silk. Cover half of your face. Looking at it from a distance, they have become like pastors. The masked man. That's fine. It is easier for us to hide our identity. Who can tell that we are from the old city? When Zhang Wei and the others were heading towards Beihai Hospital, people kept looking at Zhang Wei and others with vigilant eyes. But after seeing the long knives and daggers on the waists and backs of Zhang Wei and others, most people immediately and cautiously withdrew their gaze. Zhang Wei discovered most of the survivors are active in the area near their safe house. After Zhang Wei and others passed through that area, those survivors who stared at the 5 of them went in without any hesitation. Obviously, people here know they are outsiders. And where there are no survivors, there are surprisingly many zombies wandering around. This forced Zhang Wei and others to walk close to the wall, to avoid large numbers of zombies. Despite this, there were still a large number of zombies rushing towards Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei and others could only run away or hide in buildings again and again. After an hour or two, not more than half a mile. Not long after, Zhang Wei discovered that not far ahead, there are 2 survivors carrying the corpse of the zombie, throwing it into an open sewer manhole cover. And this sewer, it seems bottomless. 4 or 5 bodies were lost in a row, no sign of being full. Zhang Wei found a nearby sewer well and observed it. Only then did I realize that the sewer was surprisingly large. I'm afraid it won't lose the space of most of the dormitory. Zhang Wei knows. Just rely on these few people, grinding and chirping. I don't know when I can get to Binhai Hospital. I don't even know the specific situation inside Binhai Hospital. So I hope I can find out about the 2 survivors who carried the body. Saw someone walking towards them. Both survivors looked wary. Both of you, excuse me, Zhang Wei said politely. Who are you? What to do? Although the 2 asked Zhang Wei questions, but his eyes were directed at the 4 people behind Zhang Wei. We are survivors from outside. I want to go to Binhai Hospital to find someone. I wonder if you 2 can give me some directions? Binhai Hospital? First People's Hospital? What are you doing there? The 2 of them looked a little strange. Find some special medicine. Anesthetic for surgery? One of them asked. Zhang Wei shook his head. Painkiller? Another person asked. Zhang Wei also shook his head. In these last days, in addition to anesthesia for surgery and painkillers for injured patients, I do not understand. What other medicines do you need? But from here to the hospital, there are still 6 or 7 kilometers to go. If it were before the end of the world, there are only 3 bus stops. Taxis count as passing traffic lights, only 5 minutes, but now, you probably won't be able to make it through. Wait until Lu Dali, after Yang Guang, and the 2 came over, both of them took half a step back in unison. The unique murderous spirit in Lu Dali and Yang Guang, at first glance. It seems that he has experienced the bloody baptism of human life. Why can't you get through? Because of zombies. Yes, last night I don't know why, the sound of explosions coming from the southeast. A large number of zombies have become restless. It took us half a month to clean up the streets. Thousands of zombies came from the north. Now it's time for everyone to clear their own doors. No matter if someone else's tile is covered with frost, the zombies wandering the streets, we can only wait for them to disperse on their own, or people from Gaocheng. Let's organize another general cleaning. The 2 people's words left Zhang Wei speechless for a while. Because no one knows the origin of the explosion sound better than Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei initially just planned to find an opportunity to blow up the 8 people playing mahjong. Unexpectedly, Rejoice and others would fight with him later. And he also used knives to kill those people. Zhang Wei also thought of using it to stop the enemy. Who is Gaocheng? Lu Dali asked curiously. Gaocheng is not alone. It's a survivor group around here. A survivor organization? Then you really found the right one. Can we join this organization? By the way, how many people are there in this organization? Is there a leader or something? More than 1,000 people. 10 miles in radius. It's all their territory. The Binhai People's Hospital you want to go to. It is at the junction of Gaocheng and the other 2 forces. But precisely because of this, it's also a no-nonsense zone. Surprisingly confusing. What? There are so many people in a small Gaocheng. It's not much. Around us, those who survived, there are tens of thousands of people. Before the end of the world, the population of several surrounding streets, there are 180,000 to 90,000. Zhang Wei knows. Just the central city along the coast, there are thousands of square kilometers. There is a radius of 10 miles here. That's less than 1% of the area. But in such a range, there are more than 1,000 survivors in one force. Calculated in this way, the survivors in the entire Binhai city may be more than he imagined. If you want to join Gaocheng, then forget it. Gaocheng does not accept outsiders. Outsiders with unknown origins will cause trouble for Gaocheng. We are all from the same country and speak the same dialect. What can we keep? Lu Dali said speechlessly. Let's go! It's not dark yet. After dark, this street will no longer be under Gaocheng's management. What will happen after dark? Zhou asked curiously. But the 2 went in without saying a word. One of them is still pushing the other person, said, they are outsiders. Why are you bothering them so much? How many outsiders have you seen who can? The sounds from behind became quieter and quieter. Zhang Wei and Yang Guang looked at each other, but they all came to the same conclusion. That is, going out on the streets after dark can be problematic. Last night, I found a house with a broken door and spent the night there. But now, don't know where to go. But Zhang Wei looked at the time and, it's okay now, it's not too late, it's just less than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 546 Water Purification Company. 2 hours, enough for us to find a temporary base. Let's go. Although he didn't know what would happen after dark, but the two guys just now, hesitating to speak, made Zhang Wei have an ominous premonition. Zhang Wei is not a coward, but this time he came to the hospital to do business, and there are teammates. He can't go out like a lone wolf. Naturally, he has to be more conservative. It is relatively easy to find a temporary base. This is a very densely populated city. After 90% of people die, there are vacant rooms everywhere. But most of the rooms are empty. There are tables, chairs, furniture, sheets, quilt covers, etc. All were looted by the survivors. Zhang Wei and the 5 of them have been looking for it for a long time. Only then did I find a relatively safe place. This is a big Chinese restaurant. There are 7 or 8 round tables neatly placed inside. Because it is an artificial marble tabletop, it hasn't been moved away yet, no damage either. That's it. Zhang Wei checked the environment of this restaurant, although messy, but there are no bodies, and the curtains inside can be closed. At least it can avoid the interference of zombies. What makes Zhang Wei happy is that the restaurant's door is still there. Find something like a stick inside, you can easily put the door up. In the middle of the restaurant, there is a staircase. Zhang Wei went upstairs carefully, checked for unknown risks. However, the second floor has almost the same structure as the first floor. It's just that there's one less cashier. The second floor is fine, there are no hidden rooms, there is no other channel. The first and second floors are independent. Upstairs on the third and fourth floors, the stairs going up should be to the side and behind. Then this is the place. Rejoice also went up and took a look around. I found that there was a thick layer of dust on the ground. But finding something, just wipe it casually, but it is very clean. And the view from the second floor is better than that from the first floor. Compared to the shabby room the night before, much better. I know it's still early. Zhang Wei plans to sort it out first. Cook something to eat. The gas in the restaurant has long been exhausted. And inside the faucet, not a drop of water came out. Fortunately, Zhang Wei brought bottled water and rice himself. Use a small self-heating pot. It can be eaten once cooked. Other people also followed suit, looking for something to start a fire with. Eating in the last days is very simple. Use 2 or 3 pieces of wood to support it. Just light a fire, and it will burn. Or just take apart a wooden chair or furniture, just enough for 5 or 6 people. When I was in the hotel before, Zhang Wei also collected some daily necessities, things like corn kernels. Now also pour it into the pot, and cook it in one pot. Pour some water, and let it boil. Not long after, steam appeared on the top of the pot. It was at this time, there was a rude banging on the door. Zhang Wei and others immediately stood up alertly. And Yang Guang and Lu Dali, they have already touched the knife involuntarily. Rejoice was also at this time. Come downstairs. Who's in there? People outside finally realized the door was blocked with something from the inside. Someone is there. Find another place. Zhang Wei just regarded him as an ordinary wandering survivor. Open the door quickly, otherwise we will tear down the door. Zhang Wei opened the curtains at the window next to him and took a look. I found 20 or 30 people gathered outside the door. And where you can't see it, maybe there are more, and further away, there are still many people fighting against the approaching zombies in an orderly manner. Put your weapons away, Zhang Wei whispered to the people inside. Several people immediately hid their weapons without any trace at their waists or in the corners between their backs and backpacks. But all of them had a solemn look on their faces. All right, coming, stop pushing. Zhang Wei immediately moved away the pestle behind him. Just moved a little bit, he was pushed away by the people outside with force. Zhang Wei was instantly pushed back and retreated. Until he was pushed to the wall. Yo, what about 5 or 6 people? No wonder you are so bold. Do you know whose territory is this? Asked one of the first people in. This man is wearing a white baseball cap, almost covering the entire forehead. While talking, he subconsciously removed Zhang Wei's weapons. Zhang Wei's hand gestured to several teammates without leaving any trace, meaning not to act rashly for the time being. The short knife on Zhang Wei's waist did not attract the man's attention. Instead, the knife with the hilt exposed on the back attracted the attention of the man in the baseball cap. Can this thing be used in a fight? Is it a child's toy? The baseball cap was pulled out a little bit, and then inserted again, because his eyes were attracted by the food that Zhang Wei and others were cooking on the ground. You also prepared food? Not bad. Not bad, I'll accept it with pleasure. The man took away Zhang Wei's corn porridge directly. And at this time, People from outside also came in an orderly manner. Not long after, the entire first floor was almost occupied. Zhang Wei made an estimate. There are always 36 or 7 people. Not bad. Not bad, this porridge is good. My name is Lu Yoyu. There is more than enough every year. From water purification plant, white baseball cap. I ask you, do you know whose territory this is? Lu Yoyu touched the back of Zhang Wei's head and said, No, Gaocheng. Zhang Wei pretended to be cowardly. Gaocheng? Joke. No one told you, this place belongs to Gaocheng during the day. Does the night belong to the water purification company? Water purification company? What kind of company is this? Zhang Wei was stunned. This was the first time he heard it. Gang organizations or forces in the last days, there are actually some who call themselves companies. Are you outsiders? Lu Yoyu, the man in the white hat, said in surprise. We're from the next town over. Go to the hospital for medical treatment from here. Have you never heard of a water purification company? No. Ah Chong, you talk to them. What is a water purification company? The man in the white hat pulled out a younger brother from the crowd. Then I was attracted by the 4 or 5 small pots on the ground. I went to find something to eat. Zhang Wei only wished he hadn't put some poison in the pot, so that these people can be dealt with in one go. Ah Chong is a young man, 25-6. He looks much more mature than Zhang Wei and others. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, he touched his nose and stood up, said, The water purification company is the largest company in Binhai City Wetland Park after the apocalypse. It turned out to be Binhai Sewage Treatment Plant. There are 42 employees later. Only 10 people survived them. Okay, let's talk about the key points. Lu Yoyu said impatiently. Good, the key point is our water purification company. There are now more than 800 survivor members. There are 8 white hats. They are the 8 leaders. Our leaders, Mr. Lu Yoyu, it's one of them. Ah Chong finally finished speaking in one breath. Don't just stand there stupidly. The rest of you, go upstairs and have a look. I might have to spend the night here today. Go clean it up. Lu Yoyu said to the person next to him. Not 10 people survived. Why are there only 8 bosses? The silly Zhou asked curiously. Chapter 547 Who is Gaocheng? Zhou En's words made Lu Yoyu's face suddenly stiffen. This is a cousin of mine. He is still a high school student, outspoken. Don't stay out of sight. Zhang Wei apologized and said, You are a smart man. Lu Yoyu, who originally planned to deal with Zhou En, halfway through. We turned back. It's okay to tell you, this is not really a secret. Everyone here knows. For months ago, we had a big battle with Gaocheng, at a disadvantage. 2 leaders, and a lot of people were killed. Lu Yoyu drank Zhang Wei's food, while shouting that it was so hot. In order to avoid the expansion of the conflict, we made an agreement with the people in Gaocheng, travel during off-peak hours. Lu Yoyu added. Travel during off-peak hours. Zhang Wei almost died laughing from this guy. This word, it's really funny. Only cars have tidal lanes or limited number travel during off-peak hours. This is the first time I've seen people traveling during off-peak hours. Zhang Wei heard from this guy's few words. A conclusion was reached. That's these guys, during the fight with the people in Gaocheng, must be at a disadvantage. Finally, it was signed or something similar was reached verbally. Alliance of Tanyuan. Peace agreement. And those of them who lost, like rats underground, only allowed out at night. What is your relationship with the people in Gaocheng? Lu Yoyu suddenly became curious. I don't know. I only heard that Gaocheng is also a big force. It is said that there are thousands or hundreds of people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Can you come here? Whether from the east or from the west, they all have to deal with people in Gaocheng. We come from the north. Zhang Wei originally wanted to say that he was from the southeast. But that is the direction of the eagle's nest in the wetland park. At that time, it is easy to expose one's identity, so I changed my words temporarily. Nonsense, the hospital is just to the north. If you come from the north, why are you going to the hospital again? It's from the north. The hospital is full of zombies, don't you know? We took a long detour on purpose, just to find the way to the hospital. Rejoice stood up and said, Yo, woman, thin skin and tender meat, aren't you afraid of death? Lu Yoyu subconsciously wanted to touch Rejoice's face. Zhang Wei's right hand has already touched the handle of the knife at his waist. I was about to observe a moment of silence for Lu Yoyu's fingers. Unexpectedly, Lu Yoyu shrank back halfway. You remind me of a woman. Lu Yoyu's words stunned Rejoice. Is this still a seed of infatuation? A terrible woman. Lu Yoyu added. When talking about women, It immediately aroused the interest of everyone around him. Everyone pretends to be busy, but he pricked up his ears and listened. His name is Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng? Isn't Gao Cheng the survivor force here? Lu Dali was also confused. Because someone said before, Gao Cheng is not alone, rather. It is a proxy for a force. You are wrong, everyone in the Gao Cheng forces, they are all called Gao Cheng, but in the beginning, Gao Cheng was just one person, a woman whose true appearance no one has ever seen. After Lu Yoyu said this, Zhang Wei suddenly understood. It's like learning from Lei Feng, and everyone can be like Lei Feng. Gao Cheng here, it should be a kind of spiritual totem. So even if the real Gao Cheng dies, the rest of the people, a living Gao Cheng will still be created. Is this woman scary? Yang Guang asked curiously. From the time these people came in, Yang Guang always looked indifferent. It's terrible, the survivors here, they were all brainwashed by her. Everyone becomes brave, and not afraid of death, and the most terrifying thing is, now there are more and more people in Gao Cheng on the surface. There are only 1,000 or 2,000 people, but secretly, I'm afraid there are 3,000 to 4,000 people. The hospital you are going to, it is the junction of the 3 major forces, one of them, it's Gao Cheng, the other 2 forces are even more powerful and terrifying than Gao Cheng. Listen to what Lu Yoyu said. Zhang Wei felt that the organization Gao Cheng, it's a bit similar to that kind of peasant rebel army. Moreover, Zhang Wei felt that the hospital was a place of trouble. I understand what you mean. Are you suspecting that I am Gao Cheng? Rejoice suddenly said with her hands in her pockets and a smile. Who knows if you are? Although Lu Yoyu said he was not sure. His body subconsciously kept a sufficient distance from Rejoice, and his eyes glanced at the butterfly knife on Rejoice's waist. Zhang Wei suddenly understood. This guy thought they were Gao Cheng's people. Moreover, Lu Yoyu suspected that Rejoice was Gao Cheng, the female leader behind the Gao Cheng organization. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei secretly winked at Rejoice, deliberately said loudly, Is this Lady Gao Cheng? It doesn't matter what she said, it doesn't matter what I said, it doesn't matter what you said as a white hat, this is a radius of 10 miles. It only depends on what thousands of high cities say. Zhang Wei's words. There is something in the words. But people with a little bit of brains, everyone will figure it out soon. That means Zhang Wei admitted it in disguise. She is Gao Cheng. Rejoice also understood what Zhang Wei meant. Without speaking, it is equivalent to keeping a smile by default. Just when Lu Yoyu was shocked and wanted to continue saying something, Rejoice interjected. As agreed, aren't you allowed to go out on the streets only after dark? Zhang Wei secretly clapped his hands and applauded. Entering the drama. Zhang Wei has a very bold idea. Since no one knows who the real Gao Cheng is, so why not be a real Gao Cheng for Rejoice for a while? And Binhai Hospital is a no-nonsense zone where the 3 major forces are involved. It's better to intervene in the name of Gao Cheng when the time comes. It's enough to get out of the way before wearing the gang. Gao, Miss Gao, we are not taking to the streets now. It was just an emergency. Cleaned up the zombies around, and your door is closed, so. Chong apologized and explained hurriedly. He finally figured it out. These people in the past, just those legendary characters. Are you really Gao Cheng? No, impossible. I heard about Gao Cheng. Lu Yoyu was stammered and speechless for a moment. Of course she is not Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng is a person who does not exist at all. However, you still have to abide by the agreement you reached with Gao Cheng. Otherwise you will have to consider bearing some consequences. Zhang Wei said provocatively. Boy! Are you threatening me? I am not threatening you. The last person who disrespected Gao Cheng was the eagle's nest in the wetland park. If you go and find out what happened to them now, you will know what to say and what not to say. Zhang Wei said in a low voice. He was going to show off to the end. Eagle's nest? Those raiders from the eagle's nest? Lu Yoyu looked as usual, but I slowly jotted it down in my mind. We're going to rest. You just use my bowls and chopsticks. I only have this set. You clean it for me, and let the people on the 2nd floor come down. The 5 of us went up to rest. You stay down there. What else did Lu Yoyu want to say? But he saw many of his brothers around him winking at him. Lu Yoyu finally did not refute. And Zhang Wei et al. Walked up slowly. 2 hours later, the survivors slammed the door of the restaurant urgently. Brother, not good, not good. Something happened at the eagle's nest. What happened? Lu Yoyu dragged the man outside in. Everyone in the eagle's nest is dead, not a whole body. Gao Cheng. Lu Yoyu said with a trembling tone. Chapter 548 Terrible News. When did this happen? Just let the person who comes in close the door. He pulled the person into a corner and asked softly. Lu Yoyu whispered more and more. The people around me pricked up their ears to listen. I heard it happened yesterday when it was dark. There are dozens of people in the eagle's nest. All died. I heard that some were hacked to death. Some were killed by bombings. Some were bitten to death by living corpses. And the scariest thing is, the man who came and hesitated to speak. What is it? You fucking say it. The scariest thing is, survivors from surrounding neighborhoods. No one saw who moved the hand, and only a few people live in high-rise buildings, saw the fire from the bird's nest in the tree. I see. Just remember to keep this thing in your stomach, not when the group of people upstairs come down, mentioning this matter, otherwise, I will stab you to death. Do you understand? I see, brother, them. Is it really? Remember, they are not Gaocheng. Lu Yoyu said firmly. Such a close distance. It took a day and a night for the news to reach here. It seems that the survivors are deliberately hiding it. If this wasn't done by people from Gaocheng, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. But since they deliberately concealed it, that's because I don't want to make things worse. I heard that someone from Gaocheng has something to do with someone from the military. This is a matter for our people here. Knowing all this makes me rot in my stomach, otherwise we might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Lu Yoyu issued bans on dozens of people. I originally wanted to sneak away quietly with someone, but what did I think of? Lu Yoyu had to stay again. I'm so stupid. He even reported his family name and family name. Ah Chong. This idiot. Ah Chong, come here. Brother, what did you ask me to do? Take these bowls. Find a place with clean running water. Give me a good wash. Lu Yoyu pointed to some pans on the ground. Self-heating pot. Said something like a metal lunch box. Okay, big brother. Etc. Please help me prepare something to apologize. Food and medicine are both available. Drugs, choose the best painkillers, anti-inflammatories, as long as it's not expired or unopened. Okay, big brother. Okay, you go and prepare. Leave me alone. After Lu Yoyu finished speaking, he went to the corner and sat down alone. The second floor of the restaurant, Zhang Wei and others were waiting at the stairs with weapons in hand. Until it gets quiet downstairs, he didn't let down his guard either. The group of people downstairs. There were about 30 or 40 people. There is no room for Zhang Wei to be careless. Certain unknown risks. The team led by Zhang Wei can often be destroyed in an instant. What Zhang Wei cannot confirm is that, what this guy Lu Yoyu said, is it true or not? Also, is it related to the previous Eagle's Nest forces? Until 3 hours later, no one came up. Zhang Wei and others put away their weapons. 2 people in a group at night take turns on duty. Zhang Wei did not want everyone to stay up late. 2 people on duty could deal with most emergencies. The night also came in such an extremely tense atmosphere. Zhang Wei stood in front of the window, looking out the window. It was drizzling on the street. From time to time, survivors wearing raincoats and carrying lighting tools similar to kerosene lamps passed by in groups on the surrounding streets. Zhang Wei guessed that if what Lu Yoyu said was true, it was probably the people from their water purification company who were taking action. Maybe they were hunting and clearing zombies in the residential area, maybe they were transporting supplies, or maybe they were delivering messages. But Zhang Wei was not interested in these. There were still 6 days. 6 days later they would leave this city, return to the old city they were familiar with. The next day, the sun rose slowly from the east. It was an unexpectedly sunny day. At this time, the occasional wind blowing from the streets and alleys also brought a little warmth. There was no need to wear heavy cotton and down jackets. Zhang Wei and others used pure water. Just wash your eyes casually. Just think of it as a wash. A group of 5 people. Then he slowly went downstairs. Lu Yoyu below. The troops have already been assembled, waiting in the restaurant below. But this guy Lu Yoyu, he is probably a leader who has seen the world. There was no nodding or bowing as Zhang Wei imagined, just with a hint of caution and nervousness. You guys stayed up all night? Certainly, wait until a few people come down before leaving. Here are your cutlery. Lu Yoyu handed a portable paper bag to Zhang Wei. As soon as Zhang Wei got started, it just feels heavy. It is estimated that there are more than just tableware for them. Just open it and take a look. Found some food and candies. This is. I ate your food yesterday. How offending. These are given to a few of you. Don't worry. Everyone, this rice is vacuum packed in supermarkets. As hard as a brick, these candies, there is no damage at all. Lu Yoyu explained. If you say so, I don't dare to accept it anymore. Show your courtesy for nothing, either adultery or theft. Do you have any other purpose? Some of you are suspicious. Regarding the identities of several people, we are not interested, but if you want to go to the hospital, maybe I can lead the way. Lu Yoyu said with a smile. Okay then, we accepted these things, but before eating, we'll find survivors to test the poison. Didn't you say last night, are you allowed to go out on the streets only at night? Can you move around in broad daylight? Don't you have the final say on whether we can take action or not? A Chong next to him interrupted. Shut up. Lu Yoyu stopped a Chong's nonsense. Then let's do this. Let us think about it. Zhang Wei pretended to listen to Rejoice's opinion. But while not forgetting to chat, he said, you guys, tell me about your water purification company. Water purification company? Don't you know? Lu Yoyu asked a little strangely. We are outsiders, don't know anything, but I also heard some rumors. Tell me about it. I see. Lu Yoyu nodded calmly. Then he said, what Ah Chong said yesterday was right. We were originally a water company. There are 42 employees, that is. The sewage treatment company. Our two companies have 2 business licenses. There is 1 legal person later. After the pathogen spread, all our people are infected in the end. Only 10 people survived. These 10 people, they are all from the same workshop. The other 9, they are all my coworkers. We are from a water plant. Nature knows how to purify water and obtain pure water without pollution. Water is the source of life. Just by selling water and providing paid water supply in the surrounding neighborhoods, we are slowly developing our own power, unconsciously. There are also thousands of followers. There are 10 of us, each person brings 100 survivors, responsible for a neighborhood, search for supplies, and continue to recruit people. There are 10 of us, use the collected 10 white peaked caps with the word volunteer on them, as the leader symbol. Later, we had a conflict with the people from Gaocheng. The white peaked cap is too conspicuous. Gaocheng easily defeated me one by one, hundreds of people, and 2 eldest brothers were killed or injured. Later, we reached a temporary compromise. This was 4 months ago. Chapter 549, Robbery Alliance. I see. Have you never had any conflicts with people in Gaocheng since then? That's natural. We just want a place to settle down. The survivors of Gaocheng, they are also ordinary people. Most of them are people from the streets around here. Many of our people, there is even a dual identity. It's Gaocheng during the day. It's the water purification company at night. Can this still happen? Lu Yoyu's words left Zhang Wei and others speechless. No wonder I have been safe and sound these 4 months. Because both sides know what their opponent wants to do. If we have a fight, it will only allow those who rob the alliance to reap the benefits. An alliance? What is this? The Marauders Alliance. There are a total of 13 power groups. They are Scavengers, Scavenger, Lake Bandits, Jack, Nagoya Pier, Erlian Gang, Montenegro, Tianxiao Lao Luo, Rotten Crotch, Lame Hao, Coastal Church. There is also the Eagle's Nest that was destroyed not long ago. Aren't these only 12? Every time Lu Yoyu said something, Zhang Wei counted on his fingers. 12 indeed. The other one is our water purification company. But after we became bigger half a year ago, just quit this so-called alliance of marauders, because what they do is killing people and selling goods. Different ways don't work together. Since he is a plunderer, why don't you organize manpower to defeat them one by one? Lu Dali asked curiously. You said it lightly. These people are not the looters they appear to be. They are secretly supported by other big forces behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could an alliance be achieved? Hugged together for warmth. Is there such a thing? Interest spokesperson. So be it. Help collect information, search for supplies, and do some dirty work. In fact, the power of our water purification company in Gaocheng, it has also developed beyond this neighborhood. In the eyes of the local forces over there, we're almost raiders too. Tell me what you know, and where the marauders came from. Zhang Wei said curiously. Because of many things in the old city, he knew everything. But things here in Binhai City, he knew nothing. Lu Yoyu glanced secretly. I found that Rejoice still looked as usual. After hesitating for a moment, said, Then I will tell you the news I have received in the past few months. I have shared it with several people. The first is the Scavenger. I heard that these guys don't have any backing. They are just like the beggars on TV in the past, traveling across mountains and ridges to search for supplies. Even the garbage is not spared. But just because there is no backstage, this is truly terrifying, because there is no backstage. Instead, they are willing to risk their lives. There are many survivors who are homeless or have offended someone and are desperate. All join them. There are necessary conditions to join them. I heard it was a mission like killing someone. Once completed, he will be his own brother. Organizations will provide shelter. Scavengers are very good at hiding. Maybe you just meet an old man or a kid on the street. All are members of the Scavengers. Where's the Scavenger? A Scavenger is a fish. Right? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Good, scavengers or fish. It specializes in cleaning up dirty things. Their leader behind the scenes, I heard it was a man called Salmon. This group of marauders, it's similar to a killer organization. They do not seek wealth, only killing, exchange other people's heads for money. Their base camp is not here, in other districts and counties in Binhai however. Their power. All over Binhai City. I've heard of this before. Rejoice nodded and said. Zhang Wei glanced at Rejoice in surprise. I didn't expect she knew so much. Lu Yoyu continued, the lake bandits are bandits. Coastal city center, there is a freshwater lake about the same size as the old city. There is an artificial island of 7 to 8 square kilometers on the lake. These people, just like the heroes in Liangshan. That island is easy to defend but difficult to attack. I heard that we have a lot of supplies in reserve. Not 10 times as powerful as the island's marauders, it was impossible to capture that island. And this is not the Northern Song Dynasty court in Liangshanxi. Zombie apocalypse. Even if you recruit people from above, it doesn't make any sense. There are just hundreds more mouths to eat. How many hundred people are there on the island? Zhang Wei asked curiously. I'm afraid there are more, and other places under the island, as big as the city center, from small to remote streets. There are also looters from the Lake Bandit gang. These guys are notorious. I heard that not only money is robbed, robbery, and rob people. Robbery? Yes, they have been recruiting smart people with highly educated people. I heard that we want to recruit a wise strategist. Just like Wu Yong. The wise star in water margin. Speaking of smart people, Zhang Wei thought of the guy with ghost hands. If you ghost the guy, being able to go to the island and serve as a military advisor, relying on the methods he used to defeat the mining gang before, eat this island, it's probably a piece of cake. Interesting, Rejoice said with a smile. Jack is the boat gang. They are people who make a living on the ferry. People from this looter organization only steal wealth, no harm. All the rivers here, Xiaohai Pier, they all have their existence. The leader is a one-eyed blind man with a prosthetic eye. So he is also called Pirate Jack. I've heard of this too, Rejoice said with a smile. Zhang Wei felt that Rejoice Pier gang was still well informed. The kind related to waterways, it seems that she knows some inside information, like a scavenger, Jack and the like. What is Nagoya Pier? Zhang Wei asked curiously. This is a looter organization established by the Japanese. Their leader is said to be a branch that split from the Daochuan society in the past. It has been here since the end of the world. But the people at Nagoya Pier are very low-key. I heard there were only about 20 or 30 people. There are also Japanese among them. It's almost like an organization like the Township Federation, just like our Chinatown in America. In Nagawa meeting? Zhang Wei was thoughtful. Because it is said that a guy named Shorts, who died in the internal fighting in the old city, was from this gang. What is the Erlian gang? The Erlian gang is composed of people from Southeast Asia. Some are Chinese, some are Malaysians, Indonesians, and Filipinos. It was originally called the Sonlian gang, but after the end of the world, 90% of the people died, and it was called the Alien gang. However, in the past 6 months, this organization has slowly grown in Binhai, so it is called the Erlian gang again. I heard that there is an old man in City Light who supports this looters organization behind the scenes. Lu Yoyu added. Supported by City Light? Zhang Wei was stunned. He secretly made a note in his mind. If I come to Binhai again in the future, I will take action against this organization. As for Heishan, it is secretly supported by the military. Lu Yoyu continued. Chapter 550 Coastal Defense Force. Military? How many people are there in the military? Since the end of the world, Zhang Wei has never met anyone from the military. But Zhang Wei knew, at least there are people in the military. This can be seen from military helicopters. Not much. There are less than 400 people in the military. Before the end of the world, they are the Coastal Defense Force. It is a man-made brigade for amphibious operations. But even the army. Likewise, less than 1 in 10 people survived. The organization Montenegro, I heard it was secretly supported by the military. However, no evidence has been obtained. Can a brigade survive with less than 400 people? Yang Guang was a little frightened. A brigade? There are 4 to 5 groups. If a group is full, it's 1,500 people. So this amphibious warfare brigade, there should be no less than 7,000 people, and less than 400 people survived. That means there is no one left out of 10. Yang Guang added. He is from the army, naturally very familiar. What is the military's purpose in supporting such a group of marauders? Lu Dali asked curiously. Have no idea. Rumor has it that they are producing weapons and ammunition for the military. But I don't know if it's true or not. Lu Yoyu told the truth. What about the others? What are Tianxiao Lao Luo and Rotten Crotch? Tianxiao Lao Luo is a force entrenched near the Tianxiao of Marina Shopping Plaza. Their leader is a guy named Lao Luo. These guys are different from other survivors. They neither kill people nor steal goods. There is no turf war either. Then what are they doing? Zhou asked curiously. Looking for medicine. They are always looking for medicine. I heard they are doing some research. It seems that all forces are friendly to this organization. Then have you ever heard of a man named Qin Xinhong? Never heard of it. Where's the Rotten Crotch? Who is this? Dirty Crotch. It's not a good thing anymore. This guy was a turtle before the end of the world, Mr. Turtle. Do you know what it is? Just capture women and sell them everywhere. Clearly marked price. Rotted crotches are a cancer in Binhai City. How can such a person survive in the apocalypse? Is there someone behind it? Crotch-sucking gang. There were hundreds of people, supporting them behind the scenes. It seems like a foreigner. That foreigner, it seems that he has a good relationship with City Light. One of the big forces in Binhai. No one dares to offend them to death. Don't fall into my hands. Rejoice said through gritted teeth. Lu Yoyu was a little surprised by Rejoice's overreaction. But he still said, this guy with a rotten crotch, 3 burrows of cunning rabbits, floating around in various places, can't find anyone else, over here. Just some of the marauders below him, maybe these plunderers. I have never seen bad crotch in person. As for Lame Hao and Marina Church, I don't understand it very clearly either. But the leader behind the lame man, I heard he was a guy with a slight lame leg. Still limping when walking. Since the end of the world, the entire Binhai City, it seems that there are not many people with lame legs. If you are looking for other disabled people, I can find quite a few. Lame Hao. This group of marauders, a little bit distinctive, the people he took in, they are all people with physical disabilities, whether it is congenital or acquired, like a deaf person, mute, blind, broken hand, broken foot. Hey, isn't this the Disabled Persons Federation before the end of the world? Lu Dali was speechless. Zhang Wei thought, it is really the Federation of Disabled Persons before the end of the world. The world is really big, no wonder. Disabled people have turned into looters. What kind of organization is Binhai Church? Yang Guang asked. Zhang Wei also listened curiously. Because he had heard Stick talk about it before. Christian church in the old town. It was spread from Binhai City. Stick is even secretly investigating the priest, but there is no such person as a pastor in Binhai City. Coastal Church, created by foreigners, it turned out to be a church alliance. Because our country advocates freedom of religious belief, so over here, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Taoism, and some other messy religions, as long as you don't break the law before the end of the world, basically you can take root here. After the end of the world, many people were displaced. Religious belief has become a kind of spiritual sustenance. Although these churches are robbing people and property without knowing it, but he also secretly accepted worship from the congregation. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is an invisible vampire. They don't steal money, don't rob things, don't kill people. Take lives, but they are more terrifying than ordinary looters, because they rob your thoughts, just like MLM. I was brainwashed without even realizing it. If you say so, that is the nature of this coastal church has changed. It is somewhat similar to the White Lotus sect in the late Qin dynasty, or the god-worship sect of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Zhang Wei remembered what he had seen in movies and history books. There is also a raider force. It's the Eagle's Nest near the wetland park. This group of looters is a local. The tree has big roots and deep roots, luxuriant branches. I heard there were no fewer than dozens of people. But the Eagle's Nest was uprooted not long ago. I just learned, except for a guy named Vulture, who ran away on a motorcycle when he saw something was wrong. None of the others survived. Everyone in the Eagle's Nest is dead? Zhang Wei was stunned when he heard the news. Right, all dead. I heard that he was blown up to death and served in a pot. But this force, being entrenched here, is also a cancer. Their number is not large to begin with. The survivors here have been holding back and not taking action. It's because their second master seems to have some relationship with someone from the military. It's okay this time. The law of heaven is clear. Retribution is unpleasant. He took your stuff? Zhang Wei asked curiously. How do you know? I saw you and your wife were robbed. So excited? Not about your wife. We spent more than half a month building a water purification tower in the wetland park. But it was robbed by those guys. I see. Well, these are the 12 robber organizations. The last one is our water purification company. We sell purified water. And we need other people to exchange materials for us. So we are also called robbers behind our backs. But we don't seek money, nor do we kill people. To some extent, the water supply safety of this city is guaranteed by people like us. This is also the reason why we have 700 to 800 people. The survivors of this city wish there were more of us. Interesting, raiders can also form alliances. In this place of 1/3 of an acre, I can still compete with your water purification company in Gaocheng. This means that there is no one behind the scenes to give guidance. It doesn't make sense. It's just a coincidence. The Marauders organization in Binhai City, no less than 100. It's just that these are more famous, and we know each other better. In other neighborhoods, there must also be survivor or raider forces allied with each other. Scavengers, scavenger, lake bandits, pirate jack, coastal church, eagle's nest, what else is there? And Nagoya Pier, Erlian Gang, Montenegro. And Mr. Tian Xiao Luo, rotten crotch, lame how. Write it all down. We might have to deal with these guys in the future. John Wei patted Joan on the shoulder. Boss, you are not making things difficult for me. How can this be recorded? Chapter 551 Cooperation. Zhang Wei knew Zhou and couldn't remember it. Because he couldn't remember it either. But there is a raider force. Zhang Wei still remembers it. Eagle's Nest. It was destroyed in his hands 2 days ago. And the reason was just a few kids blocking the road and robbing him. Unable to bear it, Zhang Wei took the lead and took action. And when Zhang Wei just heard, when the force of Eagle Nest may have some relationship with people from the military, Zhang Wei felt like he was in trouble again. But when I think about the unknown enemies, who have never seen me waiting, Zhang Wei felt much more at ease. Because he only planned to stay in Binhai for a few days. As soon as the time comes, regardless of whether the medicine Wang Yukon needs can be found, he will choose to go back. Okay, I know you can't remember it, my head is also a mess. But we have to hurry, White Hat, let's say goodbye. My name is Lu Yoyu. I know, Mr. Lu, I wonder if you have any shortcuts to get to Binhai Hospital faster? There are 2 roads that are very fast. Tell me. In the air and below. Are you fucking kidding us? What I said is true, but these 2 roads are temporarily unavailable. For air routes, helicopters can be borrowed from the military. The road underground was originally open, this is the coast, many storms and rains, the sewers are all surprisingly wide, it's just the sewers now, already filled with zombies. So we can only go through the ground? Zhang Wei took out the map again. But, Binhai Hospital is still 4.5 kilometers away from here, in a straight line. Now we're in this neighborhood, White Hat, come over and take a look, see if there is an easier way. Lu Yoyu came over immediately. This is the restaurant where we are, you go through here, go through this neighborhood again, although it took a few more kilometers to travel, but the zombies we have to face, at least half is missing. Are there many zombies in this square? Zhang Wei pointed to a place on the map the size of a fingernail and said, that's the People's Square. It turns out that the surrounding area is a pedestrian street. The surrounding high-rise buildings are commercial buildings. It turns out that the population density is the highest. If you want to go through here, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to kill all the zombies. Are there so many zombies? Joan said with some disbelief. Definitely more than you think. There are no obstacles on the roads here. The field of vision is very broad. Zombies have become a swarm effect. I guess the zombies in the square haven't been killed yet. Zombies from other places are coming again. If I follow what you just said, detour a few more kilometers, how soon can we get to the hospital? Rejoice came over and asked. That must be at least 3 days later. 3 days, counting the time to go back. Maybe not enough. Zhang Wei whispered to himself softly. Is there any mistake? For 0.5 kilometers, it usually only takes half an hour to walk. Why does it take so long? Lu Dali said with some disbelief. Just give it a try, this way to the north. Every block can be said to be difficult to walk. Even if you go out and walk 200 meters, without obstacles and help from survivors, it is estimated that he will be chased by the zombies immediately. The explosions at the Eagle's Nest a few days ago, let the zombies gather here. I met 2 ordinary survivors before, they said they cleaned up zombies more than half a month ago. What happened? Isn't this that one? Lu Yoyu's eyes glanced at Rejoice intentionally or unintentionally. I heard that Gaocheng organized a big cleanup. Right? Rejoice turned around and asked. Yes. Then let's organize another general cleaning. How long will this take? I guess it will take between half a month and a month. So long? The daylilies are cold. I heard someone say before, the survivors led the zombies to the riverside, go past the wetland park in this way. The zombies walked towards the river, It will save a lot of time in hunting zombies. If combined with cleanup operations, will it be much faster? Rejoice came over, he pointed at the map with his finger. This way. It's faster. It's almost done in about a day and a half. 70 to 80% of the zombies around here, they will probably all be led away, but in this case, Wetland Park. Wetland Park doesn't matter anymore. The eagle's nest has been destroyed. It's a no man's land. Zhang Wei said indifferently. Good, that's it. Let's do a big cleaning. I don't think anyone would object, because this is related to the survival of everyone around you. People from your water purification company, you shouldn't object. Right? Rejoice asked Lu Yoyu with a smile. This shouldn't be opposed. Okay. Then, it's settled. You still have 7 white hats. Don't you? Go back and talk to your brothers. And tell them that Gaocheng will work together with the water purification company. This is a rare opportunity to turn hostility into friendship. And the previous conflicts can be written off. Miss Gao. Are you telling the truth? We don't have to wait until dark to come out. Right? Of course. But I'm not Miss Gao. What about you? My last name is Lin. Shuanglin. And my name is Lin Ming. PNG made up a lie. Half true and half false. Zhang Wei guessed Rejoice's intention to make a fake look real. This time, the 5 of them were Gaocheng. Then it's settled. Starting today, we will do our best to clean up the zombies on the street, and let all the survivors lead the zombies to the Wetland Park. The water purification company has 1,800 people, and Gaocheng also has several thousand people. With so many survivors working together, I don't believe that we can't solve the zombies around here. Rejoice gave orders to everyone like a boss behind the scenes. Dozens of people in the restaurant immediately left like birds and beasts. Only Lu Yoyu is left. Those who still want to leave, but don't want to leave are staying. How? Do you want to join us? Zhang Wei said teasingly. Of course not, just a few. I heard that Binhai Hospital is not a good place. Even if you deal with the zombies and reach there, it's not always possible to get medicine. I asked my men to prepare some good medicine. I wonder if this is what some of you need? Lu Yoyu picked up a beautiful portable paper box from the ground. Zhang Wei opened it and took a look. Inside were unopened medicines. You are quite interesting. They also deliver food, medicine and candies, but these medicines are not what we need. No, this is the best antibiotic medicine. What do you need? Pain relieving type or fever reducing type? Don't ask anymore. Let's leave it at that. A few. I really don't recommend that you go to Binhai Hospital. I heard the guy with the bad crotch is over there. It's a devil's cave there. Chapter 552 5 Eyes Alliance. Where do you think that bad guy is? When she heard this, Rejoice became even more determined to go. You know who I'm talking about. There is a devil's cave. There they buy and sell women after the end of the world. The law has long ceased to have any use. Who is stronger? Whoever speaks counts. Is the bad crotch group very powerful? Do they have thermal weapons? What is a thermal weapon? Gun, bomb, grenade, cannons, and these count. I've never heard of that. How many people are they? Yang Guang interrupted and asked. Not many. Their people are relatively scattered. We should search for women from all over the seaside. They dare not touch people with powerful backgrounds. But those ordinary survivors who are alone, they will look for opportunities to attack secretly. And these girls, then they tied them up, packed them up, and sold them away. The outcome can be imagined. Everyone on this coast wants to kill them. It's a pity. There is someone behind them. Lu Yoyu explained. You said there are foreigners behind them? It's a guy nicknamed Rattlesnake. I heard he is from New Zealand, but I haven't seen it. I just heard about it. Rattlesnake? Another animal? Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Guang and Lu Dali. Do you think it's those guys? Yang Guang was also a little skeptical. It should be them. There are not many foreigners in the entire Binhai land. I can't think of anyone else who can be named after an animal. Except for that organization. I want to get rid of this guy. What do you think? Piaru asked. Finding medicine is important. It's best not to cause trouble. Lu Dali was not interested in solving the problem of Rotten Pants and the people behind him. Then after getting the medicine, we will split into 2 groups? Piaru turned her eyes to Zhang Wei. She knew that Lu Dali would listen to Zhang Wei. I agree that if there is a chance, you can kill the guy with the rotten crotch, but I object to fighting the guy named Rattlesnake. They are professional mercenaries. Maybe it has something to do with other big forces. Zhang Wei expressed his opinion. You may not know yet. Let me tell you the details of these guys. This guy named Rattlesnake, he should also belong to the mercenary group called Black Sun. Their leader, it's a guy named Alligator. There is a high possibility it was the captain of the stranded Canberra near the docks. This organization, I don't know how many people still exist, but before and after the end of the world, they should be fully made up. Underneath the Alligator, known, those who have fought against us, anthropoid, American cattle, kangaroo, and the rattlesnake just mentioned, maybe there are more people. Have you ever fought against that man named Manape? Yang Guang asked curiously. Not at Hansen Pharmaceuticals, that was just when the zombies first broke out, that guy. The ape, he is Wang Jiaha's bodyguard, Wang Jiaha's stepfather, he's Canadian. Wait, you said the apes are Canadians? Yang Guang suddenly seemed to think of something. Right, Canadian. Apes are Canadians, American cattle are North Americans, kangaroos are Australian, rattlesnakes are native to New Zealand. Zhang Wei, if I guess correctly, there must be some British among them, maybe that's the Alligator. Yang Guang, what do you want to say? Zhang Wei, you know my origin, some things, I know more than you. I have taken a national defense education class before. Internationally, there is an organization. It's called the Five Eyes Alliance. The English name of this organization is Five Eyes Alliance. It is composed of 5 English-speaking countries. It is an intelligence-sharing alliance. Intelligence-sharing alliance? Could it be that the mercenary organization is engaged in intelligence work? Not necessarily. I'm sure he'll take on the dirty work too. Five Eyes Alliance members include the United States, British, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. That's the ape you just mentioned, kangaroo, American cattle, the nationality of rattlesnake et al. Then they come to our country. Lou Dolly seemed to have thought of something. Yes, zombie outbreak, maybe it was these guys who planned it, otherwise. For no reason, how could there be such a contagious and intense zombie virus? This is the product of a biochemical laboratory. Yang Guang's words. Suddenly Zhang Wei seemed to understand something. That is, the zombie crisis may be man-made. The history of the Five Eyes Alliance can be traced back to World War II. In 1948, America and Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand co-signs Electronic Espionage Network Agreement. This is something from the book, Zhang Wei. Just go read the book and find out. I trust you. It's just that I can't figure it out. What are they going to do? Foreign countries. It is impossible not to fall. Junichi Watanabe once said Australia. Those countries in Southeast Asia, all zombies broke out. I have no idea. The initial establishment of this alliance. It's just about sharing intelligence and jointly intercepting enemy intelligence. If they are not the Five Eyes Alliance, that's also employed by the Five Eyes Alliance. Rejoice and Joan both listened to the discussion of several people in silence. The two also knew that this was the key to deciding whether to take action against the group of rotten pants. Once they took action, it would be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with this organization. We have fought with them several times, and have escaped unscathed. However, the only people who knew us were the orangutans, the American cattle, the kangaroos, and a few others. If the rattlesnakes have never seen us, we can just catch them by surprise. Lou Dolly said somewhat whimsically. But Zhang Wei knew that this idea was a bit too naive. Unless they use traps or zombies, or weapons like detonators. Otherwise, with just a few of them, they can't kill Rotten Pants and Rattlesnake. Because the enemy can't be 2 people acting alone. At this time, Zhang Wei regretted not bringing 1 or 2 detonators. Plans can't keep up with changes. With Gocheng's people to use, they can still avoid being searched. Are you really going to take action against Rotten Pants and his gang? Lu Yoyu asked in fear. It's none of your business. Just forget what you heard. A few, if you really plan to take action against them, not to mention using everyone when the time comes. The person behind the rotten crotch will cause trouble. We may not be able to find you either. Lu Yoyu made a suggestion. We will consider it, but you guy, I still haven't left yet. Do you want to take action with us? Zhang Wei asked jokingly. No, I'm leaving now. Good luck to you all. Lu Yoyu said, and immediately planned to leave. Mr. Lu, today's things, if the news leaks, you won't survive for a few days. I hope you will hear things. It's all rotten in the stomach. Rejoice said to Lu Yoyu's back. Chapter 553 Citywide Action. That's natural. Lu Yoyu covered the back of his head in embarrassment. Zhang Wei watched Lu Yoyu go out, then disappeared from sight. Zhang Wei and others did not go out immediately. They returned to the second floor. I want to see the mobilization ability of the people from the water purification company that just left. Because I heard that the water purification company and Gao Cheng are both you and me, I have a relationship with you. Zhang Wei wants to see How long will it take for the news of zombie eradication to spread? Only less than half an hour. Zhang Wei felt that survivors began to appear on the streets. And when the survivors appear, a large number of zombies also took notice. The hunt for survivors begins. Looking from a high place, as far as the neighborhood can see, like a flowing chessboard, the chess pieces started to move instantly. It's moving! Zhang Wei turned around and said to the people eating breakfast behind him. What's moving? Zombies. Lots of zombies. The streets of this neighborhood, it is estimated that there are no less than a few hundred. Get out of the way. Let me see. Zhou stood on tiptoes. Zhang Wei. When are we going to act? Wait a little longer. If we want to attract all the zombies in the square or Binhai Hospital, it will probably take some time. We won't participate in hunting zombies. It's a waste of time. Let's wait until the density of zombies is small and go directly to the hospital. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense, ate something urgently, drank a little water, and then continued to observe the zombies. This wait lasted another 3 hours. Zhang Wei didn't expect that there would be more and more zombies. And after 2 hours, the zombies became sporadic. Zhang Wei had to mourn for the survivors. If there were any mistakes, these survivors would probably be surrounded by zombies on a street, or trapped in a wetland park. Not necessarily. Boss, they have already done a zombie cleanup once. They should have rich experience. And they can enter the buildings in these blocks at any time. Zhou interrupted. Well, you make sense. Zhang Wei felt that he had underestimated the survivors of the apocalypse. To survive the apocalypse, you must have different survival experiences. Let's go! Let's go! Panting came over and took a look, and felt that it was time to act. Don't wait any longer. It's almost noon now. We may be able to get to the hospital before dark. It's best to check the location, so that we won't be noticed. If it's after dark, it's easy to be noticed, and it's easy to encounter unknown risks. Well, Pantene is right. We must get there before dark. If we can't make it, we'll find a place nearby, and wait until the next day. It's too dangerous to go to the hospital without vision. Zhang Wei said flatteringly. He knows, to bring back medicine, maybe it can only rely on Rejoice. He, Zhou and a few others, I guess I can't even tell the difference between glucose and saline. Not to mention rare chemotherapy drugs. Then let's go, Gao Cheng. Yang Guang picked up his backpack. Lu Dali also picked up the knife. A group of 5 people walked slowly against the wall. After walking on the street, Zhang Weikai discovered the whole street was in chaos. Not just zombie corpses, there are many other roadblocks. It seems that in the past 3 hours, the survivors organized resistance. After walking for 10 minutes, Zhang Wei found many survivors on the streets. Probably the survivors who attracted zombies to the riverside. Just a small part of it. The survivors began to hunt the zombies. I saw Zhang Wei and several other strangers approaching. These survivors all showed vigilant eyes. One's own people, one of our own? Lu Dali waved in a friendly manner. The other party is still very wary. Kill a few zombies before we talk. After Zhang Wei and others casually knocked down some zombies, this man with a vigilant eye finally let down my guard. They mistook Zhang Wei and the others for members of other teams. For Gao Cheng, let's go north and head for the city center. When Zhang Wei raised his hand and shouted loudly, most of the survivors looked at Zhang Wei and the others as if they were idiots. And when these words were repeated by Zhang Wei, Lu Dali and other people, some of them finally followed and shouted. For Gao Cheng, people's hearts can be used. Zhang Wei turned to Lu Dali and the others and said, every time he arrived at a place, Zhang Wei saw the survivors who couldn't handle it, and he called his teammates to help him chop a few times. If you are a brother, come and kill me, the zombie next to you. In this spirit of selflessness, the survivors no longer just sweep the snow in front of their doors. After eliminating the surrounding zombies, some people went to the riverside to support them. Some people began to remove zombies from the building. Some people also started to go north. Anyway, it's hunting zombies. It can go in any direction. East, west, north, south. As long as it is within the scope of Gao Cheng and the water purification company. Walk another kilometer, it's the People's Square. Zhang Wei took out the map and looked at it halfway before saying, Zhang Wei, are you sure you want to go this way? Yang Guang hesitated. This is the fastest way to get there before dark. Didn't you hear what those survivors said just now? People's Square is almost empty of zombies. This window period will not last long. Maybe it will be filled with roving zombies again tomorrow. From the road mentioned by the man in the white hat, it's a long way around. Then just go this way. If the situation is not right, we should withdraw. Lu Dali is not a person who is afraid of trouble. I also agreed with Zhang Wei's opinion. I chose this road for another reason. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Since there were so many zombies in the People's Square, the survivors could hardly move. So there shouldn't be much danger here. The danger doesn't come from zombies, but from humans. Zhang Wei expressed his true thoughts. What you said makes sense. There is no food, water and other necessary supplies near this square. So naturally there are not many survivors. Yang Guang inserted the knife into his sheath. Because at this time, the 5 people had entered an underground passage. Within sight, there are many survivors. Survivor action efficiency, faster than Zhang Wei and others imagined. I have been here before the end of the world. The square is surrounded by commercial buildings dozens of meters high. If we go directly through this square, the remaining distance is only 1 or 2 kilometers. Yang Guang explained to Zhang Wei and others. The aisle we have now, it is an underground commercial pedestrian street. Its length is more than 100 meters. After passing through, come out and walk half a mile, we arrived at People's Square. A group of 5 people moved forward quickly in tacit understanding. And what the 5 people don't know, the huge commotion in these few blocks, it has attracted some people's attention. A military helicopter, it started circling in the sky. Chapter 554 Condescending. And on the helicopter, the 2 people were wearing headphones and communicating as if no one was watching. In fact, the distance between the 2 is less than 1 meter. Sitting next to him were 4 or 5 soldiers with loaded weapons. However, due to the loud propeller sound of the aircraft, even if 2 people are very close to each other, you can only communicate using headphones. Sergeant Lee, why do you have to ask me to fly out? It's a mess down here, just let them fight. Lao Peng, take a closer look, it's not the people from Gaocheng who are fighting with the people from the water purification company. They were cleaning up the zombies. Sergeant Lee said somewhat speechlessly. Cleaning up zombies? Excuse me, the distance is too far, I can't see clearly, but cleaning up zombies is also a good thing. We don't need to care. I can't see how you passed the pilot exam. Go through the back door. You drive north, find a high point to land. Sergeant Lee pointed to the north and said, To the north? Are you crazy? There are all zombies over there. The only place on the ground suitable for flat landings is the People's Square. If you are trapped by zombies, but it's over, the commander is already dissatisfied with you. Listen to me, if there is any problem, I will take responsibility. Those guys should be heading north, otherwise they wouldn't land from the wetland park. Sergeant Lee, I heard that the bald guy is your cousin. His reputation outside is not very good. It seems that they are also called vultures. Do you really want to stand up for him? What do you think? My uncle asked him to report the news. It was said that my nephew's whole family was killed by those looters. The children and nephews in the family, none of the 8 or 9 people survived. This hatred is irreconcilable. I will retaliate for whatever I say. Your plane doesn't have to stop at People's Square. 50 or 60 meters next to the square, there is a commercial building over there. Helicopters can take off and land on the top floor. That's good, that's up to you. But I only stayed for half an hour. I made an appointment to play cards with someone at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you don't get on the plane, I'll pick you up tomorrow. I don't want to spend the night in a place like this. Whatever. The 2 of them were still talking about something. There was a beeping sound coming from the aircraft's instrument screen. Lao Peng immediately turned on a switch, and the sound of electricity came from the earphones. Soon, Lao Peng frowned. What's going on? The commander asked us to go back? No, Li Gang. Something happened. Let's go back. Lao Peng suddenly became very serious. What happened? I don't know if I should tell you. You tell me. The eagle's nest is gone, Lao Peng said with his hands spread out. I know this. Someone set it on fire. My nephews are all dead. No, Li Gang. It's a bigger deal. Everyone in Eagle's Nest is dead. Except for your cousin named Ertuzi. None of the rest survived. How is it possible? It's not said that. The intelligence received is this. No one survived at Eagle's Nest. The radio was repaired by Sergeant Fong. There should be no problem. He shouldn't joke about such a thing. But Sergeant Lee, if this news is true, then your second uncle and your relatives are all dead. How is it possible? Sergeant Lee's fists were clenched so hard that water came out. The base asked us to go back. I think we should return. No, Lao Peng. The base wants you and the plane to go back. My 5 brothers and I are not going to go with you. Just leave us on the top floor of the World Trade Center. Are you sure? Lao Peng confirmed again and again. I understand what you mean. Lao Peng. Those who can wipe out the entire eagle's nest are definitely not kind people. The 6 of us will act carefully. As for the base, don't reveal my whereabouts first, so as to avoid trouble from Sergeant Fong. Before you go back to the base, help me pass a message to Haishan, asking them to gather nearby within an hour, and not to let any woman or child go. Do you want the group of looters to take action? Well, the military factory is already saturated, and it doesn't matter if there are fewer people. You just send out 40 or 50 people, and tell them not to take anything from the military factory, so that the commander won't pursue it later. I know what you mean. When those guys were producing weapons, they hit a lot of private goods. Well, let's see what the quality of the weapons they produce is. But Laoli, you shouldn't make too much noise, and you can't expose the existence of the military. I know. While Lao Peng and Li Gang were still communicating, there were 5 other people sitting in the cockpit, all talking and laughing while chewing gum. Li Gang put on a green beret and said seriously, "Bring your guns. Take all 3 magazines. We're going to play a game today." Seeing Sergeant Li so serious, the people who were still talking and laughing immediately jumped up straight. However, you guys are not real soldiers. In just 3 months, you can achieve this effect through training, which is already very good, Li Gang said loudly. The plane finally landed on the roof of a tall building. When the engine sound disappeared, Li Gang organized the 5 people in a queue and said, "This mission is very simple. Don't get too entangled with zombies. And don't waste time with survivors. You can shoot potential dangerous people when necessary. Your main task is to find 5 people. These 5 people should be a 5-person team. 4 men and 1 woman. 2 of the men are college students. The woman is pretty. All beautiful women, whether they are alone or in a group, should be stopped." "Yes, Commander," the 5 people said in unison. "Oldly, then I'll leave first. This building is full of zombies. Take it easy when you go downstairs. Do you want me to take you to the square below?" "No, Lao Peng, I decided to stay here on purpose. It's condescending here. All surrounding squares and streets have an unobstructed view. Any survivors passing by can be seen clearly. Those people are going north, unless you take a long way around. Otherwise this is the only way to go. But there are not many zombies around here anymore. I don't think they'll take the long way around. No matter who they are, I want them to pay the price. I can shoot any man I want. The girl is waiting for the 6 of us brothers to have enough fun, then sell her to the crotch." Li Gang gritted his teeth and said, "Oldly, it doesn't matter what you say here, but don't let the commander know otherwise. You might have to eat peanuts. You need to know, the commander has always been very dissatisfied with you," Lao Peng said with some fear. "I know, I became a monk halfway. He joined his army after the end of the world. He always looks down on me. The reason why he didn't do anything to me, it's because I am the son of his comrade in arms. But my father died in the hands of zombies to save him. Then he owes my family his life. I'm not a real soldier, naturally. There aren't that many rules. Then I'll leave first." Lao Peng sighed, then he patted Li Gang on the shoulder. Not long after, the helicopter flew higher into the sky. And at this time, Zhang Wei and others also happened to emerge from the underground passage. "Look, there is a plane." Zhou had pointed to the sky in the distance and said, Chapter 555 Recruiting Troops. There really is a plane. What they said about Qin Tianshou is true. Hearing Zhou En's voice, Zhang Wei subconsciously raised his head. The other 5 people also looked up immediately. Zhang Wei took out his telescope. About half a kilometer away, a helicopter slowly took off, then fly farther away. Not even a minute or 2, it disappeared from sight. Seeing that Zhang Wei had not taken down the telescope for a long time, Zhou En asked curiously, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Strangeness, I don't know if it's an illusion. I thought I saw another iron-headed zombie wearing a helmet." "Iron-headed zombie? Is it the kind of iron-headed zombie from the Construction Site Association?" "Almost. It seems there are other zombies." "That's normal. There might be a leak on the roof of that building. And someone is doing repairs. Or maybe we need to install a billboard or something. The corpse of the worker has changed. It's normal," Lu Dolly said indifferently. "At this time, as long as it is not a group of zombies, even if 3 or 5 iron-headed zombies appeared in front of their group, it can also be solved. Attacking the head of a zombie is useless. Just attack the face and neck." Zhang Wei was not too concerned about the zombies on the top floor. In Zhang Wei's opinion, the zombie crisis breaks out. People fled to the top floor. It's a completely normal thing. They also did this in the student dormitories in the beginning. Then those who escaped were bitten and trapped on the top floor, turning into corpses. It's also a normal thing. After coming out of the underground passage to People's Square, there is still half a kilometer to go. There are many more zombies here than expected. Although there are survivors passing by from time to time, however, the actions of Zhang Wei and others still encountered resistance. However, the task of other survivors is to hunt zombies. Zhang Wei and others tried their best to get between the streets or various shops. The speed is obviously much faster than others. It can be seen that, before this action, many people in Gaocheng exist as residents of buildings. Because Zhang Wei works in many high-rise buildings from time to time. I saw someone armed running out of the corridor. These people probably just learned the news. But the spread of news, it is obviously much faster than the actions of Zhang Wei and others. This is probably related to the fact that the dozens of people in the restaurant left first. It's almost 3 o'clock now, even though we are only half a mile away from the square. But if you really have to go through these places, it will take at least an hour or two. We must cross the People's Square before dark. We have to work harder, Zhang Wei said after taking a look at his watch. It's an unknown place. It's too dangerous to fight alone. We need to use the survivors in these blocks. There is strength in numbers, Rejoice said after turning to look at the human survivors around. You make sense. Not only Gaocheng and the water purification company. Other survivors can also be mobilized. Zhang Wei knew that there should be more survivors watching around. Zombies are not the main danger. The biggest danger should still be the looters in the hospital called Rotten Pants. However, if they can encourage a few hundred survivors to go there, they can sneak in and fish in troubled waters. And the danger will be much smaller. And Zhang Wei has one more thing, which he has never told his teammates. That is, he has a special ring. If the guy nicknamed Rattlesnake is really a member of the mercenary organization, he may be able to sneak in. But if Rattlesnake is not a member of the mercenary organization, or does not recognize this ring, then a fight is inevitable. In an unknown place, the enemy has been operating for a long time. Zhang Wei and his team are at a disadvantage anyway. In layman's terms, it is almost like hitting a rock with an egg. We will temporarily disperse. Help the people around us to deal with the zombies. And attract more people to go north together. In 10 to 15 minutes, we will gather at this location. If we encounter danger that cannot be solved, or a group of zombies, we will blow an emergency whistle. Now start to check the watches. Zhang Wei took out his watch. It's 2:51 now. Remember, we are at 3:05. Meet here. Don't go too far. The straight line distance should not exceed 100 meters. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, just walk towards the north. There are more zombies over there. Of course, he will take care of it. Lu Dali, Yang Guang, Zhouan, Rejoice et al., they also drew their weapons, going in different directions. Lu Dali. Follow Zhouan. After Zhouan walked about 10 meters away, Zhang Wei said softly. Compared to others, Zhouan's technology, it's still a bit worse. Lu Dali nodded, followed slowly. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. I saw a survivor in front of me fighting against the zombies at the door. But the zombies haven't fallen yet. Zhang Wei quietly touched it. Knife after knife was struck on the back of the zombie's neck. 4 or 5 zombies, he was chopped down to the ground by Zhang Wei's sharp knife one after another. Just cut off the cervical vertebrae or nerves in the neck, Zhang Wei said to the people in the store. Are you from Gaocheng? A middle-aged man in his 40s asked inside. So what? I want to join you. You are too weak. I know, I just don't have a good weapon. Weapon? Zhang Wei looked around and found a dead survivor not far away, with a machete under his body. Zhang Wei immediately picked it up and threw it in. Here you go. If you can kill 20 zombies today, you will be Gaocheng. It's a deal. I'll follow you. Before Zhang Wei invited him, the guy took the initiative to speak. And several other people in the room, he also said eagerly, let's join in too. Except for the elderly, children, pregnant women, patients with disabilities, except for those who have never killed more than 10 zombies, except those who do not have their own weapons. Anyone else can. Bring your weapons, follow me, let's go north, come back before dark. Zhang Wei fooled around on every street corner, more people joined in. Less than 10 minutes, Zhang Wei and others formed a team of 17 or 18 people. Spread out a little, don't get too crowded, put the cordon farther away, otherwise it's easy to get dumped by the zombies. Leave after cutting, remember to last hit, don't be wary. Who is that? Come here, go and ask if anyone else wants to join Gaocheng. Meet at the intersection in 3 minutes. Not long after, next to Zhang Wei, a team of 20 or 30 people gathered. I didn't know you joined Gaocheng. Is it true or false? But hunting zombies today, it is for the survival of all survivors. There are people out there, powerful effort. If we don't clean up this street, we couldn't get out of the safe house for 10 days and a half. Not to mention collecting supplies. We are all in the same boat. I'll be the first to say something ugly this time. The action. To share joys and sorrows, advance and retreat together. Which one rushes to the street and flees or takes action against one of his own people? The person next to you, just chop him to death. Right, uncle, I said, we in Gaocheng don't accept old men here. Zhang Wei said to an old man with a white beard next to him. I know. You know it, and you still come? I have already become Gaocheng. The old man blew his beard and said with eyes wide open. Chapter 556 Hospital Airdrop. When did you join? At this moment, Zhang Wei felt like he had met a brother of the Tiandahui. More than 2 months ago. So you are my brother, I won't waste words on you, looking at your age. It doesn't seem appropriate to call you uncle, you can call me grandpa, old man. Are you sure you want to go north with us? Come with me first, my friend, and I will meet at that intersection. Zhang Wei chatted with the old man as he walked. And there were more than a dozen people before. When they saw Zhang Wei was walking back, they had to follow him immediately. Yes, I plan to go to the hospital. The old man answered. Go to the hospital? Binhai First People's Hospital? Zhang Wei's first thought was that Lu Yoyu had leaked their whereabouts. But the old man's next words dispelled their doubts. I'm going to find my granddaughter. She's a nurse there. Nurse? Hearing this, P&G stepped forward. What department is your granddaughter in? P&G studied medicine and asked the key question as soon as he opened his mouth. Surgery? Right. Or is it from the anesthesiology department? I don't remember. She is still an intern, but it's just such a building anyway. She should be found. All departments of Binhai Hospital, are they all in the same building? Yes, however. The oncology department and the inpatient department should be separated. There is also an outpatient department. It's also another building. Master, do you know the way? Then you still want to admit it? Just be literate. It's written on the outer wall of the building. Oh, excuse me. We also plan to go to the hospital, but we are not familiar with hospitals. But old man, how do you confirm that your granddaughter is still alive? It's been almost a year since the end of the world. Of course alive. I have been staying with her in the hospital, but 2 months ago. People from Gaocheng and I left the hospital to look for supplies elsewhere. I didn't go back much after that. My granddaughter asked someone to bring a message. She never wanted me to go back, because it's too dangerous over there. There are surprisingly many zombies, but I still decided to go back. If it is really dangerous, I'll take her out. Is that so? Zhang Wei had basically confirmed that the old man was not lying. But Zhang Wei had a bad feeling in his heart. If that place is already occupied by people with bad crotches, if the hospital becomes a devil's cave. The old man's granddaughter, I'm afraid it's going to be more bad than good. But there is also a possibility, if the old man's granddaughter is a medical staff, the guys with the rotten crotch wouldn't necessarily attack her. Boss, we brought back 7 people. Showen and Lu Dolly came from a distance. There are 5 willing to go with us. Rejoice also pointed at his back, 3 men and 2 women. I found 8 people. Yang Guang also brought a team of people over. Zhang Wei took a casual inventory. I found that there were about 30 people there. There are still some people around who are waiting and watching but have not made up their minds. However, Zhang Wei did not intend to waste time. If you go forward, you will definitely encounter more survivors. Ahead is People's Square. Everyone works in groups of 2 or 3. Let's meet at People's Square then. If you meet someone on the road who is willing to go with you, you can call us together. After arriving at the square, let's decide whether we want to go deeper or not. Okay, Mr. Gaocheng, I listen to you. You are also Gaocheng. From today on, everyone is a high city. We will work together in the future, unanimous to the outside world. Walk. Zhang Wei swung his knife gracefully. Dozens of people scattered in different directions on the streets and alleys. And Zhang Wei's team, except for the 5 people at the beginning, there is only one more old man. What do you call the old man? My surname is Bai, called by Dong Lai. Complete? Graduated? Yes. That's quite a coincidence. We just didn't graduate from high school. Lu Dolly said with a smile. Master Bai, you said you just came out of the hospital 2 months ago. It's been almost a year since the end of the world. Have you been in the hospital before? Almost 6 months, always in the hospital. So long? Does the hospital have so much food? That's not true. Our food and water supplies, they are all airdrops. Airdrops twice a month. Airdrop? There are a large number of medical staff in the hospital who survived. Some powerful forces feel that these people should be preserved. So go to the roof of the hospital, dropped an airdrop. The bottom of the hospital was blocked with hospital beds by survivors. The mutated zombies on the middle floor were cleared. So it is relatively safe. Then what are you doing out here? Isn't there free food? I don't know what happened 2 months ago. The airdrops that had always been coming suddenly disappeared. Although a helicopter passed above, but no supplies were dropped, so many patients. Medical staff and survivors, just organize it, the breakout began. Fortunately, the number of zombies. There are not as many as when the zombie crisis first broke out. So after we suffered about 30% casualties, most people also escaped. The remaining people are still trapped in the hospital, waiting for help. There are probably 40 or 50 people, however. They frugally saved food from previous airdrops. It should be enough for a month or two. My granddaughter, he is also one of the dozens of survivors. Her name is Bai Tingting. Throwing supplies for you. What kind of person is he? Or what kind of plane? Yang Guang asked curiously. It's a military aircraft. I look at those people, like a soldier. They had people getting off the plane, had contact with people in the hospital. But they said, it's more dangerous outside than in the hospital. Might as well stay in the hospital. Those people said, they can give everyone in the hospital enough supplies. But in exchange, hospitals want to treat their injured people free of charge. How many people were injured? In the beginning it was a lot. They are all incurable diseases caused by zombie bites. Later they found out, after this virus cannot even be treated well by hospitals, someone is bitten again, there was no need to fly over here. The person who was pulled over later, they are all other injuries. I see, he should be someone from the military. They regard this hospital as a logistics hospital. But something must have happened. Caused them to start 2 months ago. There will be no more airdrops to hospitals. But when we just came out of the underground passage, I obviously saw that helicopter, in other words. They are capable of delivery. In this way, probably that person from the so-called military, maybe there's not enough food. It's been almost a year since the end of the world. No matter how much food is stored, I can't stand such unnecessary consumption. There are zombies coming. Be careful. Lu Dali looked at the 4 directions. Listened to all directions. Suddenly he took out his weapon vigilantly. Chapter 557 People's Square. I just walked less than 20 or 30 meters. A large number of zombies rushed towards Zhang Wei and others. The old man nervously took out a knife. Do you know how to kill zombies? I understand. 26 in total. This is what I killed. By Donglai answered Zhang Wei. I remember it so clearly. Zhang Wei felt that the old man's mentality was not very good. One is just over 20 zombies. This is not as good as the number of zombies hunted by Zhang Wei and others in one day. Another thing is that this old man remembers this number so clearly. It shows that he is very sensitive. Maybe I'll be tossing and turning all night and unable to sleep, just thinking about these zombies. Master Bai, take it easy. I have no time to care about you. Seeing the zombies coming, almost a zombie swarm, Zhang Wei suddenly became a little nervous. Zhang Wei pulled out his long knife. Then he greeted him directly. Lu Dali at this time, he has already fought against the zombie at the front. The triangular army stabbed into the neck of a zombie, unexpectedly. The zombie was still struggling. He tilted his head and bit into Lu Dali's left hand. Fortunately, Lu Dali was wearing a pair of leather gloves. Lu Dali's left hand tightly grasped the zombie's gums, and his right hand pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet and stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket. After a while of stirring, the zombie was motionless. After this time, Lu Dali let go of the zombie's neck and stabbed directly into the zombie's eye socket every time. This can directly injure the zombie's brain. Even if the zombie did not die immediately, it would fall down and shake like an epilepsy and lose its ability to attack. Yang Guang did not use a dagger, but a machete he had picked up not long ago. Every time the knife goes down, the head of a zombie fell to the ground. After killing 17 or 8 zombies, Yang Guang struck the hardest part of the zombie's head several times. This machete is of average quality. Finally curled the blade. Yang Guang casually threw the machete on the ground. Then he pulled out his original dagger. Throat cutting and circumcision began. Showen and Rejoice did not take the initiative to attack. Only when zombies are close to the two of them, only 2 people will take action. Withdraw. There are too many zombies. I saw that the zombies behind showed no signs of decreasing. Zhang Wei decisively issued the order to retreat. Go this way, it's safe here. A few survivors in the distance were waving. Zhang Wei and others immediately turned right, heading towards those people to join together. It's just the zombies we met head-on at the beginning. They all followed Zhang Wei and others again. Run! Zhang Wei shouted anxiously. The people who waved at him thought they were just 20 or 30 ordinary zombies. After Zhang Wei and others passed the corner, only then did he realize that there were dozens or hundreds of zombies following him. Just like when the starting gun goes off in a marathon. Several people were scared to death. He immediately ran away. Zhang Wei knows, a zombie swarm of this size, it's not something a few of them can fight against. It can only be avoided through corners and obstacles such as a large number of cars. A car about 1 meter high, a group of 6 people can easily pass by pulling each other. But it takes more time for the zombies to crawl over. Even if it is more than 2 to 3 seconds, it was enough for Zhang Wei and others to open a distance of 10 meters. Finally, with the cooperation of a large number of other survivors, when Zhang Wei and others entered the building to take shelter, the zombie horde was thrown away. It's just Zhang Wei's feeling, the way back, it's risky again. One can only hope that these zombies can be killed by other survivors or lured to the river. Hundreds of zombies, as long as dozens of survivors work hard. In the case of using a trap or setting up an ambush, it can also be solved. Continue to disperse. Warning lines are placed 100 meters away to the left and right. And when there are zombies, don't yell or yell, just blow the whistle. Don't blow it until you're discovered, only blow when there is danger. Zhang Wei gave an order to the surrounding survivors. At this time, many survivors have unknowingly regarded Zhang Wei and others as their backbone. Not everyone has a whistle though. But basically every 4 or 5 people, there will be tools like whistles. Even without a whistle, some knowledgeable people, pinch your lower lip with your hands, it can be blown easily. Go all the way north. Zhang Wei and others encountered zombie groups more than once. But what can be solved will be solved by them. Cannot be solved, also try to avoid it, or take the approach of attacking in the east and attacking in the west, make noise, attract the zombies away. And around Zhang Wei and others, a team of several hundred survivors gradually gathered. These people spread out like a net. It's like a long snake array. All people have only one goal, that's People's Square. As for what to do there, I can't come back, there is no definite statement. When the survivors asked each other, everyone said it was Gao Cheng's order. This is a large-scale zombie cleanup operation. Compared to the time half a month ago, this time more people were mobilized. Even ordinary survivors and people from water purification companies also participated. And many small forces and other teams who heard the news, he also consciously joined the action. Although some are not gathering in a certain direction, however, everyone still sweeps the door and kills the zombies nearby like snow. In such actions, Zhang Wei and others also gradually approached the People's Square. On top of a building less than 100 meters away from People's Square, a man was lying on the edge of the rooftop. Like Zhang Wei, use a telescope to observe everything around you. And in different directions on the edge of the roof of this building, there are also people who are like soldiers, watching nervously. Chiefly, there's something going on here, one of them said. Chiefly, there are also a large number of survivors on my side. The person holding the telescope immediately hear the sound and move, running back and forth between the two. I asked why there are so few zombies in People's Square. It turns out that I was attracted by these people. What are these guys doing here? Are they from Gaocheng? Chiefly, I saw a beautiful woman here. Chiefly turned to the other side again. 1, 2, 3, 6 people. Although there is one more. But it should be this group of guys. Their skills in hunting zombies are quite sophisticated. The man called Li Changjun was actually Li Gang who had come here by helicopter before. Now he finally waited for Zhang Wei and others to fall into the trap. Li Gang was worried that he had made a mistake. So he took out a crumpled note and read it repeatedly. Even if it's not them, I would rather kill them than let them go. Load the bullets. Get ready to go downstairs. Li Gang gave the order. Sir, we are on the top floor of the 33rd floor. If this goes on, I probably won't be able to catch up with them. This building is full of zombies. The elevator is also out of service. Take the stairs. There shouldn't be many zombies walking up the stairs. Try not to shoot, even if I can't catch up with them. You can also catch them. I have asked Lao Peng to contact people in Montenegro. Chapter 558, The Three Kingdoms Stand in Dignity. Arrive, ahead is People's Square. One of the survivors said happily. Everyone, this is the destination of our trip. To be fair to you, our final destination, it's Binhai Hospital, but that's far from here, there is still some distance to go. Zhang Wei stopped. Everyone has shown sincerity to me today, that is Gao Cheng's brother, the road behind. We do not force you to go together. Everyone wait here, give everyone 5 minutes to think about it. If you feel you don't want to go, just go back by yourself. Zhang Wei knows. There will definitely be survivors going with them. There are always dozens of people. But the wealth and lives of hundreds of people here, it's not that Zhang Wei did it for his own selfish gain. You can sacrifice it casually. Everyone has to make a choice. This is a big lie told by a group of them pretending to be Gao Cheng. This brother, you are going to Binhai Hospital. Do you know where that place is? Not sure, you might as well talk about it. Although I have not been to Binhai People's Hospital since the end of the world, but I know it's a no-no zone. Gao Cheng doesn't have much say over there. How do you say this? That is the junction of 3 major forces. Gao Cheng is just one of them. But Gao Cheng is just an alliance of ordinary survivors in a few blocks here. It took less than a year to establish. And the other 2 forces? Their trees are big and have deep roots. It was very powerful before the end of the world. The other 2, is it white or underworld? Zhang Wei thought of the layout of the old city. This way, it should be the same. Right? Then I don't know. I only know the forces near Binhai Hospital. Just like the 3 kingdoms in the history books, those few miles around look a bit like Jingzhou during the 3 kingdoms period. Everyone wants to get it, however. It will also be attacked by the other 2 forces. Is it so complicated? Although Zhang Wei looks very dignified, but my heart was filled with joy. If it is a no-no-no zone where everyone is a hand, it's just convenient for him to fish in troubled waters. Master Bai, you lived there for so long. Do you know how many forces there are? Zhang Wei asked by Donglai next to him. I have heard. One of them is the army that delivers supplies to us, however. They did not intervene directly, the military-trained agents. It's a raider organization called Black Mountain, their leader behind the scenes. It was a guy named Sergeant Fong. I remembered, that guy's name is Fong Jirong. Fong Jirong? I met him face to face. That was still the 2nd month of the apocalypse. A helicopter brought a patient. It was Sergeant Fong's brother. It seems to be called Fong Jiguang. Ting Ting, as the bedside nurse, gave the bitten guy an emergency blood transfusion. The source of blood is none other than Fong Jirong. But that guy, still not getting better, 3 hours later. The corpse mutated. Fong Jirong solved him personally. Oh, that's it. Don't go too far. What about the other force? Another force? I don't know who is behind the scenes, but it's not a good thing. I heard that they committed murder, arson and other crimes. Why do I feel like I'm talking about a big fierce man? Zhouan whispered softly. Don't talk nonsense. Demingzi is not that kind of person. Zhang Wei, who had experienced many things, had already understood that Demingzi and Gunzi were not the kind of people in the rumors. Some of the rumors should have been deliberately spread by them, in order to confuse the audience. It should be the group of people from the Rotten Pants. Piao interrupted and said speculatively. If it is the Rotten Pants, the person behind it is the Rattlesnake. But I don't know if it is just the Rattlesnake, or the entire sun-devouring organization. If it is the entire organization, it should not disdain to do such a low-class thing as robbing women in the end times. Have the military fought with the people from the sun-devouring mercenary group? Zhang Wei found it unbelievable that the agents of these 2 forces could actually live in peace in Binhai Hospital. A small place like a palm. 5 minutes are up. Lu Dali next to him reminded. Only then did Zhang Wei look around. It was found that many survivors had knives in their hands. Because there are many zombies around the square, they came towards the gathering place where hundreds of people were gathered. If you are willing to go to the hospital, fight with me. I don't want to go. Everyone goes home. Be safe, superior. Zhang Wei also used the knife to kill towards the center of the square again. Zombies in People's Square, although many people were attracted away due to the crowd effect. But before that, there was still close to a quarter to a third. 300 to 500 zombies come together. The scene was quite spectacular. But the survivors are at the intersection of the streets. You can also use roadblocks to fight these zombies. Everyone listen to me. Since he is Gao Cheng's brother, whether going north or south, then kill this wave of zombies before leaving, one of them said. After saying this, no one objected anymore. If it were normal, so many zombies, the survivors had long since fled. But at this time, many people make people bold, also due to the narrow tube effect of street intersections. The survivors did not directly conflict with the zombie hordes. No one backed down for a moment. The survivors opened up a long snake formation at the edge of the huge square, fight against the zombie hordes. Zhang Wei knows. With the current number of survivors, each person only needs to deal with 2 or 3 zombies. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei knew that there was no longer much risk. Immediately take the lead and create a gap. Follow me if you go to the hospital. Zhang Wei turned his head, unexpectedly. The second person to follow was the old man by Dong Lai. Behind is Lu Dali, Yang Guangil. Old man, take it easy, I can't take care of you. It's not a big problem. 2 months ago, this is how I escaped from the hospital. Zhang Wei and others took the lead. A group of survivors behind immediately joined forces. For a time, 70 or 80 people followed. But more survivors, facing the unknown risk zone of Binhai Hospital instead. I decided to wait and see. Zhang Wei knows, survivors in the apocalypse, many are human spirits. If you ask him to join Gaocheng or the water purification company, he is very happy to do so. If you ask him to clean up the zombies, he will also actively participate. However, if it involves risky things, he will find excuses to refuse. Some of those who followed him were survivors who were too excited. And some of them might have other purposes for going to the hospital. In a few minutes, Zhang Wei and others rushed to the center of the People's Square. Only then did Zhang Wei look around. The whole surrounding area was full of high-rise buildings, some of which were 40 to 50 stories high, and some of which were 20 to 30 stories low. However, the entire square, a nearly circular shape with a diameter of more than 200 meters, had no buildings. The square was full of destroyed cars and rotten human corpses. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that in a high-rise building of more than 30 floors not far away, in the corridor window of the middle 15th or 16th floor, a man had already set up a rifle. Aim at the leading few people, listen to my orders, and shoot at the same time. Sergeant Lee, are we going downstairs to chase them? No. It's too late. Just shoot them directly. Don't let any of these looters go. They seem to be from Gaocheng. Don't let me repeat it again. Don't let any of them go. Chapter 559 Zombie Pursuit. Li Gang's mouth curled up slowly, but he still said, try to keep that woman here. The people around him nodded quickly, and adjusted their aim slightly, because Rejoice and Zhang Wei and others were standing too close. At this time, Rejoice naturally didn't know that someone had already targeted him, and was still chatting with Yang Guang. So Lu Weihua and Wang Yukun were colleagues who shared hardships before. Rejoice was trying to get Yang Guang to say something. More than just colleagues, they came from the same army, after demobilization, like me. They all worked in the SWAT team for several years. At that time, it was not the King's Bureau, its police officer Wang Yukun. But in peaceful times, SWAT is not of much use. Lu Weihua and Wang Yukun are both the kind of people who like to do practical things. So both of them were demobilized, directly transferred to Binhai City, starting from the grassroots police. Wang Ju's parents seemed to have some relationship, so I immediately became the chief of the anti-narcotics section. Later in Binhai, he was promoted to deputy director, as for Lu Weihua that is, starting from the grassroots police, but that's all before the end of the world. Is there some relationship between Wang Yukun's parents? Didn't you say you went abroad? I heard Wang Rulin say that she has never seen her parents since she was a child. She felt like she had been abandoned on purpose or something. Zhang Wei interjected and asked. Then I don't know, but what I can confirm is that Wang Ju's parents seem to be working in the country. Because Wang Ju has never made any international long-distance calls. Is this so? Zhang Wei felt a little strange. If we knew that Wang Yukun was dying of cancer, his so-called parents, he should also show up. But if you haven't shown up since the end of the world, then he should be dead. When Zhang Wei and others were chatting enthusiastically, suddenly there was the sound of breaking glass in the distance. All heads turned. His face suddenly changed. Because of the glass in several commercial buildings, they all broke apart. Commercial buildings do not have brick wall structures. All are high-strength glass. Dozens of zombies, jumping from tall buildings like rain. The first zombie fell to the ground, almost smashed to pieces, but the zombies at the back hit the zombie in front instead. He was only slightly injured. For a time, in all directions, there were sounds of glass breaking or zombies falling to the ground. Countless zombies, they came towards the center of Zhang Wei and others. Run! Zhang Wei knows, this situation is surrounded, it was almost impossible to survive. God knows how many zombies there are in these commercial buildings. Because from the perspective of the end of the world, every floor of the commercial building, it's almost an independent company. Land is at a premium in a place like this. A company, some have 1 to 200 employees. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the survivors at the back were desperate and rushed up. It was at this time, there was a gunshot. Then came the gunshots one after another. Who is helping us? Zhang Wei was still wondering who was helping to shoot the zombies. But he found that the person who fell down was actually the survivor next to him. The enemy is shooting, run across the square. As soon as the voice fell, everyone became panicked. Unknown enemies are the real terror. The survivors' formation, which had been moving regularly, became chaotic all of a sudden. Zhang Wei knew the direction of the gunshots, and winked at several teammates without making a sound. Then, he deliberately walked a few steps slower, and hid in the crowd. On the commercial building in the distance, Li Gang spitted fiercely on the ground. Damn it! Captain Li. Continue shooting? Don't waste bullets. Let's go downstairs and bypass the zombies. Hold on to them, and don't lose them. Okay. Captain Li. On the square. The zombies were still slower than the survivors. However, the few people who were just shot were not so lucky. Some of them were not dead yet, and were immediately knocked to the ground by the zombies. The screams could be heard far away. This further stimulated the ferocity of the surrounding zombies. Crazy pursuit of Zhang Wei and dozens of survivors. See the street across the street close at hand. Zhang Wei shouted to the people around him. Spread out and break out. Meet at the hospital. After saying that, he grabbed by Dong Lai's arm, began running all the way. At this time, Zhang Wei also realized the seriousness of the matter. Zombies are not scary. Just find a building to hide in. The scary thing is the enemy in the dark. If you guessed correctly, the bullet that was fired, it was for a group of them. Just zombies that happen to break out, make the bullets fired advance. Zhang Wei knows, from the sound of gunfire, there are at least 3 people on the other side. This is not something that the dozens of unarmed survivors here can contend with. A burst of bullets from a rifle, it's enough to bring down everyone here. Take that street. Zhang Wei pointed to a street not far away and said. Because Zhang Wei saw a lot of zombie corpses and blood stains. This had obviously been cleaned up by survivors not long ago. Compared to other streets, this street should be safer. Since the zombie corpses are still there, it should have happened in the past 1 or 2 days. Around this people's square, it seems that there are survivors. 2 minutes later, Zhang Wei and his group of 9 people were panting against the wall. In addition to the 5 people from the old city, and the old man by Dong Lai, there were 3 survivors who followed in a panic. Did you get rid of the zombies? Zhang Wei asked Yang Guang, who was in charge of the rear guard. Fortunately, there was a person who fell behind just now, and was knocked down by the zombies, and the attention of the zombies was attracted by him. Yang Guang, you are a special police. What do you think of the gunshot? Special. Special police? One of the survivors said excitedly. He's coming for us. Yang Guang said in a deep voice. Listen to the sound, a bit like the Type 95 automatic rifle. Type 95? What kind of gun is this? I'm not sure if it is. The Type 95 rifle is a rifle that we have developed for a long time, and was widely used in 1995. Caliber 5.8 mm, with high precision and high shooting ability, this kind of gun can penetrate 8mm steel plate within 100 meters and still has weak lethality. Very lethal. Yang Guang knows the models of guns very well. Last time I was upstairs opposite the WAM building, this is the kind of gun I set up. Did it penetrate the steel plate? No wonder the legs of those guys who fell to the ground are gone. Zhang Wei was frightened when he thought about it. This is since the end of the world, the closest to death. What do you think the other person's background is? I have no idea, Zhang Wei. I can't figure it out, logically speaking. This kind of gun. Only people in the military will use it. The shooting just now, I don't know if the gunman let us go on purpose. If you are a skilled shooter, it should be easy to kill us. In the case of, that is a warning to us. Prevent us from going to Binhai Hospital. If not, that's a miss. But no matter what, these guys are shooting at us. That's not good. Zhang Wei, I need to get one of these guns. This way we can survive. Yang Guang said seriously. Chapter 560. The hospital is in sight. Get a gun? How easy is this? Zhang Wei felt that Yang Guang was a little whimsical. But Zhang Wei also knows, at this time, only if you get a gun, only Yang Guang, who understands guns, can compete with him. But the enemy is in the dark, hard to guard against. In this strange place, one man versus a group of gunmen, that is also the old birthday star who hangs himself. Can't get a gun, all we can do is run away, Lu Dolly said worriedly. Never mind, let's go to the hospital first. Try to put it off until dark. In vain, the enemy will never be able to hit us. Zhang Wei opened the map, take a cursory look. Walk another half kilometer this way, it should be a hospital. Then act quickly. Zhang Wei hasn't taken a step yet. The other 3 strangers who followed were anxious. This is our first time here. If you 3 know the way, then lead the way. We are responsible for the aftermath. The 3 of them knew that their lives were at stake at this moment. Although there are unknown risks ahead, but fighting zombies is better than being shot to death randomly. So he nodded and agreed immediately. In their view, those who fired were killing indiscriminately without any purpose. After the 3 people walked 10 meters away, Zhang Weikai carefully said to his teammates, "The gunner's target is definitely us. We came all the way, in addition to fighting zombies, have not offended anyone. The only person to offend is, those are the guys at the Eagle's Nest. Only they can get in touch with people from the military. If I'm not wrong, that helicopter before, they brought the gunman here specially, but those who know our whereabouts, except for that guy Liu Yoyu, just the one who escaped on a motorcycle from Eagle Nest. It should be impossible for people from the water purification company to pass on the news so quickly. They also set up ambushes at key intersections in advance. We can only assume that those people are soldiers of the military, Yang Guang. Do you think it's possible to strike up a conversation with someone from the military?" Zhang Wei means, Yang Guang is also a policeman after all. Maybe his identity was revealed. We can still talk about it. It makes no sense. If we are in a situation of equal strength, maybe we can talk about it. If he really lives in the Eagle's Nest, now the whole family of the enemy, old and young, were killed by us. I don't think there's any point in putting a sheep in a tiger's mouth, Yang Guang said straightforwardly. Rejoice nodded in agreement. In that case, then we can't go back, target, Binhai Hospital. Zhang Wei holds the knife in his hand. He was the first to follow the footsteps of the first few people. After coming from the square, the density of zombies has increased again at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Zhang Wei knows, if you clean too much, it just made it easier for the gunman following behind. At this time, I still don't know if those people are chasing me from behind. Zhang Wei and others did not dare to delay for a moment. But I encountered more zombies. Hide if you can. If you can't hide, just rush forward. Kill a few first with random knives. Although the 3 strange survivors could not avoid the zombies in time and effectively, but they had obviously been to this street before. As for where there is a corner, which door can I enter? It feels familiar. With cooperation, it can also avoid most zombie swarms. Zhang Wei understands. That's the good thing about locals. If the old city falls, he can also lead survivors to fight zombies in the streets of the old city. But not here. Everything ahead is unknown. The street ahead, more than 100 meters, in addition to dealing with the zombies on this street, we have no choice. One of the survivors paused and said. Zhang Wei walked to the corner and looked. Only then did I realize how scary this street was. There are at least hundreds of wandering zombies, and further away, wherever you can see, it's the corner of the hospital gate. It seems that sporadic people can still be seen guarding the high-rise buildings of the hospital. Zhang Wei knows, probably the crazy movements of zombies, it also attracted the attention of survivors in the hospital. I just don't know what the scene is like over there in the hospital. Where should I go upstairs? Master Bai, do you know, how can I enter the hospital safely? East Gate. There are 3 or 4 ambulances at the East Gate. By ambulance, you can climb to the 2nd floor of the outpatient department building. The 1st and 2nd floors of this outpatient department are the emergency department. The zombies on the 2nd floor have been cleared away. Then go up through the stairs. On the 4th floor, 6th floor, 8th floor, there are indoor corridors that can go to other buildings, including inpatient unit. Look at this flat map. This is our location. Is this the location of the outpatient department? Zhang Wei pointed to a place with his finger and asked Mr. Bai Donglai to confirm. It depends on whether they can survive. There is no room for Zhang Wei to be careless. That's right, right here. There is a camphor tree about 1 meter in diameter next to it. You can also climb up. 1 meter in diameter, old man. Are you fucking kidding me? Lu Dolly came over and said. 1 meter in diameter? I can't hold it in my arms. How to climb? Zhou had also interjected and asked. No problem. In order to go downstairs in search of pure water, the back of that tree, we nailed the steel bars. Just ordinary people can climb up easily. You can also avoid zombies. When Zhang Wei was still hesitating, it was found that a large number of survivors began to appear at other intersections around the area. They were probably the people who broke out from People's Square before. These people obviously took a long detour. But because the destination is a hospital, came around again. Zhang Wei knew this was a rare opportunity. For every additional survivor, they will face fewer zombies. At this time, a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist. Zhang Wei can't control those people anymore. So Zhang Wei immediately said, from now on, We dispersed and broke out. Meet inside the hospital. There are 6 of us together. The goal is just too big. Those enemies with guns, since we are sure to intercept us halfway, then they should not have completely intervened in Binhai Hospital. Since this is a place where many forces converge, we might as well fish in troubled waters. From now on, we are divided into 3 groups. Lu Dali, Yang Guang, Zhou En's group, Rejoice, and Mr. Bai are in a group. Mr. Bai, just tell others that Rejoice is your granddaughter. Rejoice originally studied medicine. It shouldn't be a problem. I was alone with 3 other people. Zhang Wei pointed at the 3 survivors, who were still looking around. Boss, is it okay for you to be alone? No problem. These more than 100 zombies, the 8 or 9 of us, it's not possible to carry it hard. The only way is to lure these zombies away first, but this will definitely have to go back. We gathered together, on the contrary. It is easily recognized by those people, but they would never have imagined that. I'll go back. After the zombies were lured away, you can just rush across this street. Now, you guys find a place to hide first. Chapter 561 Lure the Enemy in Reverse. When Zhang Wei was talking, the 3 survivors had already walked over. Zhang Wei walked over and whispered, "The only place that can be confirmed to be safe now is inside the hospital. It's past 6 o'clock now. It will get dark in half an hour. We won't see zombies by then, but zombies can find us through sound. What do you want to do?" A survivor is also a person who has seen the world. I know what Zhang Wei said. There must be a way. At least the street we came to just now is clean. There are also places to hide on the road. Let's guide these zombies back and forth. After the zombies in this street are dispersed, it will be much easier later. Dispersion? How can this be dispersed? One survivor said in disbelief. He felt that Zhang Wei was playing tricks on them. Want to use them as victims. Many survivors have come here. After the zombies come out of this street, we'll chase you everywhere. Gather everyone's strength to kill these zombies. It's better than just a few of us resisting, and maybe those murderous gunmen are here again. Among you, someone must have offended them. Bullets are so precious at this time, otherwise, why would they shoot randomly? Then who knows? One of the survivors was a little panicked. It was obvious that he had done bad things before. You guys go and hide first, Zhang Wei said to Lu Dali and others. 3 people, if you think it's okay, after we trick the zombies over, just run in several different directions. Zhang Wei doesn't care how many people agree or disagree. I deliberately walked to the intersection of the street. He shouted at the zombies filling the street. Run! There are a lot of zombies here. Corpse. The echoes are still echoing. And a large number of zombies were already roaring and running towards Zhang Wei's direction. The zombies, who are close to each other, are the first to react. The zombies behind also immediately heard the news and moved, in the blink of an eye. There was a huge wave of corpses. It was in this street that there was a surge. When Zhang Wei shouted, the other 3 survivors were already running wildly. At this time, as long as you take a half step slower, after being knocked down by zombies, he would probably be chewed to pieces. Zhang Wei also knew that this was not the time to show off. He immediately kicked up his heels and ran wildly, and the direction of running, it was the direction of those 3 people. At this time Zhang Wei understood, follow these locals, naturally better than other survivors. How fast is the 100-meter sprint? After Zhang Wei and others passed the corner, it took a few seconds for the zombies to appear. But Zhang Wei and the others who escaped, it still hasn't disappeared from the sight of the zombies. The hungry zombies naturally refused to let go of this delicious food, roaring and chasing madly. Some zombies even lost their shoes, still barefoot. Didn't go far, Zhang Wei saw survivors carrying zombie corpses. Throw it into the sewer manhole cover. Run quickly, there are zombies! Zhang Wei shouted eagerly. There are zombies, can't we just kill them? What a fuss! The man walked into a door next to him calmly, and took out a watermelon machete, while the other man was still watching the jokes of Zhang Wei and the others. When the dense footsteps appeared in the ears of the 2 men, their faces suddenly turned pale. Come in quickly. At this time, the 2 men realized that it was too late to run away, and there were countless zombies in the square, so there was no defense at all. Just close the door. A violent banging sound appeared outside the door. The people inside hadn't had time to fasten the bolts and hold the door with heavy objects. He was immediately knocked upside down. More than a dozen zombies filed in. The man holding the knife only had time to make 1 slash. He was thrown to the ground by zombies, a bite on the neck. As for the other person, I still want to struggle to get up. He was also instantly knocked down by zombies. Screams of pain, it came instantly. And Zhang Wei not far away, he said to himself with some palpitations. Let you run away instead of running away, you deserve to die. But this is fine, the zombies chasing us, attracted by this scream, at least 1/10 less. That's all. Zhang Wei followed the three people through various streets, or take shelter between houses. Running, I found that the three people also had different physical strength, and ran away. Only Zhang Wei is left, and a short man in the end. He was blocked at the intersection by dozens of people. The leader, carrying something like a rifle, but wrapped in black silk. I can't see clearly what's inside. Where are you two from? One of the leaders asked. We are locals, the short man said tremblingly. Don't be afraid, Montenegro does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you are a local, that is naturally the best. Zhang Wei was also shocked at this time. These guys, is it Montenegro? One of the marauder forces? I heard that he was secretly supported by the military. It is said that they are secretly manufacturing guns and ammunition or something. He is a local, we are all locals, we are from Gaocheng, this. Shorty would like to introduce Zhang Wei, but I couldn't remember Zhang Wei's name for a while. My name is Yi Xiaobai, is a resident of People's Square, live in the apartment over there. Zhang Wei said without blushing or heart beating. You are from Binhai, too. I can tell it from the accent. Yes. Zhang Wei has made up his mind. Fortunately, the accent of the old town, it's the same as here. Zhang Wei felt a huge risk, because those who shoot, maybe he's one of these guys. It's just that Zhang Wei naturally didn't dare to run away at this time, so as not to arouse the suspicion of these people. While several people were still communicating, a dozen more zombies rushed over at the intersection. Go and get a few people, saw them, don't fire, so as not to alert the enemy, the leader said. Okay, line length. You guys tell me, have you seen 6 people, 1 woman and 5 men? Asked the man known as the line leader. At this time, Zhang Wei. He also pretended to be nervous and looked back, discover those people from the past. Wearing huge gloves like boxing gloves, he directly pressed the zombie against the wall, then used a western knife-like object that is as long as 1 finger, slit the zombie's throat. Zhang Wei knows, that's cutting off the zombie's neck nerves. In less than a minute, zombies rushing over, there is no one standing. Don't you understand me? Understood, but we haven't seen it before. Because I was afraid that the short man would spill the beans, Zhang Wei said pretending to be nervous. Just when these guys were cleaning up the zombies, Zhang Wei simply totaled the remaining number of them. No less than 40 people. That is to say, people from Montenegro come this way, between 40 and 50. And you, Wu Daolong? The line leader asked the short man. My name is not Wu Daolong, my name is Gao Yupeng. After saying this, all the people in Montenegro laughed. Okay, just teasing you. You two guys, just show us the way. Lead the way? Where to go? The short man asked with some fear. Go to the street next to the hospital. Chapter 562 Arrival at the hospital. Hospital? Why go to the hospital? We just came from there. Gao Yupeng hesitated. Don't worry. We are not killing innocent people. You two take us there, and I will let you go. The line leader promised. But there are countless zombies over there. Zombies are not a threat. The line leader quietly lifted the long object on his back a little bit. Gun! You have a gun! Gao Yupeng couldn't help but cover his mouth. Were you the ones who just shot and killed innocent people? Us, someone just fired. Gao Yupeng was a little shocked. Because they have just arrived here. Accepting an appointment, a matter of loyalty. They are here to do business. Who shot? The line leader asked calmly. Can I know, however? Many people were killed and injured. We both almost got hit, right in the center of People's Square. Someone is shooting remotely from a tall building. Is it that guy? The line leader said to himself. Who is it? Zhang Wei pretended to grit his teeth. Don't think about revenge or anything like that. If you guess correctly, the gun was shot by a guy named Li. But since he arrived early, why did you invite us over again? I see. He asked us to set up an ambush here in advance, deliberately shooting to drive people away, drive people to the hospital. The line leader said to himself. The one named Li? Are they also one of yours? Zhang Wei asked, deliberately pretending to be stupid. It's still not possible to confirm who the enemy really is. I can only pretend to be stupid. Boy, you better not ask more questions, otherwise. I don't know how I died. Some people, even if you are from Gaocheng, it cannot be easily provoked. Take us to the hospital. Then you agreed, go to the hospital. Just let us two go, we're going to spend the night in the hospital. It's too dangerous out there. No problem. I still have 2 stray companions. Gao Yupeng couldn't help but add something. If you meet, just call them together, if not encountered, I didn't go out looking for it either. It's getting dark, the line leader said speechlessly. Seeing this group of people, he is not particularly domineering and killing innocent people indiscriminately. Zhang Wei also gave up the method of getting rid of them. Just fishing in troubled waters, let these people be taken into the hospital. Dozens of people left at once. Faced with small-scale zombies, there is almost no pressure, not even a shot was fired. Zhang Wei's previous strategy was correct. The zombies have long been dispersed by them. However, along the way, Zhang Wei and others, from time to time, zombies were seen chewing on the corpses of survivors. This wave of escape just now, there are also many survivors who are surrounded by zombies. There is no way to fight against the zombie tide, except hiding inside a strong bunker. Not long after, Zhang Wei and others returned to the street where they had hidden. By this time, the building was already empty. The whole street is deserted. Lu Dali and others did not know where they had gone. Zhang Wei knows. If the zombies are led away by Zhang Wei and others, then they're probably safe. People from the Montenegrin organization, after arriving at this street, I didn't want to continue walking to the hospital. Let's just wait for those people here. See a beautiful woman, pay more attention, that guy Sergeant Lee, use us as gunmen, but we don't necessarily have to sacrifice our lives for him. Those people can easily kill so many people in the eagle's nest. He is definitely not a good person. Maybe he's a desperado. If someone comes later, let's put some water in it. Don't let your brother suffer casualties. Okay, brother. Line eldest brother. If our ammunition production line hadn't been shut down, why do you have nothing to do and mess around? The line leader said, on the other hand. He began to look at Zhang Wei and Gao Yupeng again. This is the hospital. If you have no opinion, let's just go in first. Zhang Wei dragged Gao Yupeng and said, at this time, don't let Gao Yupeng let some things slip. Let's go. Don't tell anyone about seeing us. Let brothers find a way to pry open the doors around here. We hide nearby, spend the night in the house, pay attention to whether there are zombies in the house. Zhang Wei has been slow to take steps, because he was worried that this guy called the line leader would do something dirty. But after meeting all the people, after everyone started getting busy, Zhang Wei slowly walked towards the hospital. However, he still held Gao Yupeng's hand while walking. In case something goes wrong, he dragged Gao Yupeng in front of him. These guys are here to cause trouble for the 5 of them. Zhang Wei guessed it from the beginning. Just because the group of them happened to be scattered, it was not recognized. But the guy who shot, how did you recognize us? There are so many survivors. There are also many women. Is it because Rejoice is too beautiful? Zhang Wei couldn't help but think. Brother Yi, Gao Yupeng was a little panicked. Your 2 friends. I suggest you go to find them after dawn tomorrow. If they are not dead at this time, you should also find a place to hide. Then I follow you. Gao Yupeng has only been looking at Zhang Weima at this moment. Just you. Zhang Wei slowly walked towards the hospital. The surrounding zombies seemed to be led by the survivors. After a few tens of meters, in addition to seeing the bodies of horizontal and vertical, Zhang Wei. The 2, I did not see other survivors and zombies. When he was far away before, Zhang Wei could still see the survivors patrolling on the upper floors of the hospital. But when he got closer, he saw nothing. Remember what the old man said? The ambulance and the tree on the east side can be climbed. It was getting darker and darker, and the vision was only visible for about 10 meters. However, Zhang Wei still found the east gate of the hospital with his sense of direction. Just when Zhang Wei and the others found the big camphor tree, they wanted to find the steel bars embedded behind it, and planned to climb it. A wine bottle, it hit the ground around it. Who? A cold voice came from upstairs. One of our own. Zhang Wei immediately raised his hand. Squat down and talk, turn your back. Zhang Wei had no choice but to turn his back. Throw your weapons and backpacks to the ground. Zhang Wei and Gao Yupeng had to do it. Stay away from weapons. After Zhang Wei took a few steps, a rope hung down from the tree. 3 people slid down one after another. 2 of them, they knocked Zhang and Wei to the ground indiscriminately. Zhang Wei resisted the urge to take out the metal chopsticks and knife. But he did not forget to mutter, be gentle, lighter. It hurts. It hurts. Chapter 563, One of Our Own. Not long after, Zhang Wei and Gao Yupeng were tied up. Brother, you tie us up like this, we can't climb the tree, it will kill people. We had no intention of letting you 2 live. Then just let us go, we are not bad people either, we are from Gaocheng. People from Gaocheng. Zhang Wei's words made the man seem a little afraid. Yes, people from Gaocheng, We made an appointment with our friends to meet here. It's an old man. His granddaughter is a nurse in this hospital. Didn't the old man climb up from here just now? Is there an old man? The kidnapper asked. I don't know, just change the shift. Another answer. Or let it go, so as not to accidentally hurt one of your own. You idiot, what if they lie? You two think about it carefully, it's already at this point. Do we need to lie? If there are no acquaintances here, are we going to come here? Makes sense. Let's get it up there too. Brothers all said that there was a lot of noise around here today. We have to be careful. As the man spoke, at the same time, he untied the two men from Zhang Wei. After you go up, I will put you in one place, waiting for the old man to come and fetch people. Don't act rashly. A big shot came to the hospital today to see a doctor. Don't offend anyone. That's natural. We just need to spend the night. Gao Yuping said happily. He didn't even know that he had a brush with death. Zhang Wei can see that. These two guys really intend to kill people and steal goods. I just heard that the two of them were from Gaocheng, and I had some scruples. Slaughter the people of Gaocheng, in case someone sees, and stabs him out, but you can't eat it if you carry it around. Gaocheng is also one of the three major forces here. The two went upstairs under the supervision of 3 people. From beginning to end, the other party never returned the packages and weapons. Until after going upstairs, Zhang Wei Kai saw a survivor looking greedily at Zhang Wei's long knife. This knife, give it to me, said a man in a trench coat. This knife can't be given to you. Zhang Wei was speechless. Why not? Do you know what is this place? Do you know what happened to the last person who had the idea for this knife? Boy, you threatened me. You die here, no one will know. Which side are you on? Zhang Wei asked bluntly. This guy, definitely not from Gaocheng. Not necessarily from Montenegro. If you are from Montenegro, they must have already come to deal with the people outside who were armed. Then, there is only one possibility. They're crotch-bad people. It's none of your business. Zhang Wei and the man in the trench coat were bargaining. The rest of the people, I'm looking through Gao Yupeng and Zhang Wei's backpacks again. He also showed expressions of surprise from time to time. You are looters. Gao Yupeng suddenly realized. Impossible. Doesn't it mean that the hospital hasn't fallen into ruin yet? I heard that 1/3 of the medical staff are still staying behind. The hospital is not in ruins, but now it's our boss who's in charge. Now, I want something. You won't refuse to agree. Your boss is a bad crotch? Zhang Wei asked. These words stunned the 3 of them. Boy, do you know how the last person called Rotten Crotch died? You just screamed too. Slick Tongue, the last person who was called that, our boss smashed his crotch with a jack. You call it like this, I'll kill you too. No one would object. You'd better not mess around, I said. You can't touch that knife. Look what this is. Zhang Wei took out the ring he had taken from Ajin before. A pattern of a cobra swallowing the sun. Good stuff. I accept it with pleasure. The man in the windbreaker took it and put it on his hand. Don't you recognize this ring? Don't you know where it came from? Zhang Wei was stunned. Could it be that this guy is a low-level junior who has never seen this ring? Or maybe Ajin was joking. Does the ring have a history? Was it worn by Qin Shi Huang? Or was it worn by Emperor Wu of Han? The 3 of them laughed. You two stay here for now. After I consulted several bosses, let's see what we do with you. The man in the trench coat buttoned his trench coat, then he deliberately flashed the ring in front of Zhang Wei, then he left without looking back. I'm going to find something to eat, the other one said. Also left. What are you looking at? I won't leave, look at you. The last man with glasses said. You like my knife too? Zhang Wei saw the man with glasses staring at the knife in trance. It's better not to take advantage of this knife. Everyone who took advantage of it is dead. The next one might be the man in the windbreaker. Zhang Wei said jokingly. What a joke. Do you know how many people that Big Brother just killed? And how many zombies he killed? It's not an exaggeration to say that he killed thousands of people. Why don't you let us go? The knife is for you. When the time comes, you can hide the knife yourself and say that we have run away with it. Seeing that the ring was useless, Zhang Wei was also thinking of other ways to get out. At this time, we can't place all our hopes on that old man by Dong Lai. I don't know where my teammates are. Zhang Wei had no intention of staying in this shabby place forever. The man with glasses said nothing. I started to close my eyes and relax. Not long after, there was a loud noise outside the house. Where are the people? A commanding voice asked. Brother Feng, it's inside. The voice of the man in the trench coat also came. Give me the ring, release the people quickly. Brother Feng's footsteps came closer and closer. It was at this time, the door where Zhang Wei and the two were imprisoned was opened by the man with glasses. Who are you? Brother Feng also met Zhang Wei for the first time. My name is Yi Xiaobai, came from the square. That thing is mine. Zhang Wei pointed at the ring in Brother Feng's hand and said, I want to know, where did this ring come from? Where did it come from? I don't remember either, it seemed like it was given to me by a tall foreigner. Should we call it an orangutan, a monkey, or a giant buffalo? So you are really a distinguished guest. Brother Feng immediately changed his expression to a flattering one. The way he addressed Zhang Wei changed from you to you. Are you the one with the rotten crotch? Zhang Wei asked tentatively. Brother Feng nodded. We are one of us. Zhang Wei immediately extended his hand of friendship and shook it with Brother Feng. Finally, I found the organization. Zhang Wei said excitedly. Is that rattlesnake brother still here? Are you talking about that big shot? He hasn't been here for a long time. Hearing that Zhang Wei really knew a lot of people, Brother Feng's doubts were immediately gone. Well, have a good rest today. That guy, glasses, have someone prepare some food and wine. And that guy, come over here and kneel down. Brother Feng, please spare my life. I don't recognize this ring. Am I talking about the ring? I'm talking about your eyes. Brother Feng drew out his knife. Eyes? The man in the windbreaker didn't understand. Since you have no eyes, there's no point in keeping them. I'll help you destroy them. Brother Feng, spare my life, Brother Feng. Forget it, Brother Feng. Why bother with such a small person? Let him live. If you destroy his eyes, isn't it the same as killing him? How about this? This guy just stole my knife and my ring. You can just cut off one of his hands. Well, whatever you want. Just make yourself happy. Brother Feng said indifferently. Then it's settled, leave him alive. I heard there's a group called Bo Hao, who specializes in taking in disabled people. Maybe he can make a living there. Then chop off his hand. You can do it. Zhang Wei patted the man with glasses on his shoulder. Chapter 564 Hospital Visitors. Brother Feng, I can't do this. The man with glasses was immediately shocked. You also want to join Lame Hao? Brother Feng asked with a threatening look. Then let me try. The man with glasses had no choice but to agree. The man in the trench coat suddenly turned pale. I said, my knife is a bad omen, you must not listen. For this guy, Zhang Wei showed no mercy at all. Even if this guy doesn't die after his hand is cut off, it won't become a climate anymore. There is no need to cut the grass and remove the roots. Zhang Wei estimated, this man named Brother Feng, there was no intention of letting him leave. Brother Yi, then you have a good rest. I arranged the food and drinks. You can eat whatever you want. By the way, why are you here? Brother Feng asked a little embarrassed. What not to do? I just happened to pass by here. It's a mess outside. It's pretty safe here, by the way. There is an old man named by Dong Lai. He and his granddaughter are my friends. You tell me to go down. Don't let the people below make things difficult for them. And if they are free, you can ask them to come here to meet me. Is that old man a doctor? It seems not, but his granddaughter seems to be a nurse. Nurse? You may not be able to get away from this. What's the meaning? It seems like a big shot came to see the doctor. Hospital doctors and nurses were called. Who? Such a big pomp. Don't pry. It's not something we should know. Etc. Do me one more favor. Seeing Brother Feng preparing to leave, Zhang Wei quickly stopped him. What else? If you meet someone who comes to the hospital, don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, could be my friend. You can help me inquire about it by the way. Let's see if there is a 3-person team with good skills. 2 of them are students. For safety, Zhang Wei did not directly name Zhouan, Lu Dali and others. No problem. Brother Feng, one more thing, I don't know whether I should say it or not. You say. That time on the street just now, we encountered dozens of people armed with live ammunition. They claim to be organized by Montenegro. I don't know if they came for the hospital, but it's always right to be cautious. Loaded guns and live ammunition? Are you sure? Brother Feng said with some disbelief. I won't lie to you. This friend of mine can testify. You can also send someone over to inquire about it. I heard that these people open fire in People's Square. They come here. I heard it was to kill the rattlesnake boss and the others. Want to take action against us? I'll report it to the people above first. You stay here. Don't act rashly. Brother Feng heard what Zhang Wei said. I immediately felt the seriousness of the situation. It's normal for people from Montenegro to show up here. Because in this hospital, Survivors in Haishan and Gaocheng are often hospitalized here for medical treatment. But if the gun is loaded with live ammunition, that's another way of saying it. Brother Feng needs to report it to the higher-up boss. It's best to make some preparations in advance. After Brother Feng left, it didn't take long for someone to actually bring good wine and food. Zhang Wei is naturally not polite. All the wine was given to Gao Yupeng, because he wants to keep a clear mind. However, Zhang Wei accepted the delicious food without any hesitation. Brother Feng. That guy, it would have been easy to kill him long ago. There's no need to do anything like this. It's rare to have a delicious meal by the seaside. Zhang Wei only then realized how wealthy this group of robbers were. There were even braised fish, peanuts, and other side dishes. Halfway through the meal, the man with glasses came back and stood respectfully aside, waiting for Zhang Wei's dispatch. Where's that guy? He lost too much blood and died. Dead? Isn't this a hospital? Didn't anyone stop the bleeding and bandage him? Brother Feng didn't say anything, so naturally no one was willing to help. But that guy wasn't very popular either. Okay, come here. I'll ask you a few questions. Zhang Wei called the man with glasses to sit down. Then let him eat the rest of his meal. The man with glasses refused to accept it, no longer polite, while answering Zhang Wei's question. Through what the man with glasses said, only then did Zhang Wei know. The sphere of influence of Rotten Crotch, the entire hospital was not radiated. His people only occupied this building on the outpatient building side, and there are a lot of people with rotten crotches. It's not all here either. Only a few people are left here. Take care of the materials stored here that they looted and robbed. As for the main force with bad crotch, where did you go at this time? I didn't know for a while. The man with glasses said, the hospital is a palm-sized place. It is also a place of right and wrong. There are many forces. Covet the resources of this place. Zhang Wei asked again, this shitty place has no village in front and no store in back. What resources are available? The man with glasses said, there are medical resources here. The entire Binhai city, there is no other place. The medical resources can exceed those here. One reason is that a large number of doctors and nurses survived here. Another reason is the variety of medical equipment and drugs here, better than any other hospital. The reason for this situation is, it's precisely because this is a no-nonsense zone. There are many survivors who owe the medical staff here. So no one wants to take advantage of the doctors and nurses here. Because I am worried about being retaliated by others. Zhang Wei asked again, who was on duty before, did you see an old man approaching with a beautiful woman? The man with glasses said he didn't know. The person who handed over the handover didn't know where he was. But the man with glasses also told Zhang Wei not to worry. Although people here are a little greedy, but for people inside the hospital, he never kills innocent people indiscriminately. The survivor force in this hospital, although some come from different forces, however, the opinions temporarily reached a surprising unity. They are unanimous in facing the outside world. The man with glasses said, every morning at 9 o'clock, there will always be hospital survivors meeting on the top floor. If he goes to find someone by then, or find someone to ask for news, you might as well try it on the rooftop. At this time, it's already dark. If you are wandering around outside, as a new stranger here, it is prone to accidents. The man with glasses arranged a separate room for Zhang Wei. It's the inpatient ward of the hospital. Bathrooms and beds are all available. However, Zhang Wei strongly requested to live with Gao Yupeng. One more person, just be more vigilant. And Zhang Wei calculated the time. From their landing, 2 full days have passed. If you want to get the medicine that meets Wang Yuken's symptoms in the past 2 days, we must find out the whereabouts of the medicine. Although that drug is rare, but it is of no use to ordinary survivors. Zhang Wei is already imagining, what excuse should I use? Got those drugs. But Zhang Wei also knows, the most important thing now is to find Rejoice. Or come to that old man through Bidong, contact his granddaughter. As a trainee nurse in this hospital, there should be no one who knows this hospital better than her. Chapter 565 Above the Roof. Even if the door is closed, Zhang Wei was also unable to enter deep sleep. Because Zhang Wei discovered this guy Gao Yupeng, my IQ is really a bit worrying. I don't know how I survived in the last days. He was probably the kind of person who helped count the money after being sold. The next day, Zhang Wei Tian had already woken up at dawn, and this guy Gao Yupeng, still sleeping like a dead pig, snoring like thunder. Zhang Wei had to pretend not to hear, sit cross-legged on the bed, thinking about how to escape when the time comes. Those people from the Montenegro organization, it was obviously for the 6 of them. It is impossible for Zhang Wei and others to blatantly return the way they came. At this time, there is no way to continue going north and take a long detour. Because there was no place to clean up the zombies, it is impossible to move even an inch. There were corpses everywhere along the way, let Zhang Wei realize. There was almost no way for them to escape. The man with glasses knocked on the door. Gao Yuping finally woke up from his sleep, still muttering. How come it's dawn so soon? I just fell asleep. Get ready, we're going to the top floor of the hospital. If you still want to go find your two buddies, you might as well go above and ask about their news. Gao Yuping had exactly what he meant when he heard this. After yesterday's dispersed breakout, he never saw his friends again. The emergency building has 8 floors in total. Each floor houses different outpatient departments. But the outpatient department, there are also wards and beds, because some outpatients, it requires short-term hospitalization and infusion treatment. This is Zhang Wei's judgment based on his previous experience in the hospital. Binhai has not restored power supply like the old city. Because Zhang Wei and others, you can only climb up from the corridor. After passing the 4th floor, on the 6th and 8th floors, Zhang Wei even made the mistake of going out to take a look. I found that it was indeed what old man Bai Donglai said, there is an air corridor. These corridors, next to it is transparent high-strength glass. The length is not very long either. It looks like about 10 meters. It should be convenient for patients and their families to pass before the end of the world. Zhang Wei knows, medical staff should not stay in outpatient departments and emergency departments. Because it's too small here. And I guess those people can't be together with the Rotten Crotch group. So I need to find someone. Maybe we still have to go through this corridor, go to other courtyard rooms. Only less than 5 minutes, Zhang Wei and Gao Yuping, he was led by the man in glasses to the top floor of the rooftop. It was only then that I realized that a large number of survivors had gathered on the rooftop. There were ordinary people. 1 or 2 people wearing hospital gowns. And more people like Sharp Brother. Like beggars who had not been punished for a long time. 20 or 30 people were chatting lazily on the rooftop. And some were exchanging supplies. More people were also looking further away, observing the movements of the zombies around them. After a night, there were more zombies on the surrounding streets. Although there are not as many as before they were cleaned up, but it also posed a challenge to Zhang Wei's escape plan. Now Zhang Wei only hopes, water purification company and people from Gaocheng, I can work harder for a few days. This guy Gao Yupeng, as soon as I went upstairs, I chatted with someone as if I were familiar with him. Inquire about what is happening outside. But the survivors in this hospital, I basically never go out, regarding the external situation, don't know either. I only know that the people in Gaocheng made a big noise. People in Montenegro don't even know, already ambushed around. As soon as Zhang Wei went upstairs, I started searching for a few teammates. But what surprised Zhang Wei was that, those familiar figures, he didn't see any. We obviously agreed to meet here. Why didn't they come to the hospital? Or are you hiding in a certain room in the hospital without showing your face? When Zhang Wei looked around, opposite the inpatient department, on the edge of a 20-story high-rise building, there is also an old man looking down at the roof of the outpatient department. Zhang Wei only saw an old man with white hair showing his head and half of his body. In a blink of an eye he was gone again. There seems to be someone upstairs. Zhang Wei pointed to the top floor opposite and said to the man with glasses, "You mean the inpatient department? It's actually pretty much the same over there. Survivors and patients were sunbathing on the rooftop, exchanged material information, the hospital door is blocked, the survivors could only walk on the rooftop and corridors. How about we go over there through the corridor? I didn't find the person I was looking for here. Zhang Wei just wanted to get there quickly. Can't go up. Above are some distinguished guests or patients. We went up hastily, it will be blown down." The man with glasses was a little helpless. It can be seen that he also wanted to be one of the distinguished guests. Who was that white-haired old man just now? He seems to be still wearing a hospital gown. I have no idea. It should be here for treatment. People from other places often come here. The helicopter took off and landed directly on the top floor of that building. But in the past 2 days, it seems that a big shot did come over. I heard Brother Feng say, it seems to be the chairman of City Lights or whoever. City Lights? Could it be Wang Guangliang? Zhang Wei couldn't help but guess. I don't know who it is, the old man you mentioned. I've seen it here a few times too. I usually sit in a wheelchair. It seems like I have cancer. I saw him in his usual wheelchair. There are potion bottles hanging on them. I see. Cancer? Does Wang Guangliang have cancer? No wonder no one went to the old town to cause trouble for us. But there seemed to be an old man opposite. It may not be Wang Guangliang. Wait until the man with glasses walks away. Zhang Wei began to think deeply about this issue. If you say this, my reasoning is correct. Someone has cancer and is being treated here. Presumably anti-cancer drugs can be found here. Maybe we can find a cure for Wang Yukan's lung cancer. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that white-haired old man, after taking back my body, he immediately asked the two people next to him, "Is there any new news? What happened?" "Which side are you talking about? Old Town or Seaside?" "Old Town. Of course, this side of the seaside, it's just some small forces messing around. Let them do the hard work." "Mr. Wang, we received the news, although I don't know if it's true or not, but it's not good news." "What news?" The white-haired old man was stunned. "The chess pieces we planted in the old city, they were all dug out, and Wu Buddha and Iron Tower, they all died not long ago." "Oh, how did this die? Don't they both have hundreds of cronies below?" "Have no idea. We also got some news. After Wu Fo and Iron Tower died, a new force has now been established in the old city. His name is Juman Admiral. I heard it is an alliance between black and white." "Is there such a thing? Did the guy named Demingzi compromise with the guy named Stick?" "Yes, according to the information we got from people at City Light. The real estate development there, now there are 9 people in charge. We also obtained some of their information. Do you want me to read it to you?" Chapter 566 Intelligence News. "Explain." The old man put a transparent plastic cover over his mouth. It turned out to be an oxygen mask. "And on the top floor of this tall building, because the area is as big as half a football field, therefore, there are more survivors than on the top floor of the building where Zhang Wei is located." A person helped straighten the small oxygen tube on the back of the old man's wheelchair. The other person pushed the old man towards a corner with fewer people. One of the bodyguard-looking people wearing sunglasses whispered, "This is the news from the people below us. Now the black and white parties in the old city have reached a compromise. The guy named Big Mingzi and the guy named Stick have formed a temporary alliance." "You go on. Who are those 9 people in charge? Wu Buddha and Iron Pagoda. Did you die in their hands?" The old man opened the oxygen mask. After saying that, he immediately closed it. "It's like this. Demingzi and Stick joined forces. An organization called the 9 Admirals was established. There are 9 branches down here. There are 9 Hall Masters in charge. That's what they call it, Hall Master." "Oh, a bit interesting. Admiral of the 9 Gates. Why not call him Lord? The details of these guys, have you figured it all out?" The old man asked with interest. I'll tell you all in detail." The man in sunglasses parked his wheelchair in the corner of the rooftop. The side of this place, unobstructed view. You can even see part of the Metasequoia forest where the eagle's nest is located. The old man said nothing, but the man in sunglasses calmly took out a small notebook from his pocket. He began to say, "I'm afraid I'll remember the wrong news. Misled you, the information came, no matter how small it is, I wrote it all on this. Just talk about those 9 people, the rest, skip it." "Good, there are 9 hall masters below them. The master of one of the halls, it's a guy named Ghost Hands. This guy is a cripple, only 8 fingers, aged between 30 and 40 years old. It was he who took over Wu Fo's mining gang. Mr. Wang, if we want to get the open-pit coal mine in the old city, I'm afraid this stumbling block must be removed." "It's useless. Kill him. A new hall master will appear, unless the entire old city is knocked down. The coal mines and thermal power plants in the old city are all things I want. Got these things. We can restart the Binhai refinery, just the oil and oil pipelines and oil storage depots, refined into gasoline. It will last us 3 to 5 years. What is the origin of this disability?" Mr. Wang asked with interest. "We didn't find this, because I don't know what his name is. No way to find out. But the rumor says that this guy's severed finger, it was cut off because of gambling." We later went to some old gangsters in the old city to inquire. They said this guy called Ghost Hand, I lost my finger 7 or 8 years ago. His Japanese invested electronics factory in Binhai City. When doing assembly line assembly, my finger was accidentally caught in the belt shaft of the machine and was broken. "Oh, a Japanese factory? It seems that there used to be quite a lot of Japanese and Japanese factories here in Binhai." I heard about that Japanese factory, not willing to compensate for work-related injuries. So that guy called Ghost Hand set a fire. Most of the Japanese workshop was burned down. Then Guisho escaped. People thought he had gone to other places, but I didn't expect that he would hide in the old city. He took refuge in Demingzi. After Wu Fo died, this guy will fight against the Buddhist people, all cleaned up. I heard hundreds of people died. It's interesting. Where did you get the news that he is a fugitive? The news that City Lights wants to investigate. Of course, it can be found easily. When the zombies first broke out last year, there were a few gangsters who came swimming. He's a fellow countryman of the guy named Guisho. Those guys are now our hired thugs. Wu-Fo is not an ordinary person. This guy can take over Wu-Fo's position. It's never as simple as it seems. The old man made a concluding speech. The second hall master, it's a guy named Pastor. This guy took over the construction site committee of the tower. We checked his origins. He may be related to the Marina Church. Coastal Church? Is it related to that priest? I asked the people at Binhai Church about it. They say that before the end of the world, the priest had 2 apprentices, 1 man and 1 woman. The man's nickname is Pastor. The female nickname is Nun. This Nun, no one knows what her current identity is. But it is said that after the end of the world, she has also been secretly building her own power. And that guy called the priest, I heard that he went to the priest to say goodbye, went to the old town by boat alone. This was all 5 or 6 years ago. Later this guy named Pastor joined the Hengtai Oasis in the old city later. He also served as the chairman of the owners committee. After the end of the world, he even became the secret talker of Hengtai Oasis. But when did he plan to become the admiral of the 9 sects? We can't find out this. This guy, the pastor, more gentle, he did not purge all the former people of the Iron Tower. But the news said, people from the Construction Site Association particularly supported his rise to power. If you are a priest, that is not a general person. The old man waved his hand, indicate the next hall master. Mr. Wang, what is the origin of the priest you mentioned? This, you don't need to ask. The head of the 3rd hall is a guy named Painter. We have found out his identity. He used to be a policeman engaged in criminal investigation. But later, he seemed to have mental problems and resigned. After resigning, this guy taught at Binhai University, teaching art students. I asked the surviving students of Binhai University, and they said that this guy was very mysterious and usually taciturn. It seems that he has been stimulated by something. Policeman changed to teaching? He is not an ordinary person. This guy is probably arranged by Wang Mukun. The head of the 4th hall is a woman named Piao, a returned overseas student. She is the daughter of the former leader of the Dock Gang, Lin Lao Hu. After Lin Lao Hu died, she took over the Dock Gang. Lin Lao Hu? The Lin Lao Hu who didn't want to do business with us. Yes, at that time. He didn't agree with our ships from the Golden Triangle to unload goods at the port, so you asked Wu-Fo to kill him. I just didn't expect that the police would intervene on a large scale later, resulting in failure. Women are nothing to be afraid of. If it is before the end of the world, you should be more careful, but after the end of the world, there is not much room for women to play. Too many people are watching every move. Wutong is a guy named Shan Mao. We didn't find any information about this guy. Probably a white man. Chapter 567 The Wanted Truth. Is there anyone else whose details we can't find out? The old man was a little surprised. Because of this guy, he is a loner. But what can be confirmed is that he is also from Wang Mukun. If it is before the end of the world, we might be able to hack into the police database, but I can't do it now. Walking alone, that's a lone wolf. A lone wolf is not scary. In the last days, it is difficult to move even an inch. Where is the 6th person? The 6th person, it's called Wood. Wood, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Mr. Wang, don't you remember the cash truck robbery in Malaysia 5 years ago? It turned out to be him, that wanted criminal. He's back? That's right. Wanted will be useless after the apocalypse. This guy should be the most dangerous person among these 9 people. Mr. Wang, how can I see it? I know something you two don't, Mr. Wang said with a smile. This actually aroused the strong interest of the 2 people. It's okay to tell you that cash truck robbery don't have any secrets. What you saw on TV or in newspapers, it's all what others want you to see. Mr. Wang, we have all heard this. I heard about this guy Moo Moo, killed 11 people remotely with a sniper shotgun in Malaysia. 6 of them were police officers escorting cash trucks wearing bulletproof vests and armed with shotguns. The other 5 are civilians. Police in Southeast Asia joined forces to arrest, but they didn't catch him. But this guy is also smart. He didn't take away the money in the cash truck otherwise. You might get caught. Everything you said is correct. This is what others want you to know. But the truth of the matter, not so. Some things cannot be said originally, but after the end of the world, there's no point in hiding it. This guy is wooden. Not only did he kill 11 people at that time, he also killed the hornbill. What is a hornbill? The kind that protects animals? This is a hornbill in the traditional sense. It is also found in Sichuanbana. Our country, it also eats snakes and rats, frog, lizard, animals like bats, but the hornbill shot with wood is not a bird. It's a Malaysian nickname. The person hornbill, you may not have heard of it, but you should have heard of a mercenary group called Black Sun. 6 years ago, the Hornbill is one of them. It is said that they have 13 members in total. Wood was the only one who had tried them. Black Sun? Aren't the Rattlesnakes also from this organization? That's right. The Rattlesnake is one of them. But what does this have to do with the cash truck robbery? It happens to have a lot to do with it, because of the cash truck robbery, not made of wood, but the Hornbill did it. The dead 6 heavily armored police escorts. It was actually Hornbill and his 5 ordinary mercenary men. And those 5 civilians, it is a real cash transport truck escorting the police. The Hornbill men do the dirty work, rob a cash transport truck, then they changed into the clothes they used to escort the police. I plan to drive the cash transport truck away directly. Unexpectedly, he hit a log passing by on his motorcycle. Hornbill man, naturally. They want to kill people and silence them. So he and Moo started a chase in the Malaysian jungle. Later, the Malaysian police, who received the call, were also involved. 3 parties fought in the jungle. But the final result is, the police only found the bodies of 6 escorting policemen and 5 civilians. And a pile of poop under the tree. That is to say, Wood with bare hands, killed a mercenary team headed by Hornbill. You say such a person, isn't it dangerous? So that's how it is. That's on TV and in newspapers. This matter needs someone to take the blame. No one from the escort police survived, and the people in the mercenary organization will naturally not admit it. Maybe there is a mole in the Malaysian police, otherwise the mercenaries would not have targeted this cash transport truck. In short, disappearing Wood, one person took all the blame. As a result, he is also wanted by international police. So that's how it is. But Mr. Wang, such a secret thing? How do you know? City lights, is it possible to bribe the Malaysian police? This has nothing to do with our company. That's what I heard the Diamondback guy say when he was drunk. The old man felt that he had received enough oxygen, took a few deep breaths. I took off the oxygen mask. You still can't rely too much on this thing, otherwise I would have to go to the hospital every now and then. A person next to him immediately turned off the oxygen valve. Carefully helped the old man put things away. Has the Wood made an appearance in the old town? Mr. Wang came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was too far away from these 2 subordinates. No our information. Still no trace of the Wood, but I heard that the guy named Sean Mao has been looking for him. It's the leader of the 5th Hall. We can't find out the details of the person. Okay, what about the 7th one? The 7th person, it's a guy nicknamed Prisoner. I heard he is also a policeman, however. No other information could be found. It's normal that it can't be found, police news, unless you are an insider, otherwise few people can really understand it. The 8th person is a student. This person, well, this person. The bodyguard hesitated to speak. How? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. This person is the one who injured young Master Pinyuan. Oh, the eye you said Pinyuan lost, was it his hand? Can't be wrong. We've asked about it. Chopsticks, people who use chopsticks as weapons, it should be him. Mr. Wang remained silent and did not speak. It wasn't until half a minute passed that he said, I always have a son. He and Pinyuan are also dependent on each other. Zombie apocalypse, we all came alive, but I almost lost it in the hands of such a bastard. Pinyuan lay in bed for half a year before waking up. Those eyes of his, I want the guy to pay for it with his life. Okay, Mr. Wang. Seeing Mr. Wang suddenly look fierce, the 2 of them were also as silent as a cicada. You need someone to get into the old city, find an opportunity to capture him alive. I want him to be unable to survive. I can't die. Okay, Mr. Wang, the 9th person. The 9th person, I don't want to hear it anymore. Mr. Wang waved his hand, signaling to another bodyguard behind, pushing his wheelchair. Mr. Wang, this 9th person, it also has something to do with us. Oh, come and listen. This 9th person, nicknamed Away, I heard that he is also a student, still the brother of Kingly. Who is Kingly? Mr. Wang was stunned. Kingly is the one who hurt Mr. Pinyuan's eyes. Look for an opportunity, and do it easily. Pick up a few students, you guys should be fine. Right? It really doesn't work. Go to the people in Montenegro to borrow some guns. Let's just say, City Lights owes them a favor. Chapter 568 Hired Killer. Okay, Mr. Wang, but who should we arrange to go there? Chairman Shandong Sheng. I heard that he died inexplicably not long ago. There are not many people familiar with the old city. The bodyguard took out his notebook. I plan to carry out Mr. Wang's arrangements, recorded. You don't have to do it yourself. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble, you go contact several raider forces. Many of them have the manpower to do such dirty work. Aren't there scavengers in Binhai? I heard that these guys don't have any backing. He is also good at risking his life. Let them do it. Let the scavenger forces who have received our favor post a new task. This is also okay. Let's just say that Waste Scavenger's plans to continue to recruit some talents. Let them go directly to the old city to recruit. The conditions for joining the scavengers are, just kill the last 2 of the 9 admirals. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There will be lone wolves who are interested in this kind of thing. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Etc. Not enough. It is necessary to be prepared for any emergencies. You go contact the scavenger again, this group of looters. It's a killer organization. They do not seek wealth, only killing. I like to exchange other people's heads for money. And what I don't lack most is money. But money is of no use now. You talk to their manager. As long as those 2 people can be caught or killed, whether dead or alive, I will provide them with a year's worth of living supplies. Scavenger? Scavenger, I heard they were after the leader Salmon went missing. Don't do this kind of thing anymore. That was when they had plenty of supplies. This winter is past. Now spring is coming again. I guess they can only drink the southeast wind. Okay, I'll go try to contact them. If they have any hesitation, just say this is what I, Wang Guangliang, meant. I think they should distinguish the priorities. Okay, Mr. Wang. The 2 pushed the wheelchair around the rooftop again, enjoying a moment of peace and quiet in the warm morning sunshine. And not long after, a few people who looked like nurses appeared around Wang Guangliang's wheelchair. Mr. Wang also said to one of them, "How is it? Ting, how are you thinking about it?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I need to find my grandfather first. I don't want to get married yet. And I also heard that Wang Pinyuan has a bad character." What did you say? It's rare that my Pinyuan also likes you. You might as well just be together. The whereabouts of your grandfather, I will definitely help you find it. Ting, you need to know, although Pinyuan is blind in one eye, but he is also my only son in the future. A family property as big as city lights. But it's all under your control, you know? I may not live much longer. Chairman Wang, don't worry. Take good care of yourself. It should be fine. The condition was controllable before now. It's useless. I have mid-late stage bowel cancer. Cancer cells have long metastasized to other parts of the body, although it can now be suppressed with imported drugs. But once these drugs are used up, or maybe my active cancer cells are becoming resistant to these drugs, I'm exhausted. Your full name is Ting. Right. No matter what. Last time I went into hemorrhagic shock, it was you who saved me. With emotion and reason, I owe you all the favors. If you really don't want to be with Pinyuan, I won't make it difficult for you either. Pinyuan is not here during this time, won't be coming for a while. Wang Guangliang said that Wang Pinyuan was not here, this finally relieved by Tingting's frown. When will my treatment start? Wang Guangliang asked another attending physician next to him. I have been receiving nutritional injections for 3 days. I can start taking chemotherapy drugs this afternoon. Have a good rest. Eat a light diet. And eat more meat foods that replenish white blood cells. We will arrange it for you this afternoon. Yes. I am confident in your work. If it were not the end of the world, I would definitely allocate several hundred million to your hospital and give each of the medical staff who treated me a house. Wang Guangliang said with a smile. Dr. Wang is so polite. Although money is of no use at this time, however, the medical staff still pretended to decline. Because they know Wang Guangliang's words were not a joke. Donated several hundred million to build a hospital or give away a few sweets. This is just a drop in the bucket of the City Lights Consortium. City Lights, there are investments in various fields. It is even the leader in most fields. The total assets of the company, there are at least 1 trillion. While the group was still chatting, suddenly a survivor came running from the stairs to the rooftop in the distance. She shouted excitedly towards this side. Ting, your grandpa has been found. He appeared. He's downstairs. Real? Bai Ting was overjoyed. But suddenly, he looked worried again. But after seeing Wang Guangliang still looking at her with a smile, Bai Ting finally let down her guard. He said happily, Mr. Wang, then I'll go down first. Okay, you go. What I said, just a joke. You don't need to take it to heart. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. After Bai Ting left, the bodyguard next to him asked softly, Mr. Wang, is this girl still following the original plan? You go find the guy with a bad crotch and get some of that medicine. When Pinyuan comes back one day, then quietly put it in the water this girl drinks when the time comes. Just have some uncooked rice and cooked rice. Okay, Mr. Wang. I hope this woman, it can make Pinyuan feel at ease. After he woke up, during this time, or just looking for flowers and willows outside, or they are fighting and causing trouble, otherwise. I will think about revenge all day long this time. Let him and Rotten Crotch recruit the lake bandits. I also deliberately found something for him to do, otherwise. This kid, always thinking about going to the old city to take revenge, he doesn't know his own worth. Mr. Wang, I heard that the Lake Bandit gang is very powerful. Prince Wang is probably a little confused. Moreover, Prince Wang also said he went to recruit those people, just to go to the old city to find someone for revenge. Let him do the hard work, anyway. Idle time is idle. Put away the medicine you got from the boys with bad crotches, otherwise. You won't know where to look for it then. Wang Guangliang said. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Just leave me alone. Go down and do your business. Just leave me alone. Wang Guangliang seemed to remember something unpleasant. Wait until, after no one is around, Wang Guangliang said to himself, if I die, this guy pin you on, but how to survive? I can only do it before I die, try my best, take all the enemies of pin you on, they've all been cut off. Zhang Wei naturally didn't know what happened on the top floor. But he saw two familiar figures. Bai Dong came to the old man and rejoiced. The two of them, Zhang Wei, are here safe and sound. Also relieved. What's going on? Why didn't you come here before dark yesterday? Us. Rejoice wanted to speak but stopped. At this time, a young woman wearing a nurse uniform ran quickly down the corridor. Grandfather. The nurse and old man Bai Donglai hugged each other excitedly. Zhang Wei knows this should be the old man's granddaughter. When the two of them were reminiscing about old times, Zhang Wei also called Rejoice to the corner next to her. What's going on? Why did you just come today? Where are Lu Dolly? Yan Guang. Showen and the others? There was an accident. We have a gunman. Rejoice lowered her peaked cap very low. At this time, he had already tied up his slightly longer hair. Gunner? The gunman should be behind you? Are they those people from Montenegro? At least 40 or 50? No, it's the other 6 gunmen. 5 of them, still wearing camouflage. If I guess correctly, the 6 of them should be the ones who shot us in People's Square before. I heard it was those 2 people. Zhang Wei suddenly became a little nervous. In front of the people of Montenegro, Zhang Wei is still confident of fishing in troubled waters. But those few people, it was obviously for them. If I guess correctly, he should be the only guy in the Eagle's Nest who escaped on a motorcycle. Reinforcements found. What about Yang Guang? Lu Dolly? Showen and the others? Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. I have no idea, but they should be the same as me. These gunmen were discovered. Maybe they think this hospital is dangerous, so I didn't come in. I didn't crawl in through the east gate, I hid in a nearby house. I just arrived and met a survivor that the old man knew. He took us in from another path. As soon as it comes, then be at peace with it. We waste no time looking for drugs, once you find it. Leave. How was your chat with the old man? Did he promise to help? Old man Bai said that as long as she finds her granddaughter, no matter what you do, there's no problem. Rejoice's words finally made Zhang Wei feel at ease. If the old man agrees, and his granddaughter, and she happens to be the nurse here, that thing, it will be much easier to do. At least, he and Rejoice should stop looking for the survivors here to find out where the medicine is. When Zhang Wei was still communicating with Rejoice, old man Bai Donglai led by Tingting walked next to Zhang Wei, and the others said, this time I don't plan to leave after I come back. Let me introduce to you. This person is Yi Xiaobai. This is Ms. Lin Ning. They are all from Gaocheng. This time I can come back safely. It all depends on the two of them helping each other. Tingting thanks you too for your great kindness. Bai Tingting imitated the kind of people in the world. Thank you. This made Zhang Wei feel, there's something quirky about this girl. Don't be kidding. What Grandpa said is true. On our way, although I only walked a few kilometers, but I encountered a lot of zombies. While in People's Square, some people shot at us. If this guy hadn't held my arm, run with me desperately, even if I am not shot to death, he was also bitten to death by zombies. Oh. Bai Tingting stuck out her tongue. Mr. Bai, since you arrived at the hospital safely, we are relieved. I asked people here to find out. Survivors almost never embarrass medical staff. We plan to leave tomorrow. Just leave. How many days will you stay? No. Zhang Wei shook his head. Live any longer, I don't know if I can leave alive. Now it's a mess outside. Why not wait until the storm has passed before leaving? No, the people of Gaocheng are at home all over the world. Get used to living without a fixed place. We're leaving anyway, otherwise. There will be too many zombies here. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Return to the world as home. I think you have this idea because you haven't started a family yet. Not as good as this. I want Tingting to introduce a beautiful colleague of hers to you. By the way, if you think Tingting is good, I can introduce Tingting to you. Grandfather. Bai Tingting was so angry that she stamped her feet. Zhang Wei was very embarrassed. Fortunately, Rejoice came to the rescue in time. Mr. Bai, just stop making introductions. We still have things to do. What you promised us before, have no idea. Ouch, look at my memory, I forgot all about it. Tingting knows, Tingting knows. What kind of medicine did you want? Paclitaxel, cisplatin, what else is coming? As long as it's similar. It's okay, docetaxel, chongqunruibin, etc. Rejoice pinched her fingers and recalled. It can be seen that, when going out, you should have done some homework. Why are you looking for chemotherapy drugs? When I hear the names of these medicines, Tingting was a little surprised. Do you know where it is? No, just in the cold storage room of the oncology department of the inpatient department, but these medicines are definitely not that complete. And there is a diesel generator inside for cooling. There are engineers watching over it. Can you get it? Abel, can you help me? Good. It just so happens that I am going to get the drug bevacizumab. I'll get you a few bottles by the way. How many bottles are enough? I'll give you a backpack. Take as much as you can, no problem. By the way, what kind of drug is bevacizumab? That one treats bowel cancer? Intestinal cancer? Get me some of this too. I heard Lonerwa Temple talk about it. Once when she was competing with a stick held his stomach in pain and squatted on the ground. Maybe his lung cancer has metastasized to the intestines. Get a few courses of treatment, and was free from trouble. There is no shortage of electricity in the old town. If you want to refrigerate, just throw away the refrigerator. Do these drugs need to be stored at low temperature? Rejoice asked. Some are needed. Bai Tingting nodded. Is there an incubator? That's not true, but use a foam box. Just put a few ice packs on it. Okay, do yourself a favor. If you need anything in the future, I will help you too. Rejoice's tone was very stiff. But Zhang Wei knew, Rejoice couldn't say the kind of words to ask for help. She can say this. It was already very groveling. Only when the other party is a woman, only Rejoice can show such a side. She is still the cold and strong Rejoice. Okay, I will help you. But who are you going to treat with these medicines? Don't get me wrong. I mean, if the patient can still move, you might as well bring him to this hospital. I can treat him for free. Bring the stick to the hospital in Bihai? Zhang Wei and Rejoice looked at each other. That was nothing short of a fantasy. It would be good enough if they could bring the medicine back intact. Chapter 569 Want to leave. It's like this, the patient was a little resistant to treatment, and he is far away in another city nowadays. It is difficult to move forward in the zombie apocalypse. Expecting a patient to come here, it's almost impossible. Zhang Wei could only lie casually. In fact, the stick does not resist treatment. I just object to going to Binhai City to look for medicine. After experiencing a zombie crisis and narrowly escaping from death, many people survived the disaster. On the contrary, I cherish my life even more. If that's the case, then there is no other way, unless you can borrow a plane from City Lights. City Lights has a helicopter here? Zhang Wei heard Bai Tingting say this instead. I had some special thoughts about leaving. If we can give medicine, you can also get close to the plane, then just find a guy Yongguang, you can leave easily. Not gonna lie to you, City Lights, there are many planes taking off and landing on the roof of this hospital. Chairman Wang and his son, they all have their own private jets. Is Wang Guangliang also in this hospital? Zhang Wei remembered what the man with glasses said before. It seems like there is a big shot. He guessed it was Wang Guangliang from City Lights. Yes, I'm treating him. That's it, but we don't know each other. It's probably impossible to borrow a plane. But I hope you can help us get the medicine. If possible, let's go see the plane again. By the way, what disease does Wang Guangliang suffer from? Intestinal cancer. The bevacizumab I mentioned before, it is to treat this disease. I'm one of his personal nurses. He is being given consolidation treatment. Is cancer really controllable? The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was whether that guy Wang Yukun can survive. If Wang Yukun's condition worsens, or these medicines may not be useful for his condition if he takes them back. Then, there are 5 of them. It was a wasted trip. Counting the lost Junichi Watanabe, even 6 people. The condition of cancer, it varies from person to person. Some people can survive with tumors. Some people also deteriorate rapidly in a short period of time, however. Wang Guangliang's condition is under good control. At least in the past few years, his condition did not continue to worsen. Certainly, This happens with him every once in a while. It's about treatment here. He uses imported medicine, which is very useful for consolidating the condition. Okay. Then please help us find some imported lung cancer medicine. And also some colon cancer medicine or other cancer medicine. Just in case. I don't know how badly my friend's condition has deteriorated, Zhang Wei said casually. PNG also nodded in agreement. Anyway, there are many people coming, and everyone can carry 3 or 5 bottles, and take them back first. If there is no medicine at that time, just sell it to the survivors or throw it away. But the use of chemotherapy drugs must be very cautious. Do you have any professional oncologists or nurses? This Zhang Wei had to look to Rejoice for help. I heard that this woman was originally a nurse who studied medicine. Zhang Wei knew nothing about pharmacology and nursing. But Zhang Wei knew that Rejoice had a wide network of contacts. Even if Rejoice herself did not understand tumor treatment, she should be able to find other people who were good at it. After all, there were tens of thousands of survivors in the old city, and it should not be a problem to find 1 or 2 oncologists. Seeing that Rejoice was a little hesitant, Bai Tingting seemed to have thought of something, and said, "You don't have a professional doctor, however. I will go with you after Wang Guangliang's treatment is finished in the afternoon." But Wang Guangliang is receiving infusion treatment, and the chemotherapy injection is slow, so it will probably take 5 or 6 hours. After the infusion, it will probably take another hour or 2 to observe, and it will probably be dark by then, so why don't I go with you tomorrow? But your grandfather. Zhang Wei pointed his finger at old man Bai. It means you just met each other. I'll go with you too. Bai Donglai was afraid of being separated from her granddaughter again. Well, it's not impossible. Our camp is in need of medical personnel like you. Zhou is just a newcomer. After all, he is not very professional. First trick this woman over. If there is a chance later, trick a few of her colleagues over. In this way, the old city high school camp will be even more perfect. Bai Tingting naturally didn't know what Zhang Wei was thinking. At this time, he quickly pulled the old man to a corner. He whispered, "Grandpa, I think we might as well leave quietly with them. This place, it is a place of right and wrong. Chairman Wang, he has always wanted to bring me and his son together, but Grandpa, you also know, I don't like that guy at all. It's better to leave it like this. We left quietly. Don't make things difficult for the hospital staff either." "I think it's okay. Then I'll go down and help you pack your luggage," Old Man Bai said in agreement. "Stop cleaning it up. They are all useless things otherwise. People will notice. We will do it early tomorrow morning. Just leave quietly with them." After Bai Tingting and his grandfather whispered for a while, he came over and said to Zhang Wei and others, "Grandpa and I have discussed it. Leave with you. Go to your survivor camp, but I won't join the others, only join this sister's force." Zhang Wei looked at Rejoice and was stunned. Good guy, Rejoice actually took advantage of her by striking first. Rejoice immediately smiled knowingly. "Good, I will protect you from now on." "Then it's settled. Let's find a place to have lunch first. By the way, you guys come with me to the inpatient building. People here probably won't stop you. I just say you are my friends or my grandfather's friends." Good. Zhang Wei has no objection to hanging around here with Bai Tingting. On the one hand, he wanted to find out the whereabouts of Ludali and others. In addition to searching room by room here, just see if you can get some news from other survivors. On the other hand, he also wanted to get familiar with the terrain near the hospital. You know, except for the people from Montenegro. They still thought that their group had not passed through the street. Busy cutting off. Secretly there are other people who shot before looking for them. If there is really any conflict, Zhang Wei was also looking for a hiding place and an escape route. Zhang Wei knows if those people still haven't found the whereabouts of their group at that time. I am afraid that this hospital will also be involved. This place was originally the junction of the 3 forces. There must be spies from those people everywhere. Maybe at this time, the news has leaked out. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei suddenly had a plan in mind. Said, "Rejoice, why don't you put on a white coat? Put on the mask again." Chapter 570 Disguised Nurse. "What do you mean?" PNG didn't understand Zhang Wei's intention. "You are too eye-catching." Zhang Wei glanced casually, and knew that even if PNG wore a cap, it was enough to attract all men's attention. Temperament, a person's temperament cannot be hidden. PNG has practiced martial arts since childhood, and studied abroad, and has a heroic spirit. In the context of the lack of women in the end times, even if women see PNG, they will probably pay more attention to it. "No problem. No problem, I asked Bai Tingting to find a white coat." From now on, you are Bai Tingting's senior sister Lin Ming. You are in the same major. Unless absolutely necessary, don't take off your mask. When Zhang Wei heard that Wang Guangliang was also being treated here, there was an ominous premonition in my heart. Because of this guy, although I have never met them face to face, but they have always been opposing enemies. Starting from Zhang Xian at Walmart supermarket, when Lu Dali stabbed Wang Pinyuan, then Zhang Wei solved Chen Yuxuan in Laocheng High School, and he killed Chen Dongsheng at Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Then there is Wang Jiahao, who is somewhat cousin to Wang Guangliang. Then go to Lanrua Temple, and shoot the Iron Tower with crossbow arrows. He and Gui Shou used a car bomb to kill Wu Fo. Everything, Zhang Wei and others completely offended City Light. Within a few minutes, sure enough, Lin Ming found a brand new white coat. After fitting Rejoice with a nurse cap and mask, Zhang Wei felt that there was another kind of temperament in Rejoice. Suddenly it came out. No one would have thought of that. Rejoice turned out to be from the old city. Zhang Wei even had a bold idea. It is better not to do one thing, and two things without rest. Inject some poisonous things into Wang Guangliang's medicine. Get rid of him this time. But Zhang Wei also knows, the risk is too great. It is estimated that the entire hospital will be sealed off by then. People inside, no one can escape. Bai Tingting took Zhang Wei and others to eat in their hospital canteen. Zhang Wei couldn't help but be surprised that at this time, there are actually 3 dishes and 1 soup. There's even broccoli, carrot, fresh dishes like tomatoes, scrambled eggs. The food was provided by City Lights people, use airplanes to airdrop containers. It seems to be produced in a greenhouse. In this way, our medical staff, I don't know how to risk going outside to find food. Bai Tingting explained to Zhang Wei. That last time, how did your grandfather and grandson get separated? Last time. People from Gaocheng launched a zombie clearing operation. Many injured survivors came to the hospital. Originally there was enough food for us, but those people increased their food consumption. The food reserves were also used up. Originally. This is irrelevant, because besides City Lights, we also often receive airdrops from the military, but during that time, I don't know why the military didn't arrive as scheduled. Our food, only enough for a day and a half, so we had to organize manpower, while the people in Gaocheng were also cleaning up the zombies. Take the risk and fight your way out of the hospital. But there were more zombies in People's Square at that time. The real survivors who escaped, probably less than half. Bai Tingting recalled. I was the one who escaped that time. I want to go back to the hospital after finding food, unexpectedly. The people who came out that time suffered heavy casualties. Many people have different intentions. After saying it, I don't plan to go back again. So the old man and I had no choice but to wander around the nearby streets. Zhang found an opportunity to kill again, until I met some of you. Bai Donglai also continued what her granddaughter said. And Zhang Wei knew, it was that day when he wanted some teammates, dispersed to recruit survivors, and the old man happened to join his formation. At first, Zhang Wei didn't plan to take in this old man, because if he was the last one, he would easily drag down his teammates. Unexpectedly, he said that his granddaughter was a nurse at Binhai Hospital, so Zhang Wei had to play along. And now, Zhang Wei was eating pumpkin soup in big mouthfuls accompanied by old man Bai Donglai and his granddaughter. Ah, it smells so good. Zhang Wei couldn't help smacking his lips. He even wanted to secretly join City Light and eat white rice every day. What happened later? Since you didn't have enough food, how did you survive? The person who said this was Gao Yupeng. Only then did Zhang Wei realize, this weirdo also came with them all the way to have a meal. But Zhang Wei is also happy to do this. He was also worried that this guy would secretly go to someone to tip him off. Because of this guy, it should be someone who knows a few details about them. Then we still didn't have enough food, however. The survivors broke through and killed most of them. We only had enough food for a day and a half. I had to use it for 2 more days. Later, Wang Dong's son came over. Brought some food and water. There are also 2 50-kilogram bags of rice. It's enough for us to hold on for more than half a month. The one-eyed dragon is here too. Zhang Wei couldn't help but cover his mouth. Are Lu Dali and the others busy killing this guy? Or maybe they are afraid of being recognized, so they haven't shown up yet. Do you know him? Bai Tingting was very surprised that Zhang Wei called him the one-eyed dragon, because that guy has an artificial eye, which is a glass ball fake eye, and he usually wears a frog eye goggles. Unless you look closely, you usually can't tell that he is blind. I don't know him, but I heard that he was in the old city on the other side of the river. Someone poked one of his eyes out, and he didn't wake up until recently. That's right. It's him. His name is Wang Pinyuan. And he is Wang Guangliang's son. Wang Guangliang had a son in his old age. He didn't give birth to him until he was 42 years old with his mistress. So he doted on him very much. Sometimes I think that guy is a little arrogant. Bai Tingting spoke very softly. But Zhang Wei could also hear it from her words. This Wang Guangliang is not very likable. I guess it's over here, he often does things like teasing women. It was a coincidence before, to tease Wang Ruolin, Lu Dali, who was overly excited, he blinded his eyes. Where is Wang Pinyuan? Zhang Wei suddenly asked nervously. He was thinking, Lu Dali and others, was he secretly controlled by Wang Pinyuan? I have no idea. I used to hang out in the hospital every now and then, but I don't know why I didn't show up during this period. I've been to the rooftop. His exclusive helicopter was not found. I think I must have gone out. Helicopter? Could it be that the person driving that helicopter was Wang Pinyuan? Zhang Wei remembered when he just emerged from the underground pedestrian street yesterday. The plane took off from the roof of that commercial building. And not long after that, there were bullets shot from the middle of the floors of that building. Wang Pinyuan, Eagle's Nest, Montenegro, and the city lights here. I have to think of something. Let them turn into a mess. Chapter 571 Inpatient Ward. Zhang Wei thought about creating chaos, find another opportunity to leave calmly. But Zhang Wei also knows, since we are in a no-care zone, like a hospital, these forces have reached a balance and compromise. Then between each other, he also knows himself and his enemy. And he wants to cause chaos. It's not as easy as imagined. Variable, unless new variables are introduced. Or, let the zombies intervene. Zhang Wei knows, unless another force is introduced, to break the balance here otherwise. Here at the hospital, it will still be a pool of stagnant water. The main door and corridors of the hospital are almost blocked. Unless zombies can climb walls, otherwise it would be impossible to get in. There are also artificial variables that can only be found. Zhang Wei even thought about it. If you encounter extreme situations, can even disperse breakouts. The people who came this time, live as many as you can. Until then, Zhang Wei thought, he thought that finding medicine for Wang Yukon was too simple. Zhang Wei thought that he just needed to break through a hospital occupied by zombies. In fact, there are no zombies in this hospital at all. Instead, various intricate survivor forces are entrenched here. Zhang Wei finished his meal quickly, then I started to think about the problem quietly. How? Rejoice interjected and asked. She knows. Zhang Wei was thinking about what to do next. I'm not sure, but I can only take one step at a time. The most important thing now is, just find the medicine. If you cannot leave with your medication, we at least need to know where the medicine is stored. Maybe I can only look for opportunities later. Zhang Wei knows. It might be easier for them to get away. But leave with the bottled medicine here. It will probably arouse people's suspicion. Especially the so-called chairman here, while still receiving treatment here. But in this way, if Wang Yukon's condition worsens, medicines are no longer useful. The reason why Zhang Wei came here, help Wang Yukon find medicine, in fact, he has another layer of selfishness. First, Wang Yukon cannot die at this time. The old city will definitely fall into huge chaos. This drains the survivors' energy. It will not be able to cope with the big crisis in the near future. And another reason is, Zhang Wei wanted to integrate Wang Yukon's manpower. The death of Wang Yukon who had cancer, it's just a matter of time. But these people under Wang Yukon, like Pastor Lu Weihua, Bokat, Prisoner Yang Guang, Painter Shizhe and others, they are all familiar to Zhang Wei. And Zhang Wei can probably guess, this should not be Wang Yukon's real power. He must have more other arrangements secretly. Otherwise, Demingzi would not be so afraid. If Wang Yukon dies, there will definitely be another person to replace Wang Yukon. This person, Zhang Wei's current qualifications are not enough. Even the support of people under Wang Yukon is not enough. But if there was a verbal promise or support from Wang Yukon before he died, many things, it will become a matter of course and become a piece of cake. I'll be ready to go there at 11 o'clock sharp. Be prepared to treat Wang Guangliang in advance. Oncology, on the top 3 floors of this inpatient building, that is 20, 21, 22 these 3 floors, and the preservation of medicines, there is a specialized pharmacy on the 21st floor in the middle. The place where we eat now, it's the hospital staff canteen, on the 11th floor. Someone will come here later to bring meals to the patients being treated upstairs. Most people were resting at that time. You guys come in with me. Just find the medicine you need. Bai Tingting introduced to several people. Zhang Wei has also known the location of the oncology department for a long time. From the moment he entered this building, just looking around. And every floor, There are instruction pictures. Unusable elevator door. There are also signs. Inpatient departments on each floor are indicated. For large hospitals, generally, the oncology ward is arranged on the top floor. Because of this disease, it is easy for patients to feel depressed. So before the end of the world, we often see news of patients jumping off buildings in despair. Most of them jumped from the top. Zhang Wei glanced at his watch. By this time, it was already around 10:40 a.m. After the end of the world, survivors generally eat 2 meals a day. As for 3 meals a day, eat as usual according to the original time and rules. Even a late-night snack or something, that's basically never happened. And at this time, this so-called canteen, there are more and more people. Zhang Wei knows, the group of them is going upstairs, only through the corridor. But this time is the peak period of survivors. The survivors inside are up and down, it is inevitable to be recognized. Zhang Wei intends to avoid this peak. As Bai Tingting said, after 11 o'clock. Go again. Brother Gao, you are waiting here. You? We are going to find medicines. There are more people but misunderstandings. You help the old man clean up here, whether you can find your 2 friends. We will leave tomorrow morning. Zhang Wei turned to Gao Yupeng. I know what you mean. This is a place of right and wrong. I also feel that it would be better to leave earlier. We have participated in this zombie hunting operation. From now on, you can be considered a person from Gaocheng. Right? Gao Yupeng is still worried that Zhang Wei doesn't recognize him very much. That's natural, that's natural. If you don't mind, when you find your friend, I'll take you to a better survivor camp. Ah, where? Keep it secret for now. Zhang Wei patted Gao Yupeng on the shoulder. Let's talk about everything save one point. Zhang Wei also saw that this guy was really a bit stupid. Not the kind of Philistine who pretends to be. Such people can be absorbed into one's own camp. Let's go! It's almost time. After some time, Zhang Wei looked at his watch again. It's already 11:10. Go up at this time. It should be about the same. So Bai Tingting walked in front, Rejoice walked behind, and Zhang Wei was carrying 2 bags alone. Walking carelessly at the back. There is a package in it, still graceful, going up from the 11th floor, go all the way to the 15th floor, didn't meet any survivors. But on the 15th floor upwards, on each floor, you can encounter a few survivors who come downstairs. In the inpatient ward here, those who live are not patients, but survivors, because real patients, not suitable for high-intensity stair climbing, so I only live on the top 3 floors. The Wang Guangliang I mentioned before he lives on the 22nd floor, because the 23rd floor is the rooftop, planes take off and land there. You should have seen Wang Guangliang on TV. Right, it's the white-haired old man in a wheelchair. White-haired old man? Could it be him? Zhang Wei thought of the old man he just saw on the 8th floor of the outpatient clinic. He is condescending. I didn't see the wheelchair, but that white-haired old man, I did see one. You shouldn't recognize me. Right? Chapter 572 Obtaining Medicines. Zhang Wei and his party of 3 went upstairs. It didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. It can be seen that most people here know Bai Tingting, because when we reached the upper floors, more and more people began to say hello to Bai Tingting. Regardless of whether the survivors here come from various forces, or maybe I've done something disgusting before. At least these people, to the doctors and nurses here, still very respectful. At this time, Zhang Wei began to doubt himself. What Li Youyu said about the man in the white hat every year, is it true or false? The guy said this hospital is a devil's cave, women are bought and sold here, the women were tied up, packed and taken away, sold to the leaders of the big forces. That kind of thing shouldn't be groundless, even if the crotch is rotten now, didn't do that kind of thing, there's no guarantee they've done it before, but I don't know why, they suddenly disappeared again. Only a few low-life gangsters are left here to look after the house. Brother Feng said, there is news that the forces of Montenegro are ambushing here, report to higher-ups, that means there should still be people with rotten crotches here, at least a core member. As of now, I have no choice but to take one step at a time and see what happens. Zhang Wei's plan was naturally to put things to rest. Come quietly, go quietly. But Zhang Wei was worried that Rejoice couldn't help but be impulsive. Make things worse. The situation now is completely different from that in bars or other places in the old town. In the old town, enemies and zombies can be defeated with fists, kicks or cold weapons. But things have changed here. People here, usually guns are used. No matter how good your skills are, it is also no match for the sharpness of bullets. This is the place. Bai Tingting stopped at a place with Zhang Wei and Rejoice. Only then did Zhang Wei look. I found that it was just an ordinary room. But looking inside through the transparent window, the area is about the size of 5 or 6 ordinary wards. And the room next door, there was a slight roar of the engine. It can be seen that the sound insulation in this area is pretty good. That's a diesel engine. It was supposed to be on the first floor below. At that time, Wang Guangliang had people clear the entire floor of zombies. Move this machine here to facilitate easy maintenance. Zhang Wei can imagine how laborious that is. This machine needs to supply refrigeration for such a large pharmacy. Presumably there are also those weighing 1,800 kilograms. Move such a big thing from the bottom to the 22nd floor intact. That cannot be done by 3 or 5 people. You think too much. It wasn't carried up by the survivors, Bai Tingting said with a smile. This was lifted up by the military transport plane. The survivors dismantled the machine from the rooftop and reassembled it on the 22nd floor. Does the military also cooperate with City Light? Zhang Wei had a bad feeling. If the military intervened, the people in their old city would not be good enough. The survivors could rely on high walls or obstacles to fight against zombies, but they could never fight against the soldiers of the army. It can't be said to be cooperation. Just take what you need at that time. Military personnel also suffered heavy casualties. Many wounded need to be treated here. Some special medicines need to be stored at low temperature. So they also helped. But even if they don't take action, Wang Guangliang will also get transport planes from other places. Or as you put it, the diesel generator moved up from downstairs manually, but it's probably no different than carrying a coffin. Zhang Wei was communicating carefully with Bai Tingting. I saw him take out a key from his pocket. The security door is locked. Prevent others from stealing medicine. Zhang Wei and Rejoice filed in after them. On this shelf, the boxes inside are all the special medicines you mentioned for treating lung cancer. These are all prepared by Wang Guangliang for himself. He is worried that one day his intestinal cancer will spread, so equipped with a variety of anti-cancer drugs. Our hospital also has oncology drugs, but it's not as good as the special medicine he got from the United States. These are all targeted drugs. Side effects are smaller. In the past, the cost of a course of treatment is estimated to be hundreds of thousands. Ordinary people can't afford it. That's great. Maybe my friend can be saved. Zhang Wei was really excited. If it is as good as Bai Tingting said, then maybe Wang Yukan can really survive. One course of this medicine will. You can also use 4 bottles. Each course of treatment, there should be an interval of 2 to 3 months. See how much you can get. Just take as much as you can. Zhang Wei heard Bai Tingting say this. No more hesitation. Open the cardboard box. Just fill it with stuff. Open it and take a look. Only then did I realize that it was a very small bottle. Almost a backpack can hold a large suitcase. Rejoice's position seems more cautious first. I looked at the drug name label on the bottle. I also looked at things like the shelf life. 1 course of treatment is 3 months. And 4 courses in 1 year. If we expect Wang Yukan to survive until the crisis breaks out, then at least 7 or 8 more courses will be needed. Zhang Wei began to calculate. It depends on what kind of medicine you use. There are 3 kinds of medicine in this medicine storage room. Domestically produced O medicine and K medicine. Domestic immune medicine is generally a fixed dose of 200 milligrams. O medicine is 3 milligrams per kilogram body weight. And K medicine is a fixed dose of 200 milligrams for lung cancer. Okay. I don't understand. My friend is an adult male. He has lung cancer. He may have recurred, metastasized, and worsened. Just tell me directly what medicine to use. But if you use medicine directly without special examination, will it be dangerous? Of course. This is why I plan to go with you. At least you can prescribe the right medicine. If it metastasizes, use K medicine for gastric cancer, and O medicine for colorectal cancer and liver cancer. If you are not sure, just take some of them, Bai Tingting said, pointing to some different hardcover boxes. The one in your hand, it's O medicine. That is the one used by Wang Guangliang, but the medicine here, even if stored at a suitable temperature, the validity period is only 2 to 3 years. Okay, then I'll get some more. Zhang Wei stuffed it into his backpack without any ceremony. As for Wang Guangliang, I give him hell. Through subsequent exchanges with Bai Tingting, Zhang Wei Kai knew, these so-called chemotherapy drugs, it needs to be mixed with physiological saline, or dilute with 5% glucose injection. So the bottle capacity was not as large as he expected. Zhang Wei and Rejoice, each of them stuffed 20 or 30 bottles into their backpacks, which basically met their needs. As for saline and glucose injection, These common medicines can be obtained in the old city. When Zhang Wei and others packed up and were ready to go out, a voice suddenly came from the door. Please help me see how many courses of treatment I can still use the medicines within the validity period. Chapter 573 First Encounter in the Pharmacy. Not good, it's him. Bai Tingting's expression changed instantly. Who is it? Zhang Wei didn't know why Bai Tingting suddenly felt like she was facing a powerful enemy. It's Wang Guangliang, Bai Tingting said softly. As soon as I said this, Zhang Wei and Bai Tingting touched their weapons at the same time. Etc. Don't be impulsive yet. Zhang Wei stopped Rejoice. He also withdrew his hand. Rejoice at this time, wearing nurse uniform and nurse cap, wearing a medical mask, almost unrecognizable. This is convenient for hiding one's identity. What Zhang Wei thought of was that, if he was caught or in danger, P&G could unexpectedly hold Wang Guangliang hostage. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, and a nurse walked in slowly with another doctor. As for the white-haired old man, Zhang Wei did not see him come in. Hey, Tingting. You're here, who are these two? This is a friend of mine, and this is a senior of mine, also a nurse. I brought them here, come. Bai Tingting was a little hesitant, not knowing what to say. She took us to find some medicine. We already got it, you don't mind. Do you? Zhang Wei told the truth. At this time, we are secretive. It has no meaning anymore. On the contrary, people will be suspicious, as well as being talked about. No problem. Since he is Tingting's friend, of course no problem. These medicines have been here for more than a year. Some have even passed their shelf life. Make the best use of everything, also pretty good. Right, Tingting? Chairman Wang is at the door. See how much medicine he still has. Bai Tingting heard this. I also pretended to go and take a look. It turned out that Zhang Wei had moved almost all of Wang Guangliang's medicine. But at this time, it was hard for him to ask Zhang Wei to put them all back. I can only rely on my past memories, he told a light casually. Said, there is still a lot left, enough for 4 or 5 courses of treatment. Use it until this time next year, it should be fine. Is Tingting here too? Came a voice from outside. He probably heard Bai Tingting's voice. Zhang Wei looked through the transparent glass window. Only half of the silhouette was seen. There is also a wheelchair section. A group of people had no choice but to go out at this time. Zhang Wei pretended not to care, and walked out slowly. When I went out, I saw a lean old man. Looks a little capable, sitting in a wheelchair with his head raised, and behind him, he was followed by a bodyguard-looking figure. Zhang Wei glanced casually. I knew this person should be a master. We must defeat such people in a short period of time. Unless with a gun. Mr. Wang, why did you come down in person? Just wait for me in the ward upstairs. Bai Tingting walked up immediately. He held the old man's hand cordially and said, it's okay. I'm idle anyway. So I might as well go for a walk. Although I'm in a wheelchair. I'm not paralyzed. Didn't the doctor say? Get more sun and exercise properly. Yeah. That's good. I'll take you upstairs. We've counted your medicines. And they'll probably last until this time next year. But if you take them beyond that, they'll expire. Okay. By the way, Tingting, think about what I told you on the rooftop during the day. I won't force you. But I know you two are a perfect match. I just received a message that Pin Yuan should be back in the evening. How about this? Let's have a quick meal together. Dinner together? Bai Tingting seemed a little hesitant. How? You don't want to? This is a professional chef. The food is prepared and shipped from other places. You come directly upstairs. I'll let people arrange everything. To know that after the end of the world, want to have a nice family dinner, that is very difficult. Wang Guangliang began to persuade. At this time, I saw the two of them talking happily. Zhang Wei is not easy to interrupt. I can only pretend to be a junior, waiting nearby. Okay, no problem. I will come to the appointment then. Bai Tingting hesitated for a moment, still agreed to the old man. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly I saw Zhang Wei standing not far away. And Rejoice, who seems to be a new-faced nurse. Who are these two? The old man looked at the two of them suspiciously. My name is Yu Xiaobai. He is Tingting's cousin. This is a friend of mine. She is also Tingting's former senior. Zhang Wei extended his right hand in a friendly manner, waiting for Wang Guangliang's handshake. Once things go wrong, Zhang Wei will also pull out a chopstick in an instant, pierce the old man's eyes or neck. Unexpectedly, Wang Guangliang smiled and said, since you are Tingting's friend, you are also one of us. If you need any help, you can ask at any time. The old man did not intend to shake hands with Zhang Wei. Okay. I need some anti-inflammatory drugs. But Tingting has already helped me get them. Zhang Wei lied casually. Well, I'll go up to the ward first. Tingting, I'll wait for you upstairs. See you at 2 o'clock? Wang Guanliang smiled and left. The two doctors and nurses also followed him upstairs. Until all the irrelevant people have left, Zhang Wei then dragged Rejoice and Bai Tingting to the pharmacy. Closed the door again, asked, What is the relationship between Wang Pinyuan and you? What do you mean he's coming at night? Wang Pinyuan? Wang Pinyuan is Wang Guanliang's son. Mr. Wang has always wanted to bring me together with his son. But I don't agree, I don't like that person, as for eating together, there is no other way. Bai Tingting explained. I don't care what your relationship is, but if you were to leave with us tomorrow, just don't add too many extraneous things, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Let's go to the top floor for now. If you end it, just go to the top floor to find us, if not found, just go to the outpatient department, we'll sleep there at night. Okay, then I'll go up first. Bai Tingting will find the medicine, put it in a medical box. Until Bai Tingting left, Zhang Wei whispered to Rejoice, What do you think of that old man? They probably didn't recognize us. After all electronic media will be ineffective after the end of the world. There's no way he can get our portraits or photos. If you haven't been secretly photographed, he probably doesn't know that you are Zhang Wei's. Rejoice has long figured out Zhang Wei, the relationship between Lu Dali and City Lights. Then it should be no problem. My only photo, it's a student ID card, but I had already left him in the boys' dormitory of Old City High School. If Wang Guanliang doesn't know me, that would be the best. The most important thing now is, before that Wang Pinyuan showed up, find the whereabouts of Lu Dali and others. Although the guy doesn't know you or me, but he must remember Lu Dali's appearance. Let's go to the rooftop and have a look. Can you get some news? What Zhang Wei didn't know is that, at this time, Wang Guanliang was also giving orders to his men. Go and find out the origin of that boy just now. He said it was Bai Tingting's cousin. I had never heard that Bai Tingting had a cousin. If that man, it's Bai Tingting's acquaintance, just help me get rid of him. Chapter 574 Rooftop. I know that the so-called Wang Guanliang is being treated on the 22nd floor. When Zhang Wei and Rejoice passed by the 22nd floor, he also deliberately looked at the corridor beyond the corner of the corridor for a while. However, Zhang Wei did not see the familiar wheelchair again in the corridor. Zhang Wei only thought that Wang Guanliang had entered the room. When we got to the top floor, it's almost 12 o'clock. Only then did Zhang Wei discover the anomaly on the top floor. On the top floor of this inpatient department, except for some tall military green tents, there are also some temporary tin houses and transparent houses. It is probably used for patient treatment and living. The entire top floor is at least half the size of a football field. Zhang Wei casually estimated that it is much larger than a basketball court. The entire roof, in addition to some buildings similar to Indian shantytowns, also has nearly half of the open area. In this area, there are 3 different types of helicopters parked. They really have planes. Normal, it's a big consortium, not to mention mastering some planes. It's not a problem to buy a few islands in Southeast Asia before the end of the world. Rejoice interrupted. The 2 people coming up also attracted some people's attention. After seeing Rejoice wearing a nurse's uniform, some people with crutches also slowly walked over. Doctor, can you help me take a look? I'm not a doctor. I'm a nurse. And it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If your leg is not 3 months old, it won't be good to see. Let's talk about it after 100 days. Rejoice directly refused coldly. Let's go over there. Ignoring the few patients who were frozen in place, Zhang Wei led Rejoice to another direction. That direction is closer to the parked helicopter. Do you know this? PNG asked curiously. Not really, but Yangguan can fly. This may be our tool. I don't know if it can fly. It won't be wrong to take a closer look. It would be bad if it's an empty airplane frame. Zhang Wei pretended to be indifferent and chatted with PNG. But he continued to look at the plane. Every plane, there is a person watching next to it. It's not easy to grab a plane, and I don't know if there is enough fuel. If we grab a plane, but it can't take off due to a malfunction or lack of fuel, it's all over. Zhang Wei temporarily gave up the idea of grabbing the plane and leaving. Look over there. This is the eagle's nest we came to. Zhang Wei walked to the edge of the rooftop, pointing in the direction of the eagle's nest. When I was on the 8th floor of the outpatient department, we can only see a corner of the Metasequoia forest. And on the top of the 23rd floor of this building, You can almost see the entire forest. Zhang Wei knows the direction of the Metasequoia forest. It's the shortest straight line distance to their home. Zhang Wei looked at the street where the people from Heishan were before, but I don't know if the people from Montenegro are also hiding. Not a single figure was seen. There were sporadic zombies wandering aimlessly on the streets. The two of them went around to where the white-haired old man was before. Follow the example of the old man and looked down, unexpectedly. I saw an acquaintance. That guy Gao Yupeng. I made a floor bunk. I am leisurely basking in the sun alone. This guy is really interesting. Would you like to ask the people on the roof? Have you seen Ludali and the others? Rejoice pointed at the people coming and going around her. How to say this? Never mind, anyway. We already got the medicine. Just wait until tomorrow. If there is still no news tomorrow, just ask someone. Zhang Wei knows at this time. Just ask a stranger. It is easy to expose one's true identity. Let's go to Gao Yoping's building. There are all strangers here, so eye-catching. Zhang Wei and Rejoice slowly walked down the stairs. What Zhang Wei and Rejoice don't know is that Wang Guangliang's bodyguard also followed them all the way. I only saw them entering another floor. The bodyguard thought for a while, then he headed towards the floor where Zhang Wei was. Finally, there was a knock on another person's door. And the one who opened the door for the bodyguard, surprisingly. It was off phone from before. 15 minutes later, the bodyguard returned to Wang Guangliang's floor again. How is it? Have you found out the details of that guy? Wang Guangliang seemed very interested in the truth. It might be related to the fact that he saw Zhang Wei and others on the rooftop before. Chairman, I found out. He is from that building. Oh? Is he from Lankadang? No, I asked Lankadang's younger brother often. He said the guy has a complicated background and seems to be from that organization. That organization? The Rattlesnake organization? Yes. Is it credible? It is credible. The guy also has a silver ring on his middle finger. I saw it before, but I'm not sure. That ring? I just saw it. I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Chairman, what rumors? Black Sun, I told you before. Didn't I? This organization originally had 13 people. Before the end of the world, the Hornbill among them was killed by the guy named Mutu. After the end of the world, a guy named Grey Wolf was killed by the military principal. They lost 2 people. The military principal, are you talking about? Yes, that's him, the colonel commander, nicknamed the principal, and some people call him the flat-headed man. Wang Guangliang recalled thoughtfully again. But the chairman, what does this ring have to do with the 2 dead people? I've heard that too. This mercenary group has always consisted of 13 people. If there are attrition of core members, they will replenish staff appropriately. The guy named Hornbill before is dead. They recruited a guy nicknamed Water Ghost in Binhai City. He also made excuses that he wanted someone who could understand Chinese. This is a good way to do things in our country. That guy is a drug dealer. He used to be a subordinate of our company. That guy is now called Otter, is a member of Black Sun. I heard that people from their organization only give the ring to the woman you like, or you think you can serve as an alternative member. If I guess correctly, the guy who just called himself by Tingting's cousin, he should be the person those guys are looking for. Certainly, it does not exclude people from their organization. There are some individuals with abnormal sexual orientation, foreigner, always having fun. Wang Guangliang looked like someone who had come before. An alternative to Black Sun? The bodyguard seemed to understand something. It's not a very important thing. I heard before that Salmon always wanted to join them, but it cannot be recognized by them. Salmon? The leader of the scavenger organization? You asked me to ask the people below to scavenge and hire some killers. I heard people below talking about the leader of the scavengers. Looks like a Japanese. The bodyguard suddenly remembered this incident. I know, this guy named Salmon. I heard that I have been missing for half a year. However, the scavengers are short of supplies. They should do this. If he is from that organization, then don't touch him for now. Wang Guangliang added. Chapter 575 Pirate Jack. Wang Guangliang's meaning is very simple. If Zhang Wei is related to the mercenary organization, then leave Zhang Wei alone for the time being. The bodyguard nodded in agreement. And not long after, sure enough, Bai Tingting appeared in Wang Guangliang's ward at 2 o'clock as promised. Mr. Wang, this medicine has great staying power. If you give an intravenous drip, the flow rate cannot be too fast, don't worry. Also, you may not have any appetite these days, and there will be a feeling of vomiting. I see. It doesn't matter. Current medicine, it's already very gentle. I see people who use domestically produced medicines in the past. Due to the sequelae of chemotherapy, all my hair fell out. But Tingting, although I don't have food. The dinner will still arrive on time. I hope you don't miss the appointment. Wang Guangliang smiled and nodded. While Bai Tingting was busy with the injection, Wang Guangliang winked at the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard understood and left. In the outpatient building, Zhang Wei and Rejoice had to ask Brother Feng about the whereabouts of Lu Dali and others. Because the others, including Gao Yupeng, still hadn't seen any of the three people. How many students are you looking for? I will help you keep an eye on it. But what does your kid have to do with city lights? I see that the big boss pays close attention to you. Brother Feng asked curiously. Which big boss? That old man with white hair. It's Chairman Wang. Does the old man pay attention to me? How do you know? Of course I know, just now. He also asked his bodyguard to find out more about you. What did you say? Of course I tell the truth. I said you are from that organization, this kind of thing, I can't hide it. But I can't hide it, waiting for Brother Rattlesnake to come back, sooner or later he will know. It's better to be happy, make a good impression. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply, you were discovered anyway. Zhang Wei patted Brother Feng on the shoulder. After Brother Feng comes, only then did Zhang Wei communicate with Rejoice. How about it? We've got the medicine, how about leaving first? Send the medicine back before we talk. Rejoice pointed out the window. It means leave now. It's only afternoon now, before it gets dark. I probably won't be able to get to the wetland park yet. I don't know how many zombies were attracted over there. Even if I have to leave, we have to wait until daytime tomorrow. And didn't you also agree to take Bai Tingting away with you? The legs are on Bai Tingting's body. Leave one day earlier, and leave one day later. For her, there isn't any difference. I know what you mean, less people make it easier to move around, however. The whereabouts of Lu Dali and others are unknown. I don't know if it fell into the hands of people from Montenegro or the military. Let's wait until tomorrow. If Yangguang can be found, it will be much more convenient. Besides, if we leave secretly, with the help of the old man and Bai Tingting, leaving this hospital is a problem. In fact, Zhang Wei is not worried about the old man and Bai Tingting. What he is really worried about is Zhouan and Lu Dali. As for Yangguang, Zhang Wei believes that as a special police officer, he can survive even in more extreme environments. Rejoice was finally convinced by Zhang Wei, never mentioned leaving, and Zhang Wei also attracted Gao Yupeng. Start chatting with him about some things, such as the exit route and some surrounding survivors and looter forces. Looters? I've heard a lot about this, but most of those people are in the wilderness, but there is one nearby, 30 or 40 kilometers away. There is a big island. There was a large group of looters up there. I heard there were 1,800 people. 1,800? So much? Zhang Wei heard a white hat say before, that's the base camp of the lake bandits. It's like water in Lianshan Mountain. But the white hat said, there are only a few hundred people on the island. It's not as exaggerated as Gao Yupeng said. But the lake bandits? There are many forces, scattered outside. Definitely more than a few hundred people. That place was a resort before the end of the world, just developed by the travel company. There are 20 or 30 townhouses. When I heard about the zombie crisis, there are many passengers on it. There were probably hundreds of people at that time. And when the zombie crisis breaks out, that island is the only place that has not been overrun by zombies. Many survivors took their families and took refuge there. Many people still swam across. Why do you think it is called Shuibo Lianshan? Because the people on this island are very good at swimming. As for why they later became looters, then I don't know. Maybe it's because of the lack of food? Gao Yupeng expressed his guess. I see. Zhang Wei always thought it was a desert island. The hundreds of survivors above are performing Robinson Crusoe. I didn't expect there were townhouses. From this point of view, the people up there, probably much happier than most people in the old city. You have a good rest here on the rooftop. Don't run around, by the way. Help me find out the whereabouts of my friends. I'll go to the other wards. Zhang Wei said to Gao Yupeng. It was at this time. Suddenly there was a sound coming from the top of the building from far to near. Buzz buzz. Sound. Another helicopter is coming. Zhang Wei suddenly became very alert. Because I don't know if it's the group that stopped at that commercial building before. Zhang Wei did not dare to act rashly. The helicopter landed on the top floor of the 24th floor, where he was hospitalized. Zhang Wei did not dare to go rashly. I had no choice but to pat my shoulder, let Gao Yupeng go find out the news. This made Gao Yupeng very unhappy. After all, I walked up the stairs from the 8th floor to the 23rd floor. That is very physically demanding. But when Gao Yupeng thought about Zhang Wei's promise, take him and his friends to another base suitable for life, He no longer hesitated and walked up slowly. Half an hour later, Gao Yupeng, who had inquired about the news, came back and said excitedly, "It's Pirate Jack. It's Pirate Jack and Rotten Pants. Pirate Jack is here too? Isn't that the leader of the robbers' boat gang?" Rejoice was also attracted by the helicopter, and had met Zhang Wei a long time ago. "No. Pirate Jack is that person. I just found out now." "Who is it? Just tell me." "It's Prince Wang." "Pirate Jack? It's Prince Wang." "Prince Wang? Are you talking about Wang Pinyuan? Is Pirate Jack Wang Pinyuan?" Zhang Wei suddenly remembered what Lu Youyu, the white hat of the water purification company, said before. Jack is a robber organization, and most of their members are people who make a living at the ferry. And the people from this looter organization only steal wealth, not killing anyone. All the rivers on this side of the coast, Xiaohai Pier, they all have their existence. The leader is a one-eyed blind man with a prosthetic eye. So he is also called Pirate Jack. Wang Pinyuan is also a one-eyed dragon. No wonder he's called Pirate Jack. But this guy, how did you become the leader of the Marauders organization? I see. City Lights must be secretly supporting it. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. Chapter 576 Fatal Dinner Party. Only if there is strong support behind it, a low-class young man like Wang Pinyuan, only in this context of the end of the world, can also become the leader of a raider force. A marauder force that can survive in the cracks of other forces. No one is simple. Did you really see Pirate Jack and Bad Crotch? Yes, it should be the two of them. I also specifically asked someone to inquire. They all call the guy Wang Gongzi. Then you can't go wrong. What are the two of them doing here? Rejoice asked curiously. I have no idea. I heard that a bonfire dinner or something is held on the top floor in the evening. I saw them unloading food and wine from the plane. There seems to be a large bottle of red wine. Bonfire dinner? What on earth are these guys doing? Have you seen Ludali and others? No, there were only a few people on the plane. They are all unfamiliar faces, but they should all be City Lights people. I saw that they all greeted Wang Guangliang familiarly, and they all respect Wang Guangliang very much. Lao Gao, please help me find out more when you have time. See what's going on up there. Brother Yi, my little white brother, please let me go, my old arms and legs, I really can't climb the stairs. Then you can rest for a while before going, Rejoice said indifferently. Gao Yupeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. After knowing that Wang Pinyuan had come here, Zhang Wei chose to give up going out to avoid trouble. However, Zhang Wei tried his best to avoid trouble, but trouble still came. This time, it was Brother Feng who knocked on Zhang Wei's door. Mr. Yi, Chairman Wang invites you to attend the dinner on the rooftop. Dinner? I've eaten it, so forget it. Zhang Wei refused directly. It always felt like a hangman banquet. Zhang Wei didn't plan to keep the appointment. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang will definitely invite you to attend when he gives up the throne. He said that since you are Tingting's cousin, from then on we will be a family. Let's get acquainted at this time. It's always right. But Mr. Yi, let me speak from my heart, this kind of opportunity is rare. You know, Mr. Wang Mei? What do you mean? Zhang Wei always felt that there was something in this guy's words. No, I don't mean that Wang will always die. I mean, even in the last days, a family property as big as City Lights, there is always a need for someone to inherit. At that time, if Mr. Wang Pinyuan marries Bai Tingting, as my brother-in-law, in the City Light position, a rising tide lifts all boats. You said Bai Tingting was going to be with One-Eyed Dragon. No, are you going to marry Wang Pinyuan? That's natural, don't you know yet? I do not understand. I heard Bai Tingting say, she doesn't seem to like that guy very much. Mr. Yi, this kind of thing, aren't the elders having the final say? Parents are gone, brothers are elders, brother is not here, your cousin is also an elder, as long as you nod, everything just fell into place. Brother Feng said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I really want to attend. Has Chairman Wang finished his injection? Almost. I heard from the nurses that it will be finished around 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock? Let me check the time. It's almost 5 o'clock now. How about this? Please tell Wang Guangliang for me, and tell him that I will be at the rooftop at 6:30. Yes, by the way, Mr. Yi, our boss, also wants to see you. Brother Feng said casually, but his eyes subconsciously glanced at the ring on Zhang Wei's right index finger. Zhang Wei naturally noticed the special focus in Brother Feng's eyes. However, Zhang Wei still pretended to be unaware and said, you want to see me too? Even if you have a bad crotch? What does he want from me? Then I don't know, but Brother Yi, you'd better not call our eldest brother a bad crotch in public, he will be angry. Don't call him a bad crotch. What do you call him? I heard people outside, that's what they're called. We usually call our eldest brother Lan Gu. Orchid. Orchid of orchids. I think the orchid refers to the orchid. It's really hilarious. Rejoice suddenly spoke from the side. Brother Feng was shocked. This is my cousin Senior, who I introduced to you. She used to be a nurse, and she came to the hospital to seek refuge with the survivors. Zhang Wei introduced casually. Because at this time, Rejoice, in order to avoid being noticed by unknown enemies, is still dressed in a nurse's uniform. I understand. Brother Feng smiled knowingly. He thought Rejoice was Zhang Wei's girlfriend. Brother Wei, I'll leave first, remember to be on time. Brother Feng said, and went to other places. After the sound of Brother Feng's footsteps disappeared, Zhang Wei said helplessly to Rejoice, have you heard everything? Did we pack up and leave now? Where can I go at night? There are zombies everywhere at this time. I don't know how Yixing died. I want to go to that dinner party. Look at Wang and his son. What kind of trick is this? Do you need my help? Rejoice knows, anyway. Zhang Wei went deep into the tiger's den. Look at it. It's done, but if I were in jail, don't expose yourself. You go back to the old town, to the building where our power is located. Find a person named Qian Baohua. Just say that the fireworks are ready for use. Then just let Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong come to save people. Zhang Wei was also prepared for a rainy day. It is hard to accomplish the task with the help of those two young fools, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong. However, if Qian Baohua plots, it is still possible to save people. What Zhang Wei needs to do is to use the so-called ring to play dumb and survive before the crime is exposed. Well, I will pay attention. If you are dead, let Wang Yukan help you get revenge, Rejoice said with a smile. Throw the backpack in this room, in order to avoid being discovered or exposed. But Rejoice, if the situation is really wrong, you can try to hijack Wang Guangliang or Wang Pinyuan. Just like the Iron Tower hijacked the Ghost Hand that day, or the Martial Buddha hijacked the Lanru Temple. I remember that neither the Martial Buddha nor the Iron Tower had a good end. As the two chatted, everything gradually returned to calm. I know that around 6:15, Zhang Wei began to slowly pack his luggage. The bulletproof vest that was inseparable before, naturally. Zhang Wei wore it inside again. And 2 short knives, also carry it with you. As for the long sword, Zhang Wei hid under the bed, and asked Gao Yuping to help take care of it. Hidden together with the long knife, there are also 2 backpacks of chemotherapy drugs that Zhang Wei and Rejoice collected in the pharmacy. At this time, carry long weapons, on the contrary. It is easier to attract other people's attention. I'm going to the meeting with both swords today, Zhang Wei said to himself. Chapter 577 Bonfire Party. But Zhang Wei also knows, even if you bring more knives, it's just a comfort. Zhang Wei even thought, creating chaos by setting fires and stuff like that, but around here, you can't get very good fuel like gasoline. The fire may have just started, it was probably discovered and put out. I'll go up and take a look first. Find your own opportunities. Before Zhang Wei left, he turned to Rejoice and said, this search for opportunities, it's very vague. It can be looking for opportunities to leave, or he could be looking for opportunities to get close to the Wangs and his son. Find another opportunity to take action. The high-rise staircase for Gao Yupeng in Zhang Wei's eyes. It was ordinary. Thanks to the hard training that I have never given up during this period, Zhang Wei's physical fitness has been slowly improving. Not long after, Zhang Wei came to the top floor of the inpatient department. Come here again. It didn't make Zhang Wei feel any relaxed. I looked at the time, and it was only about 5:50. From the appointed time, there's still more than half an hour left. Zhang Wei quietly found a place to sit down, enjoying the dusk as the sun sets in the west. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. It's only near dusk. Not long after, there are more and more survivors on the entire rooftop, until dozens of people gather together. It's like having a rooftop party. I saw a lot of people showing up. Zhang Wei also happens to be fishing in troubled waters. So he stood up immediately towards parking at the airport. Go in that direction. This is the plane. Zhang Wei looked at a new helicopter that appeared. If I guess correctly, I got Wang Pinyuan and Rotten Crotch before I came here on this plane. Brother Yi, this way. A female voice came from afar. Zhang Wei turned around. He saw Bai Tingting waving towards him. Zhang Wei originally wanted to go there, unexpectedly. Bai Tingting trotted over. Zhang Wei immediately pulled Bai Tingting to the back of a shanty house on the roof. Are you really going to be with that one-eyed dragon? The question asked by Zhang Wei is very critical. Although Bai Tingting helped a lot, but if she is really obsessed with powerful people, I want to be the young mistress of the city light, Zhang Wei will not stop him. But from Ah Feng's words before, Zhang Wei finally heard it. Wang and his son, it means to cook raw rice into cooked rice. No, brother Yi, I have thought it through. I'll leave with you early tomorrow morning. That guy is not someone I like. I will never die with him. Won't you refuse? A person like Wang Guangliang, it may not embarrass you. You are wrong, brother Yi. They won't make things difficult for me, but they will definitely make things difficult for my grandfather. This guy Wang Guangliang, don't look at him as a patient. His means, scarier than you think. Okay, I see. Why don't you try to be polite tonight? No matter what, let's wait until daybreak and... The news that you are leaving here, can't disclose it to anyone, even your former colleagues or friends. Zhang Wei also gave Bai Tingting some details. He pretended not to know her and walked away. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that someone has long been secretly observing his every move. Is that guy? Asked a young man wearing tinted glasses. That's him. If you guessed correctly, he is from that organization. If you want to get Bai Tingting, no matter if that guy is her cousin or not, it's better to try not to get angry. Right, Pinyuan. How was it when you and Brother Lan went to that island? Since you are the secret gossip of the boat gang, Cannon can easily mobilize hundreds of people, although the Lake Bandit gang has its headquarters on the island. But they are not mounted with machine guns or cannons. It should be easy to get up there. Right? Dad, forget it. Those people are insufferable. I never thought about leaving the island. Oh? Didn't you say anything about your relationship with City Lights? Is their leader male or female? It's no use. The island is a plate of loose sand. If there really was someone who could take charge of the house, that's okay. Is it okay to kill a few people to establish authority? It's useless. This will only be counterproductive. For those guys, I can only be gentle anyway. Just leave it alone. Alan and I will look for another opportunity to go there. I can't stand this power. You've got it done. In water margin, Shuebo Lian Shan was not recruited from the beginning. Wang Guangliang is very pleased with Wang Pinyuan's tenacity. Dad, what's your illness? Can't die. If you can before you die, it would be nice to see my grandson born no matter what. Today, you have to deal with that one named Tingting. Wang Guangliang's face was expressionless, nod to the people walking by. When Zhang Wei was still wandering around idle, suddenly someone secretly tapped him on the shoulder. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. It's the back figure of a nurse's uniform. Take a closer look. It turned out to be Rejoice. But after Rejoice patted Zhang Wei, he disappeared into the crowd, whereabouts unknown. Zhang Wei knew that. Since Rejoice did not choose to leave, there would probably be a good show on this rooftop. This was not a simple woman. At nearly 6:30, the sky gradually darkened. Someone connected the power lines from the diesel generator downstairs, and several searchlights illuminated the entire rooftop. Zhang Wei walked over and saw that they were not searchlights, but headlights removed from cars. Not long after, Zhang Wei saw that several huge bonfires were lit on the rooftop, and the survivors gathered in groups of 2, 3 or 4 and began to talk loudly. Most people don't have alcohol, but you can also get a lot of pure water. He made do with it and started drinking. The boxes taken off the plane were opened. It's some sweet potatoes or something like that. Someone in charge distributed these items to the survivors. Let them cook or cook for themselves. And a few people who look like chefs, then they set up large barbecue grills. Started putting sausages on top, chicken wings, pickled fish and stuff like that. Zhang Wei is still observing, but found Wang Guangliang's wheelchair, walked towards him slowly. Cousin Tingting, this way please. My surname is Yi. Just call me Xia. You eat, I can just find a place to eat somewhere. The eldest brother is the father. I can't do it without you today. Wang Guangliang responded with a smile. Chairman, it's not that I don't want to go, just the dishes that will be available at that time. I may not like it. If you feel nauseous, it may affect your appetite. Dishes I don't like, just pretend you didn't see it. Good. Since you kindly meet me, then I would be disrespectful. The eldest brother is the father. Some things, brother always has to take the lead. Chapter 578 Opening Introduction. Zhang Wei deliberately came forward. Speaking of getting ahead, this means that he is not going to compromise. At least, still have to pretend to object. Then half-heartedly, agree with the marriage between Bai Tingting and Cyclops. When no one reacted the next day, he took Bai Tingting and his party and left quickly. At this time, some blinders are needed. The moment Wang Guangliang turned around, a sneer appeared on his face. Zhang Wei followed slowly, looking at Wang Guangliang's wheelchair. He was fascinated. What the hell? Sooner or later the wheels will be taken off your car. When Zhang Wei walked over, only then did I find a place to eat. It's a starry sky room on the top floor. Somewhat similar to a yurt, but it is made of transparent plastic and glass. There is a huge dining table inside. A man wearing glasses, he was drinking and talking to another pretty boy with a wicked smile on his face. When he saw Wang Guangliang, he went over and said something to the man wearing glasses. Only then did Zhang Wei see the man raise his head. He was actually wearing tinted glasses. Wear colored glasses at night, of course it's for concealing blemishes. If I guess correctly, this guy, it must be the one-eyed dragon. I didn't expect him to look like a dog. But people should not be judged by their appearance. The seawater is immeasurable. This kind of elite kid, most are highly educated, maybe it's not as simple as it seems. Zhang Wei guessed. Lu Dali can poke this guy's eyes out. It was just a surprise. After seeing Zhang Wei's people approaching, several people stopped talking in unison. We are all our own people. Sit anywhere you want. Although Wang Guangliang was polite, but he sat on the main seat. Not long after, 2 more people sat down. For a time, there were only 2 or 3 seats left on the entire table. Let me introduce to you. This one, it's Pirate Jack. Wang Guangliang did not directly say his son's true identity. Wang Pinyuan smiled and nodded. Only then did Zhang Wei begin to look at Wang Pinyuan's age. Probably around 24 or 5. He looks 5 or 6 years older than Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei thought, it seems that this guy Wang Guangliang always gets a son. Not very old. If we pushed back the time, he was around 40 years old at that time. This guy next to me, Song and Chiu are scavengers. This scavenger within a radius of 10 miles, they are all under his command. Scavengers? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered what Liu Youyu said about the Marauders Alliance. Because of the organization of waste pickers, it's one of them. It's just that they don't look like Zhang Wei guessed, for example, like the beggar clan's elder Babeo or something like that. Instead, he wears suits and leather shoes, tie, watch, leather shoes, all available. Zhang Wei only feels like wearing this in the last days. Either there is something wrong with the brain, or it's intentional. This guy next to me, I'm a friend from Nagoya Pier. His name is Matsushita Morisa. Wang Guangliang continued to introduce the people there. What? Panasonic handbrake? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaobai taught him how to drive outside the old city not long ago. When starting out, release the handbrake. Don't get me wrong, Panasonic is a local. I just studied in Japan before, so I took a Japanese name. Show is the show of the guard. The sand is sofa sand. I am from Benhai, just grew up in Nagoya. The person who is called Matsushita Shosha, he said sitting upright. Who is he? Matsushita Morisa pointed at Zhang Wei and asked. He is Yi. What is Yi? Yi Xiaobai? Right, he is Yi Xiaobai. He is a BS person. Black Sun? Song Chiu heard this. Suddenly he became shocked. You know, people from that organization, it has always been full of mystery. I heard that I was in this hospital, there is a guy named Rattlesnake, and secretly supported some looters. Zhang Wei touched his ring without leaving any trace. He said casually, I'm just here for barbecue. You can talk whatever you want. While several people were chatting, there was probably another person sitting over panting. I must be tired from climbing the stairs for a long time. Mr. Wang, why do you live so high up? Look how tired I am. A man with a Chinese character sat down casually. There was a creaking sound from the stool. Zhang Wei ditches from his ass. I saw a teal tattoo that resembled a shark. He is a scavenger man-eating shark. The scavengers are here too? What Zhang Wei didn't expect was that there are so many forces in this place, all related to city lights. From the scavengers just now, arrive at Nagoya Pier, then there are the scavengers in the back. I guess the rotten crotch has something to do with them. Nagoya Terminal is used for shipping. Can get together with the pirate Jack Wang Pinyuan of the ship gang, Zhang Wei can understand. But what Zhang Wei didn't expect was that an alliance of ordinary raiders, like scavengers and scavengers, he also has countless unknown relationships with Wang Guangliang. This last one, it's Alan. Wang Guangliang pointed at Alan and said. Apparently Alan's reputation is not very good. The people around him didn't take him seriously. Alan smiled indifferently. Don't care either. Pour a glass of red wine. He just drank by himself. Everyone, now that I'm here, then they are all friends. There is a big deal today. Let everyone take over and do it. But we'll talk about this later. Come on. Come on. Eat some meat and drink some wine first. I just finished the injection. No appetite. You can eat whatever you want. Wang Guangliang gave warm reception. Not long after, The survivor chef next to him was found from nowhere. The dishes came up one by one. Zhang Wei saw that several other people had eaten. "You're welcome." After they all moved their chopsticks, he also started to pick up large pieces of meat and stuff them into his mouth. Zhang Wei could even feel the envious looks from the people around him. "Let Tingting come over." Wang Guangliang turned to the bodyguard behind him and said. Then he gently patted the bodyguard on the shoulder. Zhang Wei accidentally saw this action of Wang Guangliang. "Although I don't know what they are going to do, but I was already on guard. I just had a few bites." The man named Alan, he came over with a red wine glass in hand, respectfully toasted to Zhang Wei, then asked, "I wonder which elder brother Yi is hanging out with." "My eldest brother?" Zhang Wei almost blurted out the words to Mengzi. "I didn't realize it until the words reached my lips. This guy might be lying to you." "Are you Alan? I heard Brother Snake talking about you." Zhang Wei didn't know how to say rattlesnake in English for a while. It can only be replaced by Brother Snake. "Oh, have you seen Rattlesnake?" "Seen, right, it's Snake, but I'm not hanging out with him. Me and the ape, bison, the kangaroos are relatively familiar with him." Zhang Wei reported all the names he knew. "So as not to wear clothes." "One of our own." Alan clinked glasses with Zhang Wei happily. Although he suspected that Zhang Wei was bragging about knowing so many people, he knew that Zhang Wei knew at least one of these people. What surprised Alan was that Zhang Wei actually had a ring. A ring that he had always dreamed of, but could never get. Chapter 579, Overturning the Table. "When did you start hanging out with Brother Snake?" Zhang Wei was trying to get this guy to tell him something. "Are you talking about Brother Rattlesnake? That was a long time ago. When I was studying English at another school, I met him indirectly through a friend in a bar." "You can speak foreign languages?" Zhang Wei was suddenly surprised. "You can't judge a person by his appearance." "Well, I'm good at English. I used to work in foreign trade of clothing." Alan recalled his past. Zhang Wei also wants to ask, "A talent like you, how did he become a turtle?" But this problem seems a little insulting. The words come to my lips. Zhang Wei held it back again. Alan still wants to continue to get close to Zhang Wei, but at this time, Bai Tingting came over from a distance. Alan's attention was attracted by Bai Tingting again. Seeing Alan staring at his woman, Wang Pinyuan coughed dryly. Alan had no choice but to look away, pretending to be casual. "Come on, Tingting. Sit here." Wang Guangliang greeted her warmly. Zhang Wei then saw that the bodyguard came over with a large bottle of red wine. "Eat the food first. Eat the food first. And then have a sip. This wine is not strong. And girls can drink it." Bai Tingting didn't know that the girl Wang Guangliang was talking about was her, and was still busy greeting everyone with a smile. "Cousin, just eat a little." Zhang Wei was afraid that Bai Tingting would let the cat out of the bag, so he greeted her in advance. Bai Tingting sat down hesitantly. The chef immediately brought several large pots of steaming barbecue, and it has been cut into long strips. Although Wang Guangliang said he had no appetite, but I still cut off the meat subconsciously. "Stuff it into your mouth." Then he frowned and swallowed. Today is a happy day. To be honest, I plan to let Bai Tingting marry to Jack. Today's dinner, just treat it like an engagement party," Wang Guangliang said with a smile. "Mr. Wang, I haven't agreed yet." Bai Tingting suddenly became anxious. It turned out to be a wedding banquet at the chairman's house. It's really rare. The man-eating shark raised his glass, but the glass was filled with white wine. Zhang Wei thought that he still had to do business. "I don't plan to drink white wine either. I just wanted to take the red wine bottle from the bodyguard's hand." "Hey, this is not a drink for men. Men, drink something white." The bodyguard directly handed Zhang Wei another wine bottle. "I can't drink this wine, but you said drinking for free? Then I'll just drink some pure water." Zhang Wei refused directly. Several people continued to chat at the wine table, and Panasonic guarded the sand. I always ask Wang Guangliang intentionally or unintentionally what the so-called big business is. However, Wang Guangliang was temporarily put off. "I'm asking you to send someone to the old city to do something." Zhang Wei only heard Wang Guangliang say this. Old town. City lights already has power in the old city, but this group of people rushed to the street, gathering so many looters to go to the old city. What is it for? Zhang Wei pretended to eat the food with big mouthfuls, however. He secretly observed everyone at the wine table. Inadvertently, Zhang Wei saw the rotten crotch, and the one-eyed dragon King Pinyuan shook hands without leaving a trace. Then Wang Pinyuan, he got up, and went to a table next to him. The wine bottle that the bodyguard had just placed there was brought over. Wang Pinyuan gently shook the bottle, then he walked next to Bai Tingting. Give Bai Tingting a wine glass in front of her. A glass of red wine was poured. "Brother Wang, I'm not used to drinking. Bai Tingting looked a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, just take a few sips, this is imported wine, before the end of the world. A bottle will cost tens of thousands of dollars. We come from far away, it was shipped by plane. Come! Come! Come, I take a sip, I have never tasted such good imported wine. Is this more Lafite than that 82-foot-tall Lafite? Wang Pinyuan's figure suddenly froze. Do you have to do something? Wang Pinyuan was furious. Making trouble? Don't you want to marry my cousin? Why don't you pour a glass of wine for your brother-in-law? Could it be this wine? Have a problem. What's wrong with wine? It was just opened. No problem, no problem. Just take a sip and try it. Zhang Wei is aggressive. Who do you think you are? I'll drink it if you tell me to. Don't drink, then stop drinking it. Zhang Wei threw his bowl and chopsticks forward. Suddenly the cups and plates were in a mess. I've had enough to eat and drink. How do you like to drink it? How to drink it? Cousin, let's go. Stop. You want me to stop? Then I'll just stop. Zhang Wei walked back slowly, lift the table and lift it. Suddenly the entire table rotated 720 degrees in the air. Bowls, chopsticks and food on the table all fell to the ground. Zhang Wei flipped the table over. How many people are eating? Get up immediately, involuntarily. He touched his waist. Want to go under the knife? Who doesn't have a few knives? Prince Wang, do you know who I am? Piss me off, the big shots behind me, it will burn the whole hospital to the ground. The lights of the city are no longer the lights of the city before the end of the world. But Black Sun is still the same. Killing and arson will earn you a gold belt. Repairing bridges and roads without leaving any corpses. Chairman Wang, I am doing the work of repairing bridges and roads. Is your money still useful? Wang Guangliang was completely confused by Zhang Wei's sudden outburst. However, he still suppressed his anger and said, how did a good dinner party turn out like this? Mr. Yi, do you know whose territory this is? Of course I know. But Chairman, do you know whose woman Bai Tingting is? Zhang Wei decided to tell a big lie. After saying this, Wang Guangliang seemed to suddenly understand something. Whose? Alan was stunned. I just said his name. Guess who it is? Bison? Kangaroo? Ape? Alan subconsciously called out 3 names. Is Bai Tingting the woman of those people? A woman who is not those people, but it's the woman those people like. Prince Wang, I heard that you were just looking for flowers and willows outside, so that someone pricked his eyes. If you don't want the other eye to go blind, I advise you not to take advantage of this woman. Zhang Wei used his own hands, pointed at Bai Tingting. This is the only way Zhang Wei can think of at the moment. He can get away with Bai Tingting. Bring up a shield, and then leave before the gang is exposed. After hearing this, Wang Pinyuan turned his eyes to Alan. Did you do this? It has nothing to do with me. I have been recruiting the lake bandits with you. Haven't I? Although Alan said this, Wang Pinyuan still didn't believe it, because he knew what kind of person this man named Alan was. Rotten Crotch is a white glove that specializes in helping the powerful and wealthy find women in the end times. If you have no objection, I think we should go downstairs. Zhang Wei took Bai Tingting's hand and walked straight to the stairs. Unexpectedly, after taking only 2 steps, the roar of a helicopter came from not far away. A beam of searchlight from the plane shone far away, and just happened to shine on the table that Zhang Wei had just lifted up. Chapter 580. Another plane comes. I saw the helicopter searchlight shining down. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. But Zhang Wei also knows, it's not too late at this time. He just wanted to take Bai Tingting away as soon as possible. Yi Xiaozi, just wait a moment. Wang Guangliang stopped Zhang Wei, who was about to leave. Zhang Wei pretended not to hear, however. Several of Wang Guangliang's bodyguards and subordinates, but he stretched out his hand to block Zhang Wei's way. Block my way, that means treating me as your enemy, Chairman Wang, although we are not friends, but not an enemy either, you have to think about the consequences of doing this. Wang Guangliang did not speak. But the bodyguard also didn't let him go. Zhang Wei knows, if he were alone, if it's at the stairwell again, he could still take a chance. But at this time, there are still dozens of meters away from the stairs. There is no light around here. In vain, it would be unwise to break out. Zhang Wei had no choice but to stand there indifferently, waiting for that plane to come down. Only less than 2 minutes, the plane was just a few hundred meters away, landed on the roof. A man in camouflage uniform got off the plane. This man does not squint, walked directly towards Wang Guangliang. Chairman Wang, haven't seen you for a long time. And the cabin door of the plane behind also continued to open. 5 heavily armed soldiers walked out. It's so lively, huh? What's going on? A fight started. People coming off the plane, just ignore everyone instead. He walked up to Wang Guangliang. Who did I think it was? Sergeant Li, Commander. Are you okay? It's okay. Sergeant Li, you who are fully armed, what is it for? Hunting zombies. Wang Pinyuan asked with a smile. You don't have to worry about what I do. I naturally have my purpose in doing this, but I think my goal has been achieved. Just leave that person to me. Sergeant Li pointed at Zhang Wei. Now it was everyone's turn to be stunned. And the woman next to her. Sergeant Li, he pointed at Baitingting next to him and said, Oh, are you also working for that organization? It's not about the commander and the people in that organization. Is it a mortal feud? Wang Guangliang suddenly felt a little confused. He thought, Sergeant Li, I am following the orders of that organization. Come here to pick up Zhang Wei and Baitingting. What is the sacrifice of one's life? This kid and this woman killed 46 members of my Li family just 4 days ago, a force as big as the eagle's nest. Only one person survived. You said, should I take him away? After saying this, you can hear the needle drop at the scene. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing that the 5 soldiers' guns were pointed at themselves, Zhang Wei immediately raised his hands and surrendered. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. It has nothing to do with you. I can see clearly in the telescope, you and this woman. There are also a few other people who look like students. You saw us in People's Square. Right? That is indeed us. I'm still thinking, who is shooting at us? But that thing about the bird's nest being wiped out, it really wasn't me. Knowing that this so-called Sergeant Li mistook Baitingting for Rejoice, Zhang Wei also knew, this guy is probably just suspicious. Sergeant Li, I think you have found the wrong person. This Yi boy has been in the hospital for a while. And the woman next to him, Baitingting, is a nurse at Binhai Hospital. She has been treating me for a while, and has never left the hospital. Not to mention destroying the eagle's nest. Wang Guangliang explained. Zhang Wei, who heard this, was immediately full of doubts. Why did this old guy speak for me? And Wang Guangliang's next words also made Zhang Wei understand why Wang Guangliang chose to smooth things over at this time. This boy named Yi, not an ordinary person, he is from that organization. Do you understand? Back then, the commander killed the Grey Wolf in their organization. But they have always been worried about it. You have to take action against him. You have to think about the consequences. After all, those behind him, even your superior commander chose to avoid the spotlight temporarily. Is he a mercenary? Sergeant Li asked, squinting his eyes. No one said otherwise. Then that's yes. Since you are from that organization, then I must take it away. I also said that these 5 or 6 people are useless. My Li family is full of more than 40 people. Except for a cousin named Vulture who survived, all died in their hands. Even if this kid is not the murderer, he must have something to do with the murderer. I watched him come from the south. Your dinner, I won't bother you. Sergeant Li left directly with his hands behind his back. And Zhang Wei saw those people turning on the safety of the rifle. I had to follow him. Baitingting was stunned on the spot. Don't know what to do. This woman, I wanted too. Sergeant Li turned around and said. Baitingting's face was ashen. This woman, I can't go with you. Wang Guangliang said with a smile. Why? Why? Is it possible that he is my future daughter-in-law of the Wang family? After Wang Guangliang said this, those bodyguards under him, many of them quietly touched their waists. And the large number of headlights on the roof, it also went out instantly. Lots of footsteps appeared in the surrounding darkness. Zhang Wei thought, finally figured out why Wang Guangliang stood up for Baitingting. Because he had officially announced the relationship between his son and Baitingting at the dinner. As a result, Zhang Wei slapped him in the face. However, in the eyes of most people, Zhang Wei, he is Baitingting's cousin, so Zhang Wei took her away. There is nothing wrong with that. However, Sergeant Li and Baitingting are not related to each other. If Baitingting were kidnapped in public, then they, father and son, I lost my face. In this environment of the last days, a woman is taken away by a man. If you think about it, you will know what will happen next. Even if that doesn't happen. In the eyes of most survivors, the heads of Wang's father and son's heads, it's already a little green and glowing. Director Wang, are you threatening me? You know, I've never been a compromising person. Sergeant Li sneered. I only know you are a brainless person. Let's do this. Sergeant Li, this woman will stay here for now. If she really had something to do with the destruction of the eagle's nest, I'll tie you up and apologize to you when the time comes. But I can guarantee it with my reputation, she certainly had nothing to do with those who died in the eagle's nest. You look for the survivors here. Just investigate in secret, and you will know. Good, let's go! Sergeant Lee waved coolly. Zhang Wei had his knife taken away by 2 people. Then, he was escorted to the plane. Chapter 581 Red Fireworks. Etc. Sergeant Lee, are you sure you want to take away this boy named He? Behind him. But those people, even if the commander is here, you also need to think deeply. What surprised Zhang Wei was that, the person who said this, it turned out to be the guy with the rotten crotch. Only then did Zhang Wei think of it, myself and my rotten crotch, in a sense, they are also people in the same boat. Because of the common background. It's just that the rotten crotch doesn't know that Zhang Wei is fake. I just grabbed a ring from Ajin. Sergeant Lee only paused for 3 seconds. Then he just ignored the words about the rotten crotch. It was at this time, a faintly bright parabola streaked across the sky. The parabola falls, the sky was filled with fire. It turned out to be a Molotov cocktail. It's just a coincidence. The Molotov cocktail happened to hit the helicopter that Sergeant Lee and others were coming over. Who is it? Sergeant Lee was furious. 2 of his 5 men, he ran over like crazy. Go to the helicopter cabin to find a dry powder fire extinguisher. Just the delay of going back and forth, it was too late to put out the gasoline fire. White powder spurted out, but the fire had already passed through the leaking gasoline. It burned to the inside of the plane. Dry powder fire extinguishers won't help. Not even half a minute, the entire plane burned into a ball of fire. All the survivors around subconsciously retreat 20 or 30 meters away. 2 minutes later, there was a huge explosion. The top floor of the entire inpatient department, it was reflected red. Fortunately, Wang Guangliang's 2 helicopters were parked farther away. And Wang Pingyuan's helicopter is also in another corner. Otherwise, the rooftop would probably cause a series of explosions due to the ignited helicopter. Who is it? Could it be Rejoice? Zhang Wei searched the crowd for the person who threw the bomb. But he never found it. This person probably disappeared into the crowd the moment he lit the cork of the Molotov cocktail and threw it. Sergeant Lee laughed instead of getting angry, and turned his gaze to Wang Guangliang. Sneering, you dare to say it wasn't you who did it? 5 rifles were pointed at Wang Guangliang. Several bodyguards of Wang Guangliang immediately and blatantly stood in front of him. And in the dark place, at another time, many people were changing positions. Sergeant Lee and his party of 5 were surrounded. Guns are terrible weapons. But in close combat, it is also easy to accidentally injure one's own people. A gun like Sergeant Lee's without a bayonet. A bunch of bullets haven't been finished yet, he will definitely be knocked down by someone in the dark. Wang Guangliang did not expect that at this time, there was actually someone who rescued Zhang Wei. And this person also dragged him into the water. But when Wang Guangliang thought about how many people came today, and particularly complex, as for the people on his side, he has no idea either. Wang Guangliang's eyes swept over the scavengers next to him one by one. Scavengers, Nagoya Pier, and Alan and others, for a while. I couldn't figure out who was behind it. Wang Guangliang could only be sure this was not done by his son Wang Pingyuan. Wang Pingyuan wished Zhang Wei would die soon. I don't know who did it, it's just a plane, I'll just pay you too, Wang Guangliang said indifferently. In Sergeant Lee's eyes, Wang Guangliang's words were tantamount to acquiescence. If you say so, then today will be fun. Sergeant Lee nodded to one of his men. The man put his gun on his back and trotted all the way to the edge of the roof, facing the direction of the people's square. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the soldier took out a firework-like thing from his chest. He rubbed it casually, and it quickly burned. Red fireworks burst out, lifted high by this soldier. I'm afraid it's 2 or 3 miles away. Also clearly visible. The soldier held up this red fireworks. While taking out a watermelon grenade from his belt, he bit the safety catch with his teeth, bite off the drawstring, then he threw it downstairs. The roof of the building is more than 20 stories high. The height is over 50 or 60 meters. Just less than 4 seconds, there are also grenades that landed on the ground. It exploded in the air. There was a huge explosion, and the sound of glass breaking downstairs. I don't know which floor was hit again. Not long after the explosion, torches lit up on several streets not far from the building. At the same time, the roars of zombies and gunshots were heard. At the same time, there were whistles one after another. It's the Black Mountain people. There are many knowledgeable people among the survivors. They probably heard that the Black Mountain organization was ambushing people nearby. Sergeant Lee, you are so generous, Wang Guangliang said with a smile. Now, I don't want to leave. Just give this kid a little punishment here. Just ask him what he did a few days ago, Sergeant Lee said with a sneer. If you want to inflict a crime, No need to worry. Zhang Wei is a tough talker. Zhang Wei would naturally not admit it at this time. If he admits it, those who want to help him, whether openly or secretly, they will lose their reason to take action. Tell me, did you come from the wetland park in the south? Sergeant Lee took out a pistol from his hip, aiming at Zhang Wei's chest. Yes, neither. Zhang Wei did not deny it. Sergeant Lee turned on the gun's safety. We did come from the south, but we have never been to the Eagle's Nest. Before coming here, we are with the water purification company and the people in Gaocheng, the woman you talked about who killed the man in the Eagle's Nest, and the woman who was with us, definitely not the same person, because of the woman I'm with, it's Gaocheng. Gaocheng? Did the leader of Gaocheng also show up? People around were talking a lot. Yes, I seem to have heard that the leader behind Gaocheng, indeed a woman, but no one has seen her face, I heard. She has never shown her face or spoken in front of the survivors. Another survivor said. But to say that the people in Gaocheng are with the water purification company, that's really possible. Because of this zombie hunting operation, it was jointly launched by Gaocheng and the water purification company. Are you 5 men and 1 woman? No, we are 4 boys and 1 girl. Zhang Wei told the truth. That guy Junichi Watanabe broke out alone. People behind? It was just him and Lu Dali, and Yang Guang, Zhou Anha rejoiced. But if you add in the later 2 guys by Dong Lai and Gao Yupeng, it could also be said that there are 6 men and 1 woman. Oh, I wonder if I can meet that woman. Sergeant Lee pointed the gun directly at Zhang Wei's crotch. Zhang Wei knows. This is a threat. This shot goes down. He may not die, but it really turned into a bad crotch. Chapter 582 Revenge. That woman is Gaocheng. You can't see her just because you want to, Zhang Wei said coldly. In that case, don't blame my bullets for not having eyes. If you lose any parts, don't blame me. Sergeant Lee lowered his gun directly, aiming at the lower part between Zhang Wei's legs. Zhang Wei remained silent. He knew that at such a close distance, even if he was faster, it was impossible to avoid this person's rifle bullet. However, Zhang Wei's eyes accidentally saw a white robe quietly approaching Sergeant Lee. It was Rejoice. Zhang Wei knew that Rejoice took a big risk by doing this, and it might be shot into a sieve by Sergeant Lee and his 5 men. He had to attract firepower for Rejoice. Only in this way could Rejoice achieve the possibility of capturing the thief and the leader. But Zhang Wei would also be in danger if he did this. But Zhang Wei had his own support. He wore a bulletproof vest on his upper body. When the 2 soldiers were searching me just now, he only took away the 2 conspicuous knives on Zhang Wei's body. Etc. I'll tell you. I will tell the cause and effect. I'll tell you everything. After Zhang Wei said this, many people around, they all laughed involuntarily. Obviously, many people don't care about Zhang Wei's life or death. Just as a melon eater, he was just dissatisfied with Zhang Wei for flipping the table at the Wang family's family banquet. You were so majestic just now. When I saw that my balls were not secure, give it immediately. This is what everyone thinks of Zhang Wei. Seeing Sergeant Lee, he said nothing. Zhang Wei continued to speak. As you said, the destruction of the Eagle's Nest, it does have something to do with me, but I didn't do it. Who did that? Don't you already have the answer? It can house dozens of people in the Eagle's Nest. Kill them all in a short time. There wasn't even any news leaked around here. A person or force with such ability, there are a few more. A gang commits a crime? Sergeant Lee said to himself. The note he received, indeed. There were several intruders, killed many children in his family. Some of them are nephews and nephews. But his whole family was destroyed. He couldn't figure out who did it. I can only confirm that with the several people who came from the wetland park, there is an unclear relationship. Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Sergeant Lee was already 7 points convinced. Zhang Wei continued. That person is Gaocheng. The only blame is that the people in the Eagle's Nest are not discerning. Hitting the muzzle of Gaocheng's gun, but can't blame them, because in this place, except Gaocheng himself, no one else has ever seen Gaocheng again. It's actually her? Sergeant Lee gritted his teeth. Since you are her accomplice, then you might as well die. Sergeant Lee said he was about to shoot. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei said calmly, You beat me to death. I can't take revenge at all. Because I am one of the only people who has seen Gaocheng's true face. To be honest, although Gaocheng and several of her men killed everyone in the Eagle's Nest, but he was also seriously injured. I come to this hospital. I just came here to find medicine. Chairman Wang can vouch for me. Zhang Wei said as he said, while turning his head. He glanced at Wang Guangliang. That's right, I saw him stealing medicine from the pharmacy. Wang Guangliang is a thoughtful person. Bai Tingting had obviously greeted him before. Zhang Wei also met him. But here he used a steal character. While belittling Zhang Wei, he also picked himself up completely. Sergeant Li is from the military. Zhang Wei is from that organization. He was very happy. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Two tigers fighting like this, both sides suffer. City lights will clean up the mess, reap the benefits of being a fisherman. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Or you want to lie to me and say you will take us to Gaocheng, then find an opportunity to sneak away midway. Sergeant Li seemed to have figured out Zhang Wei's conspiracy. That's right, I do think so, but this is how I can survive. At the same time, it is also the only place where you can find Gaocheng, and the only way to get revenge. Zhang Wei had no choice but to follow Sergeant Li's words. Ho, you are wrong. I am a person who must avenge myself, no matter what your relationship is with Gaocheng. But here, that means you can go die. It doesn't matter who Gaocheng is. I kill dozens of people from Gaocheng every day. I can't believe he didn't show up. Sergeant Li said, on the other hand. He planned to shoot. Unexpectedly. At this time, there were heavy footsteps coming from the stairs. In less than half a minute, a large group of people with guns and ammunition surged up in the corridor. 40 or 50 people spread out, the whole rooftop situation. Suddenly there was chaos. That is to say, taking advantage of all the chaos, the lights flickered due to the passing of people coming up. Rejoice approached Sergeant Li without anyone noticing. Then he hugged Sergeant Li's neck. Don't act rashly. I'm not sure, will this knife cut off the main artery in your neck? A soft voice sounded softly in Sergeant Li's ears. Sergeant Li even felt that his ears were itchy because he was too close to Rejoice. However, the cold touch on Sergeant Li's neck made him feel that what was pressed against his neck was a sharp knife. Sir! Sir! Are you okay? Several soldiers nearby asked anxiously. The muzzle of the gun was also changed from pointing at the darkness and Zhang Wei to Rejoice. However, Rejoice touched Sergeant Li from behind. And at this time, Rejoice used Sergeant Li's body as a human shelter. Unless the shooter's marksmanship is particularly good otherwise. When shooting, the first to die must be Sergeant Li. And obviously, in such a visibility environment, people 10 meters away can't even see each other's faces. Not to mention shooting. Stop thinking about shooting. The moment I fell, due to the inertia of the body, knife, I'll cut this guy's neck as well. Rejoice said. The blade really cut through Sergeant Li's skin. A stream of blood flowed down Sergeant Li's neck, but Rejoice's scale was very accurate. Sergeant Li's blood vessels were not severed. At this time, people still kept running up the stairs. Different from Sergeant Li and his group of 5 people who were wearing camouflage military uniforms, these people are more like bandits, wearing messy outfits. These people are all panting. Once he stood firm. He breathed out loudly. After all, carrying the weight up to the 23rd floor in one breath, this is not something ordinary people can do. Wang Guangliang turned a deaf ear to these people who came up. Just a bodyguard to protect her. There were a dozen more people. Saw several of them. They all put their hands into their arms. Zhang Wei has no doubt. They all had pistols under their clothes. The last person from Montenegro finally. Panting. I climbed up. After wandering around for a while, stopped in front of Sergeant Li, who was being held hostage. But when I turned around and looked, unexpectedly, I found out that it was Zhang Wei. An acquaintance. Huh? It's your boy. Where is that Wu Daoan? Chapter 583 Playing Big. Zhang Wei didn't know what this guy's name was. But he still responded subconsciously. Line leader. You actually know him? Sergeant Li was a little surprised at the familiarity between the line leader and Zhang Wei. What's going on? Let Sergeant Li go. Or I'll shoot. The line leader actually took out a pistol from his waist. He pointed it at Rejoice without thinking. Catch that guy. Sergeant Li ignored the butterfly knife on his neck and gave another order to the line leader. You dare to catch him. Your Sergeant Li is going to die of hemorrhagic shock. Rejoice retorted. Now the line manager didn't dare to act rashly. Aren't you happy that you offended our Sergeant Li? The line leader only said to Zhang Wei in a friendly manner. You idiot, the two of them, this is the person I want you to arrest at the intersection. Sergeant Li is as stupid as ever at this time. I also found out that Rejoice and Zhang Wei were 2 of the 5 people in the square. It's just that the distance was really a bit far at that time. He just took biting. Think of it as that woman. I didn't expect a real woman, hidden among the crowd, also used nurse uniforms. A nurse's cap and mask provided cover. Sergeant Li had not seen Rejoice approaching before. I just didn't take it to heart. He thought it was just a frightened nurse trying to run away from him. Is it him? Isn't he from Gaocheng? The line leader was stunned before he heard Wu Daoan Gao Yupeng say that he was from Gaocheng. He subconsciously thought Zhang Wei was from Gaocheng. Generally speaking, the people in Gaocheng probably wouldn't do anything to the Eagle's Nest, because this can easily cause resistance from the entire Marauder Alliance. Although the Eagle's Nest is the weakest among the dozens of Marauder Alliances, but he is also one of the Marauders Alliance. The line leader finally understood that means he was deceived by Zhang Wei. But at this time, the line leader is also in a dilemma. Kidnapping Zhang Wei, I'm also afraid that Rejoice will tear up my vote. If Zhang Wei is not arrested, I felt like I was disobeying Sergeant Li's order again. The line leader even regretted that he led this group of people to rush forward in a swarm. On the way up, in order to rush for time, and exchange fire with zombies, a lot of ammunition was wasted. But it's also for this reason. There are a lot of zombies around, attracted by gunshots and other running zombies, gathered downstairs in the inpatient department of the hospital. Give me a plane, let us leave, from now on. Everyone will not interfere with the river, Zhang Wei said to Wang Guangliang. At this time, Sergeant Li's plane, it had been blown up by the Molotov cocktail secretly thrown by Rejoice. The only option was to take the same plane that Wang Pinyuan and Rotten Crotch came from. Zhang Wei was very lucky that he had asked Rejoice to save the remaining gasoline when he set fire to the Eagle's Nest in the treehouse. Without the gasoline bomb, he would have been taken away by Sergeant Li. He might have been shot on the plane, or he might have been tortured inhumanely somewhere. Wang Guangliang also saw that the funeral was not a big deal. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You should solve your grievances by yourselves. Since you are Tingting's cousin, I will lend you a plane, and you can fly it yourself." Wang Guangliang's words were as good as nothing. Zhang Wei wanted Wang Guangliang to help remove these people's guns. However, Wang Guangliang saw dozens of people. Everyone is fully armed. I don't want to wade into this muddy water for a moment. So Zhang Wei is leaving. He really can only rely on himself. Let your men start the plane for us. Zhang Wei threatened Sergeant Li and said, "Hey, what a coincidence, the only person here who can fly a helicopter, that's me." Sergeant Li means it was to make Rejoice let go of the knife in her hand. Rejoice is not a fool if you let go at this time. You will be a human being. I'm for fish. The fate of her and Zhang Wei can be imagined. And she is a woman. I'm afraid the outcome will be worse than that of ordinary people. Even more terrifying. For a time, the situation has reached a stalemate again. But Wang Guangliang saw that it was not over yet, then someone dragged the wheelchair over. Sitting directly on the wheelchair, while starting to inhale oxygen, while continuing to watch the show, Bai Tingting was observing all this nervously not far away. She hasn't figured out the reason yet. I thought all this happened because of her. He couldn't help but said with a cry, "Chairman, you let them go. I agree to be with Mr. Pinyuan. You can do whatever you want, as long as you let them both go, and my grandpa." Only then did Zhang Wei remember, this woman also has a grandfather. However, Zhang Wei had previously told Gao Yupeng to meet with old man by dawn. Let's leave together at dawn. I don't know if the two of them are at this time. Which floor downstairs is it on? Bai Tingting, this matter, it has nothing to do with you. This is a battle between Black Sun and the military. Wang Guangliang deliberately spoke louder, so that all the surrounding survivors can listen. And Zhang Wei and Sergeant Li, no matter who dies then, or perhaps they will die together, it's all their own fault. Wang Guangliang can naturally push it away. The survivors around here, there is no shortage of eyes and ears from other forces. If there is a fight between these two forces, the news will probably spread throughout Binhai City within a few seconds. Only then did Bai Tingting realize that, it's like these people with guns and ammunition, he is really not Wang Guangliang's person. Because we don't even take Wang Guangliang seriously. Seeing that the stalemate was still going on, he heard Wang Guangliang mention Black Sun's rotten pants, and stepped forward and said, "Since you are all friends, why not end this matter here? I will notarize it for everyone. If you have any grudges, you can do it later. Today is the chairman's kind invitation to dinner. And it is also the engagement party of Mr. Wang. Don't disturb the elegance. Who do you think you are?" Sergeant Li was furious. He had seen the rotten pants a long time ago, and he had heard about his style of doing things. Sergeant Li asked himself if he was a good person. But he won't commit adultery or robbery. And this guy, almost all done. He is preaching here in a serious manner. The rotten crotch was belittled by Sergeant Li. There are scavengers around again, Scavenger, Pirate Jack, Nagoya Pier, the leaders of many forces such as Montenegro are here, for a moment. He couldn't bear it and cursed. "What kind of a piece of shit are you? A group of guys with guns can't beat a guy with a knife. He was also kidnapped by a woman, if you tell me. You will really be laughed to death. The rotten crotch said this. Everyone unanimously focused their attention on Rejoice, who was wearing a mask. This woman, is she really an ordinary woman? Chapter 584. The fish is dead, and the net is broken. Sergeant Lee, until this time, only then did I realize the problem. This woman took action. It was obviously to save Zhang Wei, whom he had just wanted to kidnap. But the true identity of this woman. So you are the real Gao Cheng. Sergeant Lee blurted out subconsciously. As soon as I finished saying this, everyone seemed to understand. Gao Cheng has never shown his true colors to others. It is even rumored that it is sometimes male, sometimes it's a woman. But this woman, I have been wearing a mask since I showed up. In addition to the nurse uniform, you can see the curvy figure. It can be roughly seen that she is a woman. Judging from the exposed eyes and other parts, there was no way she was a familiar person. Gao Cheng? There has never been any high city. In other words, everyone is a Gao Cheng. Rejoice learned the story she heard from Liu Youyu. It explains a lot. That is Gao Cheng, just a nickname. Even if the first generation leader dies or abdicates, there will also be a new high city. She said this. It is equivalent to admitting that he is Gao Cheng in disguise. This made Sergeant Lee suddenly nervous. That is, if she is really Gao Cheng, kill him and leave. Maybe it won't make any waves. Montenegrin people, not under his control, just invited here to help. But Gao Cheng, in this area within 10 miles, I'm afraid there are thousands of survivors. These survivors usually fight on their own, live alone, but once Gao Cheng's call was received, they will move in groups. Just like this zombie eradication operation. If you don't object, I think it's time for us to leave, Zhang Wei said with a smile. While talking, Zhang Wei motioned to the gunman to return the knife to him, then slowly walked towards Rejoice. The gunman was out of fear of throwing rats away. He could only hand the knife to Zhang Wei helplessly. Do you think I'll fly a plane for you? Sergeant Lee said expressionlessly. These words stopped Zhang Wei. Because Zhang Wei ignored a problem. That is, I don't know whether this guy's biological father or mother is a relative. All died in the hands of his own group. What if we end up dead on the plane? He and Rejoice, there is no chance of survival. Especially when flying a plane into the ground or hitting a tall building. Rejoice also became nervous instantly. If you don't leave by plane, so many people gathered here, she and Zhang Wei must have died in the end. The gunman can go around and shoot at any time. At this time, I just regret that Yang Guang, the one who jumped on the street, is not here. Don't know where he went. Seeing Zhang Wei looking a little at a loss, Sergeant Lee couldn't help laughing. If you die no matter what, then just hold this guy on your back, Rejoice said indifferently. On the other hand, the blade continued to stick to Sergeant Lee's neck, etc. The leader of the Montenegrin organization couldn't help but stop Rejoice. Oh, what do you have to say? You can't kill him, the line leader said nervously. Why? A soft and clear voice came. Because. The line length became a bit hesitant. Because of what? Now even the people next to me became curious. Because the commander asked me to protect his safety secretly. The line leader gritted his teeth and vomited it all out. After saying this, even Sergeant Lee's 5 subordinates looked at each other in confusion. Sergeant Lee also blushed for a while. Because this is really embarrassing. He's a sergeant major, running rampant in the last days. He actually needs the protection of a few stragglers. Say this. It was almost going to make people laugh out loud. When Zhang Wei heard this, but suddenly he became hesitant. Because he knew that although the line leader sounded a bit upright, but it should be true. If he really is a commander, that should be the head or leader of the military. I heard people talking before. There are hundreds of survivors from the military here. Although it is not comparable to a brigade before the end of the world. But everyone who appears here is fully armed. Let Zhang Wei see some power beyond his awareness. Although Zhang Wei also has a lot of guns, but the food has been played. If you can meet this officer, by the way, from the Black Mountain organization supported by him, get some arms, ammunition or something, that must be very good. Zombies are not terrible, but Zhang Wei needs some special weapons to deal with survivors. And relying on the tunnels that have been blackmailed from the ghost-handed mines, not enough. On remote sniper and strong city defense, still depending on the gun. But Zhang Wei is not a person who easily believes in others. Instead, he said in a deliberately cliched tone, Commander? You little sergeant, not unreasonable, how can I trust Commander so easily? I don't know how to explain this to you. Sergeant Lee can't die here anyway. Also, Our commander is not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. That's impossible, unless your commander shows up here, using himself as a hostage exchange. This way we can use your commander to take us away. But everything you said is unfounded, so Sergeant Lee. This guy, it's better to send him on his way, Zhang Wei said indifferently. Zhang Wei's move, playing with extreme pressure. Only in this way, only then can the so-called line leader or Sergeant Lee be forced to compromise. Zhang Wei knows, although each of them acted bravely and fearless of death, but those who can survive the apocalypse, no one is afraid of death. People who really don't have the courage to live, Zhang Wei has only seen one. It was not long after the zombie crisis broke out there, Kai Lao-san, who kidnapped Pei Wu and locked her in the cellar. When he lost to Zhang Wei, he collided head-on with Zhang Wei's knife edge. Liberate yourself by committing suicide. Wait. If you want to take you away? I think I can. I can fly a plane. The line leader hesitated for a moment and said, Really? Rejoice was a little skeptical. I'm not lying to you. Although I learned to fly a plane after the end of the world. I have 70 to 80 hours of flying experience. It may be difficult to go to those far places, but there is no problem to take you away, the line leader said sincerely. 70 to 80 hours of driving experience. Zhang Wei knew that this was all very good, because in half an hour, you could almost fly half a circle around Binhai with a helicopter. 70 or 80 hours, if we calculate the distance between Binhai and the old town every day as 10 minutes, that would be at least hundreds of round trips. Okay, you take us away, but your men cannot go there, nor can Sergeant Lee's men. Also, we need to bring a few more people with us, and you cannot carry any weapons. Chapter 585 Line Captain Peng Lin. Zhang Wei's words. Let the line captain breathe a sigh of relief. That is Sergeant Lee, who is no longer in danger of death for the time being. Now, let your men put away their weapons. Zhang Wei glanced at the guns pointed at him and rejoiced. If the game is a fight to the death, they will be shot into sieves in a breath. So in this round of the prisoner's game, to some extent, Zhang Wei still won. Zhang Wei is barefoot, and is not afraid of those wearing shoes. The line leader waved his hand coolly. However, none of the surrounding subordinates put down their guns. Instead, he seemed even more nervous. This made both the line leader and Sergeant Lee even more confused. Until a subordinate came over and said, Line Commander Peng, we cannot surrender, danger, it has not been lifted. Only then did Line Commander Peng realize a problem. That is, Zhang Wei and Rejoice are not the only enemies here. So did Wang Guangliang, who was watching the show from his wheelchair. The line leader immediately walked towards Wang Guangliang on foot. When Wang Guangliang was about 10 steps away, the bodyguards beside him moved together and took out guns from their arms. Many of the guns were equipped with silencers. It can be seen that these bodyguards are quite experienced and professional. Chairman, please lift the alert. The line leader bowed politely. Your people rushed in so quickly, carrying dozens of fire sticks. How can you let my people calm down? It's already very good that they haven't fired for so long. Wang Guangliang's voice sounded a little tired. The line leader knew what Wang Guangliang meant, which was that his men had to put away their guns first. Knowing that this was Wang Guangliang's territory, there was no point in arguing about it. The line leader ordered again, put away all the weapons. Don't let people laugh at our Black Mountain. Everyone around knew that this guy deliberately mentioned Black Mountain, which was actually a reference to the powerful backstage behind. Although this backstage had few people, they had weapons. Even compared with City Light, it was the same. So the people around, they all put away their guns. Occasionally one or two moved slowly. After a little hesitation, others followed suit. After doing all this, Wang Guangliang also nodded with satisfaction. Then some metallic sounds came from the darkness again. Someone was probably putting away weapons such as spears, broadswords, and guns. Tense confrontational situation, it was disintegrated all of a sudden. Onlookers at the scene, his expression also became more relaxed. We started a small conversation with you and me. The scene was filled with a happy atmosphere. And the length of the line, he also turned around and smiled at Zhang Wei. At this time, Zhang Wei, he also had to say to Bai Tingting, now is our only chance to leave. If you want to leave, just go downstairs and call your grandpa. By the way, let me call my friend, let him bring our stuff. I'll wait for you here for 10 minutes. Good. Bai Tingting ran down quickly. Zhang Wei knows, it takes 10 minutes to go down from the 20th floor to the 89th floor, and found Gao Yuping, then climb up from below. This is somewhat exaggerated. But in order to avoid other accidents, Zhang Wei could not afford to waste too much time. After seeing that Bai Tingting was also planning to leave with Zhang Wei, Wang Guangliang and Wang Pinyuan suddenly turned pale. After all, they had just said in public that Bai Tingting would be his daughter-in-law. Wang Guangliang also felt that he had not much time left and wanted to hug his grandson before he died. It was rare that Wang Pinyuan did not reject Bai Tingting. As for Bai Tingting's feelings, Wang Guangliang naturally ignored them subconsciously. The line leader walked towards Zhang Wei again and said, "It's your turn now." "I'm not that stupid." Zhang Wei was not stupid. And no matter what, he couldn't let go of Sergeant Li at this time. "Give me your gun." Zhang Wei saw that the line leader had just taken out a pistol. However, when he walked towards Wang Guangliang, he thrust it back without leaving any trace. Relying on a butterfly knife from Rejoice was still too risky. Zhang Wei needed another weapon to support him. And weapons that can surpass a short sword, that's the gun in the line leader's hand that I just saw. This. The line leader visibly hesitated. Because he knows, the current situation, it's just Sergeant Li who's in deep danger all by himself. But once he gave the gun to Zhang Wei, then he himself is in danger. But the line leader seemed to understand something. Still he took out the gun without hesitation. He held it upside down and handed it to Zhang Wei, to show sincerity. Zhang Wei took it without hesitation. "Export the magazine and take a look. There are only 7 bullets in it. This is an old QSC 193 pistol. The biggest feature of this gun is its limited magazine capacity. Only 7 rounds. Zhang Wei on basic firearms. I still have some understanding. This is an officer's gun. Give me all the bullets." I saw that this gun only had 7 bullets. Zhang Wei didn't even want it. 7 bullets, it was all gone in no time. And Zhang Wei is not a good shooter either. I just know to turn on the insurance, then aim and shoot. As for the hit rate, that's probably quite amateur level. The bullets are all in the gun, there is nothing else. The line leader refused directly. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense. He pointed the gun at Sergeant Li's temple. "I won't lie to you." The line leader gritted his teeth and said, "Pimple." A sound came. Zhang Wei turned on the gun's safety. "Okay, all for you." The length of the thread was fumbled from the crotch pocket. "Take out a nylon stocking, throw it to Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei subconsciously took it. He was about to retaliate angrily. "You're using your fucking stinky socks to deal with me. I didn't expect it to be heavy when I first started." "Open one. There are stacked metal objects wrapped in oil paper. Tear it open and take a look. It's the bullets stuck on the bullet card." Just counted them casually. There were actually 42. Zhang Wei stuffed it into the pocket of his pants without hesitation. It was heavy for a while. More than 40 bullets, it's enough for him to use for a while. "What's your relationship with that commander?" Seeing the time agreed between Distance and Bai Tingting, there are still 5 or 6 minutes. Zhang Wei had to chat with the line leader. "I made a mistake when I met you on the street. I thought you were just an ordinary survivor. My name is Peng Lin, Qilin Lin. He is the line leader of the 5th production line." "The 5th production line? A production line for arms production?" Zhang Wei remembered the rumors about Montenegro. "These guys come here to hang out. Should we no longer produce arms?" "Your Excellency Commander, he must be my boss's boss." "My boss, this is Sergeant Fang Jirong. We were in the same barracks as Sergeant Li." Peng Lin's words. This is equivalent to confirming the rumors that the Montenegrin organization is supported by the military. Boss's boss, this is equivalent to the commander holding them indirectly. The commander opened a company. Peng Xianzhang is a subsidiary of this company. When Zhang Wei still wanted to ask something, Bai Tingting led several people to appear on the rooftop panting. So fast? Zhang Wei felt a little incredible. Because it was at least 3 or 4 minutes faster than expected. "I met my grandfather, who was coming up to see me halfway. I don't know who broke the glass downstairs. There are zombies coming in vain." The survivors were moving upstairs in panic. When Zhang Wei saw Gao Yuping, he thought, carrying Zhang Wei's and Rejoice backpacks containing chemotherapy drugs on their chests and back, respectively. The long knife was also caught in his hand. It seems that he has not forgotten what Zhang Wei said. "Walk, get on the plane. That who, you use your own shoelaces, tie up Sergeant Li." Zhang Wei deliberately did not call Gao Yoping's name, to prevent him from getting into trouble later. "Chairman Wang, I'll lend you your plane today." Zhang Wei said goodbye to Zhang Wei with a smile. What else does Wang Guangliang want to say? But he was intercepted by Wang Pinyuan. Until Zhang Wei, Rejoice, Bai Tingting, Bai Donglai, Gao Yupeng, Sergeant Li, Peng Lin and his group of 7 entered the plane. Close the hatch. The plane began to fly into the sky. Why did you stop me from stopping them? Because of Bai Tingting? Wang Guangliang asked with some confusion. Father, do you think I will let them go? That helicopter fuel, I can't fly 2 kilometers. Chapter 586 Emergency Landing. Oh, low on fuel. Wang Guangliang finally understood why his always impulsive son behaved so steadily today. When our plane came over, there was only a tiny bit of aviation kerosene left. It's probably enough to fly for 3 to 5 kilometers. Just used for lighting, I also brake the helicopter for half an hour. I guess I won't be able to fly for long now. Wang Pinyuan showed an evil smile. In that case, that would be a pity for Tingting. But this is fine. Montenegrin people from Gaocheng, everyone in the mercenary organization died. This area is also expected to be completely chaotic, however. If the fuel is low, your plane will not alarm. Of course the police will be called, but these guys, would you choose to land here? Wang Shengyuan said confidently. And in the sky at this time, Sergeant Li has long been controlled by Zheng Wei and others. Squatting on the bench in the cabin, don't talk much. And Peng Lin suddenly said nervously, No, the plane is low on fuel. Low on fuel? How far can we go? Is the reserve fuel tank open? Gao Yupeng also asked worriedly. I didn't expect it was my first time to fly. About to encounter a plane crash. And it's a helicopter. Gao Yupeng cursed loudly. This is not a fighter jet. Where is the auxiliary fuel tank? Although Peng Lin said, but he still subconsciously checked various instruments. What made him panic was, the plane had begun to shake irregularly. Can we make an emergency landing or something? Because it is related to one's own wealth and life, Rejoice also asked worriedly. No, there is no view around here at all. This is the core urban area. Randomly bump into a building or street lamp. We'll all be minced by the propeller. Although Peng Lin said he couldn't make an emergency landing, but he still drove the helicopter to an open area. And the surrounding places, the most open, there is People's Square only 1 kilometer away. You can also stay on the top floors of many high-rise buildings. Just the remaining fuel of the helicopter, it's not enough to support it rising vertically. Just go in this direction. If you could fly over the river in the wetland park, we won't necessarily drown if we jump. Zhang Wei knows. The possibility of surviving a base jump at this time is 0. And, inside this so-called helicopter, there was no parachute pack stocked at all. Hateful. We were tricked by Wang Guangliang. The helicopter is your choice. You deserve it if you die. Sergeant Li, the king of strong-mouthed people, is still in Jiepa. Zhang Wei immediately slapped him with a big mouth without hesitation. How dare you? A prisoner. Stay here? How are you if I kill you with 1 shot? Sergeant Li knew, if you continue to argue with Zhang Wei, you will only be humiliating yourself. He had to turn his attention to the other side. I'm afraid I won't be able to fly to the wetland park. We can only make an emergency landing at People's Square. Peng Lin said anxiously. People's Square? I'm afraid it's all zombies now. Although the zombies here have been cleaned up in every possible way. But the grenade dropped by Sergeant Li's men just now, and the huge noise caused by the people from Montenegro, the zombies gathered in this direction again. Although there are not as many zombies in People's Square as there are in the hospital, but there are still quite a few. If we land here, the level of danger is undoubtedly quite high. But Zhang Wei also knows, for helicopters, he is a layman, that Guy Peng Lin choose to land here, he must have his own reasons. And Zhang Wei also has good reasons. Let him lead these teammates to survive. That's when it's necessary. Throw the tied Sergeant Li out as bait. If you can hold it off for a while. It's a while. The shaking of the helicopter became more and more serious. Zhang Wei, and others, who did not wear sound-isolating headphones, there was a huge roar in the ears. Even if a few friends are right next to you, Zhang Wei could see their mouths opening and closing, but I could only slightly hear what they said. Sit tight. A few words Peng Lin said. It was still clearly transmitted to the ears of Zhang Wei and others. Everyone subconsciously grabs whatever they can. The plane still inevitably spins in the air. It's just that the speed becomes very slow. At this time, Zhang Wei no longer cares about the life or death of others. He can only try his best. Grab whatever you can. Old man Bai Donglai's exclamation, and Bai Tingting's panic shout came to my ears. After an emergency landing, the lower eaves of the aircraft directly touched the artificial marble tile floor of the square. Suddenly a bunch of sparks appeared. Due to the propelling of the spiral, the aircraft smoothing started. It slid away 20 or 30 meters away. The entire cabin will be deformed. Zhang Wei struggled to stand up, spit out a mouthful of blood. By the way, He opened the helicopter door. Although there are some deformations, but it can still be opened. Zhang Wei felt that the gun and bullets he had just robbed were still there. Naturally, I turned on the insurance without hesitation. Pointed the gun at Peng Lin and Sergeant Li. Zhang Wei even had some doubts. This accident, it was deliberately created by this guy Peng Lin. Because he's in the driver's seat, almost intact. Gao Yupeng and Rejoice also faintly woke up at this time. The next person to recover was Bai Tingting. And only for a few seconds, Bai Tingting's bitter cry was heard. Grandfather, Grandpa. What's wrong with you? You don't want to die. Zhang Wei then turned around and looked. Only when I took a look did I realize, it turned out to be a mold for a metal object from an airplane. It had already pierced into old man Bai's chest. The old man's blood flowed all over the floor. It seems that there is more air coming out and less air coming in. As doctors, Rejoice and Bai Tingting immediately started the examination. Bai Tingting could only tear off a piece of fabric from the nurse's uniform and began to bandage it tremblingly. Rejoice shook her head helplessly. He's stabbed in the heart and lungs. He's dead. Rejoice made a direct conclusion. If it was before the end of the world, he might have been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. But with the current medical conditions, it would be a problem to carry him out of the square. Zombies are coming. We're leaving. Ignoring Peng Lin, who was supporting Sergeant Li, Zhang Wei shook Gao Yupeng, who was still a little dizzy. Gao Yupeng was short, so he curled up at the beginning. But he was not seriously injured. Knife. Your knife. Gao Yupeng handed Zhang Wei's long knife over. The long knife is for you. The short knife is for Rejoice. Each of you carries a backpack. And I'll keep an eye on these two guys. Zhang Wei immediately divided the tasks. Zombies are not the most dangerous. But Sergeant Li and Peng Lin from Black Mountain are. Rejoice grabbed Bai Tingting and dragged her out of the cabin without thinking. Grandpa. Grandpa, he won't survive. If you want to avenge your grandpa, you must survive. Rejoice slapped Bai Tingting hard in the face. Then she dragged her away. This way. Zhang Wei found the direction of the underground mall. Chapter 587 Underground Mall. At this time, fight the surrounding zombies in the center of the square. It is tantamount to courting death. And there is only the underground mall that I passed by when I came here. Only in this way can this group of people avoid the subsequent pursuit of zombies. Gao Yupeng walked in the front carrying Zhang Wei's long sword. Behind her was Rejoice, who took the dagger and dragged Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting, at this time, I have recovered some consciousness from the shock of Grandpa's death. Walk. Only we can go away at this time. Only your grandfather can keep a complete corpse. You won't be eaten by zombies. Rejoice's words finally cheered up Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting also received a knife from Gao Yupeng, slashing the zombies with great effort. But her strength is obviously too weak. Many times, I was almost defeated by zombies. I was almost knocked down by a zombie. If Zhang Wei hadn't shot and Rejoice shot, he had been bitten by a zombie a long time ago. Judging from Bai Tingting's performance, Zhang Wei. This led to the conclusion that she had no experience in cooking zombies. He didn't even know how to attack the zombies' vital parts. At this point, not even as good as old man Bai Dong Lai. Regarding the death of this old man, Zhang Wei still felt a little regretful. Because Zhang Wei can see, he truly cares about his granddaughter. It was obvious from the beginning that he planned to risk his life and go to prison with Zhang Wei and others. It's just that Zhang Wei didn't expect that. This old man did not die at the hands of survivors, nor did he die at the hands of zombies. Instead, he died in a plane crash that shouldn't have happened. In fact, Zhang Wei should bear some responsibility for the old man's death. Because of the plane that left, it was Zhang Wei's choice. But Zhang Wei never expected that. This plane has run out of fuel. Wang Guangliang may not know the inside story, but Wang Pinyuan always knows. This guy had no intention of letting us survive from the beginning. Walk, go into the underground passage. Zhang Wei's 7 bullets, although 5 or 6 shots hit, but only 1 shot hit a zombie in the head. Remaining shots, the damage to zombies is 0. Instead, let those zombies. He ran towards the direction of the gunshot. At this time, it's almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Visibility is not considered high. More than 14 or 5 meters away, it was almost pitch black. There is only an area not far around, due to the diffuse reflection of moonlight on the white marble floor, can have a little bit of vision. The huge roar and sound of the plane landing, and Zhang Wei's gunfire inevitably attracted the attention of many people. Zhang Wei saw it. In many high-rise buildings, there was a faint light on. There are even some who use flashlights. Zhang Wei knew without even thinking about it. Someone must be observing all this from the dark. At this time, Zhang Wei naturally cannot be the target of public criticism. So he held his voice and shouted loudly towards the square, "For Gao Cheng! For Gao Cheng, kill!" This statement is tantamount to indicating one's identity, although it is not possible to ask people from Gao Cheng to come and help, but it won't be attacked by some survivors in the dark. People getting off the helicopter, it is easy to attract the attention of looters. After emptying a pistol magazine of bullets, Zhang Wei casually loaded 30 emergency pills, then he put away his gun. From the hands of Gao Yupeng, he took the long knife. "You go, I'm done with it, tell that Sergeant Li," Zhang Wei said to Gao Yupeng. This guy, it was considered credible before. At this time, Rejoice is also busy taking care of Bai Tingting, only he is available. Looking at 7 or 8 zombies, he rushed towards where he and others were. Zhang Wei retreated, one side is straightened into a horse stance. Whenever a dark shadow rushes over, Zhang Wei relied on his own feelings, he subconsciously swung his knife. Every time a zombie's head rolled down, and the corpses of zombies, also due to inertia, it continues to move a few meters, then he fell straight to the ground. What a sharp knife! Gao Yupeng finally understood why those who wanted to seize Zhang Wei's sword were plotted by Zhang Wei, and had their heads removed. Because, this is a really good knife. Although it is not as exaggerated as cutting iron into clay, but chopping zombies is really like chopping melons and vegetables. A long line of zombies, following Zhang Wei into the underground shopping mall. The underground shopping mall is a 3-meter wide main road similar to a commercial pedestrian street. And there are transparent windows all around. Many transparent glasses were covered with black blood stains. It indicates that there was a bloody battle between survivors and zombies here not long ago. Zhang Wei knows, such a glass door, you can't stop the zombies, an ordinary person's charge, it can be easily smashed. We can only continue to go back. Clever rejoicing, I dug out the solar flashlight that Zhang Wei had been carrying with me from Zhang Wei's backpack. Although the light is not great, but I could see the way clearly in this underground shopping mall before. Otherwise, as soon as you come in, you won't be able to see your fingers. Unexpectedly, within the passage of this underground mall, there are also sporadic zombies. The retreat actions of Zhang Wei and others met with some resistance. Fortunately, the zombies following behind didn't show up much. Because the helicopter's propeller is still turning, most of the zombies were attracted and rushed in that direction. Zhang Wei could only mourn the body of old man Bai Donglai. Although when they withdrew, he closed the helicopter door. Let go of my rope. Looking at the zombies around, Sergeant Li was inevitably a little anxious. His hands were tied behind his back. As long as you accidentally fall, standing up on your own is a problem. And Zhang Wei suddenly thought, my goal of escaping has been achieved. I also brought out the medicine I was looking for. We also brought a professional oncology nurse, in order to avoid long nights and many dreams, so Sergeant Li. This guy, there is no need to live anymore. Even this guy Peng Lin, there is no need to keep it. Beat them to death. Before dawn the next day, they will be bitten by zombies beyond recognition. No one will know that Zhang Wei did it. When I think of this, Zhang Wei subconsciously raised his gun, aimed at Sergeant Li. Sergeant Li showed obvious panic. No, don't shoot. It's okay not to let go. Peng Lin had not yet realized what had happened. After you die, I will find an opportunity to untie the rope for you, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 588 Killed on the Spot. Wait, you can't kill him. Peng Lin stood directly in the middle. Zhang Wei's gun tip swung twice. It means asking Peng Lin to get out of the way. If Peng Lin is willing to leave, Zhang Wei doesn't mind letting him go, because Zhang Wei can see, this guy Peng Lin, not really a bad guy. If you don't get out of the way, I can only say that this guy Peng Lin, I have a close friendship with Sergeant Li. Zhang Wei naturally wanted to eliminate the roots. This is also a game. Peng Lin naturally didn't know that his next move would determine his life or death. You don't have to kill him. We are not enemies. Sergeant Fong. He knows your friend. Peng Lin's words suddenly confused Zhang Wei. Who is this Sergeant Fong? Zhang Wei turned his eyes to Rejoice, which was pointing a flashlight in the direction of Sergeant Li to prevent him from escaping. Zhang Wei looked at Gao Yupeng again. I don't know him. Maybe he was lying to you. Gao Yupeng shook his head like a rattle. Zhang Wei couldn't help but suspect that it was Bai Tingting. Could it be that Bai Tingting knew that Sergeant Fong? Seeing that Zhang Wei was becoming more and more unconvinced, Peng Lin gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you everything. It was Sergeant Fong who asked me to keep it secret for the time being. Because Sergeant Fong and Sergeant Li didn't get along very well. Your friends were taken away by Sergeant Fong. They were your police friend. Sergeant Fong was your police friend's superior in the army. Peng Lin's words suddenly made Zhang Wei understand. The person Peng Lin said, it should be Yang Guang. Zhang Wei thought of his former pastor Lu Weihua. The pastor was the former instructor of the painter Shizhe. But I didn't expect, what is this? Sergeant Fong? It turned out to be Yang Guang's former boss. Zhang Wei only lamented that the world is so small. But when I think of the city Binhai anyway, there are only a few troops, no matter who you meet, as long as you have served as a soldier, I'm afraid we have to call each other comrades. You said that policeman was picked up by Sergeant Fong? Yes, there are 3 of them, right where you and I first met. Sergeant Fong has been following us in action. He wanted to see Sergeant Li's troublesome mobilization of troops. What is it for? So we can be considered friends to a certain extent. But you just said, Sergeant Li and Sergeant Fong don't get along very well. In this case, I'll just help your boss. Zhang Wei walked directly beside Peng Lin. The gun was pointed at Sergeant Li at close range. If you had just shot me to death at the beginning, instead of trying to capture me alive, this wouldn't have happened. You dare. Sergeant Li gritted his teeth. Release the tiger back to the mountain? I don't dare. I used to have a roommate named Su Long, who was also my former classmate. At the beginning of the end of the world, I spared his life. But later I almost gave myself up. As for you, you and I have an irreconcilable hatred. So, you can go and die. Zhang Wei pulled the trigger directly. Sergeant Li still wanted to fight back desperately, throw Zhang Wei to the ground, but it's only half a step. He landed on his face. He fell straight down. Zhang Wei shot. It hit him right between the eyebrows. Some people can live, but some people must die. Peng Xianzhang, now you can say, that Sergeant Fong, what the hell is going on? Zhang Wei blew the smoke from his gun. Bang! 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 Then he shot Sergeant Li 3 more times in the back of the head. 3 shots to use up all the bullets. Zhang Wei began to skillfully load bullets again. Although he couldn't shoot accurately, he was still very skilled in loading bullets. Now he won't turn into a zombie. Peng Lin was quite speechless about Zhang Wei. The shot in the middle of his eyebrows before, he won't turn into a zombie. Okay. I think we can be friends. Zhang Wei patted Peng Lin on the shoulder. Give him a knife. Zhang Wei said to Gao Yupeng. Gao Yupeng naturally obeyed Zhang Wei's order, and immediately took out a short knife from his backpack and threw it to Peng Lin, so Peng Lin had the power to protect himself. Thanks? Peng Lin nodded and said. He didn't thank Zhang Wei for giving him the knife, but thanked Zhang Wei for not killing him. The passage to this underground mall is several hundred meters away. Can't stay inside. If both ends are blocked, we are attacked from both sides. It's the turtle in the urn. I saw zombies continuing to come from the direction of the entrance. Zhang Wei signaled the group to leave quickly. My grandpa. Bai Tingting was about to speak but stopped. Your grandfather must be dead. But we will make an announcement. Let the people of Gaocheng, his body could be cremated on the spot during the day. This way you won't turn into a zombie. What do you think? Let that helicopter be his coffin. Good. Bai Tingting at this time, he could only agree reluctantly. But my mood was indescribably sad and depressed. Go this direction. Halfway through the underground passage, Zhang Wei discovered a spiral staircase. It seems that along the spiral staircase, it leads to a shop on the 2nd floor. Several people immediately touched it quietly. After going up, only then did I realize it was a clothing store. It's just that the materials inside have been looted. There were only a dozen models left standing staggering. After checking all the rooms including the bathroom and the door of the shop, Zhang Wei asked several teammates to sit down in a corner. Then he said to Peng Lin, Tell me about your Sergeant Fong and my friends. Tell me what you know about the past few days. Tell me all about it. What Peng Lin just said, it's just his one-sided words. Zhang Wei cannot confirm. Did he deliberately fabricate lies to save that guy Sergeant Li, even if he really met Yang Guang, Lu Dali and others? Zhang Wei couldn't confirm whether Sergeant Li was good or bad. The end of the world can change a person's nature. A complete reversal of change occurs. This happened 2 days ago. We received news from Sergeant Li. He said his hometown, that is the Eagle's Nest, there was an accident. We from Montenegro need to take action. We, the Montenegro organization, he is not a robber looking for wealth and death. What we want to rob, it is a mineral deposit such as coal. There are also some mines or abandoned mines. We are in these places. Use the most primitive method to collect saltpeter or saltpeter. This is the raw material for making saltpetre. Refining saltpeter? Yes, we're making black powder. Black gunpowder is made of saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal is manufactured in a certain proportion, something like nitrate. You can find some on the siding of old walls, but this is far from enough. The main source is nitrate, and nitrate soil, in that dry cave, our 5th production line. He is the one responsible for collecting saltpeter. So that's how it is. What about production lines 1, 2, 3 and 4? Chapter 589 Montenegro Organization. First, 2 production lines is responsible for manufacturing and assembling. The 3rd production line produces sulfur. The 4th production line produces charcoal. This is the easiest, so they are also responsible for the logistics of the entire Montenegro. The Montenegro Organization, the reason why he has the reputation of being a plunderer is because the 4th production line has done a lot of bad things. But we can't blame them. It would be the same for another person, because we also have to survive. I am the line leader of the 5th production line, responsible for the work of collecting salt. This is the central city. Why are there too many mines? Where there are mountains around, we have searched them all. Available saltpeter, they were all taken away. If you want more saltpeter, you have to look elsewhere. But this is the end of the world. It is difficult to move even an inch. We can only take on some dirty jobs. This guy Sergeant Lee, his name is Lee Gang, the gang of heaven and earth. He was when the zombies first broke out, saved by the commander. Because Lee Gang's father ran 2 kilometers carrying the injured commander on his back. As a result, his calf was scratched by a zombie. Lee Gang's father, after more than 20 hours, a corpse transformation occurred. Even if the commander calls for a helicopter, he was taken to the hospital for treatment. At that time, only then did we know, this zombie virus, it is contagious. But no matter what, Lee Gang's father, they all saved the commander. So the commander took good care of him. Many things. The commander also turned a blind eye. Close one eye. Sergeant Fong and I, they all obey the commander's orders, protecting Sergeant Lee in secret. It's just that he has been borrowing the commander's manpower, do some things that are both obligatory and treacherous. This caused a huge difference between Sergeant Lee and him. We came here with great force. On the one hand, it is true that we cannot find saltpeter. Now the spring rain is falling, where to find dry saltpeter? On the other hand, we also plan to develop our power in other directions. So we stopped you at the entrance of Binhai Hospital. What you don't know is, Sergeant Fong was hiding among dozens of us. When we divided our troops into several groups to occupy that street, our troops captured your friends. Your police friend recognized Sergeant Fong, so he took a few of them away, to prevent Sergeant Lee from going crazy. As for you 2 entering the hospital, it's just something we can't do anything about. That hospital is a place of right and wrong, when we usually intervene, also in broad daylight, and without any weapons, so as not to cause any rift with city lights. What happened next, you should know. We heard explosions, and saw the fireworks from Sergeant Lee's men. That's when I had to intervene. There was a head-on conflict with Wang Guangliang. You may not know, at the beginning of the end of the world, Wang Guangliang, I found someone to rob a lot of military vehicles that were used to deal with zombies. I collected a lot of weapons. The situation in Binhai has become like this. It deteriorated so quickly, it has nothing to do with this selfish guy. Although the commander has troops, but this is a peaceful time. Even the firearms and ammunition used in exercises must be registered. How many real guys can be used? So the military's amphibious combat brigade of more than 4,000 people, there were only more than 400 people left. Maybe there should be more soldiers who survived. It's just that those people are busy going back to look for their wives, children, and relatives. I don't know whether I'm dead or alive. Will he come back again? The commander was originally a colonel. Our amphibious warfare brigade, there are 3 standard groups. 1, 500 people per group. But now I'm afraid not even a single battalion is there. Zhang Wei knows. A battalion has about 450 to 600 people. So if the military has more than 400 people, that's pretty much it. The commander is the highest surviving commander of the brigade after the apocalypse. So we all obey his orders, and Sergeant Fong, it's just a squad leader below. He sustained us survivors. Let us help produce military supplies, bullet, gunpowder, soil bomb, anyway. Build whatever you can. We have been trying our best to avoid conflicts with City Lights people. On the one hand, it is because we are not well prepared. On the other hand, it's also because City Lights has a lot of weapons. And they seem to have some connections with some overseas mercenary organizations. One of the commander's special teams had a fight with those people before. Both sides have a chance of winning. I heard that the military killed one of their guys named Grey Wolf, our special teams. He was also maimed. Sergeant Fong, it's the survivor of that special team. So, he found your police friend. The 2 talked all night long. Sergeant Fong and Yang Guang talked all night. Zhang Wei immediately understood. Probably Sergeant Fong wanted to recruit Yang Guang into his army. If in the previous army, this is something that can be easily accomplished with a single order. But at this time, Yang Guang may not agree. Because Yang Guang, it's from the old town. The Grey Wolf you are talking about, are you a member of the Black Sun organization? Zhang Wei suddenly asked. Yes, it's them. The commander got the information. They have already lost several people. There's a guy named Hornbill. He also died in the hands of a guy named Mumu 5 years ago. Grey Wolf, Hornbill, Alligator, Ape, Rattlesnake, Kangaroo, Bison. These guys have shown up to 8 people. How many people are they? What are you doing in our land? Zhang Wei said to himself. Do you know them? Peng Lin suddenly asked curiously. If I have time, I hope to meet your commander. Zhang Wei suddenly looked up and said, there are many things that Zhang Wei doesn't know. But Zhang Wei feels that the commander should know. I can introduce you. Next time. I just shot this Sergeant Lee. If I go there now, I will probably be shot by your commander immediately. Zhang Wei didn't act rashly. He was not familiar with the commander. Yang Guang, he just knew Sergeant Fong. At this time, the storm has passed. I don't know how he died. Fine, Blue Dolly. Yang Guang and others return together. This time the mission is complete. The most important thing right now is to save the stick. Zhang Wei doesn't want to be with the people from Binhai, be implicated in any cause and effect. That Sergeant Fong, where are you now? Zhang Wei asked. Of course, I am a guest in Montenegro. Head east here, a straight line distance of less than 2 kilometers. Chapter 590. Some survivors. 2 kilometers? That's not very far. That's good. You can take us there after dawn. Zhang Wei did not plan to operate at night. Going out at this time, the danger is simply too great. Looking at Rejoice. I know people are holding flashlights. There is also Peng Lin. A time bomb next to him. Zhang Wei felt that the danger was too great. Several people fell into a rare silence. However, Zhang Wei still asked Peng Lin about it. Who is that piece of wood that killed the rhinoceros? Because Zhang Wei wanted to confirm whether it was the wood in the old city in his memory, the leader of the 6th Hall, who has never shown up. It's a hornbill, not a rhinoceros. Peng Lin corrected Zhang Wei's mispronunciation. Alright, it's that rhinoceros bird. Tell us about it. How did he die in the hands of the wood? I'm not very clear about this either, anyway. He was killed by wood. It seemed like a shootout in the jungle. I've heard it all. Don't know if it's true or not. Peng Lin explained impatiently. Regarding the death of Sergeant Lee, he has a big head now. I still don't know how to explain it when I go back. Zhang Wei. Rejoice and Gao Yupeng worked in 3 shifts. 3 people take turns to schedule. Each rested for 2 or 3 hours. And in this tense atmosphere, dawn gradually came. When Zhang Wei and others said they didn't know, at this time. On the top floor of the inpatient department, Wang Guangliang and Wang Pinyuan. As well as those who had dinner together before, we met here again. Only people from Montenegro, and Sergeant Lee's 5 men, has quietly left. How about it? Is there any news? Wang Pinyuan asked anxiously. I sent someone out to inquire. Just wait a little longer. The people around looked at each other. I don't know if there is any news about what Wang Pinyuan was talking about. Not long after, several survivors appeared in front of Wang Guangliang and others. But when I saw outsiders, these few people remained silent. Just say it. They are not outsiders. Okay, Chairman. Chairman, we have found the news. The helicopter made an emergency landing at People's Square yesterday. There seemed to be casualties among the people inside. I heard people say, when the sky is just getting light, someone went to light a fire next to the helicopter that made an emergency landing. Ignition? What is this for? Stop us from repairing that plane. No. Chairman, it's cremation. I asked the people next to me to ask. Someone died in the plane, so someone went to light a fire and cremate it. Then, where are Bai Dingting and that boy named He? Are you still alive? Wang Pinyuan asked anxiously. The people who went to investigate were hesitant. Just say it. Wang Guanliang motioned for him to continue. He is such a chairman, we don't know whether those 2 people survived, because when the helicopter caught fire, genius shines slightly, and between the north of People's Square and the hospital, there are zombies everywhere. We can only watch from above. But what can be confirmed is that, the one who lit the fire, there are at least 4 or 5 people. I don't know where they got the gasoline from. They went west. That is the direction of Montenegro. This is normal. The plane belonging to Sergeant Lee before. Those people burned it with petrol bombs. But we see clearly, there must be a woman between them. That means you're still alive. Wang Pinyuan said angrily. How? Yesterday. You agreed to let them on the plane. Feeling unhappy now? No, Dad, that stinky woman, since I can't get it, might as well destroy her. Woman, it's a woman again. How much more disadvantages are you going to suffer because of women? Think of your blind eyes. Okay, Dad. Wang Guangliang stood up from his seat. He said to the people around him, those guys, never mind. Regardless of whether they are acting with the people from Montenegro or not, we don't care anymore. Let them fight among themselves. Next, do me a favor. Find someone to sneak into the old city. Help me kill a man named Ah Wei and King Li. They are all the leaders of an organization called Juman Admiral established by Demengzi. One is Batong, one is Jiotong. It should be easy to find out. Chairman, which of us do you want to go? Asked the man from the scavenger. You guys go together. I hope you will go there in person for this matter. Song Chio, you scavengers. Best at this, elder, child, women, monks, Taoists. These 3 religions and 9 streams, the least likely to be suspected. I don't want you to bring anyone back alive. Just take the killing blow. Then I understand. Song Chio nodded. Man-eating shark, you scavengers should also be good at doing this kind of thing. It's okay to kill people. Just give me a gun, the kind with a silencer. But the chairman, this kind of transaction, available. Don't worry, your reward will not be less. I don't care how many people you have in your scavenger organization. Over the next 2 years, their survival supplies, I will be open to supply. Hey, chairman, the chairman is so polite. Don't be too happy too early, those 2 people, you just need to have a head. This matter, you and the scavengers are in fair competition. Man-eating shark, after I learned about the missing salmon, you take over the scavenger organization. The foundation has never been stable, but as long as you make this vote, I got enough supplies to last more than 2 years. I guess no one will disapprove of you. Chairman, you still see clearly. I'm just being condescending. If you are really willing to take refuge with us, I can help your gang grow bigger. There is 1/3 of an acre of land around here. That means Gaocheng and the military are more troublesome. But I will find a way to deal with them. Chairman, you mean? Get ready to share the cake. How much cake can be divided? Let's see how powerful you are. Mr. Matsushita, are you interested in this job at Nagoya Pier? I'm not interested. Matsushita Shosha directly rejected Wang Guangliang. I know, you are in the shipping business. There is also a pier over there in the old town. If you participate later, the old city was conquered. That area can be a bonus for you. You're serious? Matsushita asked seriously. Of course it's true. That's a deep water port. The pier over there, better than those in Bihai. Didn't you see that big cruise ship Canberra ran aground? The water level is just too shallow. That ship, I heard it was. It's that person's right, but it doesn't hurt to give it to you. Wait until the flood season comes, water level rises, the boat should be able to move when the time comes. You want to go somewhere else, there is no problem. Good, let me see if I can help. Panasonic Handbrake did not agree. There was no rejection either. Said something ambiguous. Chapter 591 First Arrival in Montenegro. After Wang Guangliang finished arranging the tasks of these people, suddenly he seemed to remember something and said, The guy with the rotten crotch hasn't gotten up yet? Don't mention it. I didn't know where I found a woman yesterday. I don't think I'll get up until noon. Wang Pinyuan said speechlessly. If the person behind the bad crotch is willing to take action, things will become much easier. Wang Guangliang said to himself. After everyone around you has gone away, Wang Pinyuan came over and asked, Dad, you mean to let the big shot take action? Nicknamed Snake. That guy? Yes, Rattlesnake, professional person, do the professional thing. That's good, that guy is a pervert, find a chance. The news was accidentally revealed to him through the rotten crotch. Just say that there are many beautiful women in the old city. I don't believe he won't go there. Dad, this move of yours is causing trouble to the east. Not bad. Wang Pinyuan was so excited that his face flushed a little. It cannot be said that the disaster is diverted from the east. It can only be said to drive away tigers and devour wolves. You should know it. Wu Fo from the mining gang. There is also the Iron Tower of the Construction Site Association. These 2 dark lines, they were all uprooted. I heard that. Those people in the old city, nothing is simple. This is also the reason why I object to your intervention in the old city. The hatred of your eyes, when the time comes, I will find an opportunity to apply. But you have to remember, never go into danger alone. I know. If you have time, you'd better contact Bad Crotch. Let's see if we can recruit the people from the Lake Bandit gang to surrender. That artificial island is nice, easy to defend but difficult to attack. If my cancer gets worse and I die in the future, you have that space, although not aggressive enough, but it can be considered as more than enough, become a separatist force, more than enough. Only then did Wang Pinyuan feel that his father had good intentions. He could only nod his head heavily. But after Wang Guangliang left, Wang Pinyuan gritted his teeth and said, I won't mess with people in the old city. But Binhai is my territory, that woman Bai Tingting, eat inside and outside, I can't let her get away like this. While talking, Wang Pinyuan walked downstairs to Rattlesnake's room. I plan to ask him to go to Montenegro to ask for someone. According to the information from previous spies, after the group set the plane on fire, go directly to the west, then go to Montenegro. Zhang Wei and others naturally did not know what happened on the top floor of the hospital. Seeing that Bai Tingting was in a very low mood, Zhang Wei, who originally wanted people from Gaocheng to light the helicopter, after coming out of the clothing store, found that there were fewer zombies on the streets than expected, so I decided to do it myself, but this time the ignition. But he used the remaining gasoline on several people's bodies, used it cleanly, not a drop is left. We will make petrol bombs again in the future, you have to search for new gasoline fuel. This guy Peng Lin, seeing that Zhang Wei really plans to go to Montenegro, I have no intention of killing him and silencing him. Finally, I temporarily let go of my grudge. He began to introduce Zhang Wei to the Black Mountain organization. We have a total of about 300 people in Montenegro, but the young and middle-aged labor force, there were less than 200 people, the rest are some old people. Women and children. They help us wash and cook. We give them shelter. More than 300 people, then there are quite a lot of you. I heard about that bird's nest. There are only 40 or 50 people. Gao Yuping interrupted. Isn't it called the Eagle's Nest? Rejoice was stunned. 3 days ago, it was called the Eagle's Nest, but after being burned by a fire, it is called the Bird's Nest. It's not what I really call it. I just heard someone talking like this. I don't know who is so bold. The people who call you the Marauders Alliance dare to move. If other looters' organizations knew about this, they would also help to avenge us. I heard that the Looters Alliance had reached a verbal agreement. Gao Yuping still didn't know that it was Zhang Wei and others who did it. What a bullshit agreement. That's just the looters using their power to bully others. The looters' organizations around here are all independent, and their leaders have never met. It's just that they were squeezed out of their living space by the people of City Light and the Water Purification Company. So they made up this lie about the Looters Alliance to make people afraid to kill those bad guys. The whole family of Eagle's Nest was wiped out. And I don't know how many survivors around here are applauding. Peng Lin spitted. Really or falsely? No way. Gao Yuping didn't quite believe it. I am a leader in Montenegro. Why are you lying to me? We have 5 production lines in Montenegro. I am in charge of the 5th production line. The people above us, this is Sergeant Fong Jirong, Sergeant Fong's immediate boss. It's the Colonel Commander. He used to be a senior non-commissioned officer in the army. If not for the zombie outbreak, he's probably been promoted to Major General by now. Peng Lin was very unhappy with Gao Yuping's doubts about his words. Later, I addressed Gao Yuping as, from Gao Laodi to Wu Daoan again. Just walking slowly like this, under the guidance of this guy Peng Lin, Zhang Wei and his party passed through one street after another. I also encountered zombies several times, but it was solved skillfully by a few people. Where there are buildings, is relatively safe. Buildings can be used, block the zombies' vision. As long as you don't make a sound, those wandering zombies, he would walk over slowly. I walked like this for an hour and a half. How many people in a group? We finally came to a mountainous and hilly terrain. A huge mountain of black stone appeared in front of everyone. There are several tower-like buildings standing scattered on the mountain. Surrounded by rows of simple workshops, probably before the end of the world, there are workers living here. This place is Montenegro. The name it displays, it's called Urshiman. It means there is a black stone mountain on each side. There is a valley passage in the middle. Where are your people? Zhang Wei looked at it for a long time. Not a single alert person was seen. In the cave. In the cave? Zhang Wei looked at it for a long time. There is no place on the mountain either. I saw a cave or air raid shelter. But Zhang Wei understood after thinking about it. Maybe it's because the cave is very hidden, or maybe the survivors are trying to avoid zombies. The entrance to the cave was deliberately hidden. Zhang Wei even suspected the entrance to the cave is inside several towering buildings. Go this way. The entrance to the cave is at the end of the valley. Valley? This is a cave eroded by running water. I read the information in the book and said, the caves are estimated to have been formed hundreds of millions of years ago. It is in this cave that we produce ammunition. This place was 70 or 80 years ago. It is also a military factory at that time. We had ammunition to fight the little devils. It is produced here. We just repurposed the place. Chapter 592 Division of Labor and Cooperation. Peng Lin led a few people all the way inside, however. Zhang Wei had to be wary. While quietly taking out the gun, pulled off the safety, hidden in his pants pocket. If you have any questions, he was the first to kill Peng Lin. At least have a backrest. Rejoice and Gao Yuping seemed much more relaxed. Only Bai Tingting remained silent all the way. I have been immersed in great sorrow. Not long after, Zhang Wei and others arrived at the end of the valley. Only then did Zhang Wei feel that what this guy Peng Lin said was not exaggerated. Not a cave entrance, but a huge canyon. The end of the canyon, it's just a dark hole. Zhang Wei and others had just approached immediately. Someone with a loaded gun came over. For what? It's Line Chief Peng. Line Commander Peng is back. Tell Sergeant Fong quickly, Line Commander Peng is back. Not long after, Zhang Wei and his party of 4, he was surrounded by people. When did Sergeant Fong come back? Yesterday morning. I probably haven't gotten up yet. Zhang Wei looked at his watch and said, only to discover that it was less than 7 o'clock. It's just that they got up too early. Even after walking for an hour and a half on the road, but when I went to the helicopter to set off the cremation of Bai Dong, it's only a little before 6 o'clock. Within a few minutes, Zhang Wei and others were taken to a stone chamber inside a cave. And a few familiar old faces appeared suddenly in front of me. Hey, boss! The first person to exclaim was Zhouan. Only then did Zhang Wei discover, Lu Dali, Zhouan, Yang Guang and the other 2 are all here. But Yang Guang and another middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 30s, were talking about something. Zhouan and Lu Dali looked at each other boredly. It turns out the survivor is you. Boss! After Zhang Wei and Zhouan communicated for a while, they found out, someone just came in to report. It is said that survivors have arrived. I just never expected it. This man is their boss. Seeing that the 3 people were safe and sound, Zhang Wei put down his worries and, turning to look at the middle-aged man, who was communicating with Yang Guang. Only then did Zhang Wei feel that this person seemed to have been seen somewhere. This person should be Sergeant Fong. But when I think about what Peng Lin said before, this guy was hidden among the crowd where Zhang Wei and Peng Lin met for the first time. Zhang Wei felt familiar and not surprised. My name is Yi Xiaobai. Zhang Wei stretched out his hand. Stop being ridiculous. Your identity, I know it all. Sergeant Fong casually slapped Zhang Wei's hand down. Yang Guang was also winking crazily from the side. Only then did Zhang Wei deduce, it should be this guy Yang Guang. His details were exposed. My real name is Zhang Wei. Hello. Comrade Sergeant. Zhang Wei didn't know how to communicate with a serious soldier. Since you made it here alive, then the guy must be Li Gang, already dead. Realizing that the Li Gang he was talking about was Sergeant Li, Zhang Wei subconsciously touched the gun. The guy in the pocket, put it away too. The gun went off. It's not good. Sergeant Fong said without looking. Only then did Zhang Wei feel the humor of Sergeant Fong. The gun went off, but it's a pun. This gun was given to me by your subordinate. Zhang Wei said shamelessly. It was obviously the gun he snatched from Peng Lin. Said to put it away, however. Zhang Wei gave the gun directly to Yang Guang. Professional people do professional things. As a special police officer, Yang Guang will definitely be better at using a gun than Zhang Wei. Even if Sergeant Fong wants to do something to him, Yang Guang will also stop it. The grudge between you and Li Gang, I have already found out clearly. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong, but I didn't interfere with you. I know it will definitely end with one party losing their life. Sergeant Li. This guy, I have advised him a long time ago, he is so self-righteous. Although he is arrogant and domineering, arrogant, but it can't be said to be a heinous crime. But after all, a person died. I need to give an explanation to the commander, you guys say. How to say this? Zhang Wei thought of 10,000 reasons, but Sergeant Li was kidnapped by him at that time. There are also 5 of Sergeant Li's men, with people from the Montenegrin organization and a large number of survivors watching, so he is responsible no matter what. However, when Zhang Wei thought that Sergeant Fong was beaten to death in the tunnel by him, and there was no other witness except Peng Lin, he immediately came up with an idea and said, Sergeant Li died in a plane crash. The people of City Light deliberately drained the fuel of the plane. We had to make an emergency landing. Sergeant Li died. The body has been burned by us. This line leader Peng can testify for us. Peng Lin happened to be there at this time. He scratched his head hesitantly, muttering, that's it. The plane crash. The people of City Light did it. Sergeant Fong nodded. He continued chatting with Yang Guang. Zhang Wei pricked up his ears and listened for a long time. I found that they were talking about some past events. What was the time when I first met Yang Guang, still a third-class soldier, and now he is a sergeant, but Yang Guang, who came out of the army, is still a policeman. And Yang Guang was walking there quibbling, said he was not an ordinary policeman, he is a policeman's policeman, king of police, it's a SWAT officer. Zhang Wei didn't say much. But after all, this is someone else's place. It's hard for Zhang Wei to come up with ideas like visiting, after all. It is an arms powerhouse. However, Zhang Wei's own camp was indeed short of guns and ammunition. So Zhang Wei asked, "Do you have any extra ammunition?" This silenced Sergeant Fong. Zhang Wei quickly continued, "I'm not asking you for anything. We can work together. We can help you get saltpeter soil, and sulfur in the old city. When the time comes, we can use the boat to quietly bring it over, and go through the dock gang of Rejoice. No one will know." "What do you need?" Sergeant Fong asked. "Ammunition, preferably rifle bullets. Give me 10% of the finished products you produce." Zhang Wei only has a dozen guns in total. Even if he needs too many bullets, it's useless. They produce by hand, not on a mechanical assembly line. There is probably a risk of explosion. "Let me think about it. I'll let Yang Guang give you an answer." The sergeant in the back continued to communicate with Yang Guang, and Yang Guang accidentally glanced at it, and then he found that Zhang Wei and Rejoice backpacks were bulging, and he asked in surprise, "We found the medicine." "We found it. Not only did we find it, we also found an oncologist." Zhang Wei pointed to Bai Tingting next to him. "That's great. Wang Yukun is saved." Wang Yukun. Sergeant Fong seemed to know Gunzi. "Well, Gunzi Wang Yukun, he has lung cancer, and he probably won't last long. This time we came to Binhai Hospital. We are here to find chemotherapy drugs to treat him." "Is that so? That's really unfortunate." Sergeant Fong couldn't help but sigh. But Zhang Wei always felt that. Sergeant Fong seemed to know Wang Yukun. Chapter 593 Return Plan. However, Zhang Wei thought of the rumors about Wang Yukun. It was said that Wang Yukun was originally the deputy director in Binhai, and later he was transferred to the old city as the director. So Zhang Wei was not surprised that the other sergeant seemed to know Wang Yukun. "We are getting ready to leave." Zhang Wei calculated the time. It was already the 5th day on the morning of the day when he arrived in Heishan. If he wanted to return on the date agreed with the boatman, then he had to leave. Otherwise, "You will miss the boat by then. I can only swim back." Zhang Wei, who is more than 10 meters tall, thinks there is no problem. But in a bottomless river that spans more than 100 meters at its shortest point, even if there is a life jacket that can be used to swim across, Zhang Wei still felt a little scared. In case of exhaustion or cramps on the way, everyone was probably washed into the sea. And go there from here, including the time spent walking through the wetland park, I'm afraid it will take at least a whole day. The only thing that makes Zhang Wei feel gratified is that he asked Rejoice to pretend to be the leader of Gaocheng, launched an operation to clean up zombies, let the zombies around here. At least it was reduced by more than 70%. Maybe in 10 days or half a month. This area will be occupied by zombies from other places. But at least it is relatively safer now. "Can you lend us a helicopter?" Yang Guang asked embarrassedly. "Helicopter? We don't have one for now. We only have one transport plane, which is used to transport finished ammunition. Li Gang drove it out yesterday and never came back. I just heard that it was deliberately blown up by the people of City Light." When Sergeant Fong said this, Rejoice lowered his head obviously inadvertently. Zhang Wei knows that petrol bomb last night. It must have been thrown out intentionally by Rejoice. No helicopter can withstand a petrol bomb. If there is, then too. There are quite a few transport planes at the military barracks. But past from here, there are still 14 to 5 kilometers. The road over there is totally impassable. All zombies, you are going to borrow a plane that will delay it for at least a week. Or you can wait until the military sends someone over again. Every half a month. I will come here once, however. There is a lack of food recently. It has been changed to once a month. Many transport planes, they were all driven out to transport food. Is there not enough food? Zhang Wei remembered that old man Bai Donglai had indeed said that. Former military personnel also delivered food to survivors in the hospital. But in the past 2 months, he has almost never been here. That's why the people at their hospital organized a breakout. Old man Bai Donglai also met Zhang Wei and others in this way. I just didn't expect to go back to the hospital. Not even a day, his life was wasted. Yes, not enough food. We need to stock up on more food. Sergeant Fong didn't seem to want to go into too much depth on the topic of food. But Zhang Wei knew after thinking about it, the military stores food and ammunition. He should also be preparing for something big. Maybe it's to deal with a zombie crisis, maybe against other survivors, maybe it's for self-protection. That, Sergeant, we won't waste any more time. Let me borrow a fire to cook breakfast at your place. We set off. Let's set off at 9 o'clock sharp. Zhang Wei saw that it was a rare cloudy day. But there are signs of rain again, naturally. I didn't want to delay. It was only early April at this time. The weather is still very cold. Got wet all over, not changing clothes in time, he might get seriously ill. You don't need to light a fire. I'll give you some for breakfast. Sergeant Fong directly asked people to bring over a few cardboard boxes. It was given directly to Zhang Wei and others. Zhang Wei took a look. It turned out to be compressed military rations. Although this food is also unpalatable, but better than their fried rice, fried noodles and potatoes, but it's much better. Naturally, he stuffed it into his backpack without any ceremony. Zhang Wei knows, because of the existence of Yang Guang, at least this time, he could be considered a friend with Sergeant Fong. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with calling Yang Guang out this time. As for whether I can exchange ammunition with them in the future, let's talk about it then. Zhang Wei even had the idea of exchanging food with them for ammunition. Because what Zhang Wei lacks most is food. This time I hoarded rice at Old City High School. As a seed, less than a tenth was used. And this is less than 1/10. It was still distributed to many survivors around to grow food. In addition to Zhang Wei and others cultivating hundreds of acres of rice in core areas, other survivors, thousands of acres were also reclaimed. And they borrowed Zhang Wei's rice seeds, but after the autumn harvest, it must be repaid with food at least 10 times the price. Food in the south can be harvested 2 to 3 times a year. As long as 2 years, there will be no shortage of food. After all, there are only tens of thousands of survivors in the old city. The carrying capacity of the land is still there. Peng Lin brought Zhang Wei and others to the future, just went to other places. However, Gao Yuping heard that Zhang Wei and others were going to the old city. He seemed a little hesitant. Those 2 friends of yours, I just asked someone below Sergeant Fong to inquire. They are all still alive. It should be wandering around the building near the hospital. If you want to find them, you can also go first. I want to come to the old town then. Just find another boat and come over. After arriving in the old city, you go to a bar. Just find someone named Yi Xiaobai. He has a younger brother staying there. No one will make things difficult for you. Okay then, I'll ask my friends for their opinions. Gao Yuping did not directly reject Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei also knows, himself and this short man, we only knew each other for a few days, although it can be regarded as living and dying together, but after all, I don't know much about it. It would be best to give him some time to think. Different people don't conspire against each other. Zhang Wei is not short of people, but I don't mind having more people in my camp. Now is Jiotong, there are already at least a few hundred more people than the 8 halls of Lu Dali, the almost polished commander. When Zhang Wei and others left, Sergeant Fong saw them off at the entrance of the cave. Before leaving, Sergeant Fong still remembered his warning. If you want to take the waterway, there is some trouble though. The forces at Nagoya Pier here, always wandering on both sides of the river, robbery passing survivors. Nagoya Pier? Matsushita Shousha? Zhang Wei remembered the person Wang Guangliang introduced at the dinner table. You know their people, that'll be easy. I shouldn't embarrass you anymore. Can't be called friends, but he is not an enemy either. Never mind, when the time comes. Just take one step at a time. Zhang Wei is also a person who has seen the big world. No longer afraid because they were marauders. If it were another plunderer, Zhang Wei still has some worries. But that guy at Nagoya Pier, I always thought it was the same as Zhang Wei's crotch. He's from the Rattlesnake organization. I probably wouldn't dare to embarrass myself. There are more than 30 bullets here. It's all for you. Zhang Wei put the bullets in his pistol, all given to Yang Guang. Just in case of emergencies. Chapter 594 Rebirth of Waves. The shooting just now, Zhang Wei no longer had confidence in his marksmanship. However, Zhang Wei believes that this gun can be in Yang Guang's hands, play its true usefulness, even later in the old town. Sergeant Fong only sent Zhang Wei and others out of the Stone Mountain Gate in Montenegro. Then he went back without looking back. And Gao Yuping, he also parted ways with several people. This guy, he is also a person with personality. Lao Yang, How well do you know this unit? Zhang Wei suddenly asked. Because I heard about this unit. It's the so-called amphibious warfare force. This feeling is built for beach landing. Maybe this brigade, the true purpose of establishment, not for coastal defense. In other words, this unit is not a simple coastal defense brigade. Have no idea. I heard it was modeled after the U.S. Marine Corps. In the past 10 years, reform of our army, it has shifted from land defense to coastal defense. Even attacking overseas, the organizational existence of these troops, it should also serve a certain purpose. Yang Guang expressed his opinion. Having said that, these people should all be good players. I just don't know if he's a new recruit or not. If you haven't touched a gun for a long time, that's almost no different from ordinary survivors, marksmanship, but it was fed by bullets. Several people were talking, while looking for a direction that was biased towards the wetland park. I walked slowly. Just with Zhang Wei when he came, Lu Dali, Rejoice, Yang Guang, compared with Shouwen, another doctor. Bai Tingting appeared. Zhang Wei asked Shouwen to get close to her intentionally, asked Bai Tingting to stay in the old city high school camp as much as possible. In this way, in their camp, in addition to Shouwen, a doctor with some experience, there is also a real nurse. And it should be very simple to let Bai Tingting stay. Bai Tingting offended the city light a bit high, and she will definitely not go back. And her grandfather Bai Donglai is also dead. So she has nothing to worry about. Zhang Wei even wants Pei Wu, and who died to help with ideological work, so that it will be easier to get out of the grief. Zhang Wei understands the pain of suddenly losing a loved one in the end times. What Zhang Wei said he didn't know was, they had just walked half a kilometer, he was spotted. 3 or 4 people, secretly observing the actions of Zhang Wei and others, then 1 or 2 of them continued to follow, and another person, he ran away quickly to another path. We're being followed? Yang Guang said in a deep voice. What? Zhang Wei turned around subconsciously, but there was nothing. Don't look back too often. Don't let the stalkers realize we're aware of them. Yang Guang hurried on, with his head down. He deliberately quickened his pace. Are they from Black Mountain? Not really. If Sergeant Fong wants to attack us, he can probably do it in a cave. No, I mean, Black Mountain is not a monolithic organization. Maybe there are other people with ulterior motives, or people who are on good terms with Li Gang. Zhang Wei didn't doubt Sergeant Fong Jirong. We can't rule out this possibility. Let's speed up and see if we can get rid of them. Zhang Wei deliberately looked for blind paths, or walked in places where his vision was blocked. But no matter how they act, out of unfamiliarity with the place, and often take some side roads and have to turn back, those people are always with you. Even Zhang Wei could occasionally see 1 or 2 figures hanging far behind. And in the end, after those people discovered that Zhang Wei had discovered them, it has become blatant. It's not a good thing. Stop looking for opportunities to kill them. Zhang Wei had an ominous premonition. Change your identity thinking, Zhang Wei thinks. If you are a stalker, the news will definitely be reported at this time, then send more people to intercept in front. Zhang Wei believes, this guy Yang Guang, you should be able to wound and capture one of them, then pry the words out of their mouths. Can't stop, after all. We are not locals. Find a place with zombies to insert. Yang Guang would rather take risks. Zombie, on the way back, there are zombies everywhere. However, due to the presence of Bai Tingting, a teammate with low combat effectiveness, Zhang Wei and others did not move quickly. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that, just about a kilometer away, the roof of a high-rise building, Wang Pinyuan was playing poker with a few people, talking and laughing, until the person below used a rope to hang a glass bottle from the bottom of the building. Wang Pinyuan smashed the bottle directly. He took out a folded piece of paper from inside, after watching it for more than 10 seconds. He said, everyone, I guess right, those guys did go to Montenegro, and they half an hour ago, already out of Montenegro. This time we also rely on your helicopter, just barely caught up with them, otherwise. You won't be able to catch up with your legs. Master Pinyuan, what do you want to do? Get rid of them, no matter who they are, get rid of them all for me. I know to bring them back alive. For you, there is some trouble, so just get rid of them. Including the woman who kidnapped me, and that woman who refused to drink at the dinner table. Wang Pinyuan's eyes swept around, the person who played cards with him. It was the little leader of the scavengers, and the scavenger man-eating shark, and Panasonic Handbrake and Nagoya Pier. Master Pinyuan, kill these guys, you find a few of us, isn't it a bit overkill? Professional people do professional things. I know you are following my father's arrangements. I plan to go to the old city to kill the 2 admirals who are behind me. But before leaving for the old town, do something like this casually. It's a piece of cake. It's not a big problem. The man-eating shark nodded. I know you have a competitive relationship. Don't go to the old town. It's not less than a day and a half, as long as you help me get rid of these people. Later I took over my father's position. What he promised you, I'll still give you one. Good, I'll take this job. Panasonic Handbrake dropped its cards on the table. The other three people took a look, found out to be a king. They couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone, I'll go back to the hospital. I've heard your good news. Wang Pinyuan threw his playing cards out of the window. Just go straight to the rooftop. There is a helicopter that belongs to him, waiting for him. After Wang Pinyuan's plane left, the man-eating shark couldn't bear it and said, this one rushes to the street. Brought us here? I won't take him back. We can only go down and contact the brothers around us first. And the man who was the scavenger also said, I'll go notify my people. It's up to everyone to do their own thing. See you in the old town. Obviously, Zhang Wei and others must be eliminated. Treat it as a trivial matter as big as sesame seeds and mung beans. Chapter 595 The Prosperity of Hibiscus. The three of them were clamoring to take action. But the first person, who couldn't sit still, but it was Matsushita Morisa Nagoya Pier. Wait until Matsushita Shosha is far away. The man-eating shark continued to communicate with the scavenger. Lao Kai, what do you think? It turns out that the leader of the scavengers is called Lao Kai. How else can I see? Panasonic is this piece of shit. He is obviously Chinese, but he took a Japanese name. I don't think it's a good bird either. I heard that this guy grew up in Japan. Even speaking Chinese is not easy. That's it. Let him do the hard work. We won't pay attention to these small fish and shrimps. You and I are both people who do great things. Let's do what Wang Guangliang arranged. These goals in the old city. It's all up to you. Lao Kai said to the man-eating shark. The man-eating shark instantly understood what Lao Kai meant. These are just a few words based on ability. It's whoever gets it first wins. Everyone does not interfere with each other. They don't care about each other either. Alright, then it's settled. The man-eating shark already has a plan. Just try your best to achieve both goals. Then sell one to Lao Kai. Only in this way can benefits be maximized, by the way. I also extorted something from Lao Kai. If Lao Kai returns empty-handed, the impression in Wang Guangliang's mind from now on, it will drop a few points again, some exchange, he'll be interested. After Lao Kai also left, the man-eating shark said to himself. And the reason why the man-eating shark didn't leave was because this building should be the foothold of his power. The bottle that was pulled up, he deliberately arranged for his men to do it. The information is true. But equally, it can also distract other people's attention. The man-eating shark walked to another room next to it, opened the door. There were already 20 or 30 people sitting inside. The man-eating shark said, Everyone, I think you should know what's going on. Everyone is the leader of the group, and all of them brought their families with them. Our food, I can't hold it for 3 months. Since the salmon boss never showed up, just listen to me. This time we will finish this vote first. The target is a man named Al Wei and Li Wang, people in the old town. According to the information I have, during this time in the old city, recruiting survivors, everyone fishes in troubled waters. Among the team members, help each other. This is the first time that our scavengers have intervened in the old city. I listened to what Wang Guangliang means. This thing should be a bit tricky. Not completely sure. Don't do it. Not long after, the man-eating shark sent a room full of people away. And Lao Kai also wandered around several streets. I contacted my own people, started arranging tasks. As for the people who were sent to the old city, naturally, they are all unexpected people. What old man, child, women and the like? And Zhang Wei and his party of 5, after driving for more than 10 minutes, finally had to stop. Because a zombie group appeared in front, blocked their way. And further away, due to limited vision, I don't know if there are any zombies left. We can only go back, change the direction. Never mind, deal with them. Yang Guang started loading his pistol. Just go to this store. Yang Guang pointed to a nearby retail store and said. Zhang Wei looked up, found out it was a company called Hibiscus Thrives. Department store retail stores. But it was already a mess inside. All the supplies were looted, however. There are still more than a dozen shelves that are taller than a person standing inside the house. Just enough to provide visual obstruction. Such an environment is perfect for ambushing enemies. As a last resort, don't use a gun. One is easy to attract zombies. Second, it is easy to attract other people's attention. Zhang Wei said to Yang Guang. Rejoice, you take Shoan and Miss by upstairs. Find a safe place to hide for a while. Before confirming safety, don't show up. We have no time to separate. Rejoice also took out her butterfly knife, without hesitation. He took Bai Jingting and Zhou into a staircase. This department store, there is also a second floor. It seems to have been converted into a living room. What else does Zhou want to say? But I also know what is going to happen next. It is estimated to be life-threatening, naturally. I don't want to drag down a few people. He immediately drew out his short sword. Carefully follow Rejoice and touch it up. The risk upstairs has not been eliminated either. The three of them who went up, naturally. You have to carry weapons. Look how many there are of them. Zhang Wei knew that the person he was following was not a good person. But for a while, I couldn't tell which group they were from. If Heishan and Gaocheng are excluded, the rest are enemies. Zhang Wei opened the back of the retail store and the toilet door, pretending to flee. Then he, Lu Dali, and Yang Guang hid in various blind corners of the store, waiting for the person following you to come to your door. But the person who left Zhang Wei speechless, after waiting 4 or 5 minutes, no one ever showed up. And just when Zhang Wei couldn't contain his anger, suddenly I heard someone whispering, "Be careful, they should be around here. The front is full of zombies, they can't go far." Another person said, "We left spray marks on the wall all the way. As long as the people behind are not blind, it will naturally follow. We just need to guarantee, just don't leave people behind. Dangerous things, let other forces do it. This is arranged by the man-eating shark boss. Risky things, let someone else do it." The sound is getting closer, and not long after, there were a few footsteps appearing around. She must have left from behind. Let's go around and take a look on this door. Leave a mark. One person was talking. I glanced at the bathroom with the door open. Found no one inside. I was about to continue communicating with the people behind me, and a long knife, it's already around his neck. The man behind, still spraying stuff on the door in an orderly manner. But shake it before use. He didn't notice for a moment that his teammate was stuck to the neck with a knife. Just when he shook it well, and stretched out his hand to spray on the wall, a big knife chopped it down. The entire palm was broken off at the root. The severed hand fell to the ground, still tightly grasping the hand-cranked spray gun. It was Lu Dali who did the slashing. Blood gushed out. Even more than the effect of the hand-cranked spray gun. Lu Dali immediately pressed forward and covered the man's neck with his hand to prevent him from screaming. Yang Guang closed the door vigilantly. Zhang Wei signaled the man whose neck he had pressed against the knife not to make a sound, and slowly knelt on the ground. "Tell me, what are you two doing sneaking around us?" Zhang Wei said, pressing the knife against his neck. "Who is following you? We are going from here. Who are you? Why are we following you?" Still talking hard, Zhang Wei winked at Yang Guang. Yang Guang immediately stabbed him with a knife, the man whose hand was cut off. I was stabbed to the core by Yang Guang. There was no movement for a moment. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. This guy with his hand cut off, it's almost hopeless. Just die like this. It can also provide some deterrence to another person. Now, can you say it? Chapter 596 Surprise. I said it all. Please spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother above me. There is also an underage son down there. 80-year-old mother? When you lie, you should make up a decent lie. Right? You look only in your 30s. Could it be that my mother gave birth to you when she was 40 or 50 years old? Lu Dali said speechlessly. It's true, my mother gave birth to me when she was 80 years old. No, pooh, I mean, my mother gave birth to me when she was in her 40s. There are 5 brothers and sisters in my family. I happen to be the youngest. They are all dead. My mother will have to rely on me to die. Okay, don't be a mother-in-law. Answer questions honestly, maybe we'll spare your life. Zhang Wei doesn't talk nonsense either. The knife was pressed against the man's Adam's apple again. I told you everything. We are indeed following you. We are the scavengers. This is the order from the man-eating shark. They said that after you come out of Black Mountain, they will find a place to completely kill you. They? Besides the scavengers, who else? Seeing that this guy was hesitating again, Yang Guang wiped the bloody knife on his face. A somewhat gentle feeling with a faint smell of blood, which immediately made this guy urinate incontinently. They are from City Light. I don't know that person, but I heard that person is one-eyed, and there are the scavengers and the people from Nagoya Wharf. They are all upstairs discussing how to act together. And they should be on their way out, because we left marks along the way. I cut my hair to indicate the direction of advance, or else you let me go, I will go back and say that you are all dead. Oh, it's Wang Pinyuan again. The scavengers and Nagoya Wharf also work for Wang Guangliang. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Isn't there a leader named Lankadang or Alan? I don't know, maybe there is, but I didn't go upstairs so I don't know. Okay, get out. I'll let you live this time. Zhang Wei politely put away the knife. Really? Let me go! This man is a little unbelievable, but his eyes were focused on the weapons in the hands of Zhang Wei and the others. He doesn't think Zhang Wei and the others will let him go. Of course it's fake at this time. It's a matter of life and death. Are you still asked to go back and report the news? Zhang Wei winked at Lu Dali. This man was directly wiped on the neck by Lu Dali. Wait until the person is completely exhausted. Zhang Wei picked up the spray painting on the ground, said, Dali, after you go out, keep spraying this stuff on the wall, point the direction to the zombie in front. Yang Guang, you and me together, carry these 2 corpses upstairs, bloodstains on the ground. Just cover it up with debris. Lu Dali also instantly guessed Zhang Wei's purpose. That is to divert trouble to the east. Since these guys rely on the so-called pointing arrow, then lead them to the zombies first. After they fight, Zhang Wei would choose to go back or break out among the zombies. When they saw Yang Guang and Zhang Wei carrying the body up, Rejoice and Zhouan, who were above, were very surprised at how they managed to eliminate their opponents so quickly. When Lu Dali came up soon, the group gathered together again, had a brief exchange. I used spray paint to draw several arrows at the holes. But I just ran out of spray paint. So I don't know if they can get through the zombies. We have to make other plans. Lu Dali said as soon as he came up. So Zhang Wei told the 3 of them about the whole thing again. After hearing that it was still the guys at the dinner table yesterday who were doing the trick. It was no surprise that Zhang Wei and the other 2 killed the 2 stalkers. Tell me about your plan. Rejoice knew that Zhang Wei had the most tricks. Good, then I said it directly, these guys, no matter which one it is, they are all things we cannot offend, especially in an unknown place like this. We can only create chaos to escape, or by ambushing them by surprise. But our weapons does not take any advantage, except for the pistol I gave Yang Guang and 37 pistol rounds. We don't have anything else to offer. By fighting with knives, it can only be said that the outcome is unknown. And we can't fight for a long time. Zhang Wei's words are easy to understand. If you delay for a long time, you will easily be surrounded by enemies. Any fight, it all needs to be done quickly within a few minutes. So what do you mean? Lu Dali looked at the empty spray paint bottle in his hand. There is no place better for an ambush than here, and you can use the zombies on the streets. This will at least consume the enemy to the greatest extent. We can also see clearly how many people they have come. Without further delay, then it's settled. Yang Guang put the bullet in the cloth bag, hanging on the waist. This makes it easier to fill his pistol. The insurance has already been opened. We are on the 2nd floor here. Just observe that window over here. You can see what's going on in the streets. Zhang Wei pointed to a window and said. Several boys worked together again, lifted the 2 corpses to an inconspicuous corner, then hold your breath and concentrate, waiting for the enemy to arrive. And surprisingly, not even 5 minutes, as expected, a large number of people arrived. And unexpectedly, these people are not coming from the same direction at all. Instead, they came from the streets in all directions, but we happened to meet here. Zhang Wei knows these people should probably be more accurately called marauders. However, Zhang Wei did not see the leader or leader of these people. Zhang Wei knows to capture the thief. Capture the king first. At least wait until the leader of these people shows up. But what surprised Zhang Wei was that these people, after getting close to Furong Xingxing, he did not pursue recklessly in the direction where the zombies were blocking his way, but stopped, waiting for more people to arrive. 1 or 2 of the leaders, I also specifically went to check in the direction indicated by the arrow. Finally, I dipped my finger into the spray paint on the wall, then nodded. One of them whispered, "This should be the right place." The other one said, "No, there are so many zombies here," but the zombies showed no signs of rebellion. There's no way they can get through here, unless they pass from underground or from the sky. Heaven, naturally impossible. Underground, it's somewhat possible. One of them, searching around for a while, sure enough, I found an inconspicuous sewer manhole cover. He had to lie down on it and listen for a while. But the more I listened, the more confused I became. The sewer manhole covers here are all welded. Impossible to open at all. One of them said, "Leave a few. Be wary of zombies here." The remaining people dispersed. Search for buildings within 100 meters. Don't miss any blind spots. I don't believe it. 7 or 8 big living people. Can I still grow wings and fly? 7 or 8 big living people. That is to take those 2 people who were following, also included. Zhang Wei also followed the example of the man before, lying on the ground and listening to the sound. But his face became increasingly ugly, because he heard there are already footsteps appeared on the first floor of Furong Xingxing retail store. Come up to the second floor, it's just a matter of time. I have a solution. Yang Guang looked out the window and said. There were 4 or 5 people there. They were whispering around a corner. And a few dozen meters away, just a small zombie swarm. Further away, there are more zombies. Yang Guang raised his pistol. Chapter 597 Excellent Breakthrough. Zhang Wei guessed what Yang Guang was thinking. But Zhang Wei is more inclined to wait for that. Man-eating shark. And Panasonic handbrake. Wait until someone shows up. But I heard the footsteps that were already walking up the stairs. Zhang Wei knew that he could not delay it any longer. He could only nod his head. Bang! 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 Zhang Wei heard 3 gunshots. Looking outside, but they found that the 4 or 5 people who had just been standing guard for zombies, 3 of them were hit in the legs. Some were on the knees. Some on the calves. And some on the thighs. As expected, these people could not help but scream. The remaining 2 wanted to cover their mouths. But it was too late. Because Lu Dali threw the spray paint bottle down from the window again. 3 gunshots and screams made the zombies gather in this direction. And the metal bottle thrown by Lu Dali in the open area made more zombies run over. The few people who were not injured had not yet figured out which direction the gun was shot from. I want to hurt people, drag him to a safe place, but unexpectedly. This movement. It also exposes them to the sight of zombies. 20 or 30 zombies. He immediately screamed and rushed over. No one was injured this time. I can only run away. The few remaining people who were hit, potential also exploded, hobbling and running with my injured leg, or rolling and crawling on the ground. However, this speed is still much slower than that of zombies. Not long after, he was knocked down by zombies. More screams came. Save people, hurry up and save people. There were hurried footsteps again in the corridor. This time it was drifting away. Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone touches this, although some of them will kill them, but it will also reveal their location. When the time comes, there will be zombies blocking the way. There are pursuers on the way. There is almost no way from heaven to earth. Yang Guang casually fired 3 shots. This solved the fatal situation. And down there is a mess, naturally. No one dared to stay around Furong Xingxing. They are probably all busy running for their lives at this moment. Zhang Wei and others squatted down. I heard the dense footsteps of zombies coming. I don't know how many zombies were attracted. But a rough estimate, there are always 180. In order to search for Zhang Wei and others, the enemy, have been scattered. Each one fights. It was impossible to organize effective resistance at all. And some people who encountered zombies, it can only temporarily avoid the edge of the road, or find a place to hide nearby. And when Zhang Wei and others stood up again a few minutes later, all I saw was a dozen zombies chewing on a corpse on the ground. As for the other 2 people who were hit, it was unknown whether they ran away or were rescued by others, or were knocked down by zombies in other places. Are we going out now? Lu Dali asked. Just wait a little longer. Zhang Wei looked out the window, and saw zombies running towards them from farther away. But these zombies did not join the pursuit of humans. Instead, they joined the team of zombies that were biting. The bloody things like intestines and livers were immediately pulled far away by the zombies. The zombies stuffed them into his mouth one after another. Zhang Wei glanced casually. I almost vomited out the breakfast I just had in Montenegro. Several other people, naturally. You can roughly guess what is happening outside without looking. Zhang Wei made a silent gesture, because the corpse group is far away from where they are. Not that far. It's only a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Another 10 minutes passed like this. Finally, a human figure appeared in the distance. It was the looters who had left before. Those gnawing zombies, many of them looked up immediately with their eyes red. And the latter part went in the direction where humans appeared. The remaining zombies, some followed all the way. There are only 3 or 5 zombies, still munching on the spot, but the contents of that unlucky guy's abdominal cavity, it has long been hollowed out by a group of zombies, a few zombies in the back, but I didn't eat anything. I can only lie down around the corpse, eating the facial muscles of the corpse. Zhang Wei walked to another window, used a small mirror to quietly look outside, confirmed that no enemies have shown up yet. Said, without further delay, go quickly. While talking at the same time, he took out his long knife and opened the way. When I walked to the first floor of the store, I discovered There were actually 7 or 8 zombies gathered inside this place. And the unlucky guy who was hit in the leg before I also ran here, however. He was still dismembered by zombies. Is this guy so perverted? There was no scream. While talking, Zhang Wei took the lead and slashed at the zombies rushing around. Lu Dali followed immediately. Cover Zhang Wei's flanks. When there is something blocking it, find the right opportunity to kill the zombies. Becomes relatively simple. Even with a weak hand like Showen, he also knocked down 2 zombies easily. Then Rejoice touched up the fallen zombies one by one. Prevent the zombies, who are not dead, from retaliating before death. No wonder this guy didn't scream. His vocal cords and throat were bitten off by zombies. Yang Guang checked the body of the person he hit. Also almost disemboweled by zombies. Yang Guang also stabbed the hollowed corpse in the neck with the same deftness. Before the group could take a breath, the zombies outside heard the noise. He roared and ran over again. Walk! Zhang Wei took the lead and rushed out, one knife down. It's just a zombie's head rolling down. It's like chopping melons and vegetables. And Zhang Wei looked further away. Zombies are running in groups. They probably discovered the hiding survivors. Know that opportunities like this are rare. Zhang Wei immediately asked everyone to follow him. Run in the direction you just wanted to go. Since a large number of zombies were lured away, at this time, the streets have become deserted. Occasionally, you can encounter 1 or 2 paralyzed and hemiplegic zombies. I don't know if he fell from a high-rise building. Still struggling to lean towards several people. Zhang Wei naturally ignored him. This kind of zombie, it's best to leave it to clean up the people behind. And they don't leave zombie corpses behind. The enemy would not suspect that they were running in this direction. At least, no doubt for the time being. Zhang Wei took out the map and looked at it again. Although this road is completely different from the way they came, but judging from the map scale, the distances in the pictures are almost the same. If nothing unexpected happens, within a day and a half, rush to that ferry, it's still possible. It's almost noon now. We have to do it before dark tomorrow. Rush to the pier of the wetland park. The old boatman from before will meet us there. Rejoice counted the time and said. Then go quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that it's just before noon today, we try to stay as close to the river as possible. Find a place to hide when the time comes. It's better than rushing all the way now. And what Zhang Wei doesn't know is that, a building in the distance, a man was also looking at them with a telescope. It's the man-eating shark from before. Command down. Send out 10 gunmen. These guys, there's a gun in hand. There are a large number of looters around. They began to infiltrate and surround Zhang Wei and others. Chapter 598 Blockade in the old building. After 10 minutes of hard work, Zhang Wei and his companions finally realized something was wrong. That was the place they had come from. It was too peaceful. This peace was not caused by the lack of zombies. On the contrary, there were no other survivors along the way. It was as if the place had been cleared out on purpose. When they first came here, Zhang Wei remembered that, even on the way to the hospital at dawn, he could see a large number of human survivors. Something is wrong. Zhang Wei motioned for everyone to walk close to the wall. This will at least prevent you from being attacked on multiple fronts. There is indeed a problem. Yang Guang started to continue loading bullets. Until the pistol's magazine is full. I have 34 bullets left. Yang Guang whispered. 34, Zhang Wei knows. With Yang Guang's marksmanship and level, I estimate that I killed about 10 enemies. There is definitely no problem. As long as you don't waste bullets on zombies. How far is it to the next intersection? Turn to the intersection. 2.5 blocks to go. 2.5 blocks. If there is an ambush, then it should be on this section of the road. Anyway, those looters can't control all the neighborhoods openly. Zhang Wei has already memorized the map and accurate route back in his mind. Before reaching the corner, there is still a distance of 130 to 40 meters. It doesn't seem very far. Just half a circle of the playground. However, the surrounding buildings in this section are very complicated. And it is a townhouse structure in an old community. Zhang Wei didn't expect that there is such a place that has not been demolished in Binhai City. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a village in the city. Zhang Wei and others had to pass through this building complex. The height of the house is not very high. All of them are 5 or 6 stories high. But the floor area ratio is surprisingly high. The floor area ratio is the ratio of the buildings in a community to the overall area of the community. In this old neighborhood, between 2 rows of houses, there is only a distance of less than 3 meters. And Zhang Wei et al., I have to pass through such a place. There are all kinds of debris piled up on the surrounding ground. Some have rotted and faded, It appears to have been thrown from a building by survivors a few months ago. And occasionally between 1 or 2 houses, parked full of messy cars, all the tires without exception were shriveled and flat. Some were even burned into an iron frame by fire. This kind of old community, unlike high-rise buildings, it is estimated that it has experienced the baptism of zombies and great turmoil. You know it without even thinking about it. Places like this have been raided countless times by human survivors. Such a place, there can be no human survivors. However, Zhang Wei also guessed, maybe today happens to be an exception. This is the only place, only then can the looters intervene in advance. And since entering this kind of building, I have never encountered any zombies. This made Zhang Wei even more convinced of his suspicions. Be careful, it's not like there aren't any zombies in a place like this. But we came all the way, I really haven't encountered it, then there is only one possibility. There are survivors or looters who have visited here in advance. Zhang Wei knows, this was not their original route home. This time I went to Montenegro, after walking several kilometers to the west, so it has deviated from the original direction. Zhang Wei knows, on eyesight, he may not be as good as Yang Guang, so Zhang Wei asked Yang Guang, who had a gun, went to the front. Zhang Wei himself, with a knife in hand, was responsible for the rear guard. Zhou and Bai Tingting, who were of average skill, walked in the middle. At this time, Bai Tingting finally regained some sense from the shock of her grandfather's death. She knew that Wang Pinyuan had arranged the assassins, and after killing them all the way, she had become very angry. To some extent, her grandfather's death was also caused by Wang's father and son. Bai Tingting even thought that one day he would take revenge. However, the current priority was to leave the city alive. Go to the old city that Zhang Wei mentioned. Yang Guang stopped his steps. Zhang Wei also immediately raised his sword. What's going on? When Zhang Wei was still confused, there were dense footsteps behind him. Let's go! Without thinking, I knew someone was setting an ambush here. After the enemy was dispersed by zombies before, how dare you go out in such large numbers? Nature comes prepared. The reason why Zhang Wei and Yang Guang are so careful is, it's because they haven't dealt with those looter organizations. The only eagle's nest they killed, or because the liquefied gas bomb Zhang Wei accidentally created was thrown away in one pot. A group of 6 people immediately rushed on their way at the same time. I am also embarrassed from left to right. Don't walk in a straight line. Try to avoid the opponent's pursuit, trying to take advantage of the terrain, throw people away. Wrong, it seems like they are trying to drive us away, otherwise. Why can I keep hearing the footsteps of someone pursuing me, but no enemy can be seen? Rejoice stopped. Zhang Wei also woke up instantly. The front must be the enemy's preset position. At this moment, the enemy was driving the 6 of them to that place. Just wait here for them to come. Yang Guang knew there was no way to escape. He took the lead and entered an old building. The building is empty with people gone. Even the corridors are full of debris, but there happens to be a road that can be passed by one person. Yang Guang just rushed to the 2nd floor. Then I heard the sound of breaking wind. A huge iron rod Tianling, who almost brushed against Yang Guang, passed over. If Yang Guang hadn't squatted down subconsciously, this stick has probably been opened by someone. Yang Guang was naturally furious, without hesitation. I shot him with one shot. It hit this guy right between the eyebrows. Since this guy dares to make a sneak attack, then he is no ordinary survivor. For this kind of person, it is better to kill than let go. There's a gun! He has a gun! There were exclamations from inside. Lu Dali naturally fired at Yang Guang. He bent down and touched it without hesitation. He drew and stabbed the armpit of the man who had just attacked. Even if Yang Guang didn't shoot him just now, this guy will also be seriously injured by Lu Dali. Both of them had subconscious reactions, but achieved the same effect. Lu Dali rushed into the house. 2 other people holding knives were immediately discovered inside. Scavenger's lackey? Lu Dali asked. The 2 people opposite him didn't agree. However, the 2 of them were also afraid of Yang Guang's pistol. Didn't rush over immediately. Zhang Wei and others behind, naturally. There was a swarm of swarms. 6 people in a narrow room, surrounded several people. The sound of footsteps coming from the corridor, it broke the stalemate among several people in the room. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali rushed over in unison without hesitation, fighting with 2 people using short weapons. And Yang Guang went out without hesitation, killed the enemies chasing outside. Chapter 599 Passionate Exchanges. The 2 people in the room have not fallen yet. Zhang Wei heard gunshots outside. For gunshots were fired in a row, then calm returned. And Yang Guang also showed up handsomely after more than 10 seconds, said, "There are 4, all dead." For shots knocked down 4, although it was shot at close range. This is Zhang Wei. I also have to admire Yang Guang's shooting skills. 2 more bullets. Yang Guang pointed his gun at the 2 people inside again. The 2 of them were immediately confused. One of them was accidentally stabbed by Lu Dali. And Zhang Wei also found the opportunity, stabbed this man to death. Then the 2 team up to besiege the other one. Just a few breathless moments, he knocked the man to the ground and bled him. My bullet, there are 29 more. Yang Guang loaded 5 more bullets. Facing these 2 enemies, Yang Guang did not use up the remaining 2 bullets. Obviously he is saving bullets. Zhang Wei then thought about it, but every bullet from Yang Guang, it really comes into play. I just rushed into this house. 4 of the 7 people died in Yang Guang's hands. If you continue to die like this, as long as the marauders are animals with brains, we'll choose to give up. 6 people did not go out, however. He subconsciously touched the 2 corpses on the ground. But I didn't find anything useful. Only in one of them, an exquisite security door key was found. I know Zhang Wei, they are no longer the original inhabitants of this old building. Walk, it's not a good place to stay for a long time. Yang Guang suddenly thought of something, his face seemed to become a little ugly. The group of people quickly went downstairs again. What's going on, Yang Guang? There is a problem, these people must know we have guns in our hands, but they still rush forward without fear of death. It is estimated that there will be more difficult enemies. Yang Guang held a gun in both hands, while being cautiously on guard, while walking towards another street. Either these people were sent deliberately to consume our bullets, either they are ordinary survivors or looters being taken advantage of. No matter what, in a place like Bihai, I always feel, the strength of the looters will not be worse than that of the old city. Seeing this old neighborhood, we are almost halfway through the journey. Zhang Wei also relaxed a little. At least, these places they walk through, there are no enemies. If there is, I guess I couldn't help but jump out a long time ago. Zhang Wei was happy too early. Before I had time to relax, then I heard Yang Guang yelling angrily, "Get down!" For a time, came from overhead. Bye-bye-bye-you. Sound! The enemy has guns too. Zhou immediately turned pale. Zhang Wei also realized the seriousness of the matter. That is the people in Binhai, whose family background is generally better than other survivors. Enemy with hot weapons is completely different. If there is an enemy with slightly better shooting skills, like Yang Guang, Zhang Wei will be shot in the head immediately even if he is wearing a bulletproof vest. Yang Guang naturally raised his gun and shot without hesitation. He fired 3 shots in a row. Yang Guang also squatted down. Zhang Wei immediately asked nervously, "How is it?" "I fired 3 shots and hit 1. Yang Guang continued to load bullets. Yang Guang's gun, there are still 4 bullets. But Zhang Wei followed Yang Guang's reloading action. I can see Yang Guang's caution this time. Zhou had also said nervously, "There are still 26 pills left." 26, after shooting the bullets, do we have to fight them hand to hand? I wish I could have gotten more bullets from Sergeant Fong. Zhang Wei regretted it very much. While thinking, he also planned to take off his bulletproof vest and give it to Yang Guang, at this time, naturally. The bulletproof vest must be used to maximize its value. It would be best to let Yang Guang wear it to charge. He and Lu Dali looked to see if they could go behind or flank them or something. It's too late. A casual glance. Zhang Wei also immediately took out a mirror, on the edge of a building, using reflective mirrors, look in the direction of the enemy. There is no scene in the movie where the gunman knocks off the mirror. However, Zhang Wei still saw 5 people holding firearms in the mirror. 5 people, all are men, 3 pistols, 2 rifles, less than 30 meters away, they are outflanking us. Zhang Wei took what he saw and told Yang Guang. Not only that, there are at least 2 more people on the roof over there. Yang Guang pointed in the direction of a roof. How do you know? Intuition. The enemy couldn't shoot immediately at the position we were in just now. They were shooting blindly. Otherwise, I would probably be dead by now. Yang Guang said as he approached a nearby wrecked car. Come and give me a hand. Yang Guang said to Zhouan. What? Zhouan was stunned. It's obviously a broken car. What does giving a hand mean? Pushing it. No, help me remove this car door. Zhang Wei looked again. Only then did he realize that Zhouan had been holding the iron rod that he had used to sneak attack Yang Guang. Zhang Wei naturally understood what Yang Guang meant. So he took the iron rod from Zhouan's hand and start prying open the car door. This car is already in tatters. I don't know if it was due to a car accident or some other reason. The car door was almost half slumped. Zhang Wei divides 3 by 5, just pry the door off. Yang Guang tried to lift it in his hand. Dance casually. Although it is somewhat laborious, but it's a good shield. Zhang Wei, Lu Dali, when my gun goes off, just touch it, find that car and take cover. Yang Guang pointed in one direction and said. Zhang Wei knows, Yang Guang probably wanted to implement fire suppression. However, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali did not have guns in their hands. He didn't understand Yang Guang's purpose in letting them do this. 2 people from each other, but holding a rifle. Zhang Wei had already experienced this kind of weapon in the information building of Laocheng High School. Rush forward rashly, probability of survival, it is estimated to be less than 10%. Moreover, the enemy has not yet completely appeared, there may be more to these people than meets the eye. The marauders have so much firepower, this is beyond Zhang Wei's imagination. This should be the firepower possessed by military personnel. Zhang Wei's hesitation, Yang Guang saw it. Listen to me, I'm sure, although these guys have guns, but an amateur gunman, shooter, but it takes bullets to feed it. Yang Guang said this, Zhang Wei no longer hesitated, Zhang Wei believed in Yang Guang's marksmanship. In Zhang Wei's understanding, the one with excellent marksmanship in the old city, there were only 3 people in total. One is the wood that has never been seen, good at long-range sniping. One is Wang Yukun who is seriously ill. Listen to what Lanrua Temple said, even when I'm not sick, I'm always in good shape. As for the other one, it's Yang Guang who is a special police officer. Superior, Yang Guang shouted lowly. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali rushed out. The sound of bullets bursting was immediately heard overhead. It was shot in the direction of Yang Guang. Yang Guang stood up, put the broken car door up in front of you, then they started to have passionate exchanges with each other. Yang Guang's first shot just let one of the other party fall down. Now the people on the opposite side also immediately started to hide. No one dared to show his head again. And Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, they both touched 10 meters away, each hid behind a car. Chapter 600, Missless Shot. Zhang Wei knows, this time is already critical, naturally. We must try our best to create opportunities for Yang Guang. So he immediately picked up a stone on the ground, without looking. He threw it towards the enemy's position. The stone hit the nearby glass, there was a crisp sound. The hiding enemy thought it was Yang Guang who shot, he didn't get up to fight back. Unexpectedly, Yang Guang hit him on the forehead again. Another person was killed instantly. Zhang Wei also wants to create more opportunities. Suddenly I heard the sound of braking. Looking to the side, it turned out that the taillight of a nearby car was shattered by a bullet. How could the enemy be in this position? Zhang Wei subconsciously looked behind him. The place where I came was empty. Not the enemy behind? Where is that? Seeing Yang Guang raising his head and shooting, Zhang Wei knew. Enemies come from overhead. Not far away, a body fell from the roof. It hit the ground more than 10 meters away. Gun! Got a gun! Zhang Wei pointed at the body on the ground and said. Near the corpse, dropped a pistol, but that location is very dangerous. Nothing stands in the way. If I guess correctly, that gun only fired 1 bullet. For Lu Dali and I, just like burning fire sticks, but for Yang Guang, but at least he could kill several more people. Seeing Yang Guang approaching slowly holding a car door shield, Zhang Wei knows, this is Yang Guang's plan to join the 2 of them. Zhang Wei waved to rejoice. Bai Tingting, Zhouan and the others entered the house first, while crouching to prevent being hit. And Zhang Wei had to continue to carefully check the direction where Yang Guang said there were people on the roof. Because of the body that just fell from the rooftop, it's from that position. Yang Guang's progress, it was still noticed by the enemy, who was squatting. It was only quiet for a moment. The enemy raised his gun and shot at Yang Guang again. No matter how careful you are, the car door shield in Yang Guang's hand, he was still knocked out of Mars. There were even many places that were directly penetrated, fortunately. Yang Guang's body was not hurt. Yang Guang raised his hand and shot, after the beating. I had to squat down again. Then began loading bullets. After 7 bullets were reloaded, Yang Guang said to Zhang Wei, you run to the right. Go in through that door, see if you can get out through the back door or window. After passing through this row of houses, disturb the enemy from the side. Zhang Wei knew Yang Guang's purpose, as long as the flank is attacked, no matter what the enemy says. He will be in disarray. After hearing Yang Guang's words, Lu Dali also cooperated and said, when you set off, I'll kick the gun on the ground to you. There are certain risks in picking up a gun. But he leaned over and did a roundhouse kick and came back immediately, still very easy. After the three people discussed it, Yang Guang also finished loading the bullets. The pistol's safety was turned on again. Superior. A low drink, the three of them moved hand in hand. Yang Guang walked forward quickly holding his shield. Zhang Wei also knew how to roll across the main street. The bullet struck the ground where he left it. Lu Dali planned to kick the gun to Zhang Wei. Seeing Yang Guang take 2 steps forward, he shot and killed the man who shot Zhang Wei again. So he calmly picked up the pistol on the ground, throw it to Zhang Wei. All this happened in just a few seconds. Yang Guang only had time to fire 2 effective shots. Only one person from the other side fell to the ground. Bullets, like fried soybeans, immediately and densely hit Yang Guang's surroundings. However, perhaps because the shooter was too amateur, less than 1/10 of the bullets hit. And they hit Yang Guang's shield. Yang Guang touched his earlobe, which was bright red. Just now, a stray bullet scratched his earlobe. Fortunately, Yang Guang also found a broken sofa as a cover, and narrowly avoided the enemy's rifle's counterattack. How about it? Isn't it thrilling? Yang Guang said to Lu Dali with a smile. Are you okay? Lu Dali saw Yang Guang bleeding. I just don't know where Yang Guang was injured. This is when Lu Dali truly realized the role of firearms. No matter how powerful your skills are, it's not as fast as a bullet. At this time, Zhang Wei, I finally got into the house. Without waiting to check whether there are any dangers inside the house, Zhang Wei carried a large wooden stool. It directly hit the glass of an aluminum alloy door and window at the back. Just once, the glass breaks into cracks. Zhang Wei kicked out casually, the glass fell in pieces. Zhang Wei immediately got out without hesitation. After going out, holding the knife in hand again, then he crossed the street cautiously. Entered another row of buildings. The enemy gunman is far away from where Yang Guang and others are. It's only a short 20 or 30 meters, Zhang Wei knows. Just go through another row of houses. It was almost a close encounter with these people. However, Zhang Wei did not hesitate. He knows, once he appears on the flank of these enemies, the panic of the enemy's exposure, it will also make Yang Guang notice it instantly. This is one of the few opportunities for the three of them. Since the enemy did not choose to outflank or attack by force, that means their numbers are not large either. Just kill the person with the gun. Zhang Wei believes, with their skills, it is also possible to carve out a bloody path. It really doesn't work, at least you can retreat. At this time, Zhang Wei has already packed the heavy package, dumped it to Zhouan, Bai Tingting and others. On his body, in addition to a long knife and a short knife, nothing more. Naturally, he is quite agile. Zhang Wei walked through the house like a monkey. That's almost it. Yang Guang replaced the 2 bullets he had just knocked out. At this time, any bullet may determine the outcome of this shootout. It could also determine whether Yang Guang himself can survive. You go first. Yang Guang gave Lu Dali a look. At this time, he used the sofa as a cover. Just look up, I guess I'll get beaten. As for Lu Dali's location, at least it's relatively safe. Lu Dali nodded. He touched a 3-edged military thorn from his waist. Nor aim, just threw it out. The bayonet fell on the open ground more than 10 meters away. And it just happened to be nailed vertically. Watch out for your head. The enemy's voice came from a distance. Lu Dali also immediately showed his head at this time. And then squatted down again. 222 sound. It hit the frame next to it. Yang Guang stood up immediately. Without aiming, raised his hand and fired a shot. One person was hit in the armpit and fell down immediately. At this time, Zhang Wei also showed his head. Threw out a purple clay flower pot as big as his head. Hit a gunman. And then got into the house again. The enemy obviously did not expect that their opponent had appeared so close to them. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes. Their teammates died and were wounded, and the opponent obviously only has the firepower of a gun, but he seemed unscathed. These people finally panicked. I don't know who took the lead in shouting, "Retreat!" Suddenly the birds and beasts flew away. Even the man who was hit in the armpit and survived. No one cares anymore. Chapter 601 Pray for me. There are 17 bullets left. Yang Guang slowly reloaded. At this time, his temporary shield was no longer useful, and it affected his performance, so he threw it away. Zhang Wei also opened the safety of his gun, reached over, and shot the man who was not dead yet. It was not that he did not save bullets, but that he was worried that the enemy would counterattack before dying. Catch up with them. Don't let them run away, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Yang Guang said as he caught up. Zhang Wei knew what Yang Guang meant. If they were ordinary robbers, they would just run away. But these guys with guns, they couldn't be allowed to run away, because they might shoot from the dark. You have to know that the range of ordinary guns is also several hundred meters. Even if they were only injured but not killed, they might be besieged by zombies, and could not leave the city. Zhang Wei picked up the enemy's gun on the ground and threw it to Lu Dali. Lu Dali took out the magazine, took a look and said, "It's useless. The bullets are all used up." Although he said it was useless, Lu Dali still put the gun on his belt. He had just seen the power of guns. He planned to find a place to practice after he got bullets. Although there were no living targets, there were zombies everywhere. Nothing was more suitable for practicing guns. The three of them ignored Rejoice and Zhouan, who had not caught up yet, and immediately chased after them. The enemy did not choose to run away, but chose the same street. It seemed that they did not want to go to those unknown places. Zhang Wei probably expected that there was no zombie here, and it should have been cleared by humans, so that the gunman can stop them here. Lu Dali picked up the three-sided military thorn he threw on the ground, then followed Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei subconsciously handed the gun he just got to Yang Guang. Yang Guang said, "You should keep it for self-defense. This gun is enough for me. This gun I got from Peng Lin, although it looks a bit shabby, but it was surprisingly smooth to play. Yang Guang has used it many times, not once did it get stuck." The three men chased quickly from behind, and the 7 or 8 people in front, but he was intercepted by zombies who came from nowhere. Out of panic, they had to shoot at the zombies. Although the zombies were shot in the head, they also lost the firepower to stop Yang Guang and others. Yang Guang took aim and fired another shot at a person. The man immediately fell straight to the ground. The rest of the people immediately split up on the spot and hid in the surrounding buildings. Yang Guang suddenly frowned, because assaulting a residential building is very dangerous. The three of them had to find a shelter on the corner of the street and began to discuss what to do next. "Take off your bulletproof vest to me," Yang Guang said straightforwardly. Zhang Wei immediately took it off without hesitation. "With the help of Lu Dali, I also lost all my strength for a while. Give me the gun too." Yang Guang aimed at Zhang Wei's pistol again. "Don't you mean no? I want it now. I want to attack the building. Only 4 rounds. Good." So Zhang Wei took the gun that Lu Dali had just thrown at him, handed it to Yang Guang. "What do we both need to do?" Lu Dali asked. "Pray for me," Yang Guang said with a smile. "Don't show your heads. Unless I die," Yang Guang continued. After saying that, Yang Guang shot with one hand, "Run towards the houses where the enemy is hiding." "Are we really not going to do it?" Lu Dali asked. "Professional people do professional things. We rush over. It is also easy to be accidentally injured. Don't let this guy Yang Guang distract you. Go back and see how Rejoice and the others are doing." Zhang Wei was worried that there would be enemies chasing him from behind. It was at this time, the building not far ahead, there were sporadic sounds of frying soybeans again. It's quite similar to the sound of popcorn exploding. Zhang Wei knows that was Yang Guang fighting those enemies. What Zhang Wei and Lu Dali don't know is that, as the two of them walked back slowly, not far away from the roof of the rooftop where the body fell earlier, the muzzle of a rifle already targeted at them. The corner of the gunman's mouth, he even smiled evilly. The gunman had even touched the trigger, but the gunman didn't have time to take back his smile. A gentle voice rang in his ears. "Drop your weapons. Don't turn your head. Before you turn around, I can separate your head and body easily." The gunman looked down from the corner of his eye. Only a little bit of cold light could be seen vaguely. "It appears to be a butterfly knife. What do you want?" the gunman said coldly. "Now follow my instructions. Take your hands off your weapons. Slowly crawl back until you are 2 meters away from the gun." The person who said this, it was Rejoice, who was downstairs just now. No shoes on at the moment, wearing socks and walking on the rooftop. When approaching the shooter, hardly any sound was made. "Good, I listen to you." The gunman put his hands behind his head in cooperation, then he slowly turned his neck. He saw a beautiful woman, but not the 3 targets he was targeting. But the shooter also knew this woman should also be one of the targets. "How did you find me?" The shooter just felt that he was too focused. "I didn't expect to be approached and didn't know." Intuition, women's intuition. When Rejoice said this, there were footsteps on the stairs. The gunman rolled to the right side of Rejoice. A cart beats hard, by the way. He kicked the sky, just forced Rejoice back. Although the gunman was unsteady on his feet, but there was no hesitation. He immediately ran towards a rifle he had placed on a corner of the rooftop. Unexpectedly, Rejoice has quick eyes and quick hands. Directly throw out the butterfly knife, hit the shooter squarely in the calf. The gunman fell to the ground uncontrollably. When he was about to crawl over and touch the gun 100 meters away, the gun has been picked up by Rejoice. Do you know why I don't kill you? Rejoice asked with a smile. Why? Because there must always be one alive. Then pry something out of this living mouth. And at this time, the sound of footsteps became increasingly clear. Caught up in a hurry, it was Joan who was out of breath. Rejoice, how do you? Why did you come up here so secretly? Joan stammered. Seeing Rejoice capture an enemy, only then did Joan realize the seriousness of the matter. So I no longer hesitated. He took out a rope from the backpack behind him. He was tied up. Joan's binding was very simple. Tie the man's hands behind his back, then tie the calf. The enemy will be unable to move. If you have to move, can only jump around like a zombie. Chapter 602 Risk Transfer. Let's go. Do you still want me to invite you? Rejoice waved her hand and said. Wait for this person to take a few steps. Only then did Joan discover there was a bloody butterfly knife on the ground. Only then did Joan realize the risk. If Rejoice's gun hadn't been pointed at this man just now, I'm afraid the knife has already penetrated his neck. Joan immediately picked up the knife. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it clean. Then he handed it to Rejoice. This man was injured in his calf. The blood flowed uncontrollably. Just now Rejoice threw the knife hard, didn't hold back. However, under the pressure of Rejoice's gun, holding onto the railing, he struggled to walk down. When I walked to the 3rd floor, I happened to meet Baitingting, who was just about to continue climbing up. Joan then embarrassedly took several large packages from Baitingting. Just now, he was in a hurry to go up. Baitingting lost all the packages. A group of 4 people just walked to the 1st floor. I happened to meet Zhang Wei and Lu Dolly. Why did you take prisoners? Lu Dolly was stunned. I saved both of your lives, Rejoice said speechlessly. Saved us? Thank you then. Only then did Lu Dolly see the gun in Rejoice's hand. Zhang Wei took it and took a look. The magazine is full. If Rejoice hadn't killed this person, the consequences are disastrous. How did you find him? Cigarette butts. This guy dropped a burning cigarette butt. The shooter immediately regretted Modi. I didn't expect that my addiction to smoking would harm me. Within a few minutes, Yang Guang also appeared in the field of vision. This guy is not dead yet. Piaru was also a little surprised. All dead, a total of 19 people. I used up all the bullets. Yang Guang came over and said indifferently. But he subconsciously wiped his ear, which was still bright red. Piaru went over to check and said, it's a minor injury to the ear. How did the head get broken? I was hit by a stick by a sneak attack. Luckily I practiced iron head skills when I was a child. Yang Guang said indifferently. So the atmosphere at the scene became lively again. Only the gunman is like a widower. Go inside and talk. Lu Dolly opened a door. The gunman was pushed in first. And Zhang Wei handed the rifle to Yang Guang again. When Yang Guang saw that the magazine was full, the gun body also has a small scope. Suddenly there was some surprise. Zhang Wei groped around the tied man's body for a while. He took out 2 more magazines. Have you got enough bullets? Zhang Wei said with a smile. That's enough for us to fight our way out. Yang Guang took out a bandage. I just want to bandage my head, but it's not easy to use. Baitingting is still clever. He immediately went over and helped. This friend who plays with guns, tell me what you do. Zhang Wei took out a dagger. It was attached to the gunman's ear. Kill or cut into pieces. Please do as you please. Don't try to pry anything out of my mouth. There are many kinds of death. Do you want to die without pain? Zhang Wei directly stabbed the guy's thigh with the knife. However, the other party still gritted his teeth and said nothing. What a tough guy. I like you like this. It won't take us too much time. Zhang Wei directly pierced the guy's heart with his knife. As for the origin of this guy, Zhang Wei was too lazy to press and inquire. Anyway, no matter which group of plunderers it is, or someone from City Lights, he has been completely offended. At this time, naturally, we need to eliminate the roots. Let's go. No more wasting time. Yang Guang stuffed the magazine into his butt pocket, pick up the gun and start walking. Your marksmanship is so good. Joan could not help but praise her along the way. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Yang Guang was not as cold as he was at the beginning. Take Joan to a corner. There were 4 or 5 pistols on the ground. Good. I'll learn how to shoot from you when I have time. Joan picked them up one by one. One person was given a handful. Zhang Wei is also welcome. He stuffed it directly into his backpack. Which group of people do you think did it? Yang Guang asked Zhang Wei. The guy who spray-painted it before said he was a scavenger. Only those people. Gunshots were heard. Since there are so many gunmen ambushing here, then don't think about it, they must have done it. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, no matter who is attacking us, you must hit them hard in the first wave, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Walk. Let's get out of this old building area first. When Yang Guang saw another zombie appearing in the distance, there is no way to walk faster. And Zhang Wei knew, as long as you pass this corner, it should be a temporary risk transfer. A heavily armed group, they were all handed over to someone like me. As long as the enemy's brain is not broken, it probably won't hit the muzzle for the time being. Zhang Wei this time. I am very lucky that Yang Guang came with me. When I was working at Hansen Pharmaceuticals, I thought this guy was only good at boxing and fighting. I didn't expect his marksmanship to be so good. It seems that Stick arranged for him to go to Hansen Pharmaceuticals at that time. It is by no means a random arrangement. After leaving the old building area, turn left less than 20 meters, another main street. Unlike the previous community where there were no zombies, this street is almost full of zombies. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, had a large number of broken down cars. Judging from the flat tires, almost no one can pass. There are too many zombies on this street, we can't get through it. It's enough to make a splash in the east and attack in the west. Lu Dolly wandered around for a while, checked the fuel tanks of several nearby cars, but what left him speechless was every fuel tank, all empty. Zhang Wei knew what Lu Dolly meant, making noise through explosions, so that the zombies will be attracted. Then, they can run away calmly in other directions. Although to some extent, you may have to walk a few more blocks, but compared to hunting zombies, that will definitely save a lot of time. I understood what Lu Dolly meant. Zhang Wei remembered a house he passed by before. There is a small garage inside. There seemed to be a car parked. Since the car cannot drive, then, there is no point in keeping it. Go this way. Zhang Wei motioned to several teammates to follow him. You guys wait here for me for 2 minutes. Zhang Wei walked to the garage. Sure enough, a car was found, and there are no holes in the fuel tank. The car was in an inconspicuous corner, and no one noticed it. This was the experience of Zhang Wei, who had rich experience in searching for supplies. Zhang Wei directly unscrewed the cap of the fuel tank, and then slowly inserted a rope into it. Inserted it 2 or 3 meters, and then pulled it out. Zhang Wei had to make the fuse longer, because he didn't know whether it would cause an explosion if he ignited it directly, even with the fuel tank cap open. Chapter 603 White Hat. After a few minutes, amidst the loud noise of the car explosion, Zhang Wei and others drifted away. And around the car, the corpses of some recently deceased people were lying here and there. There is even some residual warmth left. Lu Dolly and Yang Guang laboriously moved this out of the house. Before Zhang Wei detonated the car, Zhou thought of using corpses to attract zombies. Only in this way can more zombies come here. The group of people ran around for several hundred meters. Only then did we determine a relatively safe direction to go. A few kilometers away, the man-eating shark also faintly heard an explosion. The man-eating shark lay down comfortably on a large flat floor. I made a glass of lemonade and drank it slowly. Until almost 10 minutes later, a younger brother ran in panting. It seemed like he didn't know how to speak. How? No one left alive. I don't mean to leave a few of you alive. Can I sell it to Wang Pinyuan? No, boss shark. A fish slipped through the net and escaped? How many left? No. Boss shark. What's going on? What's going on with the explosion? The man-eating shark finally realized something was wrong. Boss shark, all those people ran away. We didn't catch anyone. Besides, all our people are dead. Your gun-toting henchmen, all dead. How is that possible? You didn't lie to me. The man-eating shark grabbed the boy by the collar. How could they all be dead? They all have guns. Just stand and be beaten. Those people may not be able to hurt them. Gunner, the other side has a very powerful gunman. It is said that the shot was perfect. Our people, they all died in his hands. And, Shark Boss, that one is back. Who's back? That is. Who is it? You fucking say it. It's me. When the man-eating shark was about to slap someone, a man pushed open the door and entered. Fish. Boss fish. Salmon boss. It's the salmon boss. Tell the brothers, the salmon boss is back. For a time, some careless people around. Suddenly bursts of surprise came out. Even some people from other rooms, they all came out too. He started to politely nod and bow to the person who just came in. I'm not your boss, I'm just a fisherman, I'm not here, during this time. How are you doing? This man's Chinese is not very fluent. If Zhang Wei was at the scene, he would have recognized this person. Because this person was Junichi Watanabe, who had been separated from them. Boss Salmon, didn't you take a boat to Australia? I heard that you joined some kind of sun organization. And you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. And you will never come back? Some people who were on good terms with Salmon came over immediately. Assholes. Australia is full of zombies. And the kangaroos and koalas have been eaten by the survivors. Those bastards. They even eat ants. Don't say anything. If I hadn't caught a favorable boat, I would have died there. Boat? Are there any boats on the sea? A younger brother asked unwillingly. No. The ship has stopped. The one that dropped anchor. The Canberra. Boss Fish. What are you planning to do when you come back this time? Asked the man-eating shark unwillingly. I plan to come back to see my brothers. And then leave secretly. I found a place to live. And I live a life of drunkenness and dreams every day. I am so happy. But you bastards. Who did you provoke? I heard that you have guns, but have never killed anyone. It's someone from the old city. Someone from the old city. Junichi Watanabe frowned when he heard this. You bastard. That's one of our own. Watanabe Junichi immediately slapped him in the face. The man-eating shark was immediately stunned. What are you looking at? Drag him down, chop it up and feed it to the fish. Watanabe Junichi said somewhat blandly. Boss Fish, don't kill me. Keep me useful. Don't you want to build Nagoya Pier? I'll charge into battle for you. Spare my life. Spare my life as a dog. I am also from the Tokyo gang. I have also been on a business trip to Japan. He is one of our own. One of our own? You can allow all your brothers to exclude you? Don't think I don't know what you do. You want to take my place, you have to pay the price. As for Nagoya Pier, that's the grudge between me and my uncle. Go and find out. What is this bastard Matsushita Morisa doing? He should know the whereabouts of my uncle. Watanabe Junichi waved his hand casually. The man-eating shark was dragged down directly. As for what Junichi Watanabe said before, he planned to visit his brothers when he came back this time. Then he left secretly. Everyone just thought what he said was bullshit. Give me the order, send it out. For people coming from the old city, don't be embarrassed. Even if there is a suitable opportunity, might as well show your kindness. These guys, returning so soon, have you found the medicine? Okay, boss. Boss, we will feel at ease when you come back. Yes, boss, in the days without you, we are confused every day. Okay. Okay, you guys, stop flattering me. I heard there was no food. You organized some manpower. I plan to contact the Earlian gang, see if you want to go fishing. Besides, can you help me find out where those people who disembarked from the Canberra went? I watched them go to Binhai City with my own eyes. Okay, boss. When Junichi Watanabe was giving orders to his former subordinates, Zhang Wei and others were also on their way nervously. However, due to taking a detour, Zhang Wei and his party were intercepted. Are you survivors nearby? Let us pass. Let's keep the water in the well without disturbing the river. Zhang Wei said to the leader. As long as you don't make trouble, I won't embarrass you. But how do you know we are survivors nearby? There are only two kinds of people in this place, except the survivors or the looters. I don't think there should be any neutrals or looters in between. Since you didn't ambush or attack, it means you have no ill intentions. We didn't attack you, which means we have no ill intentions. In this case, we should keep out of each other's way. Gaocheng is Gaocheng. Everyone is extraordinary, the leader said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a folded white cap and put it on. Are you from the water purification company? Rejoice said in shock. The decoration on this guy's cap is exactly the same as that of the guy named Liu Yoyu before. As you can see, the leader extended his hand in a friendly manner. Yang Guang took the lead and shook hands with this man instead of Rejoice. The atmosphere was rather awkward. But this also confirms that Rejoice is the boss behind the scenes. My name is Dang Lu, good fortune. Good fortune and long life. I have always heard that the leader behind Gaocheng is a woman. It's better to meet after hearing for a long time. A few of you, if you want to go to the beach, I can show you the way. Chapter 604 Deep Cooperation. Seeing Zhang Wei and others unmoved, Dang Lu added, Don't get me wrong. We don't have any ill intentions. What you have done along the way, we actually all know it. To be able to get here despite being blocked by so many looters, in addition to the legendary Gaocheng, I really can't guess who else in Binhai has such ability. Okay, stop talking nonsense and flattery. lead the way for us. We have to get to the wetland park before dark. Zhang Wei walked directly forward. So Dang Lu had to get out of the way naturally. This way please, this way please. Dang Lu pointed in one direction politely and said. Not long after, along the way, people watching the excitement kept appearing, the team of Zhang Wei and others. It became bigger and bigger. Until half an hour later, Zhang Wei turned around and looked. Only then did I find the man wearing the white hat. It has been done by Dang Lu alone. It became 3 people. Zhang Wei couldn't help but stop. Lu Yoyu is a deadbeat. We agreed not to expose our identities. Don't get me wrong, little brother. Our water purification company is all interconnected. Gao Cheng's true identity, except for a few of us, no one else knows. Okay, no more nonsense. I made it clear and said, you went to such great lengths to help us escort us. What is it for? If I don't stop, I guess I will meet other white hats among you in the future. Right? You are scattered. Do you each defend a block? That's right. I didn't expect you to have guessed this. After hearing this, Lu Dali and Yang Guang also stopped in unison. One touched his own spur, the other one raised the muzzle without leaving any trace. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Let's meet here. It's not that I want to embarrass you. Then what do you want to do? Cooperate. We want to collaborate. Cooperate? With your water purification company? What kind of cooperation law? Let's talk about it. Zhang Wei asked. Good, then I will tell the truth. This way please. Feng Lu pointed in a direction. Zhang Wei and others walked with him for another 7 or 8 minutes. Then it stopped at one place. Pushing open a rolling shutter shop facade, several people were already sitting inside. Although these few are not wearing hats, but Zhang Wei knew it without even thinking about it, this should also be the leader of the water purification company. Dang Lu explained again. Don't get me wrong. Whenever we have important discussions, but at least more than half of the bosses must be present, although I met a few people by chance today, but until now this room, we have finally gathered more than half of the people. You have 6 here. I think it's almost done. Lu Yoyu also said before, there are only 8 or 9 of you in total. Alright, several people, if you have something to say, just say it directly, beating around the bush. It seems insincere. Alright, then I'll tell you straight. Dang Lu signaled those who were not involved to go out first. And he also closed the rolling shutter. There was indeed a misunderstanding between our water purification company and Gaocheng before. However, judging from the corpse hunting operations in the past few days, at least the cooperation between us, it's quite a tacit understanding. We were originally survivors of the same city. We were neighbors before the end of the world. In this case, what is the difference between Gaocheng and the water purification company? What do you want to do? Just a few nods. From now on our water purification company will be Gaocheng, said by Gaocheng. You mean we merge? Rejoice stood up and said. Not a merger, it's attachment. We are consumed internally. It doesn't make any sense, even if you win your own face. But I also lost the future of thousands of people below. There is no living space for everyone. In this case, it's better to turn conflicts into friendship, unanimously to the outside world, of course. We will follow Gao Cheng's instructions. What you said makes sense. I don't have any opinion either. Didn't I say before that you are only allowed to come out at night? Isn't this article almost abolished by default now? But I have a suggestion. It's our cooperation. No third-party forces should be allowed to know. On our side, all we know is the 6 of us. On your side, the only ones who know are you leaders. Once other forces know about our cooperation, that means the cooperation ends. Rejoice said sonorously. Good. As long as Miss Gao agrees, then there is no problem. From now on we will only recognize the 6 of you. Other Gaocheng, they are not treated like Gaocheng. Zhang Wei thought, this is equivalent to having a few thousand extra survivors and foreign aid out of thin air. Although they are fake Gaocheng. But as long as it doesn't look like Gaocheng really came out to confront him, they can pretend to be unscrupulous. In other words, even if Gaocheng really shows up, who would believe that she is the real Gaocheng? Alright, then it's settled. I will let this brother connect with you in the future. We must cooperate and pull together in the same boat in the future. Zhang Wei pointed at Lu Dali and said, if you want to ask, who can secretly control such a large force, Zhang Wei would naturally rather Lu Dali. The first reason is that Lu Dali is almost alone at present. Another reason is that Lu Dali is the person Zhang Wei trusts the most. Yang Guang is obviously a stick man. And Rejoice is more inclined to be a big man. My name is Li Wang, and I wish you a happy cooperation. Lu Dali extended his hand in cooperation. Okay, that's it. Several White Hat brothers. Since we are all cooperating, I would like to trouble you to secretly find out some things, and see which looters are attacking us. Also, in some other forces or unfamiliar areas, arrange more spies. I always feel that Binhai City will be in chaos sooner or later, and then there should be opportunities for our Gaocheng and Water Purification Company to rise. No problem. Deng Lu responded with a smile. It's almost noon now. Why don't you guys have a meal with us before leaving? Don't eat it. We have dry food. Find some people to lead the way. Find the fastest way. We're going to the dock. Zhang Wei doesn't want to eat here, although these guys may not necessarily have any malicious intent, but it is inevitable that other changes will occur. You know, all the way down, he pretended to be someone from Gaocheng and the Black Sun organization. Zhang Wei also felt very unsure. Once the identity is exposed, those who are neutral, they will also instantly become enemies. Okay, I will make arrangements for several people immediately, but please forgive me for saying a few words. You guys go to the ferry. Do you want to cross the river to the old town? Chapter 605 The First 7 Worships. As for where to go, stop asking. A few, it's not that I talk too much, on the other side of the ferry. Besides going to the old town, I don't know where else to go, but I just received the message. There are many groups of marauders, already headed to the old town. The looters went to the old town? Which marauders? Only then did Zhang Wei realize the seriousness of the matter. If the enemy ambush at the ferry or on the other side, they will be easily served in one fell swoop. Maybe you can survive on land. In the water, it is estimated that the entire army may be annihilated. There are many, just what I know. There are scavengers, some people at Nagoya Pier, maybe there are more. There are even raider forces attached to these raiders. If that's the case, when we get back, we have to ask the admirals of the 9 sects to be on guard. Zhang Wei said to himself. Because he knows, these plundering forces just now. It was the last time we had dinner on the top floor of the hospital, those people at the dinner table. At that time, Wang Guanliang seemed to have some tasks to arrange for them. But Zhang Wei knows, being related to that guy Wang Guanliang, it's definitely not a good thing. These guys, it's better to leave them all in the old town. No one was left alive. Deng Lu didn't say much when he saw Zhang Wei and others. So I don't want to talk anymore, just assume that they are planning to go to the old city to do something. Soon a professional team led the way, appeared nearby. Zhang Wei and others also opened the rolling shutter and went out, with the professional people from the Water Purification Company leading the way. Zhang Wei and his team avoided many detours, and the zombies they occasionally encountered were eliminated by the people from the Water Purification Company without their intervention. Zhang Wei then realized the horror of this force. Although it sounds like a low-ranking force, it is deeply rooted in the local area, which is not known by ordinary people. All the way there, it was almost unobstructed. When we arrived at the wetland park, we realized that it was not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And Zhang Wei et al., he also approached the burned bird's nest before. A few, we will send you here, the eagle's nest has been destroyed. Everything is safe ahead, a few scattered zombies. I believe that with your skills, it shouldn't be anything to worry about. Zhang Wei nodded. He knows, this is a deliberate show of kindness by the people from the Water Purification Company. This means that their Water Purification Company does not care what Zhang Wei and others are doing. Zhang Wei didn't want people from the Water Purification Company to follow him all the way. See through the details of them, therefore. They were not asked to help remove the risks in the wetland park. Until the people from the Water Purification Company left, Zhang Wei said, we exceeded the estimated time. One more morning to go. I don't know if the boatman is what he said. I go back and forth between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait every day. But those guys just said, the marauding forces are also looking for ways to cross the sea. I don't know whether they took a boat or a plane. In order not to run into them, we still follow the original plan. Let's start again tomorrow. The teammates also nodded in agreement. It's a pity that these birds' nests were set on fire by us. Otherwise, you can spend the night here. Zhouan pointed to the dark tree trunk above his head not far away and said, it wasn't just the bird's nest that was burned. Many trees around here have been burned to the ground. I'm afraid the fire will spread, at least 40 or 50 square meters. Fortunately, there was no wind that day, otherwise the entire Metasequoia forest would have been burned down. Find a house for the night. It's too dangerous out there. Lu Dolly thought for a moment and then said, house? Speaking of houses, Zhang Wei thought of the hotel he bombed. Just go over there. You can always find 1 or 2 clean rooms, and a lot of people died there. The survivors around you will be somewhat taboo. You probably won't bother us. As soon as Zhang Wei finished saying this, Suddenly I found that both Rejoice and Bai Tingting seemed a little repulsive. How? Are you afraid of ghosts? Rejoice naturally looked away with disdain. So amidst Zhang Wei's teasing, several people slowly moved towards the hotel. After getting closer, Zhang Wei suddenly realized something was wrong. Because outside the hotel, there is a brand new motorcycle parked. And around the hotel, there were obvious signs of being cleaned up. Be careful. Zhang Wei immediately reminded other people, even if you are not reminded, I also knew that someone must have entered inside. So everyone held a knife in his hand, or a bullet loaded. Until after walking in, only then did Zhang Wei discover there is a morning hall inside. Although the incense candles did not continue to burn, but it can be seen that it should have been set on fire not long ago. Who is it? Are you worshipping these guys at the Eagle's Nest? After several people touched it, only to find a bald man sleeping soundly. Hello, wake up! Yang Guang poked this guy's forehead with the tip of his gun. The man woke up immediately subconsciously. I touched inside the quilt. After he took out a knife, he realized that what was facing him was a gun. And from the touch just now, it must be a real thing. Who are you? The bald man seemed to be still asleep. Are you worshipping? Why? Does it bother you? Today is the last day of my family's first 7 days. Are you the vulture? The vulture who tipped off? Zhang Wei said thoughtfully. Do you know me? The vulture was also stunned. Now Zhang Wei and his group looked at each other in shock. It was originally in sworn hatred of genocide. I didn't expect that. I didn't know this guy yet. But this guy is really filial. My family member has been dead for 7 days. Don't forget to worship here. And it seems I probably still ride a motorcycle. Came here from other places. The design of the morning hall is a bit sloppy, but it's better than nothing. It's you? Vulture suddenly figured out the identities of Zhang Wei and others. It's these guys. First killed the children of his family, then dozens of his family members were killed. He is the only one, because I followed the old man's order to report the news, and survived by luck. That's right, that's us, but now you are a fish, we are Daozu, so you can only let others slaughter you. I also have some good news for you. The sergeant named Li Gang also died, so starting from today, your family will. It should be considered a masterpiece. Just leave without sending him away. In this guy's angry eyes, Zhang Wei directly cut his throat with a knife. Then his body also moved to the morning hall. Did we go too far? Zhang Wei looked at his hands covered with blood. Not too much. It's those kids who went too far. Lu Dali said indifferently. This way along, but I have a dozen more lives in my hands. Vigorously, we want to be the Nine-Door Admiral. There will be more to play in the future. Take a step and see what happens. Lu Dali always had an indifferent expression. Chapter 606 Plan Ahead. After Zhang Wei and Lu Dali carried the body out, there was a burst of sighs and sighs outside. And Rejoice and others then tidy up the house inside. This guy the vulture, being stabbed by Zhang Wei, but there are still inevitable blood stains left behind. Zhang Wei knows, until this moment, the Eagle's Nest organization, only then was it completely destroyed. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots, the spring breeze blows and gives birth again. Some people can live, someone has to die. Zhang Wei looked at the brand new motorcycle again. Stop in front of the hotel. It seems very eye-catching. This thing must be disposed of. What if this vulture has other brothers and friends? It's not good. Give me a hand. We rolled in the brand new motorcycle. Hide inside the house first. I'll sell it to you Xiaobai later. Zhang Wei said to Lu Dali. So the two took out the motorcycle key from the vulture's body. Put the car in neutral and push the car inward. Until I was pushed to the innermost part of a hut. Then cover it with something. This motorcycle, I guess it will still look new after a year and a half. After all the fuss, only then could the two of them calm down and take a sip of bottled water. Since entering the coastal area these days, supplies and water supplies to carry, they were almost completely consumed. If it weren't for the compressed military rations and mountain spring water that were replenished in Montenegro, Zhang Wei and others were still hungry at this moment. After closing the dilapidated and deformed door, Zhang Wei, Rejoice and others briefly bumped heads inside. Then they distributed a box of military rations. Zhang Wei took out some chemotherapy drugs and looked at them. None of them were damaged. That's it. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we will cross the swamp and go to the dock. Zhang Wei remembered that the boatman had said that he would wait for people at the old place at 9 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The group arranged people to take turns on duty and fell into a deep sleep. During this period, since going deep into Binhai City. It can be said that they have been in danger of death and have hardly had a good sleep. If it weren't for a few people pretending to be others and fishing in troubled waters at this time. The grass on the grave was already 3 feet tall. Although going to the old town, only 7 short days, but it felt like half a month had passed. Zhang Wei can't wait to return to his old high school, have a good rest. Kill a chicken at this time, burn some eggs to eat, it must be very happy. Wang Guangliang is more powerful than we imagined. Lu Dolly came over and said, this guy, although I have cancer, but it seems that he won't die in a short time. The closer a person is to death, the crazier it gets. Vigorously, if you have any grudges with Wang Pinyuan, wait until old guy Wang Guangliang dies. If the Wu Buddha and the Iron Tower are the pawns they secretly laid, then they must have a bigger trump card. This land in the old city, the big Mingzi and the stick may not necessarily have complete control. Lu Dolly had already learned from Zhang Wei. The Wangs and his son had already met them on the rooftop of the inpatient department of the hospital. But Zhang Wei fished in troubled waters. The Wangs and his son did not recognize him. The two chatted for a few words, fell into silence, go to sleep separately. At this time, Binhai Hospital. There was also chaos. Dozens of people in white coats kneeled down in front of Wang Guangliang. Say it again? Why is my medicine missing? I don't know, Chairman. It was still there when Shouting used it the day before yesterday. It will last until at least this time next year. Bai Tingting. Wang Guangliang gritted his teeth. He completely forgot how he told his subordinates how to treat Bai Tingting. How much medicine do I have left? Wang Guangliang finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked. There's there's less than 1 course of usage left. A course of treatment? Wang Guangliang's face turned pale. Chairman, these are symptomatic targeted drugs. It is targeted therapy, although there is no more medicine, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your condition will continue to worsen. I see, as long as we get the medicine back, it should be all in time. It's too late, my own illness, I know it myself. Wang Guangliang said to himself. The next course of treatment is 3 months later. Some things, I should start preparing in 3 months. Chairman, you said. A man who looked like a leader came over and said. The beloved son of his parents, the plan is far-reaching. You may not understand what I mean, the great love of the world, it is the love that parents love for their children. Parents consider the long-term interests of their children. We must take the child's future into consideration. It turns out that my medicine, it can still last me more than 1.5 years. But now there are only 3 months left. Some things, I have to do it in advance. Pin Yuan has offended too many people. Before I die, I must remove all obstacles around him. Help him build a stable empire in these last days. But the chairman, we in Binhai can only say that we are more than capable. Not aggressive enough. I know what you want to say. I don't want to unify the entire Binhai. That's nothing more than a fool's dream. And relying on Pin Yuan alone, he couldn't keep such a family fortune. I see. Chairman, you're talking about the island where the lake bandits belong. That island is easy to defend but difficult to attack. All our troops are huddled on that island. Even if 18,000 people come, it may not be possible to capture it. That broken island? I didn't notice that ruined island at all. Although it is easy to defend but difficult to attack, but there is no food produced on that island. I have a better goal. Chairman, what you said is. Old Town. Old Town? Doesn't that mean there are survivors? And there are tens of thousands more. That's right. It's the Old Town. In a sense, the Old Town is also a large island, and there is farmland in that place, there is a stream, there are hills and mountains, mine dock, and most importantly, there is also free electricity. There is no other place. It can surpass the old city and serve as our future survival camp. And we also have properties in the old city. There is also Wangjiang Pavilion of Tianwei Mansion to help each other. To capture this place, it's not that difficult. Chairman, you mean? What I mean is, of course, we will intervene after 3 months. Now I've sent scavengers. Scavenger? There were also some people from Nagoya Pier who passed by, although they were nominally asked to assassinate those 2 brats, in fact. Why not test the reality? Chairman, you are indeed very kind. There is nothing noble or not. Be prepared with both hands. Find someone to find out where Bai Tingting and the others went after they left by plane. See if it's possible to get my medication back. Then you arrange hundreds of brothers. Sneak into the Old Town. I want every street to. Every area, they all have my eyeliner. The list of these people, you just report to me, not disclose to any other person. Okay, Chairman. If you really can't win the old city, then there is only the most extreme method. It's just that, our own people will too. Wang Guangliang stopped and continued. But the leader was thinking about the extreme solution. Chapter 607 Return to the Old City. It was just a small episode that Wang Guangliang's chemotherapy drugs were stolen. Although many people were severely criticized, but afterwards, they all looked like it had nothing to do with them. Some people even find it very satisfying. After all, in the eyes of many people like Wang Guangliang, it's better to die quickly. The next day, Zhang Wei and others woke up early. The more this time comes, Zhang Wei became more worried. I always feel that something unexpected will happen again, interrupting their plans to return. But surprisingly, it was smooth sailing all the way. Except for the large number of zombies encountered in the wetland park. This place was too remote. And there was no trace of survivors at all. Zhang Wei felt that the corpse-clearing plan launched by pretending to be Gao Cheng this time had achieved very good results. At least along the way. There were piles of corpses everywhere. Zombies would not die for no reason. And this must have been done by the survivors nearby. In the past few months. I'm afraid I can't eat fish, Rejoice said thoughtfully. These are just zombie corpses on the road. There should be more people attracted to the river. Zombies can't tell where the land is. Where is the river? Where is the ocean again? The survivors drove a bamboo raft or other boat in the water and shouted. The zombies roared and rushed into the river. That's why Rejoice said she can't eat fish recently. Because too many zombie corpses washed down the river. Fish and shrimps eat the carcasses, and if humans fish, it's like eating meat indirectly. This is the same reason that the fish in the fish pond at the farmer's house could not be eaten. Wait until 1 or 2 years later, the body is purified by nature, you can eat it too. When arriving at the pier, it's still just before 8 o'clock. Zhang Wei and others first checked the life jackets they had hidden by the river. It turned out that those life jackets were still the same as before. It hasn't been touched at all. Didn't that guy Junichi Watanabe escape this way at all? Or has he been killed? Zhang Wei could only mourn for him. Zhang Wei looked at Rejoice. After all, Watanabe Junichi was the one Rejoice called over. They usually also operate within the sphere of influence of their peer gang. Don't worry about that guy. As soon as the boat arrives at 9 o'clock, if he hadn't come, let's just leave. Zhang Wei and others did not wait openly on the shore. Instead, I found a green belt with grass. Squat down, waiting for the arrival of the boatman. Surprisingly, it was only around 8:20 when I saw the boatman coming from the other side. It was less than 8:30 when we arrived at the shore. The appearance of Zhang Wei and others instead. It startled him. Gang leader Lin, you are indeed here. Hey, who is this girl? No need to ask, leave quickly. Zhang Wei got on the boat directly. As for that guy Junichi Watanabe, I can't control that much anymore anyway. The life jacket didn't move. This guy just swam over, can't drown either. The boatman looked very cautious when he saw Zhang Wei and others. No more hesitation, just set off the boat and rushed to the other side. The speed of returning, compared with the speed when coming, it is estimated to be more than twice as fast. Only 5 or 6 minutes just landed. In terms of straight line distance, it is estimated that the time will be shorter however. In order to catch up with the pier on the other side downstream. The boatman. So it's a long way around. The dock was at the dock of Rejoice. As soon as the few people got ashore, various survivors came over. However, these people were very surprised by Rejoice, who had just got off the boat. Later, Zhang Wei found out that Rejoice had sneaked out this time. He claimed that he wanted to be alone. After landing, Zhang Wei asked Bai Tingting to pick out the drugs that matched Wang Yukun. Then he changed to a large mountaineering bag to carry them all. This time, Zhang Wei had to go to the villa area to deliver medicine to Gunzi. This was a rare opportunity to get in touch with Gunzi. In a sense, Gunzi was also Lu Dali's brother-in-law. So he went with him. As for Rejoice, the purpose of this intervention should still be mainly for the pastor. And the pastor and Gunzi were friends who had lived together for a lifetime. However, during this period, the pastor had subconsciously kept his distance from her. Rejoice would naturally not give up such an opportunity. In the end, it was discovered that, except for Zhou and who was arranged by Zhang Wei to go back to report the news, the rest of the people were almost all there. At this time, going to the villa area on Gunzi's side, it was already a safe route. The group saw that it was still early, before 10 o'clock, so they found a fairly good car and drove directly to the villa area. There was also a younger brother of Rejoice in the car, but he was not Huan Pao. On the way, Rejoice asked a few questions and what happened recently. But Rejoice subordinates responded that No suspicious things had happened recently. It was the guy named Ghost Hand, who had previously cleaned up many people who had smashed, looted and burned in the mining gang. Now most of the survivors were still in fear. Although Guisho is suppressing chaos on the surface, but everyone in the inner circle knows that's the old town shuffling. At this time, Guisho has almost achieved complete control over the mine gang. As for the construction site meeting, after several serious injuries, under the pastor's grace and power, he also won people's hearts. The three major gangs in the old city, but both of them were eaten by Guisho and the priest. Zhang Wei wants to come now, perhaps among the 9 admirals, the one with the worst overall strength, except for the Lone Ranger Wooden Bobcat. The only ones left should be Yang Guang and the painter. Zhang Wei even heard the gossip. Stick feels that his time is running out. I have already planned to let Yang Guang, or one of the painters, taking over the red shirts he founded in the post-apocalyptic world. This is a well-disciplined, near-troop presence. Although in a sense, it is an alliance of militia armed forces, but in the past 6 months, under the adjustment of the stick, these people have already exploded with fighting power that is different from ordinary people. Just give these people some weapons. It is estimated that the strength is not inferior to Binhai City's military. When Zhang Wei and Yang Guang talked about these issues, Yang Guang said, I am not suitable to lead a unit. What I have learned in the past 10 years is all special operations. However, I will recommend Painter to take over this unit. He has brains and a sense of the overall situation. Of course, I will not sit idle. I plan to select some elites from these hundreds of people to form a special operations team. Zhang Wei knew what Yang Guang meant. This is to form an organization similar to Black Sun, although it has not yet taken shape. With the elimination of personnel and the addition of new people in the future, those who survive to the end will be the best among them. Zhang Wei had similar thoughts recently. He has no shortage of talent. Lu Ringjia below, Zhao Zhenxiong, Shuangcha, Farmer, almost all can stand alone. Zhang Wei can also establish 9 admirals, like Demingzi, also establish your own power in Old City High School. And this force, leave it to the people below to manage it. Arrive. Yang Guang stopped the car. Chapter 608 Critically Ill Stick. When Yang Guang parked the car in front of a villa, Zhang Wei also remembered this building in his memory. At that time, he and Bobcat met here, then I went to Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Yang Guang was also successfully rescued. Zhang Wei even had some other conjectures. If Wang Yukon got cancer, if it has been diagnosed a long time ago. Then he asked Yang Guang to fly a plane to intervene in the pharmaceutical factory. There must be other purposes. Because looking for ordinary medicine, it can't cure Wang Yukon's disease at all. Obviously, Hansen Pharmaceuticals, chemotherapy drugs cannot be produced. What if Stick knew from the beginning that those 2 guys, the American cow and the kangaroo, were in the pharmaceutical factory? Zhang Wei couldn't help but think so. Yang Guang stopped the car finally. The people in the villa were alerted. Not even half a minute, Zhang Wei saw an old acquaintance. A painter. Walking out with 3 or 5 people. How? The painter only asked 2 words. Got it. Yang Guang took out a huge mountaineering bag from the trunk of the car. This one is an oncology nurse brought back from Binhai City. You can let him show it to Wang Ju. Yang Guang pointed to Bidingting next to him, and said, Is it credible? The painter asked suspiciously. Certainly. Please come over here. Please. For Zhang Wei here, the painter looked normal. But when he saw Rejoice, but he couldn't help but frown. Because Rejoice is the adopted daughter of Demingzi, and to some extent, if the Stick dies of illness, the person who benefits the most, he should be the big one. The balance of the 9 admirals that was finally achieved, it will also be broken again by the death of the Stick. At that time, civil strife will inevitably break out in the old city again. When Zhang Wei and others walked to the 2nd floor, Yang Guang arranged him in the living room on the 2nd floor. The painter went straight to the innermost room. After a few minutes, wearing pajamas, Wang Yukon, wearing a blue mask, slowly walked out with the support of the painter. While covering his mouth and coughing, one side almost fell down. This way. The painter has a quick eye and quick hands. He held Wang Makun's back. Wang Yukon was placed on a fabric sofa next to him. Zhang Wei didn't expect that it had only been less than a month since the last meeting of the 9 Gates admirals. And Wang Yukon was so weak that he couldn't even walk. When investigating the truth of Wang Jiao's death, Wang Yukon said he was not feeling well, and wanted to go to the hospital. Zhang Wei thought it was because it was Demingzi's territory, and it was inconvenient for him to intervene directly. Unexpectedly, he really went to the community hospital. Is this a patient? Bai Tingting pointed at Wang Yukun and asked. Seeing that Bai Tingting was still wearing a white nurse uniform, Wang Yukun naturally knew what she was here for. So Wang Yukun rolled up his sleeves. Observe, smell, ask and feel? Wang Yukun asked. Zhang Wei knew that this was the old Chinese medicine Dr. Lin Xichen's method. I don't know how to feel the pulse. I want to see your information. Your previous disease diagnosis certificate, admission report, hospitalization record, lung CT scan, Hertz resonance, etc. Anyway, give me all you have, including follow-up treatment and re-examination information. Bai Tingting said a lot of professional terms. Although Zhang Wei didn't quite understand, but I also know that should be the thing that can most clearly prove Wang Yukun's condition. Can these things be found? It's the end of the world. The painter was speechless. They're all here. Go get it for her. In my room, the bottom drawer of the bedside table, that's a hidden lockbox, password 9751, I put it there intentionally, so as not to be seen by my sister. Wang Roland doesn't know yet. Lu Dolly couldn't help but interjected and asked. Vigorously, you're here too. Roland didn't know about it before, but now I know it. But I knew early on that this matter would be hidden sooner or later. So I could only hide it for a while, count it for a while. As soon as Wang Yukun finished speaking, the painter turned and walked towards his bedroom. It didn't take long for him to come over with a bunch of information. In addition to the lung CT video rolled into a drum, the rest are all A4 paper. Bai Tingting moved a stool and looked at each one. He frowned while watching. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Bai Tingting finally finished reading all the information. The lung tumor is very large, as big as an egg, and has even metastasized proximally. The biopsy shows that it is poorly differentiated squamous cell carcinoma, which is almost the most difficult pathology to deal with. Isn't it poorly differentiated? It shouldn't be too serious. Right? No. You are wrong. Poorly differentiated tumor tissue is very different from normal tissue, with poor maturity and high malignancy. If it is highly differentiated, it would not be so serious. Then, is there any hope? Lu Dolly asked. It's this moment, Wang Yukun couldn't help but raise his head. He already knows. Yang Guang and his party brought back special medicines that could treat his disease. It's hard to say. Bai Tingting gave an ambiguous answer directly. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't blame you. Wang Yukun comforted softly. Good, then I just said, your medical records and related information. It was about 1 year and 8 months ago, if I'm not wrong. That should still be before the end of the world. That's right. That was 3 or 4 months before the zombie crisis broke out. I mean, these are your medical records and imaging data from 1 or 2 years ago. But now so much time has passed. How far has your condition progressed? I cannot know. But I've heard them describe it before. Based on the characteristics of your current body, it is very likely that it has metastasized throughout the body. In a situation like yours, taking medicine hastily, there are only 2 possibilities. You said it. The first possibility, after using chemotherapy drugs, the disease cannot be contained. It may even cause the rupture of the internal tumor body, causing massive internal bleeding. With current medical conditions, if this happens, you will definitely die. The second possibility is valid? No, the second possibility is to temporarily control the disease within a few months. But cancer cells can also develop drug resistance. A few months later, maybe it will spark a bigger backlash. Chemotherapy drugs are a double-edged sword. It kills the most active cancer cells in your body, but it can also kill normal cells in your body. If you have early-stage lung cancer, maybe the condition can be perfectly controlled. But if your cancer cells metastasize throughout the body, maybe it's not as simple as lung cancer, possibly liver cancer, bowel cancer, even cancer cell bone metastasis. What? Isn't it that the medicine we went through so much trouble to get is of no use? Yang Guangru mourned his heir. He had high hopes of saving Wang Yukun or controlling Wang Yukun's condition. Give me 3 days to think about it. Wang Yukun hesitated for a moment, and then said. Chapter 609 Stick Instructor. 3 days to consider. Although Wang Yukun did not say any unnecessary words, but he seemed to have made a huge determination. Zhang Wei knows, this is Wang Yukun's determination to use the chemotherapy drugs he brought back this time. Need not, death is certain, and now the condition has deteriorated to an extreme situation. Use, there is still a glimmer of hope, even if it only restores health for a brief few months. Wang Yukun couldn't stand it anymore. The pain of cancer cells spreading throughout the body, it's not something ordinary people can endure. Didn't say a few words, Wang Yukun covered his mask and coughed again. Zhang Wei is looming. The blue mask was stained red with blood. Wang Yukon turned around quietly, went to his room again. This female doctor, please stay. Lu Dolly, you help me go to the bar to find Roland. Let her come here in the next 2 days. Wang Yukon only gave 2 sentences. Just close the door. This is Wang Ju's temper. But no matter what, thank you all. The painter said gratefully. This was said to Lu Dolly, Zhang Wei, and rejoice. Compared to Yang Guang, who was an insider, Zhang Wei and the other 3 were outsiders. Stay for a meal before leaving. Director Wang, take a few hours rest, and you'll be out. The painter went into Wang Yukon's room and took a look, and said after he came out, he told them that Wang Yukon had temporarily gone to bed, and his condition had deteriorated to the point where he could not support long-term labor. Fortunately, Wang Yukon could still eat some liquid food during this period, although he would occasionally vomit some, but it would still allow the body to absorb some. Zhang Wei and others were naturally not polite. So let's talk about what happened recently. I told the painter everything in detail. Compared with only getting along with Yang Guang for a few days, Zhang Wei still prefers painters. The two spent more time together. The painter's brain and overall view are also clearer than Yang Guang's. Yang Guang can be said to be a fierce general, but the painter is also an excellent strategist. Zhang Wei knows, given time, the painter will not lose the top resourcefulness of Guizhou. It's just that he doesn't have as rich life experience as Guizhou. Wang Yukon's large villa is fully equipped with all kitchen utensils. The water source is also spring water taken from the pedestrian street in the old city. For people like Wang Yukon, naturally there will be no shortage of food. The people below and the various forces naturally have their own responsibilities. Not long after, the painter prepared the meal. Zhang Wei did not expect that. This perverted guy with the habit of practicing cadaver medicine, the cooking skills are so good. I don't know if it's because I haven't eaten white rice for a long time, or if I haven't had breakfast. This is a meal near noon, but it was very comfortable to eat. And after having enough wine and food, Wang Yukon arrived belatedly holding a walking chair. So Zhang Wei and others reported what happened in the past few days. I picked up the key points and told them to Wang Yukon. The crew cut man is still alive? After listening to this, Wang Yukon was thoughtful. Who is the guy with the crew cut? Zhang Wei asked. He is what you call the commander of the amphibious forces, nicknamed Flathead Man. He is also my instructor. Your instructor? Zhang Wei felt a little unbelievable. How do people survive? They are all related to Wang Yukon's people. Pastor Lu Weihua was the instructor of painter Shizhe. Sergeant Fan of Benhai knew Yang Guang when he was still a private. The most unbelievable thing now is that the so-called colonel commander was actually Wang Yukon's instructor. When I first met Sergeant Fang Jirong, he seemed to know Wang Yukon as well. You can't say he was an instructor. He had at least 8,000 students. He was the principal of the military academy. When we first joined the army, we all attended his party class. People from the 3 coastal provinces, as long as they are the groups of people who joined the army 15 years ago, you should all call him teacher. So the instructor is not wrong. This time the stick seemed to talk too much, becoming breathless again. And his military rank is not colonel commander. All I know is, he had been a major general at least 3 years ago, but I don't know why his military rank was not made public. I think this should be what it means. Major general? Zhang Wei thought of that strange troop. It seems to be called an amphibious force. It seems to be used for landing operations. Zhang Wei thought of a possibility. You said that the unit is it used for? No, the blade is facing outwards. We will not attack our compatriots. This unit has only been established for a few years. It should have other purposes. But after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the truth of all this is no longer meaningful. Wang Yukon said his inference. Zhang Wei also said something about the mercenary organization. This topic suddenly made Wang Yukon's eyes light up. I want to ask a question. That guy called Water Ghost back then, the guy who should have been shot. Why did you survive? And Zhang Wei remembered that time on the roof of Hansen Pharmaceutical. That nickname is Otter. Guy, you can obviously throw watermelon grenades, but he threw a non-lethal flash bomb. When Zhang Wei asked this question, Shizhe also subconsciously raised his head. It seems that with that guy named Water Ghost, it's common knowledge. This question, just stop asking. Wang Yukon refused directly. Seeing Wang Yukon say this, Zhang Wei did not want to investigate further. However, Wang Yukon said at the end, in addition to the 7 people you mentioned, the alligator, the gray wolf, the hornbill, the orangutan, the American cattle, and the kangaroo. There are 6 other people in that organization. The other 6 are called American Black Bear, Robin, Lion, Red Fox, Kiwi and Mountain Gazelle. Jiang Wei was very surprised when Wang Yukun told him the names of these people. It is impossible for Wang Yukun to write down these people based on his own memory, and then made up the names of 6 other people. That is to say, he should have seen the information on these people. How do you know so clearly? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Crime Unit. I used to be in charge of the Major Crimes Unit. There is a guy named Moo Moo. He is a fugitive who was smuggled back from Malaysia. This mercenary organization, there is one called Hornbill. Guy just died in the hands of Wood. This information was sent back from people overseas. It's normal that you don't know. Wood, is it really made of wood? Jiang Wei couldn't help but be particularly curious about this guy Moo Moo. This guy hasn't shown up yet. It might not be a trump card hidden by Demingzi. These guys, he has been in our country and never left. I don't know what to do, Jiang Wei said to himself. But although Jiang Wei wanted to get something out of Wang Yukun, but found nothing, because Wang Yukun drank 2 mouthfuls of gruel, went back to his room again. Chapter 610 Task Assignment. Seeing Wang Yukun so cold, Jiang Wei finished his meal and felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Cancer patients have erratic personalities, which Jiang Wei was naturally aware of. And people like Wang Yukun have some extreme and eccentric personalities. So Jiang Wei left the backpack with chemotherapy drugs and Bai Tingting in the villa, and told her that someone would come to pick her up to Old City High School in a few days. Jiang Wei had no other place to put Bai Tingting for the time being, but fortunately, there were 2 girls, Pei Wu and Hu Dai, in Old City High School, so it should be good to arrange for her to live there. Yang Guang expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wei. This time I can bring the medicine back safely. Jiang Wei's contribution is indispensable, because as they approached the hospital, he had already separated from Jiang Wei. However, when Rejoice got into the car, she asked in a low voice, "Has that guy the pastor come here?" The painter shook his head. Jiang Wei didn't know what to say. The 2 men, the priest and the stick, they are obviously good people, but they all face a rough fate. Jiang Wei felt that the 2 of them were like an action movie. The sorrow and fate of an undercover agent, deception and self-salvation, the conflict between the concept of honor and disgrace and legal values, everything, they all collapsed with the arrival of the end of the world. Good people who survived, all losers. Yang Guang sent the 3 people back to their residences respectively. Rejoice went to the dock. Lu Dolly went to the bar. And Jiang Wei went to his own territory. Jiang Wei returned to his tall building. I only drank a glass of water. Then Qian Baohua came around regardless of concern for him. He fell asleep. He slept until the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into his room. Jiang Wei realized that he had slept for 16 hours. At this time, Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who had received the news of Jiang Wei's return, also came from Laocheng High School. "Boss, you are still alive. It's really great." Zhao Zhenxiong hugged Jiang Wei's thigh and cried, "Get out of here. Your snot is all over my leg." "Boss, that's not snot. It's my saliva." "Hack you. Why are you drooling while hugging my thigh? Go and cry with Lu Renjia." Jiang Wei pushed Lu Renjia away rudely. Then he said to Qian Baohua, "Gather all the leaders, go to Old Town High School for a meeting, meet at 10 o'clock. People you don't know, don't come here." What does Jiang Wei mean by this sentence? Only people who can be trusted come here. So a few people stopped talking nonsense. The news spread immediately. Let Jiang Wei's people meet at Old City High School. This time the person, even people like a Chang and Huang Pao from Mishua Bingcheng were informed. This guy in Huang Pao, he has been sparing no effort to deliver news to Jiang Wei and others. He even worked as a thread between the Pier Gang and Jiang Wei's forces. Jiang Weining and Rejoice are so familiar, he also has an unclear relationship with him. Certainly, from the perspective of Huang Pao, he can ask Rejoice to be the boss. It was also Jiang Wei's recommendation at the time. 10 o'clock is not difficult. Most of the people met on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria of Old City High School. This building experienced an explosion and almost collapsed. However, after a few survivors who knew architecture saw it, it's okay to say that there are no cross beams or vertical beams. It was later repaired. For a time, Jiang Wei's team gathered together. Hu Lai, Shuangcha, farmers and other old faces were prominently among them. "We call everyone here today. It's about saying something," Jiang Wei said with a serious expression. Most people are still very convinced of Jiang Wei. You must know that since the establishment of Old City High School, everything Jiang Wei does, no matter how big or small, It can basically be said to be an exhaustive strategy. Although Zhang Wei is young, but what he did, it is beyond most people's cognition. Prestige was gradually established. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Ghost Hand had people spread some rumors about the Nine Gates Admiral among the survivors. Zhang Wei even felt that when he heard those stories about himself, it was just like the legends of Crazy Dog and Wu Fo. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hu Lai also saw Zhang Wei's caution. Okay, then I'll say it directly. There are some things that have already shown some signs. This time we have to make some preparations in advance. When Zhang Wei was talking, Hu Lai actually took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen to record it. Zhang Wei knows this is the person who does the work. So he no longer hesitated and said, "This time I went to Binhai City. There are some things may affect us. The first one is plague and influenza. We are in the sewer over there in Binhai City. A large number of bodies were found. It's spring now. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Those massive piles of corpses, it will also speed up corruption. We must pay attention to preventing the plague. Starting today, no one can drink raw water. To drink cold water, also wait for the boiled water to cool down before drinking. Give me an order, from today on, campsite in the old town. No more survivors will be recruited. If you want to join, you must join. I recommend it to people like Demingzi and Guisho. Starting in 3 days, Old Town High School Camp, random entry and exit without any purpose is prohibited. All personnel are not allowed to go out without any reason. Foreign faces, they cannot be allowed to come within 1 kilometer of the camp. Store another batch of quicklime. I'll have someone contact the pastor. The construction site where he is looking for will borrow several large trucks. Limestone will be stored on the first floor of the canteen. It will be used for disinfection and sterilization at that time, just in case of emergencies. Boss, what do you mean? Is there a possibility of a plague outbreak? Joan interrupted and asked. Joan, who came back to report the news before, didn't know the seriousness of the matter. It's not possible, yes, for sure. It's just that more people died than fewer people died. Young people may be able to bear it, but there are no antibiotics. The elderly, children and people with underlying diseases, I don't know if I can get through this. Then let me contact my master? Let him make some plans. Okay, you go contact Lin Xinxing. Let's see if there are any traditional Chinese medicines that can treat plague flu. By then, the medicinal materials on the market will. They are all expected to be sold out. By the way, ask Mr. Lin, do you want limestone? If you want, give him 2 trucks. You and Hu Lai go to take inventory of the warehouse. Let's see how much medicine we have left from Hansen Pharmaceuticals last time. According to the effective date, standard use. Joan nodded. Zhang Wei said to Zhuang Cha again, I heard that you know how to sew. Yes, previously reformed in prison, that's what it does. Zhuang Cha said a little embarrassed. No problem, I will try to get a batch of silk fabrics from the old city. See if you can help me make an urgent batch of masks. 300 to 500 will do. If there are medical masks in circulation on the market, buy all the food. At last, just be careful of people coming from Binhai. Especially unfamiliar faces, and the local city lights people. Chang, you arrange your manpower. Keep an eye on these people I'm talking about. Someone lurked in Binhai. It seemed like he was preparing to cause trouble. Chapter 6:11 Rumors. Zhang Wei urgently explained some things, but he felt like something was missing. After much thought, Zhang Wei can only make this plan temporarily. If the plague really breaks out, his old city high school and old city prison may become one of the few paradises. The premise is that no survivors bring the plague virus here. The zombie virus spreads along the blood, but the plague is. It is pervasive. We can only take more precautions from sources such as mouth and nose inhalation. After the head-to-head meeting, Zhang Wei settled down at Laocheng High School. Everyone else went back to their original homes. Zhang Wei plans to stay here for 3 days temporarily. This happened to coincide with the 3 days of consideration time set by Wang Yukun. After Lu Renjia and others discovered that Zhang Wei had brought back Bai Tingting, a single beautiful girl, suddenly there was a lot of excitement. I no longer feel any resistance to Zhang Wei's order not to go out. However, most of the survivors of Old City High School still chose to go out once in a few days. Some are purchasing some supplies, some are visiting friends. Hu Lai and Qian Baohua reported to Zhang Wei the recent situation in the camp. These 2 people, mainly Hu Lai, leading more than a dozen people, mainly Qian Baohua, there were more than a dozen people outside camp at Old Town High School. It has continued to grow and develop under the strategizing of the 2. And Zhang Wei himself, he is very reassured about this. These 2 people are close friends. After arranging everything, Zhang Wei checked again what he had said before. Chicken raising plan. After a month or two of development, chickens in the current camp, there are already hundreds of them. The school has a green belt. There are also farmland and grasslands around. Raising chickens doesn't use a lot of food. Around the school camp, there are still sporadic zombies approaching from far away. However, these were solved by the survivors gathered around the school. Zhang Wei's camp, although there are only 300 to 400 core members. But those who depend on their surroundings for survival, there are also 1,800 people. Some of these people are workers and some are tenants. I stayed here just because there is farmland. I can have a bite to eat. Although the end of the world breaks out, but Zhang Wei preserved high-quality seed grains. Grain production has not decreased much. After spring plowing, these people, they all had some hope for a harvest. Zhang Wei did not charge them much interest. For Zhang Wei, as long as these people don't let the surrounding farmland go unused. If the farmland is not cultivated for 2 or 3 years, it will be completely solidified. Farming costs will also increase. The next day, Wang Pao also came to Laocheng High School and brought some new information collected by Wang Pao. Some rumors about Demingzi? When Zhang Wei heard what Wang Pao said, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What rumors are there about Demingzi? When Zhang Wei was still in school, he had heard the legend that he was engaged in plunder and committed all kinds of evil. But those were all false. If Demingzi really did those things, he would have been caught by the stick long ago. Or maybe Demingzi did those things, but didn't leave any evidence. What are the rumors? Tell me. Zhang Wei asked curiously. Watch it for yourself. Wang Pao took out a pile of envelopes from his backpack. But they were some messy notes. After the end of the world, supplies are in short supply. Even A4 paper was used for writing. Some even write it in pencil for the first time, write it a second time with a ballpoint pen. So Zhang Wei randomly took out some. I found that it probably said something like this. For example, Demingzi's former master of Laojiu Hall, that person named Uncle, the guy nicknamed Toilet Paper, appeared in the old town. And this guy said something. It is said that this guy Demingzi was not a gangster in the beginning. Just a wage earner at a construction site. The reason why Demingzi made his fortune is, no one else knows, but he knew, because he said that Demingzi was his eldest nephew. He is also his fellow countryman. Toilet Paper says that when Demingzi was young, he made his fortune by smuggling and selling pornographic videos. Many people who don't know what's going on ask again, what is a pornographic videotape? Toilet Paper. There was a speechless reply. You don't know about pornographic tapes? You always know about Category 3 movies. Right? Don't know either? I don't know which is best. Then you are still the flower of the motherland. Besides, remember not to talk about this to others, otherwise the fierce man will chop me to death. The next day, the entire old city knew that Demingzi started his business by selling pornographic videos. And Demingzi also broke many wine bottles. He was furious and said, I have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find my uncle. You can bring it back after being knocked unconscious. Don't let him talk nonsense outside. The next day, the news that Demingzi became angry, it spread throughout the old city. And an even more exciting news also came out. That's Toilet Paper like this. Even the fierce men have not killed them all. Explained that this guy Demingzi and this guy named Toilet Paper, there may be different blood relationships. I told you he was Uncle Yuan Fang. Of course they are related by blood. No, I think Demingzi may be his illegitimate son. There was a lot of talk among the survivors about the good deed. It is rumored that the toilet paper was originally stolen from Demingzi's gold and was murdered. However, someone later confirmed that the gold was stolen by a guy named Shorts. It has been cut into pieces and fed to fish by Demingzi. Because toilet paper is really old, I don't like fighting and killing, so I went back to the countryside to retire. Later, Demingzi supported Wang Jiahao, who was still alive at the time, to take over. But now, Toilet Paper Guy came back inexplicably again. People have speculated it should be that a zombie crisis also broke out in his hometown. I don't know how he traveled over the mountains and ridges to the old city. Toilet Paper, after being drunk, say to the surrounding survivors, zombies. The whole forest is full of zombies, all over the mountains and plains. They all come from other places. The nearest group of corpses, distance from the old town, the nearest one is probably only 100 or 200 kilometers away. 1 or 200 kilometers, if it is plains and urban areas, that could happen in a matter of days. But if you are in the forest, it probably doesn't matter, not many people care. Because to the west of the old city, it's a hilly area, although the altitude of the mountains is not high, but there is always 300 to 500 meters. Unless zombies become sane, otherwise it would have been impossible to arrive so quickly. When Zhang Wei saw the news, suddenly he was excited. Because he clearly knows that inexplicable huge tide of corpses, the source is also unclear. Maybe some of it comes from Binhai, but more zombies, or from somewhere else. Zhang Wei stopped Huapao, said, "Bring me a message to Guisho later. Their mine gang's open pit. It's exactly where Lin Shan is. You ask him to pay attention to the tide of corpses to the west. At least place survivors on guard duty at the top of the mountain." Chapter 612 Who is Pijuan? After reading a full page of news, Zhang Wei continued to look at the next one. Aqian's notes were very sloppy, and the possible descriptions seemed a bit colloquial. Zhang Wei estimated that some of the news he heard was also heard, and he couldn't tell the truth from the false. So he recorded it truthfully, and then let Zhang Wei make the judgment. Zhang Wei had heard the rumors about the man named Toilet Paper before, so he didn't feel unfamiliar. However, Zhang Wei still deduced from the messy information that a large number of zombies were approaching. Take extra precautions. It shouldn't be a big problem in a short time. As for 2 or 3 years later, in 2 or 3 years, those zombies' legs may have rotted away. The gums are also ulcerated. The teeth probably have no biting strength. Zhang Wei inferred, those zombies, who haven't eaten, it should be eliminated. Zhang Wei checked the second message. This news was also broken by another fellow countryman of Demingzi. It said that Demingzi's grades were particularly good in school before. I also won the title of Outstanding Young Pioneer and 3 excellent students. And the person who said this, I swore again and again that this was definitely not a lie, because in the archives of that shabby school, there are also photos of Demingzi wearing a big red flower after receiving awards and commendations. When I saw this story, Zhang Wei remembered the recording pen Lu Dali had thrown to him before. Demingzi once explained, he had good grades before. I just did poorly on purpose. And he did it on purpose. The purpose is to prevent its thin twin brother from being looked down upon by his father. But Zhang Wei feels, Demingzi's twin brother, he probably died at the hands of human traffickers. Or starved to death in that horrible cellar. Everything about his brother later, it's all a figment of his imagination. That's why Demingzi is a bit paranoid, and has a split personality. Zhang Wei continued to read the text information below. It's the same cliché stuff that I've come across before. What is the saying that Demingzi likes numerology? I always say that I am. Sha Palang. In the stars. Broken Army. Fate. And now many people have learned that Demingzi and Sticky have the same birthday. They all agree that Stick Wang Yukun is the one who breaks the army. And Demingzi is 7 kills. 7 kills. He is a thief who is causing chaos in the world. Broken Army. He is a general who dominates the world. Greedy Wolf. He is a cunning person. In numerology, 7 kills, break the army. When Greedy Wolf meets the 3 directions and 4 directions in the Life Palace, this is the so-called Sha Palang pattern. The person who kills the fate of the wolf constellation, a life of wandering, ups and downs, but he has the heroic physique to become famous in one fell swoop. Is it true that the rumor that Demingzi said about never seeing the light of day is true? Demingzi's younger brother cannot appear at the same time as him, and Wang Yukun was born with him, so they are mutually reinforcing each other. Did Wang Yukun get cancer now? Even Zhang Wei, who doesn't believe in numerology, can't help but think like this. Because of many things about Zhang Wei himself, it's a little unclear. Zhang Wei continued to look at some information at the back. I found that the handwriting of the text was different from the previous one. It was probably recorded by someone under a Chong. And this time we are talking about the negotiation process between Demingzi and other bosses. Demingzi is a very perverted guy. When negotiating with others, or when you're killing someone on the street, he also listened to music while carrying a tape recorder. Some people doubt that this is possible. The man yelled. What? Do you suspect this is fake? No, it's true. I've seen it many times. Sometimes it's a CD player, sometimes it's a tape recorder. The song played is still Zhang Dua's song. Zhang Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you also think this is fake? The yellow robe next to him couldn't help but ask. How? Have you read these bloody stories? Zhang Wei asked curiously. It stands to reason that this guy in Huanpao, he is also a person with professional ethics. You shouldn't be able to open people's letters casually. These stories have been spread over the past few days. I have heard even more outrageous news. Don't be surprised. Is the transmission bad? Zhang Wei thought it was news that only circulated among insiders. But Zhang Wei changed his mind and said, since the news has spread so widely, that means someone is deliberately confusing the situation. It's just, who is this person? Wang Yukun is critically ill, it shouldn't be him. A tough guy won't cheat on himself. Then the only possibility is that it's ghost hands. This guy digested the mine gang. So many people were bloody massacred. Just use some melons to attract attention, and there are no melons. It is more eye-catching than having some relationship with Demengzi, because he is the boss of the 9 admirals. Many of the survivors in the old city are bosses of ordinary gangsters. And Demengzi, it's their boss's boss's boss. These things, has Qian Baohua seen it? Mr. Qian has known about it for a few days. Okay, Yellow Robe, go back and ask Rejoice for me. I plan to leave for Wang Yukun the day after tomorrow. Ask her if she wants to go with you, if we are together. I will go meet her. Zhang Wei plans to take Bai Tingting to find Wang Yukun. If this continues, Wang Yukun probably won't last a few months. And many things, all must be prepared for a rainy day. Does Demengzi have any ambition? Zhang Wei doesn't know. But Zhang Wei wanted to postpone the infighting and chaos in the old city. As long as after zombie siege, all contradictions, it will no longer be a contradiction. The survivors will form a rope. On the evening of Zhang Wei's second day at the Laocheng High School camp, received a rare guest. It was Qin Tianshou, who came to the central square after hearing the news. I heard that you went to Binhai City? Qin Tianshou asked straight to the point. Yes, but the place to go is not big, not even 1/20th of Binhai City, not even the core city. Zhang Wei knew the purpose of Qin Tianshou's visit. She should be here to inquire about Qin Yi's mother. So Zhang Wei stopped being polite, asked Qin Tianshou directly, Qin Yi's mother, whose power is it? Because women cannot exist in the military. She is not from the military. She is from Marina Church. Coastal Church? Zhang Wei then remembered that Liu Youyu, one of the white hats of the water purification company, mentioned this organization not long ago. Also one of the 12 raider forces. However, Zhang Wei has never interacted with anyone from this organization. Qin Tianshou continued to say to Zhang Wei, this is also one of the reasons why the two of us divorced. Our religious beliefs are different. I am an atheist, but Qin Yi's mother, faith in Christ Jesus. Originally, I also support freedom of religious belief. However, during those few years of Qin Yi's mother's life, there is some mental abnormality. He directs his attention. Too much devotion to religious beliefs. He didn't even care about Qin Yi. I know, true religious belief, it should encourage people to do good, positive and uplifting. Her religion, the taste has completely changed. It can even be said to have become a cult. I can't bear it anymore, so I had to threaten divorce. Unexpectedly, she actually agreed. That was a year before the end of the world. If I had known later that there would be a zombie crisis, maybe I won't do that. What happened next? Later I thought she was dead, unexpectedly. She got an airdrop. I know she's still alive. Because of the supplies that airdropped, there are many foods that I like. Chapter 6:13 Stick Decision. Zhang Wei heard Qin Tianshou's explanation. That's all I understand. That is, Qin Tianshou's wife at least misses the old relationship. But after confirming that Qin Tianshou had no relationship with the military, Zhang Wei felt that Qin Tianshou's mystery was much lessened for a moment. Is your wife the leader of Binhai Church? How can you mobilize something like a helicopter? You know, this kind of thing is found in ordinary places, but it's rare. Even if the looters could get it, it may not open. No, the leader of Coastal Church, it was a woman named Nun. Nun? The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was the priest. He also seems to be a dedicated missionary. But the pastor never instilled any brainwashing teachings into people. This guy. The pastor, more like a lone preacher. Do nuns have anything to do with priests? I don't know that, but I heard, nuns top, and a real priest, it's a German. It's just life or death, I don't know. Qin Tianshou asked Zhang Wei some details about Binhai Church. But Zhang Wei has never dealt with any of them. Naturally, it's not clear either. Zhang Wei told Qin Tianshou about the water purification company and the destruction of the eagle's nest. But even though Qin Tianshou listened from beginning to end, but they all seemed not very interested. Qin Tianshou came in a hurry, go in a hurry. I only stayed with Zhang Wei for less than 2 hours. But Zhang Wei was thinking deeply about the matter related to Binhai Church. If this nun, brainwashed survivors, so what is she for? Get something for nothing? By the third day, Zhang Wei, who couldn't bear the loneliness finally, I decided to ask Bai Tingting to go to the villa area to find Wang Yukun. But to Zhang Wei's surprise, the reply Huapao brought said, Rejoice does not plan to go again. Only when Zhang Wei arrived at the villa area, did he know why Rejoice didn't want to go. Because the pastor is here. These two people, they are still avoiding contact with each other intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Wei doesn't know what the crux of this contradiction is, but in the end, it was the pastor's fault that was more serious. But the priest has been disfigured. I have long been unable to face Rejoice. At this time, Zhang Wei didn't know what he should do. After arriving at the villa area, Zhang Wei also saw Lu Dali and Wang Rulin. At this time, Lu Dali has already called Wang Yukan a brother. You can see who the stick chooses. There is nothing wrong with that. Lu Dali should be willing to take a bullet for Wang Rulin. I've made my decision. Wang Yukan signaled everyone to be calm and calm. Instead, they sat together in a polite manner, had a reunion dinner. During this meal, everyone remained silent in tacit agreement. Only Wang Rulin couldn't stop crying. Until the meal is finished, Wang Makunkai said, "The doctor told me at that time, I can't live more than 6 months. This is already my 5th 6 months. I have a lot of things that I can't worry about, but I have to let it go. You are here. They can all be said to be my friends or Rulin's friends. After this time, I don't know if I can survive. Hopefully, this isn't our last supper. Wang Ju, don't worry. Your lucky person has your own destiny. It will be fine." Yang Guang said somewhat emotionally. "There are no absolutes." Wang Yukan said something ambiguous. He stood up silently. "Starting tonight, give me an infusion," Wang Yukan said to Bai Tingting. "Are you sure?" Bai Tingting seemed a little hesitant. "Try. This feeling of life being worse than death. It's so uncomfortable. Might as well have a good time," Wang Yukan said with a pale smile. So Bai Tingting had to help Wang Yukan start preparing medicine. Infusion of chemotherapy drugs. It is a relatively complicated process. In large hospitals, some machines and equipment are even needed to detect the patient's physiological functions. But Wang Yukan obviously doesn't have such conditions here. After Bai Tingting prepared the medicine, hang the infusion bottle on the wall, and start the injection. This process will be long, lasts about 6 hours. It will take about 3 days in a row. If you have any discomfort, you have to tell me in time. In this way I will interrupt your treatment. Wang Yukan nodded. Other people, naturally. We stayed in the villa. Whether Wang Yukan is dead or alive, it just depends on these few days. As long as you get through it, if the condition does not suddenly worsen in the following period, then his condition, it's basically under control. Zhang Wei did not inquire about the medicine Bai Tingting used on Wang Yukan. Because according to Bai Tingting's inference, Wang Makun's cancer cells have metastasized extensively throughout his body. At this time, it's almost hopeless. Zhang Wei could only find Lu Dali. 2 people nestled on the rooftop of the villa, or a quiet balcony, talking about some memories about the old school. Zhang Wei thought he would spend these days peacefully. Unexpectedly, something went wrong in the blink of an eye the next morning. Huang Pao parked outside in a hurry on a motorcycle. He rushed and panting. Although Zhang Wei didn't know what happened, but there was also a burst of inexplicable nervousness. Because Huang Pao rides a motorcycle, it is a modified racing car that Yi Xiaobai regards as a treasure. Usually, it needs to be maintained and wiped several times a day. Yi Xiaobai was stabbed, heavy bleeding, in a coma. Huang Pao only talks about the important things. What's going on? Zhang Wei and Lu Dali stood up immediately. Last night, what happened last night? Who did it? Zhang Wei defeated all of Yi Xiaobai's enemies in an instant. If we want to talk about Yi Xiaobai's enemies, the old town doesn't seem to exist. Although Yi Xiaobai is a bit arrogant, but there is no blood feud with the other survivors. I don't know who it is. It seems to be a woman, but no one saw it. We can only find out when Yi Xiaobai wakes up. Didn't you see the murderer, or was Yi Xiaobai being attacked by someone? Huang Pao had no choice but to take out the bottled water and took a sip. He told me the whole story. It turned out that Yi Xiaobai went to Demingzi's bar to dance disco last night. I was drunk and didn't leave until 2 or 3 in the morning. The brothers advised Yi Xiaobai not to drink and drive. But it was late at night. There was no one on the street, and there were no canals or ponds. Even if Yi Xiaobai drove, there would be no accidents. And Yi Xiaobai often went home this way. But after dawn that day, the brothers looked for Yi Xiaobai for a long time. But they couldn't find him. Instead, Huang Pao slept in the bar at night. In the morning, he got up to urinate and found Yi Xiaobai lying in a corner next to the bar. According to Huang Pao's description, Yi Xiaobai's blood loss at that time was 3 or 4 times as much as his urine. Zhang Wei knew that although Huang Pao's words were a bit exaggerated, Yi Xiaobai should have been in shock due to excessive blood loss. Chapter 614 Xiaobai was stabbed. Let's go! I'll go back with you first. Zhang Wei directly signaled Huang Pao to drive. As for Wang Yukan, it would take a few days to know whether the medicine was effective. Lu Dali hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go with Zhang Wei. As for Wang Rilin, naturally let her stay here. If something happened to him, his only relative, his sister Wang Rilin, would be able to see him off to the end. Wang Pao's driving skills were obviously average. After carrying Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, he even had some trouble controlling the front of the car. However, the three of them arrived at Demingzi's restaurant safely 15 minutes later. At this time, Yi Xiaobai had been placed nearby. In a room on the third floor of the Black Demon Bar, a temporary ward had been set up. When Zhang Wei went in, several doctors were examining Yi Xiaobai. Zhang Wei found out after some communication. Yi Xiaobai's wound had been sutured. The wound should have been caused by a sharp blade longer than a finger, which had injured his intestines. The surgeon also sutured the inside of him. But it was not known whether he could wake up. In the words of a doctor, it is still in a dangerous period for now. Zhang Wei looked aside. He also bullied several of Yi Xiaobai's former younger brothers. Xue Peng and Zhuang Ku were both standing there. Do you two know what's going on? Zhang Wei directly greeted the two of them over. Have no idea, we came here to donate blood. My blood type is type A, it matches Boss Yi. The banker is O type, universal blood, also consistent. When Zhang Wei saw that both of them looked a little pale, I don't know if they were frightened or if too much blood was taken out. I had no choice but to arrange for the two of them to rest. Are there any shortages of medicine or anything? Zhang Wei asked the doctor directly. That's enough for now. Now I can only infuse some glucose and normal saline. In this condition, he probably won't be able to eat for 10.5 days. The doctor saw that Zhang Wei had no intention of letting them stay. Just say it once, they left in unison. One person was left behind, waiting for the call in the side room. This guy Big Mingzi, we even recruited professional doctors. I thought this doctor in the old town, they are all at Shou An's level. Zhang Wei wandered around speechlessly for a while. Then he asked Wang Pao to take him to the place where Yi Xiaobai was injured. The location is in an inconspicuous corner 20 or 30 meters around the corner of the bar. There was even a pool of blood on the ground that had oxidized and turned black. How about it, boss away, do you have any clue? Wang Pao asked excitedly. Zhang Wei searched for a while finally. At the edge of a flower bed more than 10 meters away from where Yi Xiaobai fell, he squatted down. Zhang Wei carefully picked out an object from the grass. That's half a pair of scissors, half a pair of sharp scissors. This is the murder weapon? Wang Pao felt a little unbelievable. Good, this should be it. Zhang Wei uses scissors as a weapon, very deep impression, because he once used an extra large pair of pruning shears. Yi Xiaobai was drunk, don't say it's such a knife, just a small knife, you can kill him easily. Zhang Wei tentatively held the scissors in his hand, but I couldn't reach the handle. It's dark at night, how do you know, was he injured by a woman? Zhang Wei feels, this half pair of scissors, it's simply not something an adult can hold. Zhang Wei remembered that Wang Pao had said before, Yi Xiaobai seemed to have been stabbed by a woman. This seems to be 2 words, it felt like someone had witnessed it with their own eyes. I also heard about it afterwards. I heard that during the day here, there has always been a long-haired woman begging here, and he seems to be mute, but starting from dawn today, the woman disappeared. If she hadn't fled in fear of crime, I can't figure out who wants to kill Yi Xiaobai. A begging woman? Are they one of them? Zhang Wei subconsciously thought of a certain marauder organization. Scavengers. The word begging made the word scavenger appear in Zhang Wei's mind. Zhang Wei couldn't help but think of Wang Guangyang's introduction at the dinner that day. Leader of the scavengers. It's the guy named Song Qiu, wearing suits and leather shoes. He seemed to be the leader of the scavengers within a 10-mile radius. Zhang Wei didn't know if there were any other survivors above. But the person who stabbed Yi Xiaobai, it was probably them. Is it because I faked Yi Xiaobai's identity? Zhang Wei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt that he had tricked Yi Xiaobai. If he is really a scavenger, then you must have stabbed the wrong person. Yellow Robe, please bring me 2 pieces of news. A Chang who told Michelle Bingcheng, let him help me find out. There is nothing about this beggar woman. The other one brought a message to Qian Baohua, let him arrange manpower. Pay attention to survivors coming from Binhai City's ferry or other places, especially unfamiliar faces. Let him issue another order in my name. When any brother is outside, all must be carried out together with 3 or more people. Both men and women. Wang Pao nodded, just went directly. And Zhang Wei carefully took the half pair of scissors, wrapped it with my own gloves. Some blood debts, it must be paid with blood. Regardless of Yi Xiaobai who hasn't woken up yet, Zhang Wei went straight to the first floor of the bar. Then he went straight to the basement. Until passing through an aisle, stopped in front of the door of a relatively dark room. Zhang Wei knocked on the door. "Come in." A male voice came from inside. It was Guizhou, who hadn't shown up for half a month. "How, a hall master? You can't escape from hiding here. Are you afraid of being attacked and blown to death by your men? Away? Do you have a problem with me? Someone has already sent the firecrackers to you. Nothing is missing. I'm not here for the detonators. I want you to give me an idea. Tell me what happened." "Good, then I said it directly. There are some bed bugs coming into the old town. These bugs have a purpose, but are people life-threatening? Is there any way? Catch all these bugs in one fell swoop?" "What bed bugs are you talking about?" "It's similar to the ones you cook." "Oh!" Guizhou suddenly sat upright, seems to be becoming interested in this topic. "If it's similar to what I dealt with, then it's going to be hard to deal with. You have to know that some of these bugs are flies and mosquitoes. And some are cockroaches. They like to hide in dark places. You have to deal with them. Unless they jump out automatically, you can't get rid of them all. Bed bugs are something that can't be eradicated unless you can catch them all in one fell swoop and completely eradicate them. It's definitely impossible to eradicate them. Their roots are not in the old city, but in the seaside." Chapter 6:15. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. "Oh, you know all this?" Ghost Hand was obviously surprised that Zhang Wei could know that some people were from Binhai. "Well, I might have attracted them by accident. I don't have any good suggestions, but if you want to completely eradicate the bed bugs, you have to solve the soil they depend on for survival. At that time, some bed bugs will naturally jump out." "Master Yi, do you have any good suggestions? I will accept your favor." "I don't have any good suggestions, but didn't I give you a lot of firecrackers? Take dozens of them, and go to Binhai. No matter whether you can kill the bedbugs or not, you will cause chaos in the whole Binhai, and those bedbugs will have no time to take care of him." Zhang Wei knew that this was the most reliable and effective method given by Ghost Hand. This move can be said to be cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. This is not comparable to simply catching the suspect beggar. Even if the beggar woman is the murderer, even if she is killed, there will be other enemies appearing, and it is hard to guard against. "Master Yi, there is a tide of zombies in the direction of the mine. You should pay attention to it," Zhang Wei kindly reminded. "It's not a big problem. I have set up an isolation zone, and there are wooden stakes around it. The isolation zone is to block the valley area with obstacles, to prevent the passage of zombies. The stakes are nailed into the ground with sharpened wood, and then surrounded by ropes, like a fence." Zhang Wei came out of Guizhou's room and had a brief conversation with Lu Dali. Lu Dali said, "These people are not dead men. They also cherish their lives very much. They will not attack in the open, even if they are targeting a drunk Yi Xiaobai. They choose to attack at night, which shows their caution." Zhang Wei also thought of this. That is, he does not know the details of these people at all. If it is other enemies in the old city, even if it's City Lights or the 8 Towers, you can more or less get some details. But these invaders from the coast, they all hide their identities. There's no way to find out. The only reason to blame is that Demingzi opened his doors to accept survivors. Zhang Wei stayed in the bar for 2 days during this period. Lin Xinqing, an old Chinese medicine practitioner, was also pulled over once in a car. But after Lin Xinqing read it, he just smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said it. Weak pulse. 4 words. It was not until the 4th day that Yi Xiaobai finally woke up. He covered his wound and screamed in bed. "Speak louder." "I can't hear you," Zhang Wei said speechlessly. Yi Xiaobai fainted again. The doctor drove Zhang Wei out of the ward. "Don't bother the patient at this time." He finally woke up. "If he falls into a severe coma again, there will be no hope," the doctor warned Zhang Wei solemnly. To Zhang Wei's delight, Yi Xiaobai finally woke up and would not die for the time being. What disappoints Zhang Wei is that Yi Xiaobai fell down again. He didn't even have time to ask about the appearance of the woman who stabbed him. Zhang Wei had no choice but to ask Yi Xiaobai's people to strictly protect Yi Xiaobai's safety. Then he and Lu Dali went to the villa area again. Wang Yukun underwent 3 days of chemotherapy drug infusion treatment. In the next few days, it's just nutritional injections. Bai Tingting said, the situation is better than expected. There was no major bleeding during treatment before. Although the effects of chemotherapy drugs will stay in the body for a long time, Wang Yukun is not out of danger yet. But the most dangerous moment has now passed. Not surprisingly, Wang Yukun's condition is under control. To live for more than 3 to 5 months, there is no problem. As for 3 to 5 months later, then it will be necessary to take medication for the second time. Bai Tingting explained the special characteristics of this batch of drugs to Zhang Wei and others. These are all medicines imported from overseas before the end of the world. Therefore, it is much better than many domestic chemotherapy drugs. Otherwise, Wang Guangliang would not regard the preservation as a treasure. A generator is also used for refrigeration. That is closely related to his life. Certainly, if before the end of the world, these drugs, it's also an astronomical number, ordinary people cannot enjoy it at all. Zhang Wei told Yang Guang, Bai Tingting and others about the plunderers intervening in the old city in Beihai. Keep them from going out for a while. At least there are red shirt guards here. The enemy does not dare to mess around. If something happens, just ask Hua Pao to bring someone a message. Wang Yukan's treatment is not over yet. The next half month is an observation period. So Bai Tingting has no intention of leaving. The quality of life in this villa area is not worse than that of the old city high school. Wang Rilin seems to have let go of the grudges in her heart, and has become friendly with her brother. This is exactly what Lu Dali likes to see. The pastor came once, when Wang Yukan was getting an injection. After hearing that Rejoice helped a lot this time, he left silently without even saying hello to Wang Yukan. Wei Hua doesn't want to recognize me yet. Does he think I care about what he has done in Hengtai Oasis in the past few years? Wang Yukan said with a wry smile. Obviously, the pastor has become the talker of Hengtai Oasis in recent years. His hands were also stained with human blood. Wang Ju, if you have nothing to do, we two brothers will leave for now. Zhang Wei pulled Lu Dali, and said goodbye to Wang Yukan. Zhang Wei. Right, Lord of the Nine Halls? Thank you so much for this time. Wang Yukan owes you a life. Wang Yukan shook hands with Zhang Wei, while sitting in a wheelchair. Zhang Wei also knew from this moment, Wang Yukan truly accepted him. After all, to some extent, he had not had much contact with Wang Yukan, more like a big fierce person. Where do we go next? Lu Dali asked. Go to Walmart, the news is most popular there. Zhang Wei found a car, then using his half-baked driving skills, he drove Lu Dali to the supermarket. While driving, Zhang Wei asked Lu Dali to send someone to try to contact people from the water purification company. Although Zhang Wei's people couldn't figure out who the enemies were, but with the water purification company's connections, it's not difficult to find a few people. As long as a few are caught, Zhang Wei had a way to get the farmers to pry open their mouths. At this time, I asked someone to contact the people from the water purification company. You really don't have the right person, but there is one person who is very suitable. Who? Gao Yubing. Is that Wu Daong here? Arrived a few days ago, and his two friends, he said he planned to work hard for us in the future. Is there anything they need to do? Despite the arrangement, I plan to let the three of them take turns to contact people from the water purification company or Gaocheng. At least, there's something going on in Binhai City. We want to take it into our hands. Chapter 6:16 Rice porridge mixed with sand. Now that you have arranged for them, why did you ask me to send them? Right, I'm not wrong. Only you can send them, because the water purification company, only you can control it. Am I in control, Viagra? You have a good mind. Why don't you control them yourself? I can't. There are too many people below me. There are more than a dozen big and small bosses alone. A dozen lines are already confusing enough. The water purification company also has 8 or 9 white hat leaders. When the time comes to absorb them, it's bound to divide my camp. But you are different. You are alone. Demingzi didn't let you take over any power. Just control them. The water purification company is just a small force in Beihai. But it is one of the forces closest to the old city. In the future we will develop towards the coast. Definitely use them as a springboard. I see. Lu Dali is also a smart man naturally. He instantly understood everything Zhang Wei said. This is also similar to a barrel theory. At present, among the 9 governors, Lu Dali is one of the weak links in this barrel. Zhang Wei doesn't need to worry about other people, but he must take good care of Lu Dali. From Wang Yukan's villa area to the Walmart supermarket in the center of the artificial Great Wall, it is only a short 7 or 8 minute drive. When Zhang Wei drove by, he was very satisfied with the reinforced concrete wall built by Demingzi. The current height has almost reached Zhang Wei's ideal height. And above this high wall, a reinforced concrete watchtower was built every 30 or 40 meters. More than 10 meters higher than the city wall, you can almost see some of the buildings in the further suburbs and Marina City on the other side. Such a building, the warning effect can be fully achieved. When Zhang Wei arrived at the supermarket, only then did I realize that it was a mess inside. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali went in and took a look. But I found out that it was 2 different groups of people quarreling. A group of people seemed to be local merchants, And other people, they are ordinary survivors or wanderers. Zhang Wei found out after asking around. It turned out that Demingzi was using grain to carry out food for work relief. There are so many survivors coming in recently. In the past, there were always thousands of people. Many of these people bring their families with them. But there is no ideal place to go. So most of them live in and around the plazas of Walmart supermarkets. It's like a waiting area at a train station. Guisho felt that this could easily cause hidden dangers. What if 1 or 2 people with evil intentions use zombie viruses to attack people? The entire supermarket is expected to replicate the tragedy that happened before. So Guisho proposed a work for relief scheme. People who help with work take care of the day's meals, but it's gruel without any nutrition. This food can only ensure that people don't starve to death, but despite this, most of the survivors are still grateful to Demingzi. Although this food is not enough for the young and middle-aged labor force, but many people are raising their families, this food is perfect for the elderly and children. But this is where things go bad, because there are too many people. People often fish in troubled waters, so I really got porridge. Many are not homeless, but locals. These people have the mentality that if they don't drink, it's free. Don't take advantage of the bastard. Ghost Hand knows one. I thought of an extreme solution, that is to mix sand into the porridge. Not roving, nor is it fine sand, but it allows people to carefully filter it through their tongue and teeth when drinking and spit it out. In this way, those who are freeloaders, so he suffered. Who wants to waste time on this? Most people come to Walmart supermarkets to do business. So these people stirred up the emotions of the survivors around them. The people who said they were giving porridge did not treat them as human beings. Ghost Hand spread the word that these people were dogs. Worse than pigs and dogs. He even moved the porridge shop to another location. 20 to 30 kilograms of rice a day could feed 1,000 to 800 people. And the people who ate the porridge helped to repair the wall, clean up the debris, cultivate the fields, and even hunt zombies in the periphery. Ghost Hand's method of using work for relief was almost a perfect plan. And these troublemakers were naturally dissatisfied with Ghost Hand's people for moving the porridge shop away. But there was nothing they could do about the Ghost Hand, so I found someone to make a fuss about. Some people are confused, of course. People are taking advantage of them. I thought there was sand in the porridge. It was added intentionally by the porridge cook. They did a good job, but if you don't add it, then there will be almost no food. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. Zhang Wei knows, although Demingzi got a lot of food from him, but it is not open to supply. He brought in so many people, the purpose was to let them support themselves. And the ultimate goal of Demingzi is, that's just being a rent collector who collects offerings. After all, although the power plant is still operational, but maybe something will go wrong one day, and it will break. Naturally. He wants to control the old city through other things. And food and pure water, it is also the most appropriate thing among them. Zhang Wei did not intend to stay here too long. Instead, he walked directly to Aqiang's Mishua Bingcheng store. This guy Aqiang, he is also a wise man. I used to sell milk tea later. I sold Chinese tea. Now we have started renting several storefronts nearby. Box lunches are sold. Moreover, Aqiang's lunch boxes are in limited supply. There are only 40 or 50 servings per day. Those who want to have a hot meal and delicious dishes, they all have to have a good relationship with Aqiang, or exchange it for other equivalent items. When Zhang Wei walked into Aqiang's store, an old man was lying on the table, wolfing down his lunch box. Zhang Wei watched Aqiang looking at something at the counter. Walk over and take a look, found him counting pills in a bottle. Zhang Wei glanced at the plastic medicine bottle and said, "It seems to be aspirin." "Hey, Zhang Wei, why are you here?" Aqiang said in shock. "From today on, don't call me Zhang Wei in public." "Isn't that what you said? Can't call it Viagra, my name is Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei winked at Aqiang. Aqiang seemed to suddenly understand. There are still outsiders in his shop. It's the old man eating. The old man continued to eat. Zhang Wei asked Aqiang how the old man paid. Aqiang said, "It's 1/3 of a vial of aspirin. The validity period is still half a year. The medicine is not stained anymore." So he took it. While chatting, the old man also finished his meal, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, said thank you, and left without looking back. "Why did he say thank you?" Lu Dali asked suspiciously. "I don't know. The meal is delicious." Aqiang came to clean up the dishes, but found that the lunch box was still a little uneaten. "I'm a half-time cook, and I haven't finished my apprenticeship yet." Aqiang touched his head awkwardly. Chapter 617. Give me some rice. "That old man doesn't look like a good person," Zhang Wei said in a low voice. Oh, how do you know? Just now, he was wolfing down his food. Obviously, he hadn't had a full meal. People in the last days cherish every grain of food, so how could they leave unfinished food? When this old man heard you call me Zhang Wei, he subconsciously raised his head. If I'm not mistaken, he should be from another force. As for whether this old man was a robber or someone else, Zhang Wei couldn't tell for a moment. Is there such a possibility? Chang had experienced a lot of things, and at this time, he was considered a half-master of intelligence analysis. Chang immediately went out, and saw the old man's back still visible in the distance, and immediately arranged a clerk to follow the old man without leaving any trace. Not long after, the person who followed came back to report that the old man was leading a child, carrying a long-handled umbrella, and went to the store on the first floor where the porridge was distributed. At this time, the porridge shop had not moved away, but a notice had been posted, preparing to move out of the Walmart supermarket in a few days and move to a quieter place. People who want to drink porridge can walk there, but it won't be as crowded as here. Are you interested? Go and see that old man? Zhang Wei asked Lu Dali. I had no interest in it at first, but now you have piqued my interest, you might as well go take a look. Lu Dali finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out the door. You don't have to go, just check out the store here, Zhang Wei said to Chiang. It made sense for him, and Lu Dali to appear in the eyes of those people. If Chiang also follows, it's easy to cause alertness. Zhang Wei walked from under the checkout counter of Chiang's shop. Pull out a peaked cap, the brim of the hat is pushed down, covering almost the entire face. Then he deliberately kept a dozen steps away from Lu Dali. He also slowly headed towards the first floor. After arriving near the soup kitchen shop, Zhang Wei found a place, and squatted down without leaving any trace. Pretending to be a wanderer, waiting for food to be distributed. And the old man who was holding the child before, 10 meters away in front of Zhang Wei. And at this time, several waves of people with distinct camps, there is a fierce confrontation. The person who spoke first was a woman. Please do well, give me some food, rice or flour will do, I have several children at home, the eldest is 12 or 13 years old, the youngest is only 6 years old, just give me a bowl of porridge, there are really too few. Brother, you do well, it really doesn't work, just give me a bowl of rice, I kneel down for you. The woman said, just lie on the ground and kowtow. She said this, the people nearby were cheering, they all say they need food, no rice porridge, 1 or 2 bowls will do. Some people also say, there is sand in the rice porridge, it's really inedible. Zhang Wei only found out after listening to the discussions of the people next to him. It turns out that the porridge shop plans to move the store away from Walmart today. This porridge shop used to be a fee-based business. At this time, it is almost a charity hall. When the money is actually collected, no one is here to find fault, it has been free recently, on the contrary. Everyone around him was unhappy. And when I was just preparing to move out today, let people see that there is still a large amount of rice stored in the store. Not much to say, there are always 20 or 30 bags, and they are all 50-kilogram snakeskin fiber bags. These people are stuck here, but not really to do this woman a favor instead. They are waiting to divide the food inside. The porridge shop is headed by a middle-aged man. He knew he must not make this opening. Once opened, this one talks about 3 children, the one said there was a sick person at home. Here are a few more people who said they have an 80-year-old mother at home. His food reserves, it won't be long before they're all robbed. Several large groups of people made a fuss, just for this matter, and middle-aged people are now in a dilemma. He could not help but look for help at the other man next to him. Coincidentally, this man was Zhang Wei's old acquaintance. The fitter. The fitter was a member of the construction site association. The ghost hand arranged people who had nothing to do with him. But they needed to use their big truck to move the store, and store grain and some furniture. The fitter had nothing to do anyway. So he came here in person. He didn't expect to be involved in such a thing. Now he is in a dilemma. And the store has no other backup. So he doesn't know what to do. These troublemakers, there was no overt or covert robbery. If this is the case, just kill 1 or 2 people to establish your authority. The middle-aged man continued, the standard for our food distribution is, there are always a few people working, just give out rice porridge to a few people, you are an adult, so I give you the amount of 1 serving, seeing as you have children at home, I don't want you to go to work anymore, you go home with 2 bowls of porridge. The woman was stunned. She wanted to make 2 bowls of rice, unexpectedly. She was given 2 bowls of porridge. Although it achieves the same purpose, but it is always not as expected. No. No. No, my kids are all here, just give me some rice. We took it and left. Let's share the food without delay. The woman said, on the other hand. He subconsciously looked behind him. In less than 10 seconds, a little boy of 12 or 13 years old, holding hands with another child aged 5 or 6, and a child aged 7 or 8. He squeezed out of the crowd. Aside, Mom, shouted, Uncle, we're hungry. Uncle, we want to eat. Uncle, give me some rice. As if it was well rehearsed, as soon as these people squeezed into the crowd, when you open your mouth, you ask the boss for food. The boss thought what this woman had said before, it's all an excuse. I didn't expect that she actually had 3 children. I was really stunned now. I don't know what to say. I could only subconsciously scoop out a bowl of hot porridge. He handed it to the leading child. The child was picked up immediately, but I couldn't hold the bowl firmly. Fell to the ground. Half of it fell on his feet. He cried loudly and loudly. I don't know if it was burned or smashed. But the old man who Zhang Wei had followed suddenly said, Isn't it just a bowl of rice? Why insult a child, not giving, if you don't give it to us? Take it yourself. Everyone come together. Whoever gets it will get it. The old man said. A man who was not afraid of death rushed into the store. Then he walked out carrying a bag of grain. The fitter and the middle-aged boss were stunned by the old man's quick movements. After the old man came out, but he didn't leave with any food instead. He took out the handle of his long-handled umbrella. It's obviously not an umbrella handle, rather. It is a long knife similar to a bayonet. The long knife slashed the rice bag. The rice was scattered. It formed a hill on the ground. White floury rice. It's still very exciting. The previous 3 children, he immediately pounced on him. Just use your own clothes to carry food. I saw several minors. The shop owner hesitated for a moment. No action. There was no stopping it either. Instead, he looked at the 7 or 8-year-old child dotingly. She reached out to touch the back of his head. Careful! Zhang Wei couldn't help but remind him when he saw the flash of cold light. Chapter 618 The murderous intention arises. Zhang Wei's reminder came too late. Child's knife. It has penetrated into the chest of the middle-aged man. The fitter not far away, it's considered well-informed. An abnormality was detected. He immediately kicked the child away. Suddenly a bloody arrow shot out. The fitter helped the middle-aged man back. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, focused on that woman, because she quietly picked up the child's knife, exactly half a pair of scissors. It was exactly the same as the knife that stabbed Yi Xiaobai. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Dali. The 2 people slowly retreated outside without leaving a trace. At this time, several waves of people were pushing each other. Chaos. People kept falling to the ground. Zhang Wei didn't need to think twice to know that someone was deliberately disrupting the situation. Zhang Wei initially thought that it was just individual looters from Binhai City who were causing trouble. But after arriving here, found something was wrong. Because this is not just something that a few strange looters can provoke. There must be a large number of people in the old city who serve as internal agents for those people. As for whose power it is, Zhang Wei doesn't know yet. Seeing the child lying on the ground and getting out of the crowd, the fitter also helped the injured man into the house. Zhang Wei saw that woman, also retreating outside. Suddenly I had an idea. He plans to follow this woman, and Lu Dali, then let him follow the old man. There are more and more onlookers around. More people from the periphery are coming. Still don't know what happened. There are people in the crowd shouting. Open a warehouse to distribute grain. Everyone has a share. Something. Zhang Wei knew that someone was deliberately creating chaos. And the purpose of confusing everyone's attention, naturally. There are other things to do. Zhang Wei would naturally not let such a thing happen. So he laid down on the ground. He shouted in a high voice, Run! There are zombies! There are zombies! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wei pretended to be rolling and crawling. People on the outside still don't know what's going on inside. I saw a young man wearing a peaked cap and crawling away. I remembered the horrible things that happened here before. Immediately, he said to the person behind him, like a conditioned reflex, Go quickly. There are zombies. There are zombies. For a moment, the birds flew away, the chicken is flying, and the dog is jumping. Those who squeeze in, I also tried my best to squeeze out. It almost formed a stampede. Fortunately, the population density in the periphery is relatively small. Suddenly the number of people gathered around became less and less. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali parted ways in front of the Walmart supermarket. He followed the woman. But Lu Dali pretended to run behind the old man casually. At this time, Zhang Wei had already had murderous intentions. Not just because these guys are taking advantage of kids, it's because these guys don't have any sympathy. The person who served the porridge, anyway, it's not worth their swordsmanship. Every time a woman walks a certain distance, they will look back warily. But Zhang Wei is also a good person, let have a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance, naturally. A woman would not easily discover that she was being followed. A few minutes later, the woman entered a building. Damn. After all the twists and turns, I finally hid in the residential area next to Walmart. Zhang Wei checked the buildings in this community. It was not very high, similar to a resettlement community, and there were several isolated buildings. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Zhang Wei immediately left the area. 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali met at the old place. However, the porridge shop was also in a mess, with bloodstains everywhere on the ground and rice scattered all over the ground. The fitter still organized his men and defended the shop. However, the middle-aged man died of excessive blood loss due to being stabbed in the heart. Seeing Zhang Wei and Lu Dali coming together, the fitter nodded in a friendly manner. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali were about the same age as college students at this time, and were 10 years younger than the fitter. But the fitter was still respectful. This was a matter of gang seniority. The fitter was well aware of this. Brother Wei, I recognized you just now. The fitter came up and handed over a cigarette. Zhang Wei subconsciously took it. Hold it in your mouth. Although Zhang Wei does not smoke, but I also smoke, troublesome issues encountered at this time. It was worth him thinking carefully about what to do next. That old man, the children brought here, not that woman's, I followed all the way, he disappeared into the alley. That's a dead end, there are 7 or 8 buildings around each. It should be easy to search. Zhang Wei called the fitter, pulled him to the corner, then he said, someone is going to cause trouble. We are all in this together, now let me make a long story short. You go back and report to the pastor of the construction site association, said there were some seaside bugs coming in the old town. Fitter, you let the pastor personally lead the people, the building on the back street, there are also Fumin alleys that surround the entire street. Vigorously, you go to the bar and inform Guisho, some people also came out, his people are dead, I don't believe he will stand idly by this time. I will leave immediately, let Baohua gather all the people in the city, there are also people who contact Yi Xiaobai. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. These people, Zhang Wei would not let it go even if he knew it. And let them know the cost. Punch away, to avoid hundreds of punches. As for whether it will cause a bigger backlash from behind, Zhang Wei was looking forward to it. Because he remembered what Guisho said before. Those detonators, although it is only used for mining in the old city, but it can be found somewhere in Binhai City, first establish a preset position. Zhang Wei even felt that, there is no problem in blowing up some high-rise buildings at once. Just destroy the load-bearing columns of high-rise buildings. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Zhang Wei's speed is very fast. Let Aqiang carry the letters separately. In less than half an hour, 1 to 200 people armed with machetes and sticks appeared around the Walmart supermarket. Many people suddenly felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Many people have already guessed what is going to happen. Some people want to make trouble with Tai Sui, the great fierce man. Then you have to pay the price. Not long after, the ghost hand and the priest appeared as expected. It's just that the number of people is not as large as Zhang Wei imagined. Each of them only brought 40 or 50 people. But Zhang Wei could see that these people are all good at it. The ghost hand came over, but he didn't have any communication with Zhang Wei. Instead, he walked straight into the porridge shop. Then he stopped next to the long dead body. I will never die with my eyes in peace. The ghost hand helped him close his eyes. Das Hagen has been with me for 7 years, I didn't expect to die here, and he ended up dying in peace. There is no human blood in his hands. Be courteous and courteous to others. I don't know such a person. How could someone kill someone? After seeing Zhang Wei next to him, Guisho added, you are right. There can't be one bed bug in the old town. Chapter 6:19 Find the murderer. Zhang Wei knows, this time, Guisho was truly murderous. When Zhang Wei went to visit Guisho the day before, Guisho thought it was some inconspicuous thing. But after arriving at the scene, Guisho finally realized the seriousness of the matter. This is a Walmart supermarket. All around were people from the 9 admirals. Even if you are not someone below the 9 admirals, they are also survivors who are attached to the 9 admirals. But in a place like this, a murder actually occurred in broad daylight. Where are the people? Guisho asked Zhang Wei. Fumin Alley. There is also a building not far over there. How many people are there? I don't know this. There are always 3 or 5. Zhang Wei also told Guisho that the other party was an old man. A child. A woman. The speedster gang was also stabbed to death by these guys? Right, but Yi Xiaobai is not dead yet, just unconscious. Zhang Wei knows, the speedsters that Guizhou talks about, it should refer to Yi Xiaobai. Which side is the person who stabbed Das Hagen? Zhang Wei knew that the person who stabbed Das Hagen must be the child, who was instructed by the woman. He could not help but point his finger in the direction of the building. So Ghost Hand and the pastor had a simple discussion, letting the pastor take Zhang Wei's people to guard Fumin Alley, while Ghost Hand took Yi Xiaobai's people to the building Zhang Wei pointed out. Zhang Wei was responsible for leading the way. Without further delay, dozens of people set off immediately. The spectators around were talking about it, and they didn't know what happened. However, some sharp-eyed people still recognized Ghost Hand and the priest. After all, these two guys, one is wearing sunglasses, one wears a veil, it's just too conspicuous. 2 minutes later, Zhang Wei and others stopped outside the door of this building. Houses are ordinary residential buildings. But the first floor was converted into a shop. After hundreds of people surrounded the place, Zhang Wei took out his knife. Then, he slowly walked towards the stairs of the house. The scene on the first floor can be seen at a glance, almost no one, and the survivors, it's probably on a floor above the second floor. The priest and the Ghost Hand ordered 2 hands with good skills, then followed Zhang Wei. After the second floor, from time to time, people look around on the balcony. I don't know what happened. Some people are on the more floor, but the door lock, but open the glass window. Wait carefully while watching. Everyone goes downstairs. After 10 minutes, no one goes downstairs. It's hard to escape. Zhang Wei doesn't care about these people's origin. Is it an aboriginal, or a wanderer, or tenants? At first no one took any action, but after a few minutes, someone recognized the Ghost Hand. The notoriety of Ghost Hands has spread to everyone in the old city these days. Now that this god of death is here, no one dared to disobey. Zhang Wei stopped in front of a wide-open door on the 3rd floor, because he saw a familiar figure from behind. A woman with long hair is feeding porridge to her child, and beside, a powered rice cooker. It seems like something is cooking, already plugged in. Zhang Wei nodded without any trace. It means these are the guys. I didn't expect them to actually be able to act. Even when you get home, they are actually cooking with the grain they brought. And he even opened the door on purpose. Most people would just skip them and walk past. But Zhang Wei is such a poisonous person, because he saw the half pair of scissors. Okay. Sister, just stop pretending. Come out with your kids. Don't try to use weapons for a sneak attack otherwise. You will be forced to live and die later. Who are you? Why did you break into our house? The woman holds the child with 2 arms. One on the left and one on the right. A look of panic. Who am I? You said you have 3 children at home. I have seen these 2, but the kid who stabbed people didn't show up. Do you want to get through? I followed you all the way here. Zhang Wei winked at the pastor. The priest searched every room in the house. When he finally came out, he shook his head. However, Zhang Wei used his eyes to indicate that the pastor had missed something. Bathroom. The door to the bathroom is open at this time. You can also see the end at a glance inside. But for the sake of being close to the inside, there is an old spin washing machine. The pastor walked over calmly, took a glance, then opened the washing machine. Come out! A child emerged from it. He looks like 7 or 8 years old, thin and weak, less than 1 meter tall. And on his hands, there were still blood stains on the tiger's mouth that had not had time to be washed away. The pastor didn't need to think too much to know, this child, he must be the murderer. Otherwise, there is no need to hide in the washing machine. The woman suddenly turned pale. Never mind, now that it's confirmed that it's them, there is no need for others to go down. I don't know if there are any accomplices of theirs. Just block the door and prevent people from this building from getting out. Ghost Hand said to a subordinate who was following him. 9 Hall Master, 2nd Hall Master, I'm going to do some things next. Do you 2 want to avoid it? Guizhou turned around and said to Zhang Wei and the pastor. Zhang Wei knows, Guizhou is probably going to use some unconventional means to extract a confession. It's just that farmers used to do this. Now he just does it himself. Considering the subjects are women and children. Naturally, Zhang Wei would not take the initiative to participate in these matters. But Zhang Wei would not stop what Guizhou was going to do. The reason is simple, these people are probably coming for him. And they kill people randomly, and stir up trouble. There is no moral bottom line anymore. Good, I'll leave it to you. The master of the hall, let's go see the old man. Zhang Wei called the pastor and walked outside. People outside blocked the entire corridor of the building. It is estimated that not a single fly can fly out. Zhang Wei knows, Ghost Hand must be able to get what he wants from that woman and the 3 children. After leaving the building, Zhang Wei and the pastor walked towards Fuming Alley, while chatting. What they were talking about was not related to this assassination. It's about Wang Yukan's condition. Since you and Wang Yukan had a fatal friendship back then, why do you act so indifferent to his life or death? Zhang Wei asked. How can I see it? The priest responded with a smile. Wang Yukan is critically ill, you only went there once or twice, and they just met each other and left. Don't you guys have anything to talk about? Even if you have had a very difficult time these past few years, why not Wang Yukan? After Zhang Wei now learned that Wang Yukan was diagnosed with cancer before the end of the world, I have already admired him from the beginning, turned into some sympathy. It's not that I don't want to talk to him more, but I have a knot in my heart that I can't untie. Hard knot. So the pastor confessed some of his inner thoughts to Zhang Wei. The reason why he is very cold towards Wang Yukan is, it's not because I didn't do anything right about Wang Yukan, but he has a knot in his mind. A hard knot that cannot be untied. That was the death of his younger brother Liu Xiaohua. At that time, when the pastor learned the news of his brother's death, he thought about taking a desperate risk and killing everyone in the Dragon Pattern gang who was a big man at that time. And the pastor at that time, weapons are ready. A revolver. In the old town without guns, that gun was enough for him to kill 7 in and 7 out. Chapter 620, who is the reverse scale, but when he was about to take action, Wang Yukan took away his gun and put the pastor under personal control. In professional terms, the pastor was detained by Wang Yukan. Later, the pastor threatened to self-harm and forced Wang Yukan to release him. But he also had to agree at the same time that he could not fight against the stone with an egg. But he had to wait for Wang Yukan's final neck-closing action. When the pastor mentioned this gun, Zhang Wei instantly remembered what Wang Rulan had said before. Wang Rulan said that his brother Wang Gunzi had said, this gun was the sidearm of a deceased colleague of mine. Later, Wang Yukan, who realized that there was danger, gave this gun to Wang Rulan, who knew how to use firearms for self-defense. But the gun was snatched away by Wu Fo. Wu Fo shot the mad dog, who was not wearing a bulletproof vest, with a revolver. The stories about this gun are almost linked one after another. Finally, they formed a closed loop 5 years later. It seems that the pastor really got his revenge, because the pastor later found out that his brother got into the mad dog's car before he died. And the mad dog died under his gun, which was undoubtedly an indirect revenge. Zhang Wei persuaded the pastor, since he had already taken revenge, some things should be let go. Such as, and the critically ill stick, you can try to repair the relationship, and rejoice from the pure gang, I have also been trapped by love, and so on. However, the pastor, who was blinded by hatred, obviously did not listen. Still muttering, rabid dogs are not murderers at all. Rabid dogs are not murderers? Who else could it be? I have no idea. The priest shook his head. But the rabid dog is definitely not the murderer, because he said this before he died. I didn't expect him to die, the medicine seller said, those drugs only have hallucinogenic effects. The pinpricks in my brother's body, it should have been left by a rabid dog. The purpose should be to test the medicine on my brother. But the one who killed my brother in the end, it should be someone other than a rabid dog, and the reason why this person killed people and silenced them, it must be related to my identity. Mad Dog said the drug had a hallucinogenic effect. If I'm not wrong, it should be after my brother got the injection, told the truth, I revealed my identity as a police officer, that's why someone broke his neck. Only then did Zhang Wei remember. When a rabid dog is about to die, the pastor asked, didn't you break his neck? The mad dog's expression showed great surprise. And at that time, he took a deep look at Demengzi, looking at the pastor again, after saying sorry again, only then took his last breath. Is it a big fierce guy? He's not a big tough guy either. I checked during those days. Demengzi and Mumu were near the Pier gang. There is an alibi. Although he is not a strong man, but it definitely has something to do with Demengzi. The letter my brother sent at that time. Inside is a picture of a dragon tattoo, the birthmark that was transformed into dragon scales. Just find it. Everything will probably come to light. Then how can you find out the real murderer? You know, that was before the end of the world. After the end of the world, the population has shrunk by more than 90%. Maybe the real culprit is already dead. I don't know who the real murderer is, but Demengzi definitely knows. He is deliberately hiding it. Then do you have any idea? Have. Pastor's answer, Zhang Wei was suddenly shocked. Could this unsolved case still be solved? Tell me who you suspect. Maybe I can help you deduce the possibility, you know. Sometimes a single leaf can blind you. you may miss some details. Seeing that the pastor hesitated to speak, Zhang Wei didn't want to hear half of the conversation. Because now they are in the game of finding the lurking robbers. Maybe the things that happened 5 or 6 years ago are also related to the present. I suspect it has something to do with one person, toilet paper. Toilet paper? Zhang Wei's expression was a little strange. Because this person is the original head of the old 11th Hall at that time. The Dragon Mark gang had 12 branches. But I heard this guy is too old, quit the gang before the end of the world. If it were him, it is also possible otherwise. He would not have been able to protect himself wisely at that time. Suddenly the golden basin washes hands. Even if it's not him, he should also be the one who knows the inside story. If you want to investigate the case, you can start with him. Zhang Wei also heard rumors about this old man not long ago. I heard that he returned to the old city from Wangjiagu. And he frequently shows up on some occasions. Some rumors and jokes about Demingzi were also spread. As if he was trying to attract people's attention on purpose. As for why it suddenly appeared, Zhang Wei can probably guess 2 or 3. That's the Wangjiagu area. The zombies must have fallen. Now in the mountains to the west of the old city, it's all a zombie wave. Ordinary survivor, even if you can survive in the woods for 10 days and a half, but it cannot survive for a long time. Zhang Wei knows, this old man is never as simple as he seems. This kind of person who started traveling around decades ago must be more informed. Is there anything I can do to help you? Zhang Wei knows, the priest could tell him so much. He also regarded him as one of his own to a certain extent. These things, maybe Rejoice doesn't know it now. The pastor was very indifferent to Rejoice, on the one hand, because he was disfigured, but on the other hand, the pastor probably didn't want Rejoice to be involved in something. The pastor said that guy Wang Yukun 5 years ago. I was still reluctant to take action. That is something Wang Yukun must not fully understand. This made Wang Yukun unable to make up his mind to carry out a real closing operation. There's nothing you can do to help. I will investigate this matter secretly myself. Don't alert the snake. Don't get angry. The pastor rejected Zhang Wei's kindness. This matter, I think you can start from 2 aspects. One is Wang Yukun. Wang Yukun must have concealed a lot of things. Your brother's death, related to drugs, but back then, there was a guy called Water Ghost. He was the core figure in the drug-related case that year. He was also the leader of Demingzi's gang back then. That guy is still alive today. This guy is in Binhai now, joined a mercenary organization, changed name and nickname. Otter. I don't know why Wang Yukun let him live, but before Wang Yukun died, you can ask, he should tell the truth. One more thing, I remember Wu Fo said to Demingzi before he died, he said he was the one who really killed Lin Laohu. The Pure Gang listened to his ban, don't let drugs come in from the dock. That's why Lin Huha suffered a vicious attack. Since Wu Fo is from Binhai, and your brother's death was related to drugs, then you can try the Binhai line, maybe we can find some different clues. The pastor nodded in agreement, just write it down for now. And the 2 of them, we have arrived at Fuming Alley. Chapter 621 Find the answer. How about it, has anyone been found? Zhang Wei raised his head, then I saw Qian Baohua walking around. This time Zhang Wei's people, they almost came out in full force. Yi Xiaobai and Guishuo's people stayed with the killer woman. And Zhang Wei's own people and the pastor's people, they all gathered in this alley. The fitter I had an interview with not long ago, he also came over respectfully, and called the pastor boss. Over here. Qian Baohua came over and pointed to a small door and said. Obviously before Zhang Wei came, they've already searched this place. Zhang Wei walked in slowly, but I felt a bit calm and terrifying. And, I smelled a vague smell of blood. Not long after, Zhang Wei walked through a corridor, we arrived at a rather exquisite room. But the situation inside, but it surprised him. What's going on? Can you move your hands? Zhang Wei saw, there was an old man and a child in the house. They all fell into a pool of blood. It's suicide. It was like this when we came in. Besides, they must have died not long ago. Their blood is still warm. Have you been in earlier? Yes, about 20 minutes ago, and then 10 minutes ago. The old man's expression was very calm at that time. They must have committed suicide during this period. Zhang Wei suspected at first that someone deliberately killed them to silence them. However, after checking the house, he found that the back door had been blocked with bricks, and there was no other way out. The priest examined the knife in the old man's hand. Then he nodded in agreement. The knife is held tightly. He killed the child first, and then committed suicide. This man is not simple. Nothing is not simple, he probably knows. Living is more terrifying than dying. I just didn't expect to be so vigilant. It seems we have managed to scare the snake away. Zhang Wei did not blame Qian Baohua and others. Because if it were him, they will also conduct a search first to seize the opportunity. To prevent enemies from escaping through secret passages or other places. What's the origin of this old man? Have no idea, but he was so decisive when he committed suicide, not an ordinary person. If you want to find out his true identity, I think I should go check out the progress of Guizhou. Zhang Wei only felt that this old man was very perverted. He didn't know that the child he was holding, is he his grandson? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the silver fox he met at Hansen Pharmaceutical before. That old man was completely different. The pastor reluctantly touched the old man and the child. But nothing was found to prove his identity or anything else of value. Let's go meet the master of the hall. Zhang Wei had people quietly bury the old man and the child, so as not to alert the enemy. Because behind the old man and the child, there must be bigger fish. Return to the floor where Ghost Hand was located again. Just then I met the Ghost Hand coming out of it. So fast? The Ghost Hand left and returned to Zhang Wei. I was also a little surprised. How about it? Has it been dug out? All told. Ghost Hand wiped his hands with a white handkerchief. But his hands were clean. What about those 3 people? Zhang Wei also wanted to go in and have a look. I advise you not to go in. Guizhou slowly walked downstairs. Zhang Wei had no choice but to keep up with Guizhou. The unbelieving fitter went in and took a look. The sound of retching immediately spread. Guizhou suddenly smiled helplessly. No one said it at first, but I asked a little one first. He only smashed one of his thumbs with a hammer. The child can't stand it. But children don't know much. It's just that they make a living by picking up trash. Someone gave them food to eat. Just help with things. That woman is also tough-talking. I broke her 3rd finger. He fainted without saying a word. I almost thought he was mute. Later I said I wanted to sell her. She seemed to have recalled some painful memories. I gritted my teeth and confessed everything. After you tell me, I will naturally give you a good pleasure, so I sent them all on their way. The scene inside the house, I made it specially, in fact. When I cut them into pieces, they no longer have pain. The code of troubled times, Zhang Wei. You don't think I'm wrong? Do you? You are right. Don't do this. There will be the next Yi Xiaobai and the next Das Hagen, and this next person dies. It could be you and me. I thought so too. So I planned to let my men hang their heads. Flagpole hanging in front of Walmart supermarket, on everyone's mind. That woman, did you give any useful information before you died? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have solved them so quickly. Ghost Hand said with a smile. Women and children, he is from an organization called Scavengers. They are plunderers from the coast. They hide their identities. I found out. Such a person. There are also pregnant women and grandmothers. These guys. Just the first one. That biker friend of yours, he was stabbed by a child. That kid of 12 or 13. That one? Isn't that the long-haired woman? The one who is 12 or 13 years old. It seems to be a boy. Yes, that's that boy. I was wearing a wig at that time. You will know this when your friends wake up. But luckily he is a minor. In vain. Just stabbed your friend in the belly. If it were 10 centimeters higher, your friend is hopeless. How do you know so clearly? Of course I know. The surgeon who operated on that guy, I arranged it. Zhang Wei has already believed Guizhou's words 7 to 8 points. Because he remembers one detail clearly, that's because the handle of the scissors blade is smaller. Adults cannot hold it. And only children, only in this way can we hurt people unexpectedly. The previous Das Hagen, it was because of this sneak attack. And at that time Das Hagen, reaching out to touch the back of the 6 or 7-year-old child's head, it's impossible to effectively block with your hands. The middle door was almost wide open, and someone stabbed him in the heart. These guys are really scary, actually taking advantage of children. First there was a boy of 12 or 13 years old, another 7 or 8-year-old, to the back. I guess I'll take advantage of the youngest child. There is nothing to be afraid of or not to fear, wherever there are people. There are rivers and lakes, what's more? This is the end of the world. Zhang Wei, I also asked for some news. These people are here for you and Kingly. You have to be careful. At us? Why? I have no idea. The woman only said it was an order from above. And they only have 1 month to complete the task. As for their origins, the women and children here, it's from an organization called the Scavengers, also. That old man over there, it should be a subordinate of a man named Matsushita Morisa. Matsushita Shousha? Nagoya Pier? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the guy who showed up at the dinner that day. Chapter 622 Joint Action. Scavengers and people at Nagoya Pier, did they actually take joint action? Zhang Wei said to himself. The old man who committed suicide just now, but I had brief eye contact with that woman. Zhang Wei saw it all. And they all retreated at about the same time during the chaos, but then he took a different route. I just didn't expect to meet Zhang Wei and Lu Dali, the two people following me. And the reason for all this? Just because the old man didn't finish all the meals in Aqiang's shop. Everything is inevitable caused by chance. What else did you find out? Zhang Wei remembered that those who participated in the dinner party at that time included Rotten Crotch, Wang Pinyuan nicknamed Pirate Jack, and the Scavengers. Since the Scavengers and Nagoya Wharf have already taken action, other people may also be lurking in the dark. I didn't ask for other information. That woman is the lowest level person, not even the leader. Zhang Wei, who did you offend in Binhai City? Why did you attract so many robbers? I offended a lot, anyway. I offended everyone who could and couldn't be offended. It doesn't matter. Zhang Wei waved his hand. He used a fake identity in Binhai City at that time. Except for the military in Heishan, most people thought his name was Yi Xiaobai. If they knew he was Zhang Wei, at that dinner party, Zhang Wei would have been chopped into pieces. After resolving the matter, Zhang Wei, Lu Dali and Guisho parted ways at the Black Demon Bar. When leaving, Guisho frowned, seemingly thinking about how to break the situation. If someone from Binhai City intervened, this would not be something that could be solved with the resources in his hands. The pastor went to the church on the top floor. When leaving, Zhang Wei asked him, regarding the power of the coastal church, how much does he really know? The pastor thought for a while, and then said, the current Binhai church, it was founded by a person named Nun. That's what happened after I returned to the old town from Marina. Nun? I am a pastor, he is a nun. We all studied under a man named Priest, that was a German missionary. But that person named Nun, I haven't seen it either, but when I left 6 years ago, she is still only 16 years old. Zhang Wei calculated according to current age, he must be around 22 years old. If such a person, being able to control a marauder organization like the coastal church, either there are extraordinary means, or there must be support from other people behind. Where's the priest? Who is that person? Have no idea. I only know that he is German, but the priest speaks Chinese very fluently. There was a fire at Linjiagang Pier that year. I was severely burned and disfigured. He asked me to assume another identity, join a gang in the old town, only then would there be a chance for revenge. That's when he heard all my stories, he told me, believe and be saved. Zhang Wei doesn't think so. A German whom I have never met will help this guy. The priest. For no reason, the German priest, maybe there are other purposes. Only, the outbreak of the zombie crisis, let that all break. He hasn't contacted you in the past few years? No, priests and nuns alike. From now on the world disappeared, never showed up again. Why are you asking this? The priest asked suddenly curiously. Fine, a few days ago. Qin Tianshou from Central Square came to see me. He said his wife was still alive, but I joined some kind of church, a bit like a cult church, and the leader of that church, it's the nun you were talking about. I thought at first, the one called Nun, maybe it's his wife. But you said the nun was only 16 years old at that time, then the age is not right. Now Qin Tianshou's daughter Qin Yi is in college. No matter what the hell he says, he must be at least 40 years old. Isn't Qin Tianshou's wife from the military? I heard that there were airdrops before? The pastor also knew the rumors about Qin Tianshou. No. I heard him say it himself. And I have also had contact with military personnel. There are no women in the military. That's not clear. But the nun seems to have become the leader of the Binhai Church after the end of the world. The headquarters of the Binhai Church is not near the old city, but further north of Binhai City. The pastor said at last. Goodbye. After Zhang Wei and the pastor separated, he went to see Yi Xiaobai again. To Zhang Wei's surprise, Yi Xiaobai had already woken up. And when he saw Zhang Wei and Lu Dali coming together, he was immediately excited. I know what you want to say, needless to say, that kid settled. Ghostly hands. Killing chickens to scare monkeys. The head will be on the flagpole. Yi Xiaobai then became calm. Zhang Wei comforted him again. You are really lucky with this knife. A little higher, you probably just burped your ass. A little further down, you probably want to become eunuch Yi. Take good care of yourself. The doctor said if you are lucky, I can get out of bed in half a month. When your wound is better, back then, I went to Old City High School. I'll catch a few old hens to replenish you. Zhang Wei patted Yi Xiaobai on the shoulder. Get lost. Yi Xiaobai uttered the two words with difficulty, and grimaced again. Zhang Wei knew that Yi Xiaobai was fine, so he stopped worrying. He called Lu Dali and planned to discuss with Gao Yupeng and others how to contact the water purification company. Zhang Wei felt that what Guizhou said made sense. To deal with these lurking robbers, it would be better to destroy their nest. At that time, he would give 100 or 80 detonators to the people of the water purification company and blow them up. It doesn't matter whether the person dies or not, the most important thing is to finish a pot of porridge in Binhai City. The power of Binhai, complex, the internal fighting is probably even more ruthless than the people in the old city. And what Zhang Wei wants to do is just light this fuse. Because no one can doubt that he did everything. When I was getting ready to go out, Zhang Wei suddenly looked at the barber shop diagonally opposite the bar entrance. It was opened by Gong Sun Shui. Which hair salon should I go to for a haircut? It's been a month. He's almost becoming a sharp brother again. Good. Lu Dali always talks little. So the two of them changed their temporary plan. He turned to Gong Sun Shui's barber shop. When entering, I found it was almost full. Zhang Wei and others had no choice but to pick up a sign. Queuing up step by step. Unexpectedly, Gong Sun Shui's sharp eyes. I saw two people. He immediately called the two of them over. It is said that there is also a VIP room inside. No need to queue, moreover. It was done by a master craftsman. There is nothing to say about the craftsmanship. After Zhang Wei and two others entered, only then did I discover a revolving lounge chair inside. A middle-aged man in his 50s was already lying there. The foam on my neck has not been wiped off yet. The barber was carefully trimming his beard. This is my uncle, husband Mr. Sun. You should have heard of it. Gong Sun Shui introduced. Chapter 623 Tattoo Master. Zhang Wei looked at this guy and said, he was found to be wearing a white vest that was a little yellowish. When Gong Sun Shui introduced Zhang Wei and others, through the reflective mirror of the barber shop glass, he glanced at Zhang Wei and the other two. Hello you two, my name is Gong Sun Sheng, the same name as that Lianshan hero. Rilong Gong Sun Sheng? Zhang Wei has naturally red water margin. Rilong Gong Sun Sheng was one of the 7 people who outsmarted the birthday card. I am not called Rilong, my name is Jiu Wenlong. Gong Sun Sheng turned around and said, Isn't 9-pattern dragon your gene? Lu Dali asked in confusion. That's the 9-pattern dragon in water margin. I'm the 9-pattern dragon in Old Town. Gong Sun Sheng said with a smile. After Gong Sun Shui's explanation, Zhang Wei finally knew that Gong Sun Sheng's nickname 9-pattern dragon came from the fact that he helped Demingzi with a tattoo, which left 9 dragons. Dragons are not something that ordinary people can bear. Even tattoos are the same. So although many people want to imitate Demingzi, they dare not learn from him completely. For ordinary gangsters, it would be good to have a tattoo of a half-dragon or a tattoo on the arm. The 9 dragons are your work. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. He had heard the story of this man from Gong Sun Shui. It was that Mr. Gong Sun helped Demingzi with a tattoo, leaving a tattoo of 9 dragons. The former 9 Gates Admiral was even called the Dragon Tattoo Gang. In Gong Sun Shui's narration, his uncle always told him not to find out anything about Demingzi. And he also kept silent about the death of the kid who learned tattooing. Zhang Wei knows that kid. The kid is the younger brother of Pastor Lu Weihua. How? Are you interested in tattoos? By the way, you two are the hall masters under Demingzi. Right? Demingzi talked to me about the idea of 9 admirals 6 years ago. He wants the branch boss below to. Everyone gets a dragon tattoo. In this way, the 9 dragons arch over the moon, set off each other. He is the leader of the unity of Kowloon. Is there such a thing? Why haven't you heard Demingzi talk about it? It's not the little girl named Rejoice who objects. The little girl. Zhang Wei was surprised. Only people like Gong Sun Sheng, only then can you call Rejoice a little girl. But 5 or 6 years ago, Rejoice comes back from studying abroad. It was not wrong to say she was a little girl at that time. Can you tell us? What about your apprentice Lu Xiaohua? Lu Xiaohua? Why are you asking about him? A few days ago, that guy called the pastor also asked me the same question. Gong Sun Sheng said with a frown. Zhang Wei had a conversation with him. Only then did I know. The pastor heard that Gong Sun Sheng appeared here a few days ago. Already visited. And I brought an envelope. Inside the envelope was a stack of plastic-bound photos taken at close range. And the pattern? It is a famous work by Gong Sun Sheng. 9-pattern dragon. You need to know about tattoos. Every master has different techniques. Even if it is the same person, copying the same tattoo, the result will not be the same. The reason is simple. There should be almost no identical patterns. This is related to the physique of the person being tattooed. Figure, there are also tattoo artists' techniques. Time is of necessity relevant. But when Gong Sun Sheng saw the details of the tattoo, still shocked and speechless. Because that's what his handwriting is like. But later Gongsun Sheng saw some details. The details are a bit sketchy, in other words. The tattoo artist is not proficient enough. This allows tattoos to be viewed from a local perspective, no problem, but looking at it together, there is some distortion. And when I saw the last photo, Gongsun Sheng discovered that it was not his work. Then he saw a brown birthmark. That birthmark is congenital. It's definitely not the tattoo artist's fault. The birthmark on the head was cleverly changed into a dragon scale. Dragons have reverse scales. And if you touch it, you will be angry. Gongsun Sheng looked at it for a long time before he understood this genius idea. The term reverse scale comes from the part of the dragon in ancient Chinese legends. If it is touched, it will cause the dragon's anger. It is extended to mean a person's pain or sensitive part. Reverse scales are usually used to describe a person's taboo or bottom line. If touched, it may cause a strong reaction. After the priest and Gongsun Sheng communicated, Gongsun Sheng also knew the purpose of the priest's visit. The little ghost who completed this work died 6 years ago. I know, I am his brother, the pastor said hoarsely. Brother? Gongsun Sheng fell silent at that moment. He then turned around, went upstairs, brought out a dusty suitcase, and handed it to the pastor. Gongsun Sheng said, these were the little ghost's relics, all useless things, but since his brother had come, they would be returned to their original owners. Even after the end of the world, Gongsun Sheng did not throw away these things. However, in order to avoid seeing things and missing people, Gongsun Sheng has not opened it in recent years. The pastor opened it in front of Gongsun Sheng. I found some ordinary clothes. There are also several yellowed pencil sketches on A4 paper. What are outlined are some relatively simple tattoo designs. It seems to be the work of his younger brother when he was still practicing. The pastor burst into tears on the spot. Gongsun Sheng was also moved by the scene. Pull out a bottle of erguaju. The two of them got very drunk. When Gongsun Sheng woke up, only then did he realize that the pastor had quietly left with his suitcase. That is to say, you don't know the truth about the little ghost's death, including the owner of the tattoo? Yes, I don't know either. But it must be a man. A woman's back doesn't look like that, Gongsun Sheng replied. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali asked a lot of details, but still didn't get any useful information. After Gongsun Sheng trimmed his beard, he also let the barber out and let Zhang Wei and the other man take turns cutting hair. Gongsun Shui was on the side, asking about the whereabouts of the wood from time to time. The wood must be alive. You are looking for wood. You can start with 2 people. One is a big man. Demengzi may know the whereabouts of the wood. The other one is a lynx. It's the hall master who was newly appointed as the Nine-Door Admiral, but has never shown up. That guy hasn't shown up for a long time. I guess I found wood. Zhang Wei gave his own proposal. Gongsun Shui said, I've asked about it a long time ago. Demengzi is tight-lipped. That Bobcat guy, it is even more mysterious than wood. Most of the survivors, I have almost never seen this person. And those who have seen him, didn't know his name was Bobcat either. You don't have to worry, I always feel, the 2 of them should show up soon. Zhang Wei once again felt an undercurrent in the old city. And all this, it seems to be a continuation of something that didn't end 4 or 5 years ago. Chapter 624 Plague Outbreak. Only this time Zhang Wei felt, he could no longer stay out of it. The undercurrent from before, it's an old grudge game from back then. And now, Zhang Wei feels, he had been thrown into the turmoil of the old city. Gongsun Shui did not receive any supplies from Zhang Wei and the others. Zhang Wei and the 2 were naturally not polite. The 2 of them are now the famous hall masters. In some words, you can walk sideways in the old town. After leaving the barber shop, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali went back to Laocheng High School for about 10 days. After Lu Dali became the head of the 8th hall, no one can continue to fight with him in the life and death arena. This made Lu Dali very unhappy. I always feel like I've lost room for progress. So Lu Dali had no choice but to sit around and have nothing to do. Get Zhang Wei to practice together, and Zhang Wei's strength, it is also slowly improving. Gao Yupeng and 3 others also settled in Laocheng High School. In their words, this place has beautiful mountains and clear waters. It's the suburbs again. Life couldn't be better. If there are no accidents in the rest of my life, retired here. During this period, Zhang Wei also went to the hospital twice. But he didn't bring the old hen with him, because there are no old hens in Zhang Wei's school camp. Yi Xiaobai used chopsticks to pick up a piece of chicken meat that was not much bigger than a bird and asked, "Are you sure this is an old hen and not a sparrow?" "Brother, take a good look. It's a whole stewed chicken, a full half a catty. How could a sparrow be so big? Yi Xiaobeilang vomited and swallowed all the food. I just asked Zhang Wei not to give it away next time. This old hen really couldn't bear to eat it. Feeling guilty. As he spoke, he drank the soup. In the blink of an eye. It was mid-May. As Zhang Wei had expected, a large number of zombie corpses began to rot. Flies and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. Even birds like crows were chirping all over the sky. It's really the end of the world. Zhou used a fly swatter to kill several flies in succession. Fortunately, the boss had foresight at that time and asked us to collect the mosquito nets in each dormitory, otherwise we would be annoyed to death by these flies and mosquitoes. Fortunately, the boss used quicklime to spread all over the surrounding area. At least here, there is no plague yet. I heard that the corpses in the old city are now transported out by trucks every day. Lu Renjia said. Oh, is there such a thing? That's natural. Didn't you listen to what the guy in the yellow robe said? Trucks from the Construction Site Association, they were all used to pull out corpses, directly to the pier. Throw them all into the river to feed the fish. It seems like this, now people are in panic, everyone keeps it secret, unexpectedly. I survived the zombie siege. But there is no way to escape this murderous plague. Zhao Zhenxiong peeled a roasted egg, said happily. It's about time, you fucking keep eating. 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 Don't be afraid of diseases entering through your mouth, just burp your fart. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. What are you afraid of? Eggs are pasteurized at high temperatures. Besides, didn't Bai Tingting say she would be back soon? With her as a nurse here, we'll get through this no problem. Our campsite, until now, aren't there people dead yet? That's why I grounded you. Zhang Wei said somewhat speechlessly. These guys, I think about going out to play in the wild every day when I have nothing to do. Later I will tell you where to catch frogs. After a while, he said where there are partridges. Zhang Wei heard the cry of the partridge, but Zhang Wei had never even seen the hair of a partridge. However, Zhang Wei's access to the camp, it is indeed very strictly controlled, those who come back from outside, but it has to be soaked in diluted lime water. Zhang Wei heard that. People from 8 major real estate projects, many people died. The only one where relatively few people died, it is the central square of Qin Tianshou. This is because Zhang Wei sent 2 trucks of quicklime not long ago. And the old Chinese medicine Dr. Lin Xinqing and his son Dr. Lin Yuanxiu has always lived in the central square. To some extent, it also reduces the occurrence of epidemics. Zhang Wei knows, disinfection through quicklime, this is just treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. The plague will eventually wipe out those with low resistance. Especially the old, weak, sick and disabled. There is no way around it. It's none of my business. Zhang Wei was naturally high-spirited. For those people, to some extent, it is indeed a waste of resources. By the end of May, the number of deaths finally began to decrease. Only then did most people try to take off their masks and face coverings. News came from Binhai City. Half of the survivors died before. 1.5. This is already a large number. Equivalent to 100 people, 15 died due to the plague. Unlike the old city where corpses are transported out of the city every day, the plague was under control. The plague over there in Binhai City, there seems to be no end in sight. With several heavy rains, a lot of corpse water gushed out of the sewers, and the drainage pipes were blocked by zombie corpses. There is almost no place to step on the street. Gao Yuping got the news from someone in contact with the water purification company, saying many survivors were already paddling out. Fortunately, the rainstorm came and went quickly, and Binhai City was more or less a plain area, and most of the water flowed into the sea. Since the last time the ghost hand hung a head on the flagpole, the entire old city was calm for a rare period of time. Even when receiving relief porridge, the survivors were orderly, and there was no queue jumping or loud noise. Zhang Wei found more inspiration from the wall built by Demingxi, and asked for help from the construction site and the mine, and brought in hundreds of trucks of cement, lime, pebbles, and river sand. Mixing these things together, Zhang Wei continued to reinforce and raise the walls of his school. He even built a bunker around it. Although this didn't have much effect, it could effectively resist zombies. The survivors of Old City High School didn't understand why Zhang Wei did this, but Zhang Wei always prepared for a rainy day, so many people didn't find it strange. In exchange, Zhang Wei sent a lot of food to the ghost hand of the mining gang and the pastor of the Construction Site Association. Everyone usually helped each other, each taking what they needed, and naturally, they shared what they had. Early June, the plague seemed to dissipate overnight, even in Binhai City. No one continues to die. Many people feel that this wave of plague has passed. Human survivors developed antibodies. I couldn't help but feel extremely happy. As if I haven't left home for half a year. I started spending money in revenge. Demungzi's Black Demon Bar. First it was overcrowded. It's packed almost every day, even often. They are all open 24 hours a day. That is to say, in this atmosphere, a helicopter landed in the plaza in front of Walmart. 2 people came out from inside. One of them is a foreigner. And the other one? He is an old acquaintance of Zhang Wei, Rotten Crotch. Chapter 625. It's a rattlesnake. Zhang Wei was only slightly surprised by the appearance of the Rotten Crotch. Because I heard it before, American cattle and kangaroos also appeared in this bar. Zhang Wei was surprised that Rotten Crotch had special respect for the foreigner. Seem. Is this guy, is that the rattlesnake of the 13 organization? Zhang Wei knows. Someone who can get along with a Rotten Crotch. It could only be the guy named Rattlesnake. After the helicopter dropped the 2 people, 3 more followers came down. The 5 people went straight to the bar. The helicopter has been staying in the plaza of Walmart supermarket. Zhang Wei called over someone he knew. He said to him, "Please help me find a man named Qian Baohua. Ask him to help me prepare some fireworks. Send it here quietly." For this aircraft, Zhang Wei naturally wanted to stay. Even if I can't stay, also look for opportunities to blow up secretly. The guys with bad crotch are here. It's definitely not a good thing. Walk. Go in and take a look. Zhang Wei reached in through the back door of the bar. I borrowed some clothes from this waiter. Then he put on the fox mask that Lanru Temple wore before. Then he started walking freely in the bar. Lu Dali had never met any of them. Zhang Wei naturally let him move on his own. Although it was still less than 3 o'clock in the afternoon during the day at this time, but the place was already full. While serving tea and water, Zhang Wei slowly approached the seats of those people. Several acquaintances recognized Zhang Wei. However, Zhang Wei stopped him from getting close to him. Only when Zhang Wei got closer did he realize, rattlesnakes are Mexican. English is not very standard either. So sometimes, as the translator, Lan Kadong didn't quite understand what rattlesnake said, and had to rely on the other people around him to convey it indirectly. So Zhang Wei understood that Lan Kadong's previous statement that he was in foreign trade and that his English was very good was more or less a bit of bragging. Zhang Wei stayed there for a while and roughly understood it. This group of people came here to find women to play with. A waiter from the Black Demon Bar received them. And then Lan Kadong expressed his needs. "I heard that the women in your old city are the most beautiful. Do you have any special services? Arrange some for us." The waiter listened to it and roughly understood what they wanted. This thing, there really is. But it's not a bar arrangement. It's the women here who decide whether to take the job or not. But even if you take the job, not at this time, at least until late at night. Demingzi's bar is a bit dirty, but there was no force buying or selling. Some women, in order to survive, it is perfectly normal to surrender to oneself. So the Rotten Crotch was suddenly a little discouraged. He kept shouting, "Night, night." The foreigner also understood. He suddenly looked unhappy. Zhang Wei understood the word. And he had to wait until the evening. Zhang Wei walked back and forth beside the people with tea in his hand. He deliberately did not bring wine, so as not to be caught by the Rotten Crotch. When he passed by the guy called Rattlesnake, Zhang Wei discovered a detail. On the guy's arm, there was a tattoo of a snake. As for whether it was a rattlesnake, Zhang Wei was not sure, because he had never seen it. What surprised Zhang Wei even more was that the foreigner had a strange white pearl necklace hanging around his neck. Zhang Wei took a closer look and realized that he had seen it wrong. That's not a pearl at all, but teeth. They are polished and strung together by human teeth, and most of them are flat dies. Zhang Wei didn't know whether the teeth were from humans or zombies. I have to admire this foreigner's special quirks. Lu Dali also came in several times during this period. I have wanted to get close to that foreigner many times, but was pulled away by Zhang Wei. "I know what you want to do. You want to know the whereabouts of the orangutan, but with the English proficiency of you and me, people can't understand it. Wang Jing's hatred, I also want to repay, but not now. That guy Wang Jiahao was killed at that time. The ape did not show up either. It can be seen that he is not in the old city. We don't want to alert the enemy. Wait until someone shows up." Zhang Wei's 4 words to scare off the grass and scare the snake. Lu Dali finally lost the urge to stab the foreigner to death in the bar. Good, then let them live a little longer. Lu Dali now, the entire mercenary organization has been organized as an enemy. The bar is still noisy. Zhang Wei walked away from the table without leaving a trace. Then he left the bar through the back door. Taking the package carefully delivered by Qian Baohua, Zhang Wei stuffed it into his backpack casually. At this time, there is no need to use this thing yet. Detonators are Zhang Wei's trump card. He planned to use it when he was surprised, whether it is used on the enemy or on zombies. Know these guys. When I came to the bar to play with women instead of causing trouble for Zhang Wei has actually let down his guard. According to Zhang Wei, the false information he left in his rotten crotch shouldn't have any effect. Maybe I'll encounter a rotten crotch. That guy even had to rush up to him and yell at me in a friendly way. Brother Yi just came out of the bar. Zhang Wei was called by another person. Although Zhang Wei didn't know this person's name, but they knew he was from the mine gang. Do you have a problem with me? Zhang Wei pointed to his nose. Our hall master asked me to bring you a message. Zhang Wei knows, hall master, it should be the ghost hand. It's just that UFO had just died at this time, and the ghost hand's methods are very bloody. Most of them are still not used to calling him gang leader. You agreed? It's like this. The hall master had pried something out of the woman's mouth before. Following what the woman said, we followed several lines, until just now, 13 more people were killed. Is there such a thing? Only then did Zhang Wei know, Guisho didn't fully reveal the truth before. He must have died before that woman. More questions came out of her mouth. Just to avoid having ears in the partition wall, and alerting the snake, not even Zhang Wei or the pastor told him. This guy guard us. Zhang Wei muttered. But I have to admire Guisho from the bottom of my heart. It was only a short period of more than 10 days. Pull out all these hidden piles without leaving any trace. You know, from suspicion to confirmation to solution, this is not something that can be settled by just killing someone. The ghost hand must have come from the mouths of these 13 people. Asked more things. Who are these 13 people? Except one is a child. One is disabled. And one is a woman pretending to be pregnant. There are a few people from Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Sure enough, there are people in the old city who are acting as accomplices. I knew that the porridge shop made such a big commotion that day. Without anyone organizing, it is impossible for them to have such a strong joint force. Our hall master also said that Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion may no longer be necessary. Chapter 626 Mexicans. No need to exist. Zhang Wei pondered over what this person said. Because Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion were already seriously injured. And at that time, Domingzi intervened in their alliance meeting and sat on a chair. He smashed their alliance to pieces. And now, Ghost Hand said that he wanted to completely resolve these two forces, which made Zhang Wei have to think deeply. What does this resolution mean? It means to resolve the two survivors' forces. Or is it just to deal with those talkative people? If we only need to deal with those core characters, that's very simple. Just need a big cleaning. Maybe 300 to 500 people will die. But since Ghost Show said so, Zhang Wei also knew, he probably learned from the mouths of those 13 people, asked something different. This time, Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, there must be some bigger conspiracy. There might even be other forces besides Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Zhang Wei was not very interested in how Ghost Hand would solve Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. He was interested in who would fill their power vacuum after these two forces were solved. After all, those buildings were very coveted. The person who delivered the message told Zhang Wei the news, and then quietly left. Zhang Wei knew why Ghost Hand did this. He gave Ghost Hand a clue, so Ghost Hand also gave him an explanation. To some extent, Ghost Hand was also an executioner. Similar to the existence of the old town high school farmer. It's getting dark. For his own safety. Zhang Wei. Naturally, I won't wander around in the streets. Within the high walls of the old town, although all zombies have been eliminated, but other risks still exist. When Zhang Wei thought about having nowhere to go, I had no choice but to plan to go home again. Because the bar is the most crowded, on the contrary. It is the safest place. At least, most of the people going in and out of bars in the old town, everyone knows Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei has always been cautious, so as not to follow Yi Xiaobai's footsteps. After dark, the lighting and sound effects of the bar are displayed. Although there is no internet, but you can still play the hottest songs through the USB flash drive. There was a huge roar throughout the bar. Even if the two people are less than a foot apart, not close to the ear, they couldn't hear each other clearly. When Zhang Wei saw that the foreigner and the others had disappeared from the original booth, I was relieved. The professional killer still gave him a great sense of oppression. The person with the rotten crotch was also at the dining table on the top floor of Binhai Hospital at that time. Zhang Wei didn't know if he was here to cause trouble for him. And as long as the rotten crotch tries to find Yi Xiaobai in the bar, then everything will go wrong. Fortunately, Yi Xiaobai was seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed at this time. Zhang Wei nestled in the corner of the sofa, but he didn't drink. Ordered a few cups of plain green tea. This green tea was just launched a few days ago around Qingming Festival. It's the first tea, the taste is surprisingly good. The place of production is a mountain forest not far from Zhang Wei's old city high school. Zhang Wei was thinking about whether Laocheng High School should get involved in the tea market in the future. On the other hand, he looked towards the stage of the bar. Zhang Wei has reached adulthood, naturally. It is inevitable to be a little moved by the young girls twisting their waists on the stage. If Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiang were here, he must have drooled all over the floor. Not long after, Zhang Wei also saw a familiar woman. Snow. Shui is the name Gong Sun Shui used in the bar. At this time Gong Sun Shui, wearing a white wig as usual, twisting his waist on the stage. Unlike most people who work part-time here or seek a place to stay, Gong Sun Shui is dancing here. It's purely her personal interest. Or as she put it herself, here you can get first-hand information about wood. The atmosphere in the bar gradually reached a climax. This is something that happens almost every day. Just as Zhang Wei was gradually immersed in this atmosphere, changes occur suddenly. The music on the bar's stage was turned off. The dazzling lights also stopped abruptly. Instead, the normal fluorescent lamp was turned on. And on the stage, several people were pulling the dancing girls. They were the people Zhang Wei had been paying attention to before. The rotten crotch and the man with the snake tattoo. There are 3 more subordinates. Gong Sun Shui was also one of the girls, who was pulled. There's a good show to watch. Zhang Wei never thought of doing this, because this is Demingzi's territory. These people were not armed. It is estimated that he may not be able to go out yet. People entering the bar, but they all have to be searched. The reason Zhang Wei expects the conflict to occur is that he saw Demingzi coming down from the 2nd floor. There was still an unlit cigar in his mouth as before. Demingzi is alone, but a path automatically separates from the crowd. Which road is it on? Demingzi took out a lighter, after fighting for a long time. As a result, there was no fire. Fortunately, the boy next to me was smart. A lighter was immediately sent up. Only then did Demingzi light the cigar. The big man looks at his crotch and rushes forward. After looking up and down for a long time, it was confirmed that there was no such person in his memory. Pull out, chop it into pieces, and feed it to the dogs. Demingzi waved casually. A dozen gangsters, who had long been disgusted with it, rushed up. The rotten crotch subconsciously moved back, but the man with the snake tattoo on the back was exposed. Only then did Demingzi see a foreigner behind his rotten crotch. Is this guy a member of that organization? Zhang Wei is still thinking. Unlike other members of Black Sun, most of them are muscular men. Zhang Wei felt that this guy was a little thin. The height is only about 175 cm, similar to him and Lu Dali. But if the nickname Snake is to describe a person who is thin, Zhang Wei feels that body shape is a good proof. And besides that, and that snake tattoo. After Demingzi saw this foreigner, finally became a little cautious. Where are you from? Demingzi asked the person next to the foreigner. Mexico. The rotten crotch rushed to answer. Is he a rattlesnake? Big Mingzi asked about the rotten crotch. Bad crotch nodded. It's interesting. Though it killed a bird, here comes another snake. You help me translate for him. I have hosted several foreigners before, but everyone is innocent. I like to make friends. Your consumption today, I can treat you, but you can't cause trouble here. After listening to the rotten crotch, he whispered in the rattlesnake's ear. The rattlesnake finally understood. Demingzi is in charge here. Although I felt extremely unhappy, but the rattlesnake said, okay, while shaking hands cordially with Demingzi. If there is a camera at the scene, the 2 men turned towards the audience. It is a very harmonious situation. If these women can't play, then we'll leave. Rotten Crotch said with a smile. Please, Demingzi said coldly. When the rattlesnake leaves, they didn't forget to greet the girls they just pulled with a playful smile. Everyone, keep playing today. There is a 20% discount. Demingzi waved his hand indifferently. The scene was noisy again. Soon after the group of people from Lan Kudang left, a little brother almost rolled down the stairs, looking panicked. This made those who were planning to dance stop dancing at the same time. What's going on? Demingzi asked angrily. Boss, something bad happened. The 3 girls upstairs were disemboweled in their room, and all their teeth were pulled out. Chapter 627 Miss Killed. Demingzi's young lady was killed. The storm of public opinion suddenly filled the entire Black Demon bar. Demengzi didn't speak for a while, then he took a puff of cigarette and asked, "Did those guys do it just now?" "Yes, boss, right in their room." "It's interesting, no one will offend me, I don't commit crimes. If someone offends me..." Demengzi did not say that he wanted to, but the people at the scene understood what he meant. Although these women are not powerful people, but it always happened in his shop. Some things, you love me, play in a perverted way, there's nothing wrong with that. But these guys, killed people at his hotel, that would be too much. And the method is still disemboweling. The women also had all their teeth extracted. The most speechless thing is, after those guys killed people, he didn't leave immediately, he also robbed women at Demengzi's bar. "Go and catch that snake," Demengzi continued. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that something happened upstairs, no more hesitation. He ran upstairs at full speed. Because Yi Xiaobai was still in hospital. As soon as he reached the second floor, he smelled a strong smell of blood. After the zombies within the high walls of the old city were cleaned up, there was no smell of rottenness and blood. So Zhang Wei was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Yi Xiaobai's room was on the third floor, and Zhang Wei directly skipped the murder scene on the second floor. After reaching the third floor, he found Yi Xiaobai struggling to stand up on the bed. "Don't move, the wound is about to burst open." Seeing Zhang Wei come in, Yi Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei asked Yi Xiaobai if he knew what happened just now. Yi Xiaobai said that he only heard the screams of a woman downstairs, who seemed to be crying. But the sound insulation is very good, the sound is vague. Until he just smelled blood, only then did he notice something unusual. Screams? Zhang Wei knows, on the first floor of the bar, it is impossible to hear the screams, because the sound of the speakers is too loud. That being said, those three women, he was tortured before his death. Women are abused? What's going on? Dead people. 3 ladies were disemboweled, and all the teeth were pulled out. You have a good rest, I'll go see what's going on, see you later. Zhang Wei closed the door of Yi Xiaobai's room. After arriving downstairs, Zhang Weikai discovered that the bottom was already packed to the brim. He seems to be someone who looks like a forensic doctor. An autopsy is being done. But Demengzi stood at the door with a livid face, waiting for the results. "What happened, Brother Mengzi?" "We have checked. They were raped and killed. Their teeth were pulled out alive. Each of them lost a tooth. The knife wound on their stomach should be fatal. All 3 died of excessive blood loss." Big Mengzi nodded. At this time, Ghost Hand came up from downstairs and said, "We have checked it out. It was those guys who did it. That foreigner has a special hobby. That is to pull out all the teeth of women. Choose one he likes. And then make it into a necklace and hang it around his neck. I found out from someone. Not many people know this." Ghost Hand added, "Have you caught those guys? They ran away. They disappeared after they left the bar. I heard that someone from City Lights drove them away. However, their helicopter is still in the Walmart Plaza. I will have someone keep an eye on them." "Okay. Try to catch them alive," Demengzi said calmly. Ghost Hand nodded. "Disperse. Don't talk nonsense to others. These women are all miserable people. Find a place to bury them. See if they have any relatives or descendants. If they are minors, help take care of them. If they are survivors, find a place to settle them." "Okay, boss." Demengzi left without caring. But Zhang Wei knew that Demengzi was angry. It was not because these guys killed people under Demengzi's nose. It was because they played with Demengzi like a monkey. Especially the man with snake tattoo. When he left, he shook hands with Demengzi with a smile. Zhang Wei felt that in addition to Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, there was another name of a force on Guisho's death list. City Light. Since the end of the world. Hangtai Oasis. Fengqi Huiding. Binjiang Garden. Tianwei Mansion. Wangjiang Pavilion. City Light. Century New City. And Central Plaza have been in constant conflict with each other. However, after more than half a year, these 8 forces have reached an offensive and defensive alliance. Among them, Hangtai Oasis and Fengqi Huating tend to side with Demengzi, because the pastor of Hangtai Oasis has become the head of Demengzi, and the Fire Phoenix of Fengqi Huating, after suffering several losses, owed a favor to Demengzi because of using Demengzi's electricity. So it also went with the flow and formed an alliance with the 9 Gates Admiral. The territory of Binjiang Garden is outside the city, and it has always tended to be neutral. Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion are only separated by 1 street. When the apocalypse first broke out, they have already formed a secret alliance. Even if Demengzi deliberately disrupts the situation, These two forces inevitably stick together for warmth. These two forces, for the 9 admirals, they are enemies, not friends. And City Lights and Century New Town, then he wears the same pair of pants. Century New Town, it was originally invested and constructed by the large consortium City Light. At that time, Wang Jiahao even became the secret leader of Century New City. These two forces, after Wang Jiahao's death, he has become an enemy as powerful as the 9 admirals. The final central square, the speaker is Qin Tianshou. There are not many people in this central square, only 400 to 500 people. Qin Tianshou has no ambition. I have no intention of expanding my power. On the contrary, all other forces, none of them are hostile to him. But although the central square is within high walls, but it can't be said that he is under the control of Demengzi. Because of the central square, he prefers to be friends with Wang Yukun from Baidao and some policemen. Although the 8 forces appear to be in harmony, but secretly they also fight over things like water and food. But there are many things placed under the table, didn't put it on the table. Now, Zhang Wei feels that many conflicts can no longer be suppressed. Both sides have almost reached the point of life and death. However, the final confrontation should be between the 9 Gates Admiral led by Demengzi and the City Light led by Wang Guangliang. Or it can be said that it is the confrontation between Binhai City and the Old City. Guizhou wants to take over Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. And Demengzi wants to drive City Light out of the Old City completely. The two naturally have the same calculation. And all this started with the murder of 3 ladies in the Black Demon Bar. And the progress was accelerated. Chapter 628 Asking for Advice in the Camp. Zhang Wei returned to Yi Xiaobai's room. The causes and consequences of all this, everything was told to Yi Xiaobai. But what does this have to do with me? Of course, you are the trigger of this conflict, because you were the first to be stabbed, then Guizhou and I found the person who stabbed you. There are more than a dozen people implicated. The finger points at Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. I was just going to take a pee that day. I saw a child squatting in the corner. That's it. A bloody case caused by a puddle of urine. You must be in front and behind during the day, got noticed by those people. Okay, I understand. After I am discharged from hospital, must be more low-key. Yi Xiaobai, you still have to plan ahead, stock up on more food and weapons. There is also a clean water source. I always feel, within a year and a half, something big happens. Zhang Wei said it very solemnly. Zhang Wei had a strong premonition. That big crisis may be earlier than expected. Many things, than expected, it even accelerated the progress. For example, the deaths of Mad Dog and Wu Fo, and the deterioration of Wang Yukun's condition, these are even more unexpected. The 9 admirals were shuffled. This is not the original direction of the story. Okay, I'll pay attention. Yi Xiaobai saw Zhang Wei say this. I also know that something big is expected to happen recently, however. It would take him 10 days and a half before he could be discharged from the hospital. Many things, he had no choice but to let his men handle it. After Zhang Wei left the bar, go directly to your old town high school building. This is his temporary camp in the old city, a high-rise building with dozens of floors. And beside, it's Yi Xiaobai's tall building. After Zhang Wei entered the building, meet Qian Baohua immediately, once again. He explained everything to Qian Baohua in detail. Many times, Zhang Wei relies heavily on Qian Baohua's brain trust. Qian Baohua thought for a while, and then said, many things, I have already started to prepare for a rainy day. If we really want to fight, with the interconnectedness of these forces, it is estimated that it will not end in a year and a half. This is not about dealing with zombies, but to deal with the living survivors. A lot of our preparation, it's not of much use. We can only take one step at a time. So what's your plan? Zhang Wei, 3 burrows of cunning rabbits. I don't have a great plan. If the people in Binhai really want to cause trouble, the old city is the first battlefield. This high wall can prevent zombies, but I can't guard against the living. It took Demengzi 3 to 5 months to build this high wall with reinforced concrete. The enemy can also knock it down within 3 to 5 days. The old city is trapped in a city, instead. I lost my flexibility. What do you mean? The enemy advances and we retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue him. The enemy is stationed and harassing us. When the enemy is tired, we fight. A tug-of-war is what we should be prepared for. I think, maybe deep behind enemy lines, it can be regarded as a safe method. What I call the cunning rabbit's 3 holes, exactly our 3 campsites. The first camp is the building where you and I are. This building is within high walls, so the survival of this camp, it is closely related to the survival within the high walls of the old town. The second camp, it's Old Town High School, beyond the high walls. It's also a suburb, although this camp cannot handle too many zombies, but it can deal with survivors. Survivors of the invasion are approaching. You must be one step ahead of us. Clear the surrounding zombies. Then, who is the third one in the Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves? That's right. It's the Old City Prison. The Old City Prison is a place that is truly easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as you keep one side. That's it. And we have a secret passage in Old City High School. Enter and attack. Retreat, but hold on. This is our foundation. That being said, that guy Zhuang Cha's suggestion of digging a hole in the ground was a good one. That's good. Take my detonator, transport 2/3 to that prison, find someone you trust to do it. Besides, those dozen guns, I also pulled it over by the way. After a while, I will think of a way, see if we can use grain from the Montenegrin organization on the coast in exchange for a batch of bullets. Zhang Wei's bullets, naturally. It was prepared for the marauders, or the survivors of the invasion. It doesn't matter whether the gunman can shoot or not. But having a gun as a deterrent is fine. Zhang Wei discussed the details with Qian Baohua again. For example, if you look at recent recruits, are there any spies from other local forces? Also pay attention to the identity screening of those survivors who have joined you. Since people in Binhai are everywhere, maybe all the 9 admirals have been infiltrated. In this way, any strategy is a bright card. No amount of preparation is of any use. After coming out of his camp, Zhang Wei went to visit Overlord again. Because it involves mercenary organizations, Zhang Wei also wanted to see the life and death of the woman named Ajin. After arriving at Bawang's southern community, only then did Zhang Wei find out that Ajin was beaten to death by dozens of Overlord's subordinates that night in a rage. After all, the existence of Ajin, an undercover agent, their southern community lost dozens of people in vain. Several more leaders failed and disappeared from Hansen Pharmaceutical. I heard that you and the painter have both become admirals of the 9 sects. If you need any help from me, just ask. Overlord warmly received Zhang Wei. In fact, the people who participated in the life and death ranking battle of Hansen Pharmaceutical at that time, Lu Dali and Yang Guang, also became admirals of the 9 sects. However, the Overlord was not very familiar with those 2 people. On the contrary, I am more familiar with Zhang Wei and the painter. Good, next time I'll call the painter. Come and be guests together. Is Fire Phoenix still in the northern community? The leader of the Huifeng family. I went back a month ago. It seems like something happened to Fenghua. She needs to go back and deal with it. That way I won't bother you. Zhang Wei said goodbye to Overlord directly. Ba Wang is a man of temperament. Zhang Wei naturally wants to make friends with him. In the end times, one more friend means one more help. After leaving the southern community, Zhang Wei went to the villa area. He wanted to see Gunzi's condition, because Bai Tingting had returned from the villa area a few days ago. According to Bai Tingting, Gunzi was very weak, but his complexion was much better than before. I'm fine. Gunzi warmly received Zhang Wei in the lobby. Last time, I thought I was going to die, and I was a little cold to you. Don't mind it. It can be seen that Gunzi suddenly became a little optimistic. No one can avoid death. As long as your health gets better, it seems that Wang Guangliang's medicine, it's still very effective. Zhang Wei and Wang Yukun talked about recent events. Want to hear his thoughts? Wang Yukun looked tense and said, Binhai is stronger than you think. They have a lot of arms. Lots of munitions? Yes, that guy Wang Guangliang purchased large amounts of arms from overseas. I don't know exactly how many there are, but we tracked his account before the end of time. He paid $80 million to arms smugglers. Although it's not a lot of money to buy heavy weapons, but if you buy standard firearms, enough to equip a reinforced company. Reinforcement company? Zhang Wei knows. A reinforced company, the number of people is probably around 160. Wang Yukun may be speaking more conservatively. Chapter 629 Tianjia Lao Luo. Are city lights so powerful? Zhang Wei always thought, city lights just has relatively more survivors, but before the end of the world, there was strong financial resources, therefore, there are more material reserves. It also has some appeal. I didn't expect city lights to have such a firepower configuration. Yes, they have purchased arms, and it's before the end of the world. I even doubt they responded to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, probably informed in advance. Wang Yukun continued. Zhang Wei makes sense when he thinks about it. Otherwise, why would they buy so many guns? Smuggling arms is fine if you are outside the country. But within the country, no matter how powerful the backing is, it is definitely not allowed. Since Wang Yukun can track such intelligence, the National Security Bureau or the Customs will definitely have the news. This is like preparing for a rainy day. If there is such firepower, then if they intervene in the old city, we probably won't be able to hold out for long. Zhang Wei knew that if they had guns and were professional gunmen, then a team of 10 people could freely enter and exit the old city, as if they were in an empty space. Zhang Wei came out from Binhai before the dozen or so people I met, just an amateur gunman. That's why he was mercilessly slaughtered by Yang Guang. This is just my guess. How many weapons do they have? I don't know either, but according to the information I have, they must be armed, because when the zombie crisis just broke out in the old city, the people on the other side of the sea are in control of the situation, but the zombie crisis later spread in Binhai City. Wang Yukun told Zhang Wei, "Don't be too afraid, because of the weapons of City Light. After so much consumption, it must have been used up a lot." As for other forces, they also got some weapons. City Light expanded in the end times and offended many people. They must keep enough reserves to deal with troubles, so they may not use all of them to attack the old city. From Wang Yukun's words, Zhang Wei came to a conclusion that Wang Yukun should have also stockpiled some firearms, although the red shirts under his command did not use them. There must be more than a dozen pistols. This is the normal reserve of a county police station, especially in a city near the sea. Zhang Wei himself also had more than a dozen guns, and Zhang Wei believed that Demingzi and Guisho, those guys, could not have no reserves. Even if they failed to get guns, they must have crossbows and gunpowder. Guisho generously gave Zhang Wei hundreds of detonators at that time. "You have a good rest. I will come to visit you another day. Bai Tingting, I will arrange for her to come every once in a while." Zhang Wei said goodbye to Wang Yukun and left the villa area. When he left, the painter Shirja stopped Zhang Wei and said, "The wind in the old city is changing." "What do you mean?" Zhang Wei knew that Shirja, although he sometimes behaved like a pervert, his brain power was always at its peak. And Wang Yukun had been training him as a successor intentionally or unintentionally. "I used to teach at Binhai University. There are a few survivors I know over there. They brought news. Someone is thinking about the old town. Is it reliable? Is there any specific news?" Zhang Wei knows, since the painter said so, that is by no means groundless. Of course it's reliable. The news came back from Tianqiao Lao Luo. Tianqiao Lao Luo? Zhang Wei's expression was a little strange. Because Tianqiao Lao Luo is not a personal name, it's an organization of marauders. Zhang Wei remembered that Liu Yu, a white hat from the water purification company, said, "Tianqiao Lao Luo is a force near the Tianqiao Marina Shopping Plaza. The leader of this organization is a guy named Lao Luo. These guys are different from other survivors. They neither kill people nor steal goods. There is no turf war either. Instead, we are looking for drugs for research, and all the surrounding forces are friendly to this organization." Zhang Wei was suspicious at the time. The lame old man Chen Xinhong I met in the villa area is related to this organization. Because he has been looking for insulin-like drugs, what experiment to do, it is said that it can also suppress the rage of zombies. Increase the time it takes for a normal person to transform into a corpse. This experiment is extraordinary, once successful, although it is impossible to turn a dead body into a zombie and back to a human being, but it can make zombies no longer bloodthirsty and aggressive. Tianqiao Luo is a professor of biology at Binhai University. It turns out that we have met several times, but later I resigned from the art department of Binhai University, but after the end of the world, we still exchanged letters. Zhang Wei didn't know how the painter received a letter from someone in another city. But Zhang Wei estimates that the painter should have similar hidden channels, just like the yellow robes in the old town. The painter told Zhang Wei that the robbers in Binhai City were planning an attack on the old city, and asked Zhang Wei to prepare for the rainy day and make more preparations. The reason why the painter did not make such news public was probably because he wanted to take the opportunity to weaken Demingzi's power. After all, the White Way now has some power decline, while the mining gang, dock gang, and construction site association among the 9 Gates admirals are in full swing. Okay, I will pay attention to it. Thank you. The painter's news was almost consistent with Zhang Wei's inference, which was also what he had been secretly arranging Qian Baohua to do during this period. After coming out of the villa area, Zhang Wei returned to Old City High School, while checking the defense of the Old City High School camp. On the other hand, I also looked at the widened tunnel in Zhuangcha. The tunnel has even been reinforced with steel and concrete. Zhang Wei also felt that relying on such a tunnel alone was not safe, so he arranged for people to. In the middle position, some redundant alternate routes were temporarily dug, The exit is on the opposite slope of the Chinese herbal medicine garden, buried and covered with loess. Zhang Wei got the news. The men and horses arranged by ghost hands searched the entire old city. I didn't want to find out the whereabouts of those murderers. Demingzi has the exact information. The guy with the snake tattoo. It's the rattlesnake of the Black Sun mercenary group. The only place where Guizhou didn't search was. Those are the properties and city lights. Guizhou doesn't want to directly conflict with them yet. Helicopter in front of Walmart supermarket, being detained by the big Mingzi, tie them up with iron chains and electric welding. It's almost impossible to get away with someone driving. Demingzi deliberately left this helicopter here, and not burned, just trying to attract those people to take the bait. The head on the flagpole in front of Walmart supermarket has rotted. And the topic of discussion among the survivors around has also become the murder of the lady in the Black Mountain Old Demon Bar. For a time, everyone was in danger, and almost no women were willing to go to the bar again. Zhang Wei spent more than half a month in such a tense atmosphere, traveling back and forth between several places. When Zhang Mei visited Yi Xiaobai again, she learned that he had been discharged from the hospital 2 days ago. At the same time, Zhang Wei also received a message in the Black Demon Bar. Demingzi was preparing to clean up Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Chapter 630 Negotiations again. Zhang Wei got the news relatively late. In fact, Demingzi had already intervened in Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion that day. The three major gangs acted together in a mighty manner. No less than 1,000 people were dispatched, and all of them were heavily equipped. Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion were well prepared for the intervention of the Nine Gates Admiral. At the beginning, they confronted each other for a long time on the periphery. Just like the last dispute over the spring, Demingzi wanted to avenge the mad dog. This time, Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion even reinforced the gates and walls. But I didn't expect that Demingzi would bring an excavator from the construction site meeting. Take it easy for half an hour. A huge gap opened up. Although the people in Tianwei Mansion prepared a large number of Molotov cocktails, but no one dared to set fire to the excavator. Because I was worried about Demingzi's revenge, no one dared to take action. When Tianwei Mansion was breached, the Wangjiang Pavilion at the back has naturally become a turtle in the urn. When Zhang Wei bid farewell to Yi Xiaobai, when I called Lu Dali and hurried over, the confrontation has reached a climax. Just like last time, Demingzi started negotiations with the leaders of the two forces. A conference table was placed under the community. There were thousands of people watching the excitement. On the left sat people from Tianwei Mansion, and on the right sat people from Wangjiang Pavilion. Except for an old man who had been replaced. The rest were almost the same group of people Zhang Wei saw last time. Zhang Wei even saw that annoying guy again. Mu Beiqing. This guy is an ambitious person. Zhang Wei had also seen this guy in Fengqi Huading before. This guy wanted to use his own people to seize control of Fengqi Huating, but was discovered by Huafeng, and then was expelled in disgrace. Demingzi was negotiating fiercely with these people. And Zhang Wei saw that Guizhou was also in the corner, listening leisurely. Zhang Wei also listened for a while, and roughly understood the content of the negotiation. It was during this period that Demingzi opened the city gates and absorbed the survivors from outside. Although thousands of people poured in from within the high walls, at least 3,000 or 4,000 of these thousands of people joined Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Demingzi knows, if it is simply 1 to 2%, he will also turn a blind eye, close one eye, but in the end, he discovered, people who join these two forces, much more than expected. And all of them are good at fighting. This is not just a survivor. There should be other forces secretly involved. The purpose is naturally to subvert the order of his 9 admirals. The informants arranged by Demingzi among these two forces, the same information was also sent back. So Demingzi found a sunny day, and came with a mighty force. Demingzi's meaning was very simple. That is, to reduce the army, or to be more precise, to lay off people. Before that, the two major forces had to reduce their personnel by 30%. 30%. That is more than the number of people who joined the two major forces recently. So naturally no one would agree. Demingzi knew that if opening a window didn't work, then he would tear off the roof first. So Demingzi proposed to disband Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion as soon as he arrived. Now everyone had a fierce argument with Demingzi. These people all know, Demingzi came in such a mighty manner, naturally. He came to force her to have a baby. If you just want to kill someone, several of their leaders sitting here, no one survives. So this is also the basis for their negotiations. That is, Demingzi is a rule-abiding person. This is the order he admires and believes in. If overturned, that was Demingzi slapping himself in the face. One of the old men spat and said, "Big fierce man, you created the 9 admirals, none of us objected. How to develop the camp? It's our own business, even if you sit on a chair here, but there are still 6 of us. You want to dissolve us, unless the remaining 6 people agree. But old man, I am the first to disagree. If you really want to do this, just step over my corpse." Good, none of us would agree. Another old man also said, "The central consensus is that, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, achieved at the initiative of Mr. Chin from Central Square, the purpose is to help each other, and prevent survivors from falling into endless internal fighting. The reason why the order in the old city is so good is because it is entirely because of the checks and balances of our 8 major buildings. Now you say you want us to disband? This does not mean that the central consensus exists in name only. This time it's US. Whose turn will it be next time? I think other people would object too." Unexpectedly, Demingzi said nonchalantly, "I've booked the next one too. It's Century New City. Then, there are city lights. I only plan to deal with the 4 of you, forget the rest." "You?" The old man who just spoke was furious to death. The big guys are very reserved in negotiations. How could they be as explicit as Demingzi? With that said, there was almost no room for maneuver. Seeing that these old men would never agree, Demingzi turned his attention to Mu Bei-ching, the only young man who didn't speak. Although Mu Bei-ching was in his 30s, he could indeed be considered a young man among this group of old men. Mu Bei-ching pondered for a moment and said, "Boss Mingzi, I don't know what your purpose is, but at this time, with internal and external troubles, we really shouldn't fight among ourselves. After the establishment of the 9 Gates Admiral, the harmony between the black and white worlds was rare, and the people from the 8 major estates were also very happy to see it. This time we recruited a lot of people, but each of them was carefully selected, and there were no vicious people. You insist on expelling these people. How can we survive in this old city in the future? Are you sure that the people you recruited are not vicious people?" Demingzi asked back. Mu Bei-ching was suddenly speechless. Speaking of the survivors of the end of the world, almost everyone has killed someone. When it comes to the people they recruit, everyone is innocent. This probability is almost 0. And Mu Bei-ching also knew, these he recruited, more than 10% of them, is from Bihai. As for the purpose, of course it was for. Demingzi lit a cigarette, said, "Then I will say it directly. Half a month ago, 3 girls in my bar were killed. The death was very miserable. Those 3 people, not an ordinary lady, those are 3 hens that lay golden eggs. I say this, do you understand?" Clear. Although Mu Bei-ching felt very unhappy, but I can only agree. 3 prostitutes died. This is an irrelevant matter. But Mu Bei-ching knew some inside information. The people who killed these prostitutes, from Bihai. We traced it for half a month, finally found the clue. Someone gave evidence. Murderer, just hide in your Tianwei mansion and Wangjiang pavilion. This is impossible. Where did you hear that? An old man said angrily. That's what the City Lights guy said. Chapter 631. Nothing to say. This is impossible. Mu Bei-ching took action. How could City Lights say such a thing? The other old men felt a little unbelievable. Big Mingzi, you are trying to inflict a crime. If you want to inflict a crime, no need to worry, so I'm giving you a chance to explain now. To be honest, I don't fight unprepared battles. What do you want to do in the old city? I already knew everything. Not just a city light, there are also scavengers, and Nagoya Pier, there are many others. These mermaids are lurking around my bar like a bunch of mermaids, just waiting for the day to rise up, or be in harmony with people outside the city. Demingzi spoke at an unhurried pace. I know you guys will be tough-mouthed, so I brought something different. Demingzi dropped a smartphone on the table. An old man subconsciously took it and took a look suddenly. He turned pale with fright, and dropped his phone on the table. This. Others looked at it out of the corner of their eyes. Since the sun is relatively large, I only saw a few blurry and bloody electronic photos. Such a guy, there are 7 in total, 3 are from Tianwei Mansion. For our people from Wangjiang Pavilion, they didn't do anything harmful, but they colluded with marauders from elsewhere. I said, the old town is very tolerant, can tolerate everything. You sometimes bully others, did something excessive. I can also turn a blind eye, close one eye, but you must not have any other bad thoughts towards the 9 sect admirals. Now that I have produced evidence, you must have nothing to say. Demingzi tapped the table with his lighter. People from Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, naturally. There is nothing to say. Demingzi continued, from the mouths of these 7 people. Something cried out, More than you think. Some things, if I say it, you all must die today. You said it's better for me to prepare for a rainy day. It's good to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, just kill them all, but what I have to do today, you are just dead, it cannot be stopped. I say this, I think you all understand. Right? What Demingzi said, I plan to lift the roof directly, instead of opening a window. What do you want? Mu Beiqing said angrily. Good, my purpose is simple. First, the people you have recruited in the past 2 months, they were all expelled to me. Leaving no one behind. I mean outside the walls. Don't think of leaving any of them behind. Left behind, I will let them die. After all, which people are strangers, who are familiar faces? It's easy to ask. You're going too far. An old man said. Fuck you. Demingzi slapped him with his backhand. The old man staggered and fell on the table. He was knocked unconscious by Demingzi. The rest of the people were immediately frightened by Demingzi. If it came to fighting, the rest of them would not be a match for Demingzi. Zhang Wei also knew that Demingzi's casual slap was a sign of his strength. If he had used full strength, the old man would have been knocked several meters away. The people in Wangjiang Pavilion of Tianwei Mansion were ready to move. And Guizhou gave a look. And 1,800 people drew their knives together. The reflected light of the sun shines on the shining knife. It's dazzling. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Mu Beiqing stopped the two groups who were at war with each other. If a fight breaks out, the leaders at their table were the first to bear the brunt. He must be the first one to be hacked to death. Big Mingzi, how about we each take a step back? From today on, we are no longer recruiting survivors, but don't embarrass us from now on. Everyone will still do nothing wrong. Do it. Demingzi didn't want to bargain with Mu Beiqing. It was too late for Mu Beiqing to stop him. These more than 1,000 people, the arrow was already on the string. It's almost a state of tension. Demingzi gave the orders himself. Who else can stop this? Immediately there were a few impulsive people, killed among the troops of Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Several people on the opposite side haven't reacted yet. He was cut down to the ground. Several screams came, only survivors further away know. Someone has already started to fight. But they didn't know who did it. Anyway, in the spirit of a dead Taoist friend. Don't die a poor Taoist friend. It's true that you have a head start, with a knife. He slashed at the nearest person. A battle involving 2,000 to 3,000 people at one time explodes instantly. The people on Demingzi's side came prepared. Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion are also prepared. Zhang Wei and Lu Dali were still watching the show in the center of the crowd at first. I only heard Demingzi. Hands on. As soon as the words fell, the negotiation table was lifted into the air by him. Demingzi kicked Mu Beiqing in the chest. Just step back. This kind of scene, a boss of his level, he won't take action, to avoid being shot in the dark. Zhang Wei would naturally not get involved in this mess. When I saw the ghost hand was nearby, he asked Lu Dali to retreat in the direction of the ghost hand. The people from the construction site committee called by Demingzi, even when negotiating. The excavator. The engine didn't stop either. After the fight started, there was someone driving an excavator. He hit the isolation wall of the Tianwei Mansion community. Originally, only a 10-meter-long passage was opened. The gap is widened again, more people from behind rushed in. For a moment, it was like an ancient battlefield, ping ping pong pong into a ball. Guizhou saw Zhang Wei and Lu Dali and rushed over. Lima pulled the two of them back to a corner where no one was fighting. Why are you two here too? Come to see the show. Lu Dali responded. How can such a big thing end? Zhang Wei asked Ghost Hand. Now this scene, even calling for a stop is of no use. This kind of fighting between big camps, it will definitely end with the defeat of one party. And obviously, if Demingzi comes prepared, the losers must be Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. It doesn't matter, there is always someone to clean up the mess. Guizhou said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion. Detonator. You used a detonator for breaking mountains. Zhang Wei only saw a puff of smoke rising in the distance, accompanied by a huge explosion. And this explosion, naturally, it came from behind Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. I don't know who lit the detonator and threw it out. It's faster this way, otherwise our people, there will also be casualties. Guizhou explained to Zhang Wei. Really? As soon as the explosion sounded, the two major camps that were in a fierce confrontation just now, Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, began to retreat. Some people even dropped their weapons and surrendered on the spot. Because people from the three major gangs have been shouting, disarm without killing. Zhang Wei knows, This is to avoid triggering desperate resistance from these people. And those who cannot win naturally. He quickly fled to the high-rise building, or the building where Wangjiang Pavilion was located. It is better to chase down all the remaining brave men. Don't use your reputation as the academic overlord. Kill him. The big man waved his hand. An overwhelming number of people began the pursuit. Chapter 632: A Desperate Fire Attack. Ever since that time when Ghost Hands asked about the enemy, to this day's negotiations and table turning, there was a gap of more than half a month. Zhang Wei doesn't have to think about it. Demingzi should have been preparing for today during this period. Maybe when I decide to take action today, I also read the old almanac, pick an auspicious day. Zhang Wei initially thought that Demingzi was just trying to force the two major forces to submit. Weaken them by the way. I didn't expect to actually do it. There is no turning back when I draw my bow this time. It is estimated that hundreds more people will be killed or injured. Peer gang, mine gang, the construction site will take collective action. These people are all professional slashers, after the apocalypse. I don't know how many zombies I took to practice my sword with. People from Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, pamper yourself. Some people have almost never gone downstairs. How could he be an opponent? A fierce man. Only choose those who are strong and strong, the armed men pursued. For those civilians watching the show, or ordinary survivors, naturally. Let it go. Let it go, open the net. In less than half an hour, the entire Tianwei Mansion, it was cleared. Guisho listened to the reports from the people below. People on his side, 21 people were killed or wounded, and the enemy camp, more than 70 people were temporarily killed or injured. Have you only died this little? According to the information I have, survivors who recently joined them, it is estimated that there are 300 to 400. Guisho asked with some disbelief. Yes, boss, many people are old foxes. As soon as Boss Mingzi said the fight would begin, he just greased his feet and ran away. Beyond Wangjiang Pavilion is the sea. How can they escape? The rest of the people, they all retreated to Wangjiang Pavilion, hiding in a high-rise building, rushing to attack the building. We will also suffer heavy casualties. The younger brother explained. Etc. Don't attack the building. Maybe these guys have guns in their hands. Those buildings where you defeated these guys. Find someone who can draw. Help me draw the plane. Let me ask the boss. Let's see how to deal with it. Not long after, someone from the Construction Site Association handed over a drawing. Guisho walked towards Wangjiang Pavilion. While communicating with Demingzi, who came here not long ago, I decided to deal with him. Only so many people died, almost no injuries. Today we have such a big battle, I have completely broken up with them. If you can't give them the maximum damage and shock, these guys must be in league with the City Lights people, then cooperate with the people in behind inside and outside. Then deal with them, Demingzi said indifferently. Regardless of the ordinary survivors who surrendered. 1,800 people marched towards the location of the Wangjiang Pavilion. The distance of a street was reached in a flash. After approaching Wangjiang Pavilion, Demingzi and others realized the seriousness of the situation. A large number of enemies were waiting in the high-rise buildings of Wangjiang Pavilion. Except for a few buildings with ordinary residents and ordinary survivors. Most of the people who had confronted before hid in the 3 more concentrated buildings. These 3 buildings were in a shape of a triangle, and they were almost an equilateral triangle when connected. Guisho glanced casually. I threw away the sketch I just drew. Look at the picture at this time. It's no longer necessary. A subordinate came to report. 2 bosses, their main force has entered those 3 buildings. If we want to attack the building, I guess we have to attack 3 of them at the same time. Otherwise, there is a risk of being attacked from both sides. How long will it take to get in? This. Just say it. 2 bosses, these people have been prepared for a long time. We saw a lot of new faces. In previous negotiations, these people did not show up. They are deliberately showing weakness to their enemies. Draws us here. If you guess correctly, the elevators in these 3 buildings have long been closed. Take the corridor. I guess I fell into trouble at every step. We must deal with these people thoroughly. Just one corridor after another, clearing floor after floor. This will probably be filled with human lives. To fill it with human life? My people are very valuable. Find me a big speaker, Demingzi said to his men. In just a few minutes, someone actually found a big speaker. Zhang Wei only heard Demingzi talking to the horn there. Hey, hey, hey. Of audition. Suddenly I remembered the time when I was at home. When someone dies, all the people who helped in the village are Mr. Guan. He also yelled like this. Hey, hey, please help the masters to take their places. It's time to eat. Then start eating. After Demingzi yelled a few words, then he pointed the loudspeaker at the sky. he said loudly. Everyone listens to what Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion say. I only give you half an hour. If you don't come down and surrender within half an hour, don't blame me for being cruel, dare to attack my people. I think you are bastards who think your life is too long. People around are still talking about it. How could Demingzi give half an hour? Generally, you are given 3 seconds to think about it. Next. What Demingzi said, let them understand it completely. Demingzi put down the speaker. He said to the people around him, divide into 3 groups of people, 100 per group. Go and collect flammable materials for me, dry firewood, trees, straw, quilt, clothing, gasoline. As long as it can ignite, move them all here for me, throw it into these 3 buildings, light the fire after half an hour. 300 people were divided into 3 groups. What is the concept of searching for supplies within half an hour? Even 10 truckloads of goods were unloaded. At this time, the surrounding survivors had already surrendered. A fierce man randomly rushed into a resident's home. You can find a lot of flammable materials. There are also a lot of damaged cars around. The survivors knew that Demingzi planned to kill people and set fire to them. So the car tires, things like seats, all dismantled. Hundreds of tires alone were removed. These things were piled up on the lower floors of 3 tall buildings. People upstairs watched from time to time, thinking that Demingzi planned to completely surround them to death. However, they had already prepared sufficient food and water sources. Even if the power is cut off, it won't be a problem for another 3 to 5 days. And at this time, high-rise roof, an old man was also analyzing with several other people. Demingzi mobilized so many people, they were all found temporarily. I look at those people, they are all from different gangs. If it takes a long time to come out, the rear must be empty. We only need to hold on for a few days. Don't mess up your position, just wait until they retreat. And we might still be able to wait for reinforcements from City Lights and Century City, and with Beanhai's secret help, it is not impossible to turn defeat into victory. Good, what Uncle Moo said makes sense. I'd rather have broken Jade, not for nothing. If other survivors knew, will also be on our side, then encourage me again. The strong man will be attacked by a group of people. There are so many of us. Attract a few thousand more people, then we'll have a decisive battle with them. The 2 spoke eloquently. But suddenly, I smelled the smell of rubber. Did the electricity catch fire? An old man asked. It should be. Those guys probably cut off our power. It's not a big problem. After the 9 admirals are dealt with, the power plant is also ours. Several people are still communicating. But suddenly he found Mu Beiqing shaking on the sofa without saying a word. Look how scared you are. It's just such a small scene. When the zombie crisis broke out, it's much scarier than now. Mu Beiqing pointed out the window and said, fire, fire. Outside the window, thick smoke billows. Chapter 633 Black Smoke of Death. As soon as Mu Beiqing finished speaking, someone ran over panting, report to the people inside, there's a fire. They blocked the way down, light a fire. As for how it was blocked, is the fire big? Not many people care anymore. Because of the thick smoke outside the window, that's enough to explain everything. How big a fire is this? How can we have such a big smoke? But what pleased Mu Beiqing was that the building next to it was set on fire. Of course, Mu Beiqing didn't know that the flammable materials that Demingzi brought over were mostly car tires. When these things burn, one can burn for 1 or 2 hours, and emit more smoke than other things. Before long, the outer wall of a tall building was smoke black. The glass on the upper floor also turned black. It was also because there was no strong wind at this time that the smoke rushed straight up the building. Otherwise, it would not have achieved such an effect. However, the panic caused was undoubtedly huge, because these people hid in the upper floors of the building. It's not like no one has thought about it. A big man might start a fire in a fit of desperation. However, most people think that should be the big fierce attack from the bottom up. After failing to attack, something you would do only when you are angry. The survivors upstairs can still negotiate with Demingzi and lower the price. Unexpectedly, Demingzi said nothing, lit the fire directly. The smoke inside the house gradually increased. The people inside were so frightened that they quickly closed their windows. Despite this, throughout the building, there is still the pungent smell of smoke. Because of the fire of Demingzi, it's not left outside, but the stairwells on the lower floors, elevator shaft, house, under the window, any place where something can be stuffed, all were stuffed with flammable materials and tires. Just sprinkle some gasoline on it, then light the fire. A huge flame ignited. Mu Beiqing and a few old men issue orders quickly, ask someone to cover their mouth and nose with a wet towel, avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. But since Demingzi cut off the power, how could you let the water pipe go? These people can only rely on their temporary reserves of water to fight a protracted war. Get some to use. Facing the thick smoke and heat waves that are constantly coming up from below, these water sources are just a drop in the bucket. At this time, Demingzi and his younger brothers withdrew from Laoyuan. He looked up at the movement above. No one has jumped off the building yet? It seems the fire is still not big enough. Let brothers, roll a few more tires over there, the remaining 2 buildings, light the fire for me too. It turns out that Demingzi, in order to see the ignition effect, only one building's flammable materials were ignited. The remaining 2, order it too. After Demingzi finished speaking, someone immediately started lighting a fire. And the building that was set on fire at this time, there was also huge commotion upstairs. Put out the fire. We surrender. We surrender. Are you admitting defeat now? It's too late. Don't even think about it. Now is the end of the world. Where are the fire trucks? How do I put out the fire? Deathifying. Keep adding tires to me. Wait until these bastards stop yelling. So an excavator, I hooked up some tires next to them. The fire burned harder. Boss, people from the other 2 buildings waved white flags and surrendered. Oh, how many big fish are there? I don't know yet. No one has come down yet. Take my trumpet and go over there. Tell them, come down in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, I started to light the fire. As for whether you can escape, it just depends on their luck. Demingzi gave a trumpet in his hand to his younger brother. The younger brother immediately accepted the order and left. Not long after, the previous building, there was a violent coughing sound. Moreover, through the windows of the corridor, we could vaguely see that a large number of people were moving through the corridor to the rooftop of the high-rise building. At this time, the rooftop seemed to be the only safe place. The fitter of the construction site came over and followed the pastor to say to Demingzi, "Boss, we need to retreat a little more." "Oh, you are the steel bar worker. What do you mean? This building is about to collapse." "Collapsed? How is it possible? Is Wangjiang Pavilion also a shoddy project?" "No, it's a problem with the reinforced concrete. Such a big fire, burning in the hollow of the corridor. The temperatures on the lower floors of the house, I'm afraid it's thousands of degrees. Such a temperature, the steel bars inside load-bearing beams and columns. It's all going to turn into molten iron. And this building? There are almost 30 floors. The following structure, it is absolutely impossible to bear such a weight." The fitter hasn't finished speaking yet. Huge building, suddenly a crack appeared in the middle. Although the crack did not continue to expand, but there was a crunching sound. It seemed like the steel bars were breaking. "Withdraw! Keep moving back!" Demingzi used to be engaged in construction. Naturally, I also realized the seriousness of the matter. He quickly called his brothers and excavators around him to retreat quickly. Only less than 3 minutes, that building burning underneath, then it started to tilt slowly, then it suddenly collapsed. And almost fell on top of another building. A lot of building materials, glass, cement fell one after another. Less than 2 minutes, this building was completely reduced to dust. It turned into a pile of construction debris about 10 meters high. As for the people inside, naturally, no one survived. Those who ran to the rooftop, it was also buried due to the internal collapse of the building. But the building that had not had time to light up before, but because Demingzi retreated in less than 3 minutes, it didn't collapse. Half an hour later, the cement dust and black smoke slowly dissipated. The entire scene felt like it had been hit by a missile. The entire field of vision is completely white. And the people in the other 2 buildings, afraid of being set on fire by the fierce man at this time, they also went downstairs and surrendered. Demingzi sets a big fire. Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion were solved without any blood. Mu Beiqing's eyes were red as he was escorted out of the tall building with a disgraced face. He shouted, "Big fierce man! You will be punished. That's more than 400 lives. More than 400 lives. Put it down. Help me pry it out of his mouth. See who it is. Colluding with foreign enemies. Anyone who sneaks in to cause trouble, they all cut off the tendons of my right hand or cut off 2 fingers. Drive them out of the city," Demingzi said indifferently. "This won't hurt Tianhe." "Right?" Demingzi asked Guisho innocently. "That's natural. No right hand. Just like me, he is a useless person. 3 fingers. From now on I can only play chess." Ghost Hand put on his gloves awkwardly. One of his hands, there are only 3 fingers. The fire burns quickly, it also dies quickly. After the house collapsed, basically, there was only thick smoke floating out. In a few minutes, all that's left is the smell of rubber. And the people at the scene, Everyone was dumbfounded by the consequences of this action. Big Mingzi. This time he is completely killing people at Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. Who will dare to resist in the future? Chapter 634 Men's Friendship. Demingzi went back to his Black Mountain Old Demon Bar. The rest of the game, it was left to Guisho and the three major gangs to deal with. Later, Guisho did some statistics and found out the number of fatalities in this building collapse. A total of 422 people, in addition to the dozens of people who died in the previous melee between the two armies, Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. This time more than 500 people were killed or injured. It was also the first time for Zhang Wei and Lu Dali to see such a big scene. After returning home, both of them had lingering fears. Although they are enemies, but it is also a living human life, just like a high-rise building collapsed due to an earthquake. It disappeared in front of people. It's really a bit sensational. However, Zhang Wei felt that Demingzi had done nothing wrong. Some things, it is necessary to cut through the mess with a sharp knife. Although Demingzi has gained notoriety by himself, but it is a good thing for the development of other forces. The 6 people from Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion who participated in the negotiations before, only 3 survived. They were Mu Beiqing and 2 old men. 2 old men, one of whom is from Wangjiang Pavilion, one is from Tianwei Mansion. So Demingzi felt that the unruly Mu Beiqing, there is no need to survive anymore. Demingzi is ready to kill him, but Guisho stopped it. Let this guy, let's send a message back home, otherwise. The person behind him, don't even know what happened. Demingzi knows, Ghost Hand is provoking. I couldn't help but have some hesitation. Because it means a declaration of war. We have no choice. Ever since that building collapsed, it's already a declaration of war. Ghost Hand gave this explanation. You have a point. Demingzi chopped off Mu Beiqing's thumb and index finger. He was bandaged again. Go, and tell the people in Binhai that the next forces I'm going to attack are Century New City and City Light. Let City Light get out the diplomat with the snake tattoo. Otherwise, I'll make the entire City Light in the old city collapse and completely disappear from this world. Demingzi was not threatening. He really dared to do it. Because in addition to killing and arson, he also had the detonator of the mining gang. Mu Beiqing hung the cantilever on his chest, and then took a boat to Binhai. As for who he went to see, no one knows. After this incident, the whole old city was calm. Until a month later, Zhang Wei and several brothers were eating chili fried eggs in the old city high school. If I remember correctly, it was on this day last year, when you were taking the exam. The zombie crisis broke out, Uncle Hu Lai said, while serving food to several people. I didn't expect that a year has passed. Lu Renjia also sighed. This end of the world is really boring. It would be great if time could go back. Maybe I could save more people. Zhao Zhenxiong also interrupted. Only Zhang Wei remained silent. What if we can turn back time? There are many things that cannot be changed, still cannot be changed. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, just get up and leave. Went to Bai Tingting's dormitory. Viagra, do you have anything to do with me? Yes, just now news came from Huapao. There's something wrong with Wang Yukun's situation. Zhang Wei said with a heavy tone. What's wrong? He vomited blood yesterday. Bai Tingting said before, if Wang Yukun is lucky with this disease, there can be a healthy period of 3 to 4 months. It has been 2 months since Bai Tingting helped her with chemotherapy treatment. Although Wang Yukun is still weak, but the condition is much better than before. Zhang Wei even suspected, even if Wang Yukun's cancer cells have metastasized throughout his body, he should be able to hold on for a while too. However, the painter asked Huang Pao to bring back the news, breaking Zhang Wei's fantasy. That means Wang Yukun's condition has worsened. In the case of massive vomiting of blood, it could only be internal bleeding. The internal bleeding is most likely the rupture of the tumor caused by chemotherapy, as Bai Tingting mentioned before. Although I don't know if it's temporary or intermittent, but this is a very bad situation. Because there are currently no conditions for surgical hemostasis. Therefore, Wang Yukun could only temporarily take some blood coagulation and hemostatic drugs. And asked Bai Tingting to go there as soon as possible, just in case something unexpected happens. Zhang Wei only told this news. I told Lu Dali, he is the Admiral of the Nine Gates, also related to Wang Yukun. This news should not be hidden from him. And the news that Wang Yukun is critically ill, except for a few people who know it, it has not spread in the old city. Since the last time Demingzi intervened in the palace, he became very low-key. This low profile is just that he has not shown up for the time being. Those moles found out by ghost hands, it is inevitable that he will become disabled. Zhang Wei heard a rumor from the water purification company. That's the latest one from the Marauders Alliance. Lame how? This organization, we have recruited a lot of people in the past half month. I'm afraid there are no less than 100 people. This lame organization, Zhang Wei had heard of it a long time ago. It is an organization that only recruits people with disabilities. And recently they have recruited hundreds of people, enough to be visible, in the past month. Demingzi, how many enemies were destroyed? These people have no fighting ability. There is no use value anymore, so I can only join Lihao for the time being. Settle down. When Zhang Wei hurried from Old City High School to the villa area, he saw a scene that shocked him. Big Mingzi and Stick sit in the same hall, chatting calmly and calmly. As for Zhang Wei bringing a strange girl over, Demingzi was not surprised. And Zhang Wei didn't shy away from being busy at Wang Yukan's villa. Because Zhang Wei heard that Demingzi planned to have lunch here. For two people who are usually at war with each other, being able to sit together and chat so calmly, Zhang Wei felt particularly strange. Zhang Wei only found out through the chat between Demingzi and Stick. Between the two of them, there is a more secret past. That is, Demingzi and Stickman are junior high school classmates. It was like he and Lu Dolly were high school classmates. Both of them used to study at Wangjiaga Middle School. And Demingzi has not finished one semester of junior high school. Just dropped out of school. This led to the fate of him and Wang Yukan. Completely different changes have taken place. Demingzi went to work at a construction site invested by Japanese people. Later he moved to an electronics factory. Then I changed a few more cities, finally came to the old town. And Sticky graduated from junior high school, studied high school in Binhai City. Later he served as a soldier for 6 years. When I came back, I worked at the grassroots police station in Binhai. Until 6 years ago, they met in the old town. That year, both Stick and Demingzi are 31 years old. Remember what we did in that school? Wang Yukan asked with a smile. Remember, I joined forces with you. We fought off the harassment of our school students by gangsters outside the school. I even kicked the guy's balls out, so I was kicked out of school. But Wang Yukan, you were also involved in that matter. You restrained the guy then. That was the first time we worked together. Yes, first cooperation. I didn't expect that I wouldn't see you again in the next few years. Having committed such a big thing, of course I ran away. You are wrong, Big Mingzi. That guy's balls are still there. I heard that he was cured after being sent to town. Otherwise, I wouldn't have finished reading the book unharmed. Yeah, I always thought it was because your background was relatively tough. Who said that? Nonsense. I didn't expect that to be our first collaboration. Yes, it can be considered a friendship between two underage men. Stick, then our second cooperation. I can't do it anymore. I can't survive a few more months. This second cooperation after the end of the world, I guess it won't be finished. This thing about the old town, from now on. I guess, it will still be up to you to carry it. Wang Yukan said with some pain. Chapter 635 Closed Door Meeting. After Wang Yukan finished speaking, Demingzi fell into silence. Your disease, is it really hopeless? After waiting for a long time, Demingzi suddenly said such a sentence. Wang Yukan did not answer. But Demingzi also got the answer he wanted. No wonder you have been. The methods have become very gentle. Demingzi continued. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. It was only near dusk. Wang Yukan looked at the sunlight shining into the hall. But it's only around 10 o'clock in the morning. It's not what you call dusk at all. Demingzi came back drunk at Wang Yukan's villa. Wang Yukan just used ordinary mineral water and tea instead of wine. Later, the two of them chatted about some past events. Zhang Wei and others did not come to the table. Instead, we ate in another living room. This is Demingzi and old friend. Farewell. How many days can Wang Yukan live? No one knows. But at least his consciousness is clear now. The big man is gone, came alone, go alone. Wearing a peaked cap. If you don't look carefully, no one knew he was a big man. Wang Rilin cried so hard in her room, but after going out, she still wiped away her tears and pretended to be calm in front of her brother. Bai Tingting settled in the villa area. Zhang Wei also returned to Laocheng High School that day. Wang Yukan can't survive. Zhang Wei told several cronies. Because one day in the villa area, Zhang Wei saw that Wang Yukan had hardly eaten. Even if a patient can still eat some liquid food, it might last a few more months. But Wang Yukan had nothing to eat except some water. Even if Bai Tingting gave him some nutritional injections, he probably wouldn't last more than a month. Zhang Wei stayed in the camp for another half a month. For some reason, he felt the calm before the storm. It was already the end of June. and the temperature was getting higher and higher. The plague that was eradicated at the beginning seemed to have returned. In the old city, people kept dying of illness. Many people did not get infected with the plague, but died of colds and fevers, or complications caused by wound infections. And any medicine had become extremely precious. Zhang Wei knows that medicines have a shelf life, intentionally or unintentionally. Hu Lai and Qian Baohua, before the medicine expires, sell it out in exchange for other weapons and equipment and survival supplies. Lu Dali has secretly contacted people from the water purification company. Considered by them to be the messenger of Gaocheng, I am slowly building my own network of contacts in secret. And Zhang Wei also made many trips to and from the villa area, got in touch with Yang Guang, then someone contacted the military in Montenegro. Zhang Wei used 3 ships of food to exchange for a large ship of weapons. He and Yang Guang split the profits 40% to 40%, and the remaining 20% was given to the peer gangs Rejoice, because the ships entered and exited from his port. This was also considered hush money. At the end of June, Demingzi summoned the 9 Gates admirals to hold a meeting in the Black Mountain Old Demon's Bar. He put forward a point of view to solve the Century New City. After Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion were severely damaged, Demingzi promptly arranged for his people to go in. After more than a month of rest, he had almost achieved full control. Although Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion are still apparently managed by an old man, but in fact it has existed in name only. Because Demingzi not only planted people from the 3 major gangs, other ordinary survivors were also installed. Even if these 2 forces unite to cause trouble again, nor can we achieve the same cohesion as before. And Demingzi's next target is, it is Century New City that refuses to obey discipline. In the priest's chapel on the top floor of the Black Demon Hotel, Demingzi, the 9-door admirals, held a closed-door meeting of the 9-door admirals. 17 or 18 people gathered together, except for 6 or 7 hall masters. There were some other core figures. And Demingzi was talking about his plan with saliva flying. I didn't expect that you would discuss murder and robbery in my sacred church. The pastor objected somewhat weakly. Okay, stop pretending, Pastor. We already know who you are. Put away your missionary tricks. Demingzi said with some disdain. We are all family, so just say some things openly. Ghost Hand interrupted the argument between the two. There is almost no distinction between superiority and inferiority in this kind of meeting. 6 or 7 hall masters got into a quarrel. Except for the faceless Lynx and Wood, the rest is all here. They are all brothers. Then I will say it directly, some things, I plan to speed up the progress. The old city has never been monolithic. Just because there are some half-hearted people, now Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion have completely surrendered. Only the last thorn is left. The final thorn, its city lights. Although there are still a large number of dissidents in Century New Town, but Century New Town is greatly influenced by city lights. It is almost an exaggeration to say that Century New City is a piece of cake. Therefore, Demingzi prefers to solve Century New City, which is not very difficult. First, however, there are no public talkers in Century New City. It turned out that Wang Jiao, the puppet supported by city lights, he was also killed by Demingzi in a trap. At this time, it can almost be said that the group is leaderless. Century New City is nothing to worry about. You can leave it alone for now. When solving city lights, separate a group of people and horses, just keep an eye on them. Ghost Hand suggested. Zhang Wei knows, Ghost Hand's statement is very reasonable. If we attack Century New City first, it is inevitable that city lights will become an iron bucket. Moreover, the power of city lights, different from the previous Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, they may have more advanced weapons. Zhang Wei knows, the reason why Demingzi is so persistent, he probably wanted to do this before Wang Yukan died. Completely unify the old city. What's City Light doing recently? Since the destruction of Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, the city lights have become very low-key. There has been almost no trouble lately. No one came out, but a few gates of their community, they have all become very guarded. Our people, if you want to touch it, it's also very difficult. What do the people you left behind say? No news has been released yet. After listening to this question and answer, Zhang Wei knew, the Ghost Hand has secretly buried chess pieces in the city light. I just don't know when it happened. Then don't care. That guy named Rattlesnake must die. Other people, just discard it as before. That guy Wang Guangliang, I heard that I had already left the old city. It's a pity that I couldn't catch him. Demingzi doesn't care whether others have any objections. This sets the tone for solving city lights. What does Shirja want to say, after all? People speak lightly, didn't speak. He and Yang Guang came to attend this meeting. It was just a stick to give Demingzi some face. Chapter 636, Entering the Game with Death. The impromptu meeting is very short. From beginning to end, it didn't take more than half an hour. Demingzi is a resolute person. The date when city lights will be attacked, set for 2 days later. Unexpectedly, on July 1 st, it started to rain heavily. Demingzi probably wanted to use the old method of fire attack. Unexpectedly, it rained for 3 whole days. It didn't turn cloudy until July 3rd. And when Demingzi was confidently preparing to launch a general attack, something unexpected happened. The people of City Light opened the gate of the community, walked onto the street, and started their normal actions as usual. Demingzi didn't know what this meant. He had read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and thought it was the empty city plan of City Light. This made him feel like he had no idea where to start. If the enemy resisted stubbornly and refused to change, he could calmly launch an attack and kill 3 and let 7 go. But those who came out were all ordinary civilians. This made him feel like he had no idea where to start. Although Demingzi was ruthless, he couldn't do anything to ordinary people who had nothing to do with him. The gang stared at each other for a few days, not knowing what to do for a while. Demingzi, who could no longer bear it, finally gathered people and went to City Light. The person who received Demingzi was a man named Wang Qing. Demingzi did not know this man, but Wang Qing knew Demingzi. Long time no see, Demingzi. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Demingzi? I know the purpose of your coming. You still don't surrender after knowing it, waiting for a fight to the death? Even if we surrender, will you let us go? Let City Light operate as usual? Or will you kill all the people from Binhai? Demingzi, we are not children, you can speak frankly. Can your opinion be regarded as Wang Guangliang's opinion? Demingzi asked a question. Demingzi didn't want to waste words with irrelevant people. Sure. City Light's people, evacuate the old town, leave no one behind, this way I promise not to kill any of you, but in the future, you can't come back to the old town either. This? I'm afraid it won't work. Wang Qing refused directly. City Lights is not my word, 90% of the people are Aboriginal people, there are more than 4,000 of us. To make these people leave their homes, it's simply impossible. It's not just that I can't do it, you. A fierce man. Can't do it, it's Wang Guangliang standing here, can't do it either. You have to know, if I take action, these people also have to be forced to leave at that time. It will not be a matter of smooth withdrawal. The whole neighborhood will be filled with blood. You guys probably don't want to follow in the footsteps of Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion. And, that guy named Rattlesnake, you must hand him over. I understand what you mean, but you should also understand, the conditions you mentioned, it simply cannot be done. Then there's no other way, all we can do is kill the fish and break the net. Demingzi lit his cigarette. This time, but it's not the cigar smoke it used to be. Man is a swordsman, I am fish and meat. Big Mingzi, give me 3 days, I'll discuss it with him. Demingzi nodded. The first negotiation, it ended hastily. After coming back, Demingzi explained to the leaders below, I want to force them to join the group. It's best to fight tooth and nail in this way. No fish will slip through the net. This kind of fish slip through the net, it is easiest to do evil things to our people, shoot black shots. The next negotiation, I'll go with you. Ghost Hand responded. Demingzi's thinking is also right, push the enemy closer and closer, the more they will collect weapons and supplies, the more you can stick together. Gather them together and annihilate them. Compared to defeating them one by one, don't let the fish that slip through the net slip away, still relatively easy. During these 3 days, Demingzi and Gui Shou deduced everything over and over again, I always feel like something has been missed. And the people from the Pier Gang sent word that, there was no movement at all on the Binhai side. Even the looters who slipped through the net, the old town seems to have been evacuated as well. Zhang Wei is worried about the siege of zombies. Let Ghost Hand place the cordon far away from the mine. But the zombies in the mountains, still far away from the old town, there wasn't much movement. Demingzi had his power plant inspected. Weapons warehouse, granary, there are no problems in these places. Until the 3rd day, the second negotiation day is coming, Demingzi had people cover up the city lights, and the cordon was placed 10 miles away. Then each one is fully armed, wearing hundreds of mountain exploding detonators, and that guy named Wang Qing, the ultimate negotiation began. And the Ghost Hand also followed Demingzi, oversee the overall situation, remote control command, to avoid other accidents. The place where Demingzi will negotiate, he chose a place he was familiar with. This will avoid gunmen in high-rise buildings. I only had a face-to-face meeting, Demingzi knew this guy named Wang Qing, not getting things done. Because Wang Qing had a serious expression. Your requirements are too harsh. No one said yes. Wang Qing answered directly. I can't make the decision, I'm just a messenger. I felt Demingzi's malice, Wang Qing added. If you can't make the decision, then forget it, just stay here and don't go out, this way. You can at least survive? Demingzi patted Wang Qing on the shoulder. When going out, Demingzi specially summoned some people who understand architectural mechanics. Let these people come under the city lights building to guide the placement of detonators. There's nothing a detonator can't fix, if there is, that's a bunch. Destroy the load-bearing structure of the building. There have been a few man-made building collapses. This is the purpose of Demingzi's plan to knock down the mountain and shake the tiger. Because some people, one cannot shed tears until one sees the coffin. Demingzi had prepared for the worst. That's people here probably have guns. So try to avoid street fighting with them. Wang Qing knew that, Demingzi said this, he really intended to fight to the death. Actually, there may be a compromise. Wang Qing said with a wry smile. What is the solution? We just surrender to the Nine Gates Admiral. Why kill so many people? That won't work. You are not willing to follow us. I never believe in verbal promises. Wang Guangliang. That old fox is a businessman. Contacting him, what's the difference between that and trying to get the skin of a tiger? Then, give me another quarter of an hour, I'll go back again, and I'll be back soon. Wang Qing said after hesitating for a moment. Okay, last chance, now the arrow is on the string, I have to post it. Demingzi really let Wang Qing go. The priest was a little puzzled by Demingzi's action. But Demingzi said with a smile, this boy is also a sensible person. Even if he can't convince those in charge, he will come out too. Really, when it's almost 15 minutes, Wang Qing came over carrying a large trash can. After standing still in front of Demingzi, Wang Qing then said, we will open the door tomorrow and surrender. This is our certificate of investment, Big Mingzi, I hope you will keep your promise. Demingzi suspected that there was something fishy in the bucket. Have one of his men go and get it. Unexpectedly, after the subordinate took the bucket, I was suddenly shocked. He didn't even hold the bucket firmly, it fell to the ground. A head rolled out. It was the rattlesnake that had interacted with Demingzi before. Certificate of submission. Use the life of a rattlesnake as a proxy. Zhang Wei was still wondering if the weight of the certificate was too great. But suddenly he found that Guisho's expression changed. Careful, the pastor quickly reminded. Because Wang Qing took out a short knife from his waist and rushed over and stabbed Demingzi. But he was intercepted by Demingzi's younger brother halfway. The knife was taken away, and he stabbed it in the stomach with his backhand. Wang Qing's mouth suddenly gushed out a large mouthful of blood, but Wang Qing looked at Demingzi and said with a smile, how about this pledge of allegiance? Demingzi, you insisted on. A desperate situation, now the fish is dead, let's see how long your neck can last. After Wang Qing finished speaking, he immediately fell to the ground. And Zhang Wei immediately figured out the logic behind this. This is a way to divert the trouble. Rattlesnake is dead, Black Sun will definitely come for revenge. And now Wang Qing, the only one who knows the inside story, is also dead, and there is no evidence. Everyone will think that this was done by Demingzi. He was determined to die, to complete this desperate strategy. Chapter 637, It's easy to break if it's too strong. Zhang Wei stepped forward and inspected the rattlesnake's head. The head is already cold. He probably died a few days ago. And Guisho's expression became more and more solemn. Zhang Wei just thought of this, maybe Guisho's expression changed before. It's because he thought of this level. If you want to use 4 words to describe the move of city lights, that is to divert trouble to the east. Zhang Wei once again felt that things exceeded his expectations. People from the Black Sun organization, anyway, you shouldn't die here easily. But the rattlesnake died. This means that the entire old city will usher in crazy revenge from the mercenary group. Fight with those people, Zhang Wei was not sure. Even if the 9 admirals work together, it won't work. Demingzi seemed to have thought of something deeper. Suddenly he became frowning. At the beginning, Demingzi was just thinking about how to give city lights a showdown. And the 2 armies were fighting, don't behead the envoy. But this guy Wang Qing, it was the man who forced Demingzi to kill him. The rest, naturally. No amount of explanation is of any use. Old Ghost, what do you think? Demingzi had to turn to Ghost Hands for help. I have no idea, the rattlesnake can die anywhere, but I just can't die here. Ghost Hands squatted down. I turned my head over and over for a long time. The cross-section is very smooth, there was no trace of resistance. This rattlesnake guy, He should have been killed in his sleep or after being drugged. It's just that he was too gullible to believe in city lights. I didn't expect to be used as a pawn. Jiang Wei knew without thinking that this should be Wang Guangliang's work. Otherwise, Wang Qing wouldn't have said that he would go back to report and drag it out for 3 days. During these 3 days, someone should have been traveling back and forth between the old city and Binhai City to tip off. It's useless. These guys should have thought of our reaction a long time ago. I guess the rumors have spread by now. Demingzi killed Rattlesnake. What a good plan. Ghost Hand took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands and threw it next to Rattlesnake's head. It's a blessing. Not a curse. It is a disaster that cannot be avoided. Since they are playing tricks on the east, let's take a step to remove the firepower. Demingzi looked into the distance. That is the direction of the City Lights building. Dozens of buildings, it towered into the sky like a sharp sword. As of now, that's all we can do. Ghost Hand sighed. Jiang Wei found out in a few minutes. What does it mean to draw fire from under the cauldron? Demingzi's people launched an attack on City Lights people. Except for some people resisting with guns in a few buildings, after blowing up a building in front, most of the people in the back, there was no decent resistance. Most outsiders with a guilty conscience just drive away from the back door, escape desperately to the area along the river. In their eyes, the only option is to escape back to Binhai City, only then can it be considered true safety. How could Demingzi not think of this? Rejoiceful Pier Gang, all the ships were dispatched, they have already been prepared offshore. Those who are near the seashore, without exception, they drowned, or killed by someone else. Almost the entire riverside was dyed red. This fight, it lasted a day and a night. Demingzi has no intention of letting anyone in Binhai go. When the 3 major gangs were chasing and annihilating the remaining enemies, Demingzi also found a factory to question. There are always some people who cannot bear the torture, and revealed the list of those who came to the seaside. In the eyes of Demingzi, the local people have some bad intentions, not terrible. The scary thing is those who come from the coastal area. This siege, the people here at Demingzi, more than 100 people were killed or wounded, because the enemy used firearms. In the end, it was the chess pieces that Gui Shou had buried in advance that played a key role. Otherwise, there are several buildings, even if there are explosives, it may not be possible to capture it. A secret chess piece laid by ghost hands in advance, until the last step worked, let the stubborn people start a fire in the backyard. For a time, everyone was in danger. It is unclear who is a friend and who is an enemy. A fierce man, taking advantage of this chaos, only then did he fight hand-to-hand with the enemy. The position was taken. But 1/3 of the guns, burned by enemies who sensed something was wrong. In the end, Demingzi only got 22 guns. There's not much ammo left. Afterward, count the number of enemy casualties. There were more than 500 people in total. The power of the entire city light in the old city was completely hit hard. And the real estate of City Lights, they were all taken over by Demingzi. In addition to ordinary survivors, the other people were all expelled by Demingzi. Century New City sent people over for negotiations the next day. Very cooperative, and met all the requirements of Demingzi. And Jiang Wei also knows, it's just sort of cleaning the house before treating the guests. The battle between City Lights and 9 admirals, maybe it's just the beginning. In the middle, Black Sun, the biggest variable, was added. After the Battle of City Light ended, the old city was quiet for many days. During this period, Demingzi gathered the bodies in a square of City Light and burned them. This was deliberately burned for people to see. Many survivors who did not fight directly with Demingzi would think of that unforgettable afternoon many years later, when the piles of bodies were poured with gasoline in the sun and burned fiercely. Black smoke filled the sky, almost creating a scene of dark clouds covering the sun. Jiang Wei returned to his old high school. After that, he stayed behind closed doors. Until mid-July, Jiang Wei got a piece of news. Wang Yukun was unconscious. Jiang Wei ran to the villa area without stopping at this time. All the famous people from Baidao came. Jiang Wei didn't know until then. Wang Yukun's power, it's not just people like Yang Guang and the painter on the surface. There are more people who are seemingly neutral between Demingzi and Wang Yukun. In fact, he is from Wang Yukun. The reason for all this is simply because Wang Yukun is an official, and Demingzi is a thief. So after the end of the world, these people naturally secretly supported Wang Yukun and Demingzi in their opposition. Otherwise, Wang Yukun would not have been empty-handed, without any resources, and could control the existence of the Red Shirt Army. Wang Yukun woke up. The first thing he said was Demingzi is too tough, and too tough is easy to break. Then Wang Yukon seemed to want to say more. His mouth opened and closed, but no one could hear what he said clearly. Wang Yukon fell into a coma again. Fortunately, he hadn't died immediately. Bai Tingting said, if the next day, Wang Yukon's blood vessels cannot enter the nutrient solution, then he was completely. Zhang Wei started to plan. Hardly accumulate a large number of bows and arrows, iron, even a bamboo pole. Zhang Wei also hoarded thousands of roots. This kind of thing has no other use, but standing on the wall of the city is still possible. After a few days, there are some rumors in the old town. Wang Yukon is dead. I heard that it is the hand of the mammoth. Chapter 638 Death Without Evidence. Over this period of time, Demingzi's popularity was unmatched for a while. He almost reached the pinnacle of his life. Whether it is to resolve the alliance between Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, or solve city lights, let Century New City watch the wind and descend, all highlighted his invincible and majestic image. And more gossip, it is rumored that Demingzi is someone who even the international mercenary organization dares to offend. These mercenaries often have only one nickname circulating. Even many survivors have never heard of it. However, in the eyes of many well-informed people in the land of China, survivors also have top tiers. And undoubtedly, those mercenaries are the predators at the top of the pyramid. Demingzi didn't pay much attention to such rumors, because the Stick has long been terminally ill, and he was definitely not the one who wanted to kill Stick. The battle between the big man and the Stick, more often than not, it's an honest duel, or you come and go with me. However, in the past few months, the Stick has never showed up. This rumor has intensified. Demingzi killed Gunzi. When Demingzi killed someone, many people would applaud. But Gunzi was a good man. So when this rumor came out, many people's impression of Demingzi changed again. That is, Demingzi was a person who would never give up until he achieved his goal. Go see if Gunzi is dead? Demingzi said to Guisho. I asked someone this morning. He hasn't died yet. I guess he won't last long. Find a wheelchair to take him out for a walk, to prevent some people from talking nonsense? It's useless. This is not a question of whether Wang Yukon is alive or dead. If irrelevant people know about Wang Yukon's situation, the old city has finally stabilized for a few days. I'm afraid there will be chaos again. Demingzi nodded, agreeing with Guisho's point of view. Although he had cleared the old city several times like plowing a field, there were still many ambitious people. The old city must not be in chaos at this time. This was a problem that both Demingzi and Guisho could understand. Because Binhai City was too quiet. There must be something wrong when things were abnormal. This was something that both Demingzi and Guisho understood. They had to deal with Binhai City's counterattack. They had to pay special attention to those foreigners. At the end of July, an old man came to Demingzi's bar. Many old men in the gang respected the old man very much. Zhang Wei didn't know until a few days later. This old man is Demingzi's uncle. His nickname is Toilet Paper, and also called the Sweeping Monk. He is called Toilet Paper because when Demingzi was at his hometown, Demingzi would bring him toilet paper every now and then. He is called the Sweeping Monk because when Demingzi first started to join the gang, toilet paper was used to wipe his butt. This toilet paper wiping his butt is a pun. It means that this old man helps Demingzi solve problems that he cannot solve. However, the old man retired from the underworld before the end of the world, and most people don't know his whereabouts. Until not long ago, the old man began to appear in the old city. After getting drunk, he told some stories that embarrassed Demingzi. Zhang Wei didn't guess the old man's purpose until later, because at that time, Demingzi was already planning to take action against some unruly forces. That is, the destruction of Tianwei Mansion, Wangjiang Pavilion and City Light not long ago. And the old man deliberately released so much news. It was just to deliberately paralyze the enemy, in order to coordinate with Demingzi's movements. After the old man showed up at Demingzi's bar, during the day, he was drunk in Demingzi's bar. And at night, then he talked with Demingzi all night long. Except for a few core characters such as Guisho, no one knew what the old man and Demingzi had discussed. But things quickly took a turn for the better. The core topic for many people, he is no longer a fierce man, but the Stick that never showed up. I don't know where the gossip came from. It was said that Stick Wang Yukon had cancer, probably dying. Most people believe this news, because before Wang Yukon disappeared, his health was indeed getting worse and worse, and he even had trouble walking. Many people last saw him at the Nine Gates Admiral meeting 2 or 3 months ago, when Wang Yukon presided over the operation to find the murderer of Wang Jiao's death. The two traitors, Tiata and Wu Fo, were found. If Wang Yukon died, the situation in the old city would become very subtle. It was not that there was no leader, but that Demingzi was the only one in power. Because in the eyes of most people, none of Wang Yukan's subordinates were of great use. Even if one or two of them have some reputation, they can never compete with Demingzi. Among the survivors, a rumor began to circulate widely. That is, after Wang Yukan died, Demingzi would settle accounts with his subordinates and forces, as well as the former white-collar and fence-sitters. Rumors stop with the wise. Demingzi said this in public. Most people even think that Demingzi's words were all read in books. With his cultural level, he basically can't say such a meaningful word like the Analects. In the old city, there is now a new public opinion trend, which is to encourage people in the white way to attack Demingzi, and to strike first. When Demingzi and Gunzi are both dead, the old city will re-elect and choose another boss. Many people agree with this public opinion, because compared to the inhumane and murderous Demingzi, if another person who understands human feelings takes over, the lives of the survivors should be much better. I understand what Gunzi meant by being too rigid and easy to break, Demingzi said to himself in his bar. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Demingzi gritted his teeth. But Demingzi had no choice. Because I don't know where the rumors came from. The law does not blame everyone. What he did during this time, it really made it difficult for him to silence everyone. Only Zhang Wei realized at this time, Demingzi is missing someone to cooperate with him. Many times, they're all just gullible, and Wang Yukan sings the red face. The two worked closely together, digest contradictions into the invisible. This was the case before and after the apocalypse. The black and white forces struggled to maintain stability in the old city. After this bloody massacre, Wang Yukan, who should have stood up to accuse and denounce Demingzi, could not do so. So Demingzi was at the center of the storm. The news that Gunzi had a terminal illness, and that Gunzi was murdered by Demingzi, had been circulating in the old city. Most people hoped that Demingzi would step down, and some even hoped that Wang Yukan would really die, in order to achieve their own purpose of fishing in troubled waters. On the night of August 3, Zhang Wei received an urgent letter from Huang Pao. Wang Yukan's heart stopped beating. Chapter 639, Another Incident. Wang Yukan died. Many people said that this was the end of an era. In a sense, Wang Yukan was also a spiritual totem in the hearts of many survivors. At least, in the years when Wang Yukan was in charge of the old city, the public security was the best in history. During these years, there was a long period of time when Demingzi had to keep his tail between his legs and behave himself. On the night when Wang Yukan died, Zhang Wei and Lu Dali were also drunk. Demingzi came to visit late at night, lifted the white cloth on Wang Yukan's body and took a look, drank 2 taels of white wine in one breath, and then left in a hurry. The weather in early August was already very hot. Wang Rilin asked someone to find an ice coffin, and invited a few masters who knew how to do the ritual, to send Wang Yukan on his last journey. 7 days later, he was buried. This was the custom of Wang Yukan's hometown. Wang Jiagu. Zhang Wei wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Dali. In fact, Zhang Wei wanted to say that if he did this, Wang Yukan would be at risk of turning into a corpse. But Lu Dali also knew that Wang Rilin was in grief. If there was any emergency, it would be solved at that time. Zhang Wei is not Wang Yukan's family member. I saw Wang Yukan for the last time and left in a hurry. Lu Dali was left at the scene, helped with some things. No matter how you hide it, the death of Wang Yukan still. Word spread throughout the old town a few days later. For a moment, there was a feeling of unparalleled solitude in the world. Demingzi didn't go out. He kept himself locked up in the basement and drank. Until one day later, Demingzi walked out of the basement of the bar. His eyes were red, and he said to the younger brothers, "Water, give me water." Demingzi drank 5 or 6 bottles of bottled mineral water like a whale. Then he looked up and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "What's going on?" Ghost hands came in a hurry. Guisho found several famous doctors and showed them to Demingzi. It was said that Demingzi might have suffered from pulmonary edema and pneumonia. As long as it's not stick lung cancer, there won't be any problems, Demingzi said with a grin. That afternoon, Demingzi walked around the bar with a normal expression. And within a few hours, nausea occurred again, vomit, diarrhea, blood in urine, symptoms such as blood in the stool. Guisho realized something was wrong, dispersed everyone in the bar, and prohibiting anyone from entering places within bars, be on guard against death. Several doctors looked at Demingzi again, said it might be food poisoning. However, in the absence of professional medical equipment and the inability to conduct blood tests, several doctors could not find out what was wrong with Demingzi for a while. Later, there was no way to do it. I had no choice but to send someone to drive to the central square to pick up the old miracle doctor Lin Xinqing. The old miracle doctor checked Demingzi's pulse. I looked at the hematuria. He urinated again. He remained silent. It's not just a lung problem. There was also major damage to the liver and kidneys. His eyeballs had some jaundice. This is too high a transaminase. Dr. Lin checked Demingzi's tongue again. A thick layer of tongue coating. The oropharynx and esophageal mucosa are red. You must have eaten something poisonous. Let's try inducing vomiting and colon cleansing. What? Colon cleansing? Demingzi refused directly. He accepted the inducement of vomiting. And it started within a few minutes. I induced vomiting several times. All the water I drank was spat out. The whole room smelled of stomach acid. Demingzi refused to have an enema, because it reminded him of the story about the stick. But later, Demingzi had to accept the proposal, because he noticed something wrong with his body. He was already feeling dizzy and twitching. He was almost unable to stand. Several people worked together to carry Demingzi on their backs, and sent him to a hospital in a nearby community. Because of the recent plague, many people suffered from dysentery, so some simple medical equipment was kept in this hospital. Demingzi kept having nosebleeds on the road. Zhang Wei was the one who helped Demingzi get into the car. So you can see clearly. 3 hours later, Demingzi was sent back. Although his face is still pale, the condition is much better than before. Lin Xinqing took her pulse again. But then, there was silence. Only then did Guisho realize the seriousness of the matter. What's going on? It's not an ordinary poison. If it is venom or other cyanide toxins, either he will die, or you'll get through it, but I see that his pulse condition is getting worse and worse. Maybe. You have to be prepared with both hands. Lin Xinqing said it more vaguely, but Zhang Wei heard it. That is, he felt that Demingzi could not handle this. Who did it? Ghost Hand summoned more than a dozen people in succession, and questioned them one by one. Some took half an hour. Some took a few minutes. If you don't do it, you will not gain anything. Until the end, Ghost Hand even planned to kill a few people. Demingzi said weakly, "You don't need to check, I know who did it. It turned out to be true. It's all true, Sha Palang is true." When Demingzi spoke, his expression was a little regretful, but also with a hint of relief. "It's the old toilet paper guy. Right? During your time, I only had contact with him. It must be him, right?" Guisho suddenly figured out something and asked. "No, old ghost, not my uncle, you don't need to check." "Boss, what should I do? Tell me, how should I save you?" Ghost Hand said with red eyes. "I have no idea, but I know, probably the vodka issue." Demingzi pointed to a large bottle on the bar cabinet. "That's Demingzi's special wine. Don't worry, you can't die. I will definitely save you. I will definitely save you." "The Ghost's hand holds Demingzi's hand," said firmly. Then Guisho sent Demingzi back to the room. "I found Zhang Wei again. I know you know the survivors of Marina. You must have a way to get to Binhai Hospital. I know some people. Do you want me to help you find medicine? It's not about looking for medicine, only symptomatic. Only then can the medicine be administered. Now I can't even find out what's wrong with Demingzi's body. What do you want from me?" Zhang Wei knows. Guisho talks so much nonsense with him. There must be something I need his help with. "Liquor, you help me put that bottle of wine. Take him to Binhai Hospital. The laboratory over there is still running. Please help me find someone from the hospital for help. Let's see what's in it." Ghost pointed at a big bottle on the wall and said, "I'll give it a try." Zhang Wei did not directly refuse, but I didn't pat my chest either, guaranteed 100% completion. Zhang Wei immediately approached Gao Yupeng, let him pretend to be a Binhai man expelled by Demingzi. We sailed overnight to contact the people from the water purification company. Then take their safe route to Montenegro to find the military. This way past, almost all the relationships Zhang Wei established in the old city were used. And the ultimate goal, just put a small bottle of wine, take him to Binhai Hospital for testing. Zhang Wei only took part of the large bottle of wine. When it gets dark the next day, a note came back from Binhai Hospital. The wine contains trace amounts of dimethyl and dichlorodipyridine. And there is also a chemical formula written on the note, C6H7N2Cl. Guisho found several surviving college students to watch. Finally, someone said the name of this chemical, paraquat. Chapter 640 Offensive and Defensive Momentum. What? Paraquat? Guisho instantly collapsed to the ground. Because of this thing, there is no cure after taking it. Even a little bit. This thing called paraquat, Even with pre-apocalyptic medical methods, just drink a bottle cap, it's all hopeless. Because it can cause irreversible pulmonary fibrosis. As for the symptoms displayed by Demingzi, apparently it wasn't that he just swallowed a little. It's easy to break if it's too strong. It's easy to break if it's too strong. Only then did Guizhou remember what Wang Yukun said. Demingzi's methods are too violent. Once someone feels that the situation is completely out of control, unconventional means will be used. Guizhou has always believed that. Demingzi wears a bulletproof vest 24 hours a day, and not exposed to the public, it should not be attacked by anyone. And when Demingzi goes out, the ghost hand also warned again and again, let him even in the middle of the night, he also wore a peaked cap, avoid letting others see his appearance and whereabouts. What Guizhou never expected was that Demingzi's disease comes from the mouth. And all this, maybe it was the bulletproof vest that harmed him. Those enemies in the dark took unconventional means. But what Ghost Hand didn't understand was why Demingzi told him not to check. Demingzi said he knew who it was. For a moment, everyone who had appeared in the old city skipped through Ghost Hand's mind. Toilet paper, wood shorts, water ghost, Wang Guangliang. Those people were ruled out by Ghost Hand. Who is it? Ghost Hand didn't understand why Demingzi didn't tell him the real murderer. Are you worried that I'm going to fight against a rock with an egg? Ghost Hand anxiously walked around the first floor of the bar. Zhang Wei. No news about this can leak out. Otherwise the old city will be in complete chaos. Ghost Hand said to Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the sofa with an equally nervous look. I know. When I sent the wine out, it was not exposed. Zhang Wei was also extremely panicked at this time. Zhang Wei felt that things had once again exceeded his expectations. If Wang Yukun's condition worsened, it was still within expectations. So the death of the rattlesnake, it's a little beyond Zhang Wei's knowledge. But now Demingzi has been poisoned, and seeing that time is running out, this shocked Zhang Wei once again. A sense of powerlessness arose in Zhang Wei's heart. Secretly, there seems to be a pair of bigger hands, quietly pushing everything forward. Who is behind this? Zhang Wei had no idea for a while. But Zhang Wei knows, the person who can put poison in Demingzi wine, it must be someone who hangs out in this bar. Moreover, he must be familiar with Demingzi's eating habits. Although Demingzi likes to drink vodka and smoke cigars, it is well known. How is my condition? Demingzi held the railing and walked down the stairs weakly. What surprised Zhang Wei was that Demingzi did not ask whether the murderer had been caught, but asked about his own condition. It's paraquat. Ghost Hand told the truth. Paraquat? It seems to be pesticide? I have heard of this thing. In my hometown, it seems to be called hay spirit. Demingzi sat down on a sofa with some difficulty. The corners of his mouth were dry and cracked, full of blisters. I guess I can't be saved, drank a lot of water, it's no use. Demingzi said to himself. Guizhou quickly had someone push a ventilator over. The oxygen mask was placed directly on Demingzi's mouth. Brother, are you still unwilling to tell who it is? Or do you not want me to take risks to avenge you? If the Wood knew, he will do it too. Ghost Hand roared at Demingzi. But Demingzi did not argue with Guizhou, and turned his attention to Zhang Wei. Said, you boy, let me see something that I can't see through. Zhang Wei had no choice but to stand up. He nodded politely. It was a response to Demingzi. Zhang Wei knows, Demingzi was deliberately changing the subject. But at this time, Zhang Wei also knows, the old city has reached a critical stage of survival. The stick is dead, if Demingzi burps again. The remaining 3 major gangs, 8 major buildings, even the 9 admirals, it will all become a piece of loose sand. Zhang Wei doesn't know, how long can you live after drinking that so-called paraquat? But looking at Demingzi's state, only 2 days have passed, he is about to be put on a ventilator, it is estimated that in a few days, even the ventilator is of no use. Survivors obey those who dare to fight and charge. A fierce man at the peak of his martial strength, not such a sick person. For my own life, and the brothers from Old Town High School, and the hundreds of lives of friends I know, Zhang Wei also had to tell the truth. Boss Mingzi, something is wrong. At the cusp of the storm just a few days after Wang Yukun's death, something like this happened to you again. This is obviously someone messing with the situation. What Zhang Wei didn't finish talking about was the old demon of Montenegro, or the admiral of the 9 sects. There are also moles. Maybe 3 months ago, Demingzi solved Wu Fo and Tai Ta, but did not completely clean up the internal traitor. Wu Fo and Tai Ta are big fish, but secretly giving Demingzi drugs is something that ordinary small fish can do. Paraquat is something that is sold in almost all pesticide stores, because many places in the old city are close to the suburbs. So it is useless to check the source. Demingzi's bar does not have cameras. So it is useless to check the surveillance. As for questioning witnesses, it is estimated that everyone in the old city will know about it. Zhang Wei, it's right to let you join the 9 gates. I have secretly investigated you. You have always been preparing for a rainy day. The weather in the old city is going to change, but even if I am gone, someone will lead you to survive. Demingzi said to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew that Demingzi was not going to continue to reveal the truth. Zhang Wei didn't know why Demingzi wanted to conceal this matter. But Zhang Wei knew that with the top IQ of Ghost Hand, it would take a few days to thoroughly investigate this matter. But if it involves Juman or Baidao, maybe there will be chaos in the inner city again. After no longer controlling the field with the stick, and the big fierce man, the situation will also go completely out of control. The members of the construction site association and the mining gang may not really succumb to the priests and Ghost Hands. Gangsters, they are all very fraternal. For some of them, it may not be true that we must obey new successors like Priest and Ghost Hand. I just temporarily succumb to the mighty power of Demingzi. Good boss, you don't tell me, then I won't check it, but you tell me what to do next. The old dog is dead, you have become like this again now. What do you think I should do? Old Ghost, you are the smartest person I have ever met. The army is unstable, water has no permanent shape. Those who can win due to changes in the enemy, called God. When we set up the flag in the old city, the situation is much worse than now, but we still raise the flag. Boss you. Old Ghost, have you read Sun Tzu's Art of War? Did you know victory can be known, but can't do it? I know. This sentence means, victory can be seen from the comparison of the strength of the enemy and ourselves. But can you win? It also depends on whether the enemy gives you a chance. Then you know, the invincible, Shui winner, attack also. I see, the current situation, we can only defend it. Good, inadequate rules, if you attack, you will have more than enough. Good defender, hidden under the 9 earths, a good attacker, moving above the 9 heavens, therefore. We can protect ourselves and achieve complete victory. Old Ghost, this is the real purpose of my creation of the 9 admirals. Admiral of the 9 gates, in ancient times, it is also used to defend the city. After Demingzi finished speaking, no more words.